Chapter 1. Prince Satan. In the year 1501 of the Oceanic calendar, amidst the grand trade routes, lay the kingdom of Babylon. King Douglas Denver, the 13th monarch of the realm, was seated at his desk, engrossed in his reading. The radiant sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the tulips on his desk, rendering the king languid and in a remarkably relaxed and leisurely mood. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Suddenly, an urgent voice pierced the tranquility as the royal steward Kyle hurriedly entered the room. "Prince Satan has dared to challenge the mighty gorilla." "Kyle, you ought to maintain the decorum befitting your position as royal steward," King Denver remarked, furrowing his brow as he leaned back into his chair, adjusting to a more comfortable posture. Abruptly, he froze, springing to his feet and nearly toppling the chair behind him. "What did you say? My precious son Satan has gone to confront a gorilla?" A flicker of astonishment crossed King Denver's face as he hastily made his way towards the royal training grounds. "Though I have long recognized his extraordinary talent, it is indeed hard to fathom that he would challenge a fierce gorilla at the tender age of 6. "Wait for me, Your Majesty," Kyle called out, trailing closely behind the king, his mind racing with apprehension. "Shouldn't it be you maintaining the royal decorum?" As they proceeded, the palace guards saluted their king, but Denver had no time to acknowledge their greetings, striding purposefully into the beast-fighting arena. In the center of the arena, a bare-chested young boy was locked in a standoff with a gorilla towering over 3 meters high, while cheers and shouts of encouragement erupted from the surrounding guards. "Go, Your Highness! Give it your all, Prince Satan! Prince Satan, tear it apart!" At that moment, Titan, the captain of Satan's guard, approached the king with a bow. "Shall I intervene and halt the prince's challenge?" "Please, Your Majesty, give your command." Not at all. The king waved his hand dismissively, declining Titan's suggestion. "I too am curious to see how far he can go." In the arena, Satan stood poised, his legs slightly bent, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The stark height difference made the gorilla appear as a colossal beast, and if he could not leverage his speed, defeat was inevitable. The gorilla glared at the diminutive figure before it, letting out a threatening roar as it lunged forward. Satan inhaled deeply, sidestepping to the right, narrowly evading the gorilla's assault. With a thunderous crash, the ground where the gorilla struck instantly caved in, creating a half-meter deep crater and sending debris flying. Satan's eyes twitched. The brute strength was overwhelming, and a blow like that could easily shatter bones. The gorilla commenced a frenzied onslaught, the arena reverberating with the deafening sounds of impact as the ground fractured beneath them, dust swirling into a thick haze that obscured the view of those outside. Satan fought desperately to evade the tempest of blows, narrowly escaping the gorilla's fists time and again. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the swirling dust, crashing violently against a nearby rock formation and creating a significant commotion, leaving behind a human-shaped indentation. "Ah, Prince Satan, are you all right? Stay strong, Your Highness." The shouts of encouragement rang out from the sidelines. King Denver felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, but did not intervene. He had faith that his beloved son would not yield so easily. The stones surrounding the indentation exploded as Satan emerged from the rubble beast. "You have provoked my wrath." Satan's eyes blazed with fury, a smile curling his lips as his bloodied face reflected a menacing visage in the sunlight. "I am destined to rule the seas. How could I possibly lose to a brute like you here?" Clenching his fists, he advanced step by step towards the gorilla, his small figure emanating a palpable aura of intimidation. The gorilla, seemingly taken aback, began to retreat as though confronted by a formidable adversary. A golden dragon-shaped inscription began to materialize upon Satan's chest, his blood coursing with newfound vigor, emanating wisps of mist as his muscles swelled. His strength multiplying several-fold. The myriad of wounds across his body healed at an astonishing rate, restoring him to full vigor, and his presence grew even more formidable than before. With a stomp, he vanished from his position, reappearing in an instant before the gorilla, delivering a crushing blow to its abdomen that sent the massive creature hurtling away without pause. He relentlessly pursued, landing punishing strikes that caused blood to spray in every direction. The arena echoed with the sounds of bones breaking and the tearing of flesh. "My heavens, what is happening? How has Prince Satan suddenly gained the upper hand? One guard exclaimed in disbelief. Are you astonished? It is said that the Douglas royal family possesses traces of dragon blood. Mature members of the royal lineage can awaken this bloodline, gaining the physique of a dragon, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, and stamina, thus becoming top-tier warriors of the seas. The prince must have activated his bloodline early, granting him such an extraordinary surge in power, a knowledgeable guard explained kindly. That is truly remarkable. It is known that a gorilla requires a squad of 30 soldiers to be defeated, yet the prince is merely 6 years old. A tremendous crash resonated as Satan seized the gorilla's leg, smashing it into the ground. The gorilla lay battered, its bones shattered, barely clinging to life, its eyes reflecting a desperate plea for mercy. Satan's lips curled into a wicked grin as he stomped the ground and leapt high, delivering a fatal blow to the gorilla's neck with a sickening crack. He ended its suffering, blood splattering across his trousers. Cheering erupted from the guards like a tidal wave, while Satan, feeling dazed, sank onto the corpse of the gorilla at last. I possess a semblance of combat prowess in the world of the Pirate King. What a struggle it has been. In truth, Satan did not belong to this world. His soul hailed from Earth, inexplicably merging with a newly born Satan in this realm. Upon realizing he had traversed into the world of his beloved Pirate King, his very soul trembled with excitement. Considering that this was a world riff upon a vessel adorned with the flag of the world government, a man in his 30s, clad entirely in a suit, disembarks under the protection of his entourage. He descends the steps along a red carpet, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He is none other than the younger brother of the contemporary king of the Babylon Kingdom, a senior official of the world government, and the most formidable member of the Douglas family, known as the Dragon of Magic, Douglas Mingjia. Just as Mingjia revels in the joy of returning to his homeland, a resounding boom of cannon fire shatters his good mood, his countenance darkening instantly. From where is the bombardment? There are pirate ships invading. Your Highness, the lookout in the crow's nest atop the main mast of the ship reports loudly. The emblem of the pirate flag belongs to the Crocodile pirate crew. There are 2 wanted criminals aboard. Captain Maneater Soya, with a bounty of 43 million berries, and Vice Captain Bloodthirsty Huntergrib, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Mingjia scoffs disdainfully. Mere insignificant characters dare to wreak havoc in Amsterdam. On the pirate ship, Captain Soya commands his crew, fire with all your might. Let them know the might of the Crocodile pirate crew. Yes, Captain Soya. The pirate lackeys scurry across the deck, hurriedly uncovering the cannon barrels and adjusting their aim, unleashing a barrage of scorching black cannonballs towards the harbor. However, most of the shots miss, merely stirring up sprays of water on the surface of the sea. Look, someone's running across the water. One of the pirate lackeys suddenly exclaims in astonishment. How is that possible? The other pirates retort in disbelief, yet the very next moment, they are left utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before their eyes. A young girl, approximately 10 years old, dashes towards the pirate ship across the water, nimbly weaving through the cannon fire, her footsteps freezing the seawater beneath her. Even the splashes caused by the cannonballs freeze into disordered ice pillars behind her. Her speed is astonishing in the blink of an eye. She has traversed the area of cannon fire and approaches the pirate ship with a powerful stomp. She leaps into the air, executing a front flip that lands her atop the fearsome crocodile figurehead of the pirate vessel. Is it you wretches who dare to act recklessly in the harbor of Amsterdam? The girl, wielding a sword nearly as tall as herself, nonchalantly brushes aside her sky-blue bangs with one hand, disdainfully addressing the crew as if the imminent danger posed by the vicious pirates is of lesser importance than her hairstyle. You little brat, how audacious! Captain Soya, thoroughly incensed by the girl's contemptuous demeanor, pushes aside his surrounding subordinates and strides toward the bow of the ship, drawing the katana resting at his waist as he approaches. I am a man-eater Soya, with a bounty of 43 million. I will use your body as my feast. The girl seems revolted by Soya's words. Wrinkling her brow with a flick of her wrist, several ice spears materialize in the air beside her. You have invaded the territory of the Babylon Kingdom. I, Princess Douglas Estes of the Babylon Kingdom, hereby sentence you to death. With that declaration, Estes sweeps her sword, sending the suspended ice spears hurtling towards the horde of pirates. Soya deflects the ice spears aimed at him, but is forced back by the sheer force of their impact in the next instant. He is horrified by the scene around him, though he has managed to block the ice spears. Many of his subordinates have not been so fortunate. Numerous pirates are impaled against the wooden deck, sustaining fist-sized wounds that spatter blood. Those who are instantly killed are considered fortunate, while those struck in non-fatal areas emit heart-wrenching screams, paralyzed with fear, unable to move, lest they worsen their injuries and bleed out further, producing even more ear-piercing wails. Devil, this is terrifying. The surviving pirates retreat in fear, some screaming in a state of panic, while the more cowardly among them leap into the sea, desperate to distance themselves from the demonic girl. The hot blood sizzling upon the ice spears produces a hissing sound, releasing a strong metallic scent. Estes, inhaling the almost palpable scent of blood in the air, displays a look of enjoyment on her face as she charges towards the remaining P. The minor henchmen have been cleared away, and now let me deliver you from this realm. Soya straightened his posture, resting the large sword on his shoulder, and moistened his dry lips with a flick of his tongue, his eyes glinting with a terrifying ferocity. Little ghost, I shall tear you apart. Your tender little frame will surely be exquisite. No, 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 Captain. We've already suffered enough losses. You cannot consume her. After all, she is a princess of the kingdom. If we capture her, we can extort sufficient berries to compensate for our losses, interjected the first mate, Grib. First, let us capture her. Captain Soya charged once more at Esther's, with Grib closely trailing, prepared to encircle her. This time, Esther's did not evade Soya's onslaught, but instead lunged forward with her sword. Instantly, the deck reverberated with the clash of blades. Though Esther's was diminutive, she held her ground against the pirate Soya, their duel vibrant and fierce, with waves of sword energy radiating from their combat, leaving deep gashes upon the deck. Grib, meanwhile, stealthily maneuvered around their skirmish, evidently seeking an opportune moment to strike. At that very moment, a swift, shadowy figure materialized before Grib, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, crashing through several layers of the ship's deck, ultimately landing upon the distant ice with a thunderous roar, fracturing the previously frozen sea. Grib found himself entrapped in the ice, eyes bulging, blood spilling from his mouth, his face a canvas of astonishment as he struggled to rise from the shattered fragments, only to find his body unresponsive, akin to a discarded rag doll, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness, his fate uncertain. The fierce kick had rendered the bounty of 30 million berries, the bloodthirsty hunter Grib, powerless, as the dark figure swiftly vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared atop the main mast of the pirate ship, hands in pockets, clad in tailored attire, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. It was none other than the mightiest of the Douglas family, a high-ranking official of the world government, the demon dragon Douglas Mingjia, just arrived at the port of Amsterdam. How dare you disturb my niece's battle? Such uncouth scoundrels are unworthy of life, Mingjia remarked, nonchalantly perched on the mast, observing the fierce clash between Esther's and Soya, as if their life-and-death struggle was merely a child's play. The confrontation intensified below, with sword energies intertwining and murderous intent palpable. Soya, notorious as a ruthless pirate navigating the Grand Line, exhibited seasoned combat prowess, employing lethal techniques, unyielding to evade Esther's strikes, aiming to inflict significant damage, even forcing the highly combat-aware Esther's into a stalemate. Hey, Esther's, focus. Wrap this up quickly, otherwise, we'll miss your brother's birthday party. Mingjia yawned, watching their duel with disinterest. The two combatants clashed once more, only to be repelled by each other's formidable strength, breaking free from the circle of combat. Enough chatter. Esther's glanced up at Mingjia, but in a fluid motion she sheathed her sword. Have you finally given up, little girl? Soya, hearing Mingjia's words, was visibly shaken by the demonstration of power that had incapacitated Grib. No longer did he dare utter threats against Esther's. Now, he could only pray for his own survival. If you spare me, I promise to leave and never return to the Babylon kingdom. Let us consider this matter resolved, shall we? Resolved? Esther's bared her teeth, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Do you take the Douglas family for fools? Do you truly believe our domain can be so easily infringed upon? She stepped back, pointing at Soya. Moreover, scum like you need not even trouble Uncle Mingjia. I can easily handle you myself. I merely engaged in a few exchanges to hone my swordsmanship. The real challenge begins now. With that declaration, she stomped her foot and leaped into the air, shouting, "Perish under the ice-thorn jungle." Instantly, the sea erupted. Countless ice spikes surging forth, effortlessly piercing the ship's deck, hurtling toward Soya. Soya's eyes widened in terror as he desperately defended himself. But the relentless onslaught of the ice thorns seemed unending, each wave cutting into his skin, piercing his body, leaving a trail of crimson droplets. Ultimately, Soya, drained of strength, could no longer evade the icy spears, which impaled him repeatedly, his body suspended in midair, torrents of blood splattering across the ice, staining the once sparkling thorns with vivid scarlet. With Soya's demise, the seemingly infinite ice-thorn jungle ceased its expansion, and the once mighty pirate ship was reduced to splintered wreckage. The blood-stained ice formation shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's rays. The ice-thorn jungle, is it? A truly beautiful yet perilous technique. Mingjia descended from his perch, surveying the ravaged battlefield with a tone of admiration. Chapter 4. The Devil Fruit. The Grand Line is renowned for its capricious climate, with sudden snowfalls, torrential rains, and thunderous storms. One moment, the skies may be clear, and the next, monstrous waves may arise. Countless seafarers have met their demise beneath the overwhelming forces of nature. Yet, more adventurers continue to venture forth into the ocean, crafting their legends. This is the allure of the Grand Line, the legendary pursuit of freedom by maritime adventurers. However, the large island of Rain, home to the Babylon Kingdom, is famed as the spring island of the Grand Line, where the seasons are eternally mild and picturesque. It serves as a critical node and a hub for cargo transport. Here lies the thriving port city of Amsterdam, flourishing due to trade, alongside the culinary capital of Heisenberg, where numerous top chefs converge, and the pride of Babylon. The imperial city of White Dragon, renowned as the Sky Garden. Within the palace gardens of White Dragon City, a small family gathering is underway. Maidens bustle about, presenting exquisite platters of delicacies before gracefully retreating. At this moment, a young boy, around 6 years of age, enters the corridor, prompting the attending maids to bow in respect. The visitor is none other than His Highness, the sole prince of the Babylon Kingdom, Prince Satan, dressed in a fitted white suit. He strolls in with his hands in his pockets, the gentle sunlight casting a warm glow upon his tousled black hair, creating a soft halo around him. Adorned with golden-framed glasses, he exudes a scholarly charm, devoid of the wildness witnessed in the arena. A polite, innocent smile graces his face as he acknowledges the maid's greetings. At that moment, King Denver and Uncle Mingjia also entered the gathering hall. As Mingjia stepped in, he spotted Satan, swiftly appearing beside him, lifting him into the air, while affectionately pinching his cheeks, still retaining a hint of baby fat. "Did you miss me, little Satan? I made a special journey to attend your birthday party." Satan, in a state of helplessness, pouted his lips. The predicament of being transformed into a child lay in the inability to resist the unreasonable torment inflicted by the elders. "Please, put me down, Uncle Mingjia. I am no longer a child, and stop pinching my face or I shall bite." He bared his pearly white teeth, wearing a fierce expression as if he might indeed bite at any moment. He struggled to free himself from Mingjia's embrace, but to no avail, and could only express his frustration with a huff. "Ha ha ha." Both King Denver and Mingjia could not contain their laughter. "Claiming you are not a child. Yet only a child would resort to biting," Mingjia exclaimed, laughing heartily while dramatically waving his arms. Satan seized the opportunity to escape his grasp, casting a disdainful glance. A shiver involuntarily coursed through him, and doubts began to creep into his mind. Could it be that I have played the role of a child for so long that my innermost self has been assimilated by this youthful form? How terrifying. The family settled around the dining table, and Satan, glancing around with curiosity, inquired, "Uncle Mingjia, wasn't my sister supposed to pick you up from the port? Did she not return with you?" "Ah, your sister," Mingjia teased. "She just single-handedly annihilated a second-rate pirate crew. She is far more formidable than you. She should be off changing her clothes now. After all, little Satan, I am sure you would not want your birthday celebration to be drenched in blood, would you?" "TCH." Satan shrugged nonchalantly, digging a finger into his ear and pretending to extract non-existent earwax, then replied with a hint of resignation, "I have indeed exerted considerable effort. Yet my sister's innate ability to manipulate ice is truly disheartening. However, her indifference is quite vexing. She consistently refuses my request for ice cream." Satan grumbled with indignation. "Nevertheless, I shall one day surpass her. I am destined to become a being more formidable than my sister. At that time, I shall compel her to obediently prepare ice cream for me using ice, for that is what it means to be a true gentleman of the Douglas family." Ahem. Before Satan could finish his words, an icy spike suddenly emerged from the drink before him, pressing ominously against his throat, causing him to halt in alarm. A cold voice resonated from behind him. "Little Satan, you are being quite mischievous again. It seems I must confine you within an ice block to cool off." "Please, no." "Sister." Satan quickly raised his hands in surrender. "You must have misheard me. I was merely praising your beauty and saying you are as lovely as a flower, with skin whiter than snow." "Humph, such flattery." As Thesis seated herself beside Satan, and with a mere wave of her hand, the icy spike before him transformed into shimmering crystals, dissipating into the air. On Satan's face glistened beads of cold sweat, a testament to his prideful demeanor. Indeed, whether they be stunning beauties or charming maidens, their greatest concern lies in their appearance, unable to resist the flattery of their own allure. A cunning smile crept upon his lips, revealing his satisfaction in deception. At that moment, King Denver clapped his hands, drawing the attention of his family toward himself. "Well, everyone has arrived. Let us present the gifts." Two attendants approached, each bearing a tray. Denver first lifted a sword from the first tray and presented it to Esther's. "This is the sword specifically chosen by your father, perfectly suited for you." The exquisite sword, Durandal, was a distinguished piece, measuring 1.26 meters in length. Its scabbard was crafted from gold, adorned with numerous sparkling diamonds that radiated a magnificent brilliance. At the hilt's apex lay a sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg, dazzling in the sunlight and embodying the essence of royalty. Upon drawing the sword, one could observe its double-edged blade, intricately designed with a chaotic pattern, sharp enough that the air around it chilled instantly. Truly, it was the sword she had long coveted. Ah, what a grand gesture. The magnificent sword Durandal, a member of the renowned Great Blade 21, suits your character splendidly, Esther's. Ming watched with keen interest, for in this world, the acclaimed blades were few, notably including the supreme Great Blade 12, the Great Blade 21, and the Good Blade 50, most of which belonged to illustrious swordsmen. Thus, the emergence of any unclaimed renowned sword invariably stirred excitement. King Denver's choice to gift his daughter such a formidable sword was undoubtedly a remarkable display of generosity. Satan gazed at his sister's gift, a wave of astonishment washing over him, swiftly followed by a surge of delight. After all, the presents bestowed upon his sister were undeniably remarkable. As the protagonist of the day, she surely would not receive anything less than extraordinary. Lost in these thoughts, King Denver handed Satan the second gift, a delicately wrapped small box. Satan cautiously opened the box, his mouth agape in astonishment as he beheld a peculiar, pale red fruit adorned with spiraling patterns, resembling a pineapple. This was the ocean's secret treasure, the devil fruit. Chapter 5. The perverse visions of the spirits. The devil fruit is a unique maritime treasure within the world of One Piece, granting extraordinary powers to those who consume it, thereby transforming them into devil fruit users. These fruits are categorized into three main types based on the abilities they bestow: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Paramecia-type devil fruits allow the user's body to transform into natural substances or phenomena, rendering physical attacks ineffective. It is widely regarded as the most formidable category, nearly invincible. Zoan-type devil fruits enable the transformation into animals, encompassing three forms: human, beast, and hybrid, while Zoan fruits primarily enhance physical capabilities. Some argue that they are superior in close combat due to their physical reinforcement. However, all devil fruit users share a common vulnerability upon consuming a devil fruit. They become cursed by the sea, turning into landlubbers who harbor an innate fear of seawater. Despite this weakness, the allure of extraordinary power makes any devil fruit worth at least 100 million berries on the black market, with some rarer varieties fetching astronomical prices in the billions. Before Satan lay a devil fruit, a birthday gift, hence his astonishment. King Denver observed his son's shock, a satisfied expression gracing his face. It is well known that the Douglas family has produced generations of formidable warriors, a legacy derived from their ancestral dragon bloodline, which grants them naturally robust physiques. With diligent training, they can attain the prowess of naval officers, further amplified by the dragon martial techniques passed down through the lineage. Nevertheless, this alone cannot serve as the foundation upon which a kingdom relies for its perpetuity. King Denver continued, the Zoan-type devil fruit significantly enhances physical strength, making it ideally suited for you. This one is the bear fruit, a top-tier specimen among Zoan varieties, and it is my gift to you. Thank you, Father. Satan expressed immediate gratitude. I have observed the challenges you faced today. It seems you possess a modicum of self-preservation. After you consume the devil fruit today and adapt for a week, I shall escort you and your sister to the tranquil shores of Naga Island, where you may cultivate your skills for several years. As Satan listened, he was unable to voice his opinions before Uncle Mingjiao exclaimed in astonishment. You truly possess a heart of stone. Although they are exceptionally gifted and possess some degree of strength, they are still rather feeble in comparison to an ancient island of the caliber of Naga Island. There's a genuine risk of death, you know. King Denver cast a sidelong glance at Mingjia, expressing his discontent with a huff. You have trained on Naga Island yourself. You should understand that only through fierce battles between life and death can their talents be fully awakened. Furthermore, if they cannot even endure such trials, it merely indicates their limitations. With that, he turned to inquire of Satan and his sister, what are your thoughts? Absolutely none. I have longed to encounter the creatures of the ancient island, though I fear some may become a burden. Estes replied without hesitation. Humph. Who knows who the real burden might be? Satan retorted defiantly. Then it is settled, Mingjia. I entrust you with their passage, as well as the task of imparting the dragon techniques. A year from now, I shall send Titan to instruct you in the cultivation of your domineering aura. Do not disappoint me. Understood. Certainly. The siblings appeared utterly unperturbed by the trials of the ancient island. As night fell, Satan remained motionless before the mirror for a good half hour, repeatedly picking up the devil fruit before him, summoning the courage to consume it, only to abandon the endeavor time and again. He stared at his own handsome visage in the mirror, tousling his hair into a chaotic mess, and in frustration, he exclaimed, though I yearn to grow stronger swiftly, the thought of my exquisite face transforming into a fuzzy bear's head leaves me inexplicably vexed. Just as Satan was about to lose his composure over whether to consume the devil fruit, an unexpected transformation occurred. Suddenly, several green tendrils sprouted from his hand, swiftly plunging into the devil fruit before him. The sound of gurgling swallowing filled the air, and by the time Satan comprehended the situation, all that remained of the devil fruit was a wrinkled peel sprawled upon the table. The tendrils, having devoured the fruit, rapidly retracted back into Satan's body as if nothing had transpired. What on earth just happened? He wondered in bewilderment. Satan, bewildered, pinched his thigh, the sharp pain serving as a stark reminder that the events which had just transpired were not mere figments of his imagination. Ha ha ha. At last I am free. A vibrant green light burst forth from Satan's being, swirling around the room while emitting wild, exuberant cries. Satan, startled, fell onto the ground in shock. What on earth is this? Is it an illusion? Merely an illusion. Everything is but a figment of my imagination. With great determination, Satan tightly shut his eyes, scooting backward on the ground, silently repeating, when I reopen my eyes, surely nothing will have occurred. Upon opening his eyes, he indeed saw nothing. The fruit was an illusion. He patted his chest in relief, but the very next moment, a sudden green light materialized before him, causing him to scream in terror. Ah, what on earth? You've been residing within me for 6 years, and you dare to scream? I know even the color of your underwear. The shrill cries of Satan abruptly ceased as he beheld the green light hovering before him. It was a diminutive sprite, approximately 20 centimeters in height, adorned in a garment woven from lush foliage, intricately etched with elaborate patterns. Its arms, calves, and ankles were embellished with nearly 10 distinct ornate ornaments, exuding an air of nobility. With fluttering long eyelashes, wide, innocent eyes, a pronounced nose, delicate sensual lips, elongated pointed ears, and a finely sculpted visage, complemented by 3 pairs of translucent wings that fluttered gracefully behind. The sprite captivated all who beheld it. Yet, one question lingered. Why was it male? Satan murmured to himself. What did you say? The sprite flitted closer, its wings beating with an unmistakable aura of menace. I am familiar with the sprite lineage. But how can you possibly be male? Satan's incredulity was palpable. The sprite glared at Satan, hands on hips, exuding a charming cuteness, yet the next moment, a torrent of invective erupted, completely shattering its grace. Curse you, foolish wretch. Which race lacks males? I am the male deity of the sprite lineage, the master of thievery. Born as a male. 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 This bears repeating thrice for emphasis. Chapter 6. The Evolution of Life. Satan sat at the table, sipping a beverage, while the mischievous sprite, Evil Sight, similarly cradled the cup, relishing his drink. Clearly, Satan had become accustomed to his presence. According to Evil Sight, he was a deity from the elfin realm, tasked with overseeing thievery, a fact that explained his exquisite beauty, which could hardly conceal his rogue demeanor, as he was, after all, the progenitor of all professional bandits. a fierce battle erupted between the deities of chaos and order over the precious seed of the Tree of Life, only for the spoils to be pilfered by the thieving evil sight. What more could be said? The audacious rogue was relentlessly pursued by the combined forces of both factions, ultimately reduced to mere fragments. Yet, harboring the malicious intent of if I cannot possess it, neither shall you, a wisp of evil sight's lingering soul, along with the Tree of Life's seed, escaped into the turbulent currents of time and space, fortuitously arriving in the world of One Piece. During the journey, while passing through Earth in the realm of Akhame Ga-Kill, he also stealthily claimed the souls of Satan and his death, transporting them into the One Piece universe. However, it appeared that his death's soul had suffered some damage, leaving only Satan with a complete recollection of his former life, devoid of divine power. Evil Sight was compelled to reside within Satan, carrying the seed of the Tree of Life. Over time, this seed sprouted within Satan, intertwining with him and bestowing upon him vigorous vitality and formidable regenerative abilities. Evil Sight, having transformed into the spirit of the Tree of Life, remained confined within Satan until now, when he absorbed the rule-bound essence of the devil fruit, thus achieving liberation. As you mentioned, am I now inextricably linked to the Tree of Life? The mere thought of harboring a tree within me sends shivers down my spine. How dare you profit from my hard-fought acquisition of the Tree of Life? The very thought that I might have inadvertently favored you stirs a desire within me to deliver a couple of blows. Unsurprisingly, Evil Sight erupted in expletives. Oh dear. Let us not dwell on trivialities. You too have emerged from calamity as the spirit of the Tree of Life. Moreover, the Tree of Life is now me. And I am the Tree of Life. If you were to slay me, you would not survive either. Satan consoled the wicked spirit. For humanity is invariably drawn to the allure of beauty, and the captivating charm of wickedness is indeed beguiling, a beauty that is tragically exquisite. After listening to Satan, the wicked spirit felt a wave of despondency, flapping its wings and perching upon Satan's hand, only to erupt into a fit of manic laughter. Yet, the thought that the foolish denizens of the divine realm had been outwitted by him filled him with uncontainable joy. What a malevolent disposition, Satan mused silently, overwhelmed by the prospect of cohabiting with such a mischievous sprite. Pray tell, wicked spirit, you often proclaim the Tree of Life to be the ultimate treasure of the divine realm. What is its true marvel? Hee. The wonder of the Tree of Life lies in its capacity for evolution. Its essence is the purest form of wood's origin. Thus, once it devours even the slightest fragment of any plant, it can completely evolve. And now, this remarkable ability is bestowed upon you, little rascal. Indeed, that is simply splendid. Satan chuckled, a hint of shyness creeping into his demeanor. However, since you have merged with the Tree of Life, harnessing its powers will require expending your vitality. Hence, the stronger your physique, the greater your capacity for evolving plants. Yes, I am soon to embark on a trial at the ancient island of Naga, where I shall diligently train my physical prowess to enhance my strength. Moreover, the Tree of Life contains its own spatial realm, effectively granting you a mobile repository. Yet, similarly, the stronger your body, the more vibrant the Tree of Life's essence, and thus, the larger your storage space becomes. Marvelous, Satan exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. The joy of such a discovery is akin to finding a windfall. However, this is not the most significant advantage for us. The wicked spirit looked at Satan with an air of smugness, as if to say, you must plead for my revelation. Come now, dear wicked spirit, do enlighten me. Indeed, Satan feigned compliance, internally reprimanding himself for his own childishness. Yet, if such celestial benefits could be attained, what need have I for principles? Are they edible? Satan remained oblivious. Since your inquiry is sincere, I shall bestow upon you this knowledge. The wicked spirit, satisfied with its display of superiority, declared haughtily, because I previously shared your memories. As long as there are devil fruits to provide the rules of power, I can use life magic to conjure the myriad characters from your memories of the second dimension. In other words, provided there are sufficient devil fruits, your beloved characters from that realm can manifest before you, one by one. How does that sound? Exciting, is it not? Satan paused momentarily, emitting an elongated gasp of astonishment. I adore you, evil vision. This is the surprise I have longed for. I knew it all along. Your aspiration is to unite with all your beloved anime characters, to form a formidable and fearsome family. You truly understand me, evil vision. Tears of sorrow streamed down Satan's face, touched as he was by the shared memories. Outside, the luminous moon hung high in the sky, undisturbed, heralding the dawn of an era of maritime heroes. Upon discovering that the devil fruit consumed by Satan was not the animal-type bear fruit, but rather the superhuman type woodwood fruit, the members of the Douglas family were taken aback. Could it be that devil fruits could mutate? The devil fruit compendium seemed rather unreliable. King Denver found himself at a loss for words and decided to send someone to gather various rare plants, hoping that Satan might better harness the powers of his newfound fruit. On that day, Satan was immersed in the study of the rare plants collected for him by the king when suddenly, the captain of the guards, Titan, entered. "Your Highness, Satan, the devil fruit auction you asked me to keep an eye on has news. In 3 days, there will be a black market transaction on Bougie Island, where the underground forces led by the Hussein family will auction 2 devil fruits. If we set off now, we shall arrive just in time." "Very well, I understand. You may leave," Satan replied. As Titan exited, a voice interjected, "But Satan, you lack the funds to purchase 2 devil fruits. What do you plan to do? Will you abandon the endeavor?" "Abandon? Impossible." Satan's face broke into a sinister smile. "Who told you I intended to pay, my dear god of theft?" "Haha. Now that's the devilish Satan I admire." "Indeed, we shall discreetly execute a heist, thus we cannot bring the guards. However, we cannot manage this alone. We shall require assistance. Who do you plan to enlist?" "Of course, my beloved sister, the splendid and powerful Princess Esther's." Your flattery is quite startling. But what use is it to praise her here? She cannot hear you." The voice retorted, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. "Enough of your prattling. Can I not rehearse in advance?" Chapter 7. The dockside conflict. The Grand Line is dotted with numerous islands. Yet the larger ones predominantly host nations under the aegis of the world government, boasting formidable military strength and a plethora of powerful individuals, along with naval bases. Ordinary pirate crews would not dare to provoke them lightly. Conversely, islands dominated and divided by various underground forces have become the prime choice for ordinary pirate crews to resupply and exchange information. These islands, free from legal oversight, experience rampant smuggling, black markets, and bustling information trade, where assassination and pillaging are commonplace. Bougie Island is one such domain covertly controlled by underground forces. Survival on such an island necessitates keen observation and discernment. Dole, a native of Bougie Island, had long frequented its bustling dock areas, tavern streets, and underground auction houses, often serving as a guide for wealthy newcomers, earning a little on the side. At that moment, a luxurious passenger ship arrived at Bougie Island, and tourists began to disembark. The waiting pimps at the dock eagerly approached the guests, and among the crowd, Esther's and Satan also disembarked. However, due to their youth, they hardly resembled affluent patrons, and thus, no one was inclined to guide them. The unfortunate Dole, having failed to attract other clients, reluctantly approached the Satan siblings, thinking that even earning 50 belly would suffice for a hearty pint of dark beer at the tavern, better than returning empty-handed. "Esteemed guests, welcome to Bougie Island. Do you require a tour guide? Whether you seek information or wish to post a bounty, I have connections," Dole said with a sly smile, rubbing his hands together as if they were sheep awaiting slaughter. "Two esteemed guests? There are 3 of us. Do you think I am invisible?" Before Satan had the chance to respond, the malevolent notion perched upon his shoulder erupted in fury. With a swift flap of its wings, it approached Dare, delivering a sharp slap before darting back. "How dare you disregard my presence? A lesson is in order." Dare, taken aback, covered his face in bewilderment, pondering the irony of being so inconspicuous, yet receiving such attention. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts. Had he forgotten the purpose of their visit? It is imperative to maintain a low profile before taking action. Do you understand? Satan gazed at the wicked sight with a bemused expression, before turning back with a cheerful demeanor to hand a stack of belly to Dole, urging him to lead the way to the auction house. "Certainly, please follow me," Dole replied, dutifully guiding them along, reflecting on the young master's commendable manners. Just as they were about to leave the dock area, a towering bald man, flanked by 7 or 8 ruffians, obstructed their path. That is the notorious leader of the dock district, Brother Tiger, with a bounty of 800,000 belly. "How did you get entangled with them?" "He is a merciless fiend capable of cold-blooded murder," Dole stammered, retreating cautiously, clearly preparing for a swift escape. "Boss, it's definitely that girl. I'm certain of it. She wields the Excalibur Durandal, one of the legendary blades, valued at no less than 50 million belly in the black market," one of the thugs informed the bald man. "Hey, you stole our boss's precious sword and now you wish to flee? Hand it over immediately," another thug bellowed. Yes, surrender it at once, or we shall tear you apart." echoed the others, threateningly. The brash children, still scarcely out of their infancy, dared to mimic adults wielding swords. Ha ha ha, girl. They're calling you little girl. Esther's, this is utterly intolerable. The malevolent presence incited further chaos. Esther's narrowed her eyes, a dangerous gleam flickering within, as her right hand rested upon the hilt of her sword, evidently preparing for confrontation. Wait, sister. Satan promptly intervened to stop his death, asserting that there was no need for his sister to take action against a mere group of insignificant characters. Moreover, he was eager to seize the opportunity to test his newfound abilities. Allow me to handle this. Satan took 2 steps forward, pointing at the bald man, and declared, I shall grant you an opportunity. Leave at once, or I shall show you no mercy. The bald man, with a menacing twist of his neck, produced a series of crackling sounds. I am quite curious to see how you intend to show me your lack of courtesy. Heh. You are merely courting your own demise. Do not blame me. Satan extended his hand forward and bellowed, Vines, constrict. Instantly, countless tendrils erupted from the ground surrounding the petty thugs, sweeping towards them, entwining around their ankles. The thugs struggled in a frantic attempt to evade, yet they were unable to escape the relentless pursuit of the vines, becoming ensnared and resembling rice dumplings, with crimson streaks carved into their skin, issuing anguished cries. The effect was rather splendid, Satan mused, reveling in his successful activation of the Tree of Life's powers. It turned out he was a user of the devil fruit, which explained his unwavering confidence. Amidst the vines, the bald man's voice resonated, You surely underestimate me. In an instant, his muscles tensed, and he unleashed an explosive force. With a resounding crack, the vines binding him shattered into pieces. What other tricks do you possess? Feel free to unveil them, he taunted. Truly useless, Esthesia scoffed with discontent. You have utterly disgraced the Douglas family, she added, taking delight in the chaos. Satan, his face darkened with rage and humiliation, vanished from his spot only to reappear before the bald man. You insignificant pawn, why not simply allow me to eliminate you? Cease your pretense of grandeur. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the bald man flying. In a flash, he caught up with his airborne adversary, seizing his head and forcefully smashing it into the ground, producing a thunderous crash that left a significant crater on the floor. Following this, a relentless series of punches ensued, with blood splattering in every direction. At last, having vented his fury, Satan stood upright, stepping atop the nearly unrecognizable form of the bald man's head. He leisurely retrieved a handkerchief, methodically wiping the blood from his hands. Adjusting his glasses, he murmured to himself, Indeed, the fist embodies justice. Dahl was nearly rendered speechless, realizing that this seemingly polite young man was, in fact, a formidable character. He respectfully escorted Satan and his companion to the entrance of the auction house before hastily departing. By the heavens, who would willingly stay in the company of these 2 siblings, each harboring a devil within? The pressure was immense. What a useless coward. The disdainful Shiejin scoffed at Dahl's retreating figure, then turned to inquire, Wait a moment. I will create chaos with magic. You can take the opportunity to infiltrate and steal the demon fruit, then leave immediately. What say you? Why? Estes asked coldly, evidently displeased with Shiejin's flippant demeanor. Did you not advise against causing a disturbance to spare our family from disgrace? Hence the need for stealth. Are you unaware of the existence of something called money? Estes retorted, tossing a handful of belly to the guards at the entrance and striding confidently into the auction house. Shiejin could faintly hear her mutter a couple of words as she entered. Country bumpkin. Chapter 8. The Valley of Carnivorous Flowers. Upon entering the auction house, Satan and his companion seated themselves in the front row of the hall. At this moment, the auction had yet to commence, with guests arriving steadily. As it was a black market event, the majority wore masks and draped themselves in voluminous robes to conceal their ostentatious identities under the sunlight. The rear half of the auction hall featured a series of private booths, evidently reserved for the true dignitaries. Each booth was guarded by 2 sentinels, totaling 30 guards for the 15 booths. The hall itself was sparsely populated, with only a small fraction of the seats occupied, yet over 20 armored knights patrolled the aisles. Concealed in the shadows and corridors were nearly 100 fully armed warriors on guard. Should one factor in the powerful figures lurking in the background, the security for this black market auction was indeed formidable. The auction commenced promptly, heralded by a strikingly alluring woman who ascended the podium. Clad in a low-cut evening gown that accentuated her ample cleavage, her hair styled in intricate noble fashion, she exuded both beauty and elegance. This was Kylina, the long-standing host of the auction for the Hussein family. Kylina exhibited a wealth of auctioning experience, fully aware of how to engage the guest's emotions. She slightly bowed, cleared her throat with a subtle cough, and deliberately gathered her arms across her chest, performing a graceful curtsy. Some guests below were visibly agitated, their breaths quickening, and one could distinctly hear the sound of saliva being swallowed. However, Satan's attention was evidently not on the auction. He lounged languidly in his seat, feigning disinterest while discreetly observing the patrolling guards. Noticing that the guards had retreated to the corners of the hall as the auction began, he visibly relaxed. "Are you all right?" Estes asked, casting a concerned glance at the somewhat tense Satan, gently grasping his hand. "If you're not up to it, we can simply purchase what we need. Let us avoid any dangerous thoughts." Satan revealed a faint, reluctant smile. Indeed, no matter how perfect the thoughts in his mind, a touch of nervousness would inevitably surface when it came to action. However, an inexplicable sense of pride within him prevented the use of his family's wealth to procure the devil fruit. Even though he was acutely aware that King Denver would undoubtedly acquiesce should he simply voice his desires, perhaps the remnants of his past life, intertwined with the memories of his current existence, created a subtle distance between him and his family in this world. His soul felt vast and desolate, resonating only with echoes of solitude. A fleeting array of chaotic thoughts flitted through his mind as he turned to gaze intently at Esther's, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. He spoke each word with care and sincerity. "Sister, I wish to seize what I desire through my own strength." Esther's tightened her grip on his hand, her expression earnest and imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "Satan, you must remember that family is also your strength. Though I do not comprehend the reasons behind your decision." She paused thoughtfully. "Your choice shall be my choice." "Very well, then let us proceed according to our plan." Satan reclined in his chair, the shadow of his cloak obscuring much of his visage, lending him an air of mystery that rendered his expression imperceptible to all. The auction progressed at a leisurely pace, ultimately arriving at the grand finale. Kylina took the tray from the servant's hands and placed it upon the auction block, casting a sultry glance at the audience before cheerfully unveiling the crimson cloth that shrouded it. Upon the tray lay 2 glass boxes, within which resided the coveted devil fruit, the very object of Satan's desire. Satan's expression grew grave as he clasped his hands together, summoning his powers with all his might. An inexplicable force emanated from the earth beneath him, radiating outward, just as everyone was captivated by the devilish fruit on the auction stage. Satan abruptly rose to his feet and bellowed. The ground of the entire auction hall surged violently, and countless enormous man-eating flowers erupted from the depths below. Each flower towered 5 to 6 meters high, equipped with a gaping maw large enough to consume a human whole, revealing jagged, menacing teeth. The drool cascading from their mouths dripped onto the floor, emitting wisps of green smoke as it corroded the surface, creating pits of varying sizes. As soon as they emerged, the flowers lunged toward the nearest individuals, some unfortunate souls being torn asunder in an instant, blood splattering across the ground. Others met a more gruesome fate, being entirely devoured by the voracious blooms, accompanied by horrifying sounds of their gnashing jaws. The auction hall was instantly engulfed in chaos. The guards and warriors, tasked with maintaining order, found themselves in disarray, frantically evading the onslaught of the man-eating flowers. The auctioneer, Kylina, was momentarily paralyzed by the unfolding scene. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil wrought by Satan, Esther swiftly approached the auction stage, drawing her sword to strike at Kylina, who, though startled, reacted with remarkable agility, narrowly dodging the blade but being forced back from the auction platform. At that critical moment, a figure descended upon the auction stage like a bolt of lightning, none other than our thieving deity, Shejin. In a flash of brilliance, the devilish fruits, which had been poised for auction, vanished into thin air. While Kylina busied herself avoiding Esther's attacks, she found herself utterly powerless to thwart Shejin's thievery. Her face contorted in a frenzied expression. Drawing a dagger from her long leg, she defended against Esther's sword strikes while unleashing a hysterical cry. "Who are you to dare disrupt Lord Hussein's domain? Do you seek death?" Having successfully completed his task, Shejin swiftly returned to Satan's side, urging, "We must retreat. The mission is accomplished." Satan, momentarily easing the tension of his spirit, once again clasped his hands together, unleashing a formidable technique. The essence of the wood's spirit manifested as resilient vines that spread forth, entwining and strangling, impeding the pursuers as they surged towards the auction house's exit. Observing the successful maneuver of his death, she swiftly executed a few attacks to create distance, casting several ice spears to fend off Kalina, seizing the opportunity to leap from the fray and retreat. The brother and sister duo collaborated, unleashing their full might, unleashing grand techniques that tore through the encirclement of warriors. Finally breaking free from the auction house and racing towards the dock area. Once they reached there and boarded a ship, their mission would be deemed a success. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from behind them, declaring that such ruckus on Lord Hussein's territory would not go unpunished, and their escape was far too simplistic a notion. A shadow approached with lightning speed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, swiftly closing in on Satan, who barely managed to turn and raise his arm in defense. Yet, he was met with overwhelming force that shattered his bones with a resounding crack, sending his body hurtling backward, crashing through several buildings. "Prepare to meet your end, arrogant wretch," came the chilling taunt. Before Satan could regain his senses, a shadow loomed closer, and a colossal fist magnified within his pupils. At that moment, Esteth stood resolutely before Satan, and the shadow's punch landed squarely upon her. "No, sister." In the gaze of Satan, all that remained was the bloodied figure of Esteth, soaring through the air. Surrounded by a sea of crimson, his eyes wide with rage. Chapter 9. The Ape King Titan. My sincerest apologies, dear sister. Severely wounded, Satan found himself buried beneath the rubble of shattered walls, his heart heavy with profound regret. He had underestimated the might of the powerful beings in this vast ocean, foolishly daring to challenge the order of the underground forces with but a modicum of strength. At last, he had paid the price for his arrogance. Satan's heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. His combat strength seemed utterly insignificant in the face of the shadow's fists, which radiated explosive, destructive power. Even his once proud regenerative abilities were rendered futile due to the immense strain on his stamina, and the malevolent perception once again seeped back into his being. Not far away lay Esteth, who had bravely shielded him several times during the recent battle, now lying unconscious and battered. Never before had he yearned for power as he did in that moment. The shadow loomed closer, its threatening fist cracking ominously, poised to extinguish the lives of the young siblings. If there remained any chance of survival, he vowed to command the vast ocean, ensuring that his family would suffer no more harm. Satan narrowed his eyes and swore deeply. The sunlight gently bathed him, creating a tender ripple around him. Even in sorrow, he did not wish to appear too disheveled, he thought within. A dark figure loomed before Satan, casting a massive shadow that obscured his sight. Bid farewell to the world. Youth, go to hell and repent for your arrogance. The shadow's fierce fist descended upon Satan. That is far from certain. A figure darted in from afar, intercepting the attack aimed at Satan with a powerful punch. The collision of their fists unleashed a tempestuous wave, sending Satan and the surrounding debris spiraling away. Barely escaping with his life, Satan strained to open his eyes. The newcomer was his captain, Titan. Never before had he perceived Titan as so formidable and robust. The two figures collided violently, their fists clashing with a sound akin to steel being struck, each blow capable of tearing through the air, conjuring a whirlwind, and delivering devastating impacts. The entire street lay in ruins, ravaged by the aftermath of their battle. In the next moment, they separated once more, their garments tattered and ragged, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Titan glanced back at the severely wounded prince and princess. Turning to the dark figure with a particularly fierce expression, he declared, "Nicholson, you have insulted the royal family of the Babylon kingdom. Do you truly wish to seek your demise? Humph. They are the ones who have broken the rules. Do not blame me. Shall we conclude this matter here? You do not truly wish to test the wrath of King Denver, do you?" Nicholson hesitated, realizing that he could not report to Lord Hussein without delivering double the stolen goods as compensation. Then there is nothing to discuss. Titan huffed coldly, an invisible pressure emanating from him, causing the very air to tremble. His upper body swiftly expanded, transforming into a colossal ape-like figure, rising over 3 meters tall. His body brimming with explosive muscle, his aura intensifying. In that case, prepare to meet your fate. Titan re-engaged Nicholson, his transformed state granting him the upper hand. Each punch sent Nicholson reeling, his arms trembling as if they might shatter, retreating step by step. With the armored king ape cannon, Titan, in his half-ape form, enveloped himself in the formidable aura of armament. He teleported before Nicholson, delivering a crushing blow to his chest. Nicholson's chest caved in instantly. His body propelled hundreds of meters away, the tremendous impact destroying half a street and creating a deep chasm over 100 meters long. Nicholson lay on the ground, grievously injured, struggling to rise, coughing up blood. Realizing there was no hope of victory, he turned to flee. "This is not over, King Titan. Lord Hussein will not let you off so easily." "Humph. he'd best have the courage to pursue it. Observing Nicholson's escape, Titan snorted coldly but did not give chase. He reverted to his human form, swiftly lifting the wounded Satan and Esther's and departing from Bougie Island. 3 days later, in the Rinse Sea, a small boat measuring 7 or 8 meters floated on the waves. Only 3 individuals occupied the vessel. The previously injured Satan now vigorously wielded the oars. Completely devoid of the lethargy he once displayed, Esther's, wrapped in bandages, rested against the cabin, clearly lacking the remarkable recovery abilities of the monstrous Satan. Despite sharing the dragon bloodline of the Douglas family, their uncle, Ming Jia, lazily reclined on the cabin roof, basking in the sun, enjoying the gentle caress of the sunlight. He directed Satan, "Hurry up, young Satan. If you dawdle, we shall not reach Naga Island before nightfall. Do you wish to spend the night on this rickety boat?" "Hey, I am working very hard, you know?" Satan, struggling, wielded the oars. "This is child abuse. I am still a minor." Mingjia sat upright and glared at him. "Do you have any objections?" "No, absolutely none." Satan admitted weakness, continuing to row the small boat with fervor. "That's more like it." Mingjia reclined contentedly. "Do not mistake my actions for bullying. Rowing is also a form of cultivation." After a moment of silence, Satan suddenly turned to Mingjia. "Uncle, I have a question to ask you." "Speak," Mingjia replied. "On that day at Phuket Island, my sister and I were utterly defeated by the opposing side with overwhelming strength. I am perplexed about what level my abilities truly are on the sea. The fact that you can ask such a question indicates that you have learned a valuable lesson," Mingjia remarked as he rose, leaping down from the canopy of the boat, and patted Satan on the shoulder before sitting beside him. "Allow me to elucidate the hierarchy of power at sea. I had initially planned to wait until we reached Naga Island before sharing this with you." Satan perked up, sitting straight with a solemn expression. Clearly, he no longer wished to suffer from ignorance. In the cabin, Isteth also quietly sat up. The vast sea, replete with countless races and diverse combat styles, along with various peculiar devil fruits, rendered battles rife with uncertainty. Thus, there was no universally acknowledged standard of strength upon the ocean. However, for a long time, people had recognized the naval ranks and bounty notices with great respect. Mingjia continued, explaining that within the Navy, there are divisions of non-commissioned officers, commissioned officers, field officers, and flag officers. Advancing through these ranks signifies a higher level of strength. As for pirates, their strength is generally gauged by the height of their bounties, indicating greater threat to the world government. Satan, if we assess combat prowess, you are comparable to a naval lieutenant, while as death, you possess the strength of a lieutenant colonel. As for the one who defeated you, Nicholson, he wields the power of a brigadier general. The disparity is vast. Therefore, there is no need for you two to feel disheartened. You are still young and already exhibit extraordinary talent among your peers. With diligent training, surpassing him shall be inevitable, Mingjia concluded. Chapter 10. The Might of Hockey. After hearing Mingjia's exposition, Satan and Isteth exchanged a glance, both sensing the resolve in each other's eyes. That Uncle Titan must possess the strength of a major general. I witnessed him defeating that Nicholson. And what of your rank, Uncle? Mingjia pondered, seemingly weighing Titan's combat capabilities. After a pause, he replied, in terms of physical prowess, he should be on par with Nicholson, also of brigadier rank. Coupled with his devil fruit abilities in hockey, he ranks as an ordinary major general. As for my strength, you will have the opportunity to discover that in due course. What is hockey? Isteth inquired from the cabin. Hockey for you may be a concept too premature to grasp, but since you have asked, I shall provide a brief explanation. Hockey is a latent power inherent in all humans. It is an innate ability akin to aura or intimidation, existing almost instinctively. However, the vast majority of individuals remain oblivious to this power and fail to harness it throughout their lives. Hockey is divided into 3 types: observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Generally, individuals can awaken this power through training, which can be further enhanced through continuous effort. In the Navy, those at the major general level are proficient in both armament and observation hockey. Observation hockey allows one to keenly sense the surrounding atmosphere, enabling the perception of enemies beyond one's line of sight or even anticipating an opponent's movements. It is akin to telepathy or the power of hearing, as long as one is alive. Their body emits a unique sound, which can be utilized to predict an opponent's next actions and position. With training, the range can be expanded. Those with advanced observation hockey can hear the thoughts of others and even deliver speeches to them. With relentless training, it can even evolve to glimpse fragments of the future. Remarkable, exclaimed Satan, And what of armament hockey? Armament hockey enhances one's defensive capabilities, acting as an invisible armor. It can also manifest as offensive power, allowing one to contend with devil fruit users, even enabling contact with the physical forms of Logia-type users. Additionally, it can be enveloped around weapons to augment their striking force. As for Conqueror's Haki, it can intimidate or incapacitate foes through the wielder's own spirit. However, if mismanaged, it may affect those nearby as well. Conversely, if Haki is mastered to a high degree, it can exert a tremendous pressure. This Haki is a rare gift possessed by one in hundreds of thousands, signifying the royal qualification to stand above others. Unlike the first two types, Conqueror's Haki cannot be enhanced through training alone. It can only be strengthened through the personal growth of the user. Isdeth exhibited a look of astonishment, her azure eyes narrowing with a mix of surprise and yearning for this unknown power. Though Satan had long understood Haki from memories of his past life, he still felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Mingjia's explanation. Mingjia, satisfied with the astonished expressions of the two, cleared his throat to regain their attention and continued, however. It is likely due to our bloodline that members of the Douglas family do not awaken Conqueror's Haki. Ah? Satan let out a sharp cry, rising in excitement. How could this be? We possess the renowned dragon bloodline, said to be the mightiest in martial prowess. Sit down. Ming cast a discontented glance at Satan. Our bloodline is indeed the strongest, although we cannot awaken the Conqueror's Haki. There have been historical records of our kin awakening the Dragon Might, a power that rivals even the Conqueror's Haki in its formidable strength. Dragon Might? Just as Satan was about to inquire further, the sea suddenly churned violently. A centipede-like sea king, measuring over 100 meters in length, erupted from the depths, creating towering waves that surged over 10 meters high, charging towards the small vessel. Satan had never encountered such a colossal sea creature, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Mingjia remarked, "No amount of words can compare to witnessing it firsthand. Observe closely." With an armed color hardening, he raised his fist, an invisible force coalescing around his wrist, transforming his fist into a shade of black, as if encased in armor. Soru Jeppo. In an instant, his figure vanished from the small boat and reappeared in midair, treading upon the atmosphere as if it were solid ground, racing toward the immense sea creature ahead. As he approached the beast, he delivered a powerful punch aimed at its head. The contrast between his diminutive stature of less than 2 meters and the creature's 100-meter length rendered him akin to a myriad. Yet, in the next moment, such comparisons would become obsolete. A surge of formidable power erupted upon impact with the creature's head, creating a visible shockwave that rippled outward. The massive body of the sea creature twisted and contorted under the force, its muscles and bones entangled in chaos, and even the water beneath it was displaced, forming a vast vacuum nearly 100 meters deep. The sheer might of that single punch was terrifying. After executing his strike, Satan gracefully returned to the boat, as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. The incoming torrent of seawater surged, pushing the small vessel far away. After a considerable time, the surface of the sea finally calmed, the lifeless body of the sea creature bobbing on the waves, serving as a stark reminder to Satan and his sister that this was no mere illusion. Regaining his composure, Satan gazed at Mingjia with newfound admiration, his eyes sparkling with awe. Incredible. He found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Acknowledging the disparity in strength, he resolved to train diligently on Naga Island. Mingjia disdainfully nudged him aside, stating, "Bear in mind, those 100-meter-long sea creatures are merely small fry to true warriors. They are nothing more than playthings. Any admiral in the Navy could easily deal with them, so there is no reason to be astonished." Satan, with a furrowed brow, lowered his head, secretly seething in frustration. This truly epitomized the pinnacle of pretentiousness. Did he believe that many naval officers of high rank existed? He discreetly raised a middle finger. Mingjia, feeling quite at ease, stretched lazily, feigning ignorance of Satan's subtle gesture. As Isdeth took up an oar and began to row the boat, Satan attempted to intervene but was rebuffed. She gazed earnestly at Mingjia, declaring, "I shall become a formidable force that will not hesitate to support you." Through the combined efforts of Isdeth and Satan, the small vessel bravely navigated the waves and, just before nightfall, reached the ancient island of Naga. From deep within the island, the echoes of beastly roars reverberated, and the howling winds sent a shiver down Satan's spine. Yet, almost immediately, a fervent smile illuminated his face. This promised to be an exhilarating journey of cultivation. "Are you afraid?" Mingjia inquired. "No, I merely tremble with excitement," Satan replied. Chapter 11. the ancient island Laluga Island of the Grand Line. This was a modest summer isle, merely 10 square kilometers in size, privately owned by the Hussein family and serving as the headquarters for one of the dark forces of the Grand Line, the Lion King's organization. The island was adorned with towering coconut trees, with a lavish mansion constructed at its center, exuding a vibrant atmosphere of life, completely concealing the deep-seated evils lurking beneath its surface. At this moment, in a dimly lit secret chamber beneath the mansion, a figure reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, eyes gently closed and expression serene. Meanwhile, the once mighty Nicholas, who had previously displayed great prowess on Buggy Island, knelt respectfully before him, reporting on matters of significance. Upon concluding his report, the figure remained unresponsive. Nicholas cautiously lifted his gaze, hoping to discern some hint of emotion, but found none. "My lord?" Nicholas ventured tentatively. The figure shifted slightly, casting a glance at Nicholas before emitting a cold snort. His expression abruptly turned stern, and his eyes glinted ominously in the flickering candlelight. "So, you let them go." His voice was slightly hoarse, leaning forward with an air of intense pressure. "And they paid no price for their freedom. It was my mistake." "Lord Hussein," Nicholas acknowledged, fully aware that Lord Hussein was disinterested in any explanations. "No one takes anything from my grasp without consequence. Do you understand? Should we send someone to assassinate them? What benefit would that bring us? Provoking a powerful kingdom is hardly prudent," Nicholas argued, not ready to accept the situation. Hussein shot him a fierce glare before muttering to himself, "The Lion King's organization does not engage in losing ventures. Shall we simply let this go? This auction has already become a laughingstock among the underground forces. If we fail to reclaim our dignity, our organization's intimidating presence will diminish significantly." Nicholas, unable to suppress his discontent, questioned Hussein's understanding of the stakes. He knew that without the organization's intervention, their opportunity to redeem themselves would vanish. "Cease your petty thoughts, Nicholas. The Babylon kingdom possesses at least 2 formidable generals. Confronting them head-on would yield no chance of victory." Hussein's voice dropped, accompanied by a chilling laugh reminiscent of an owl in the night. "However, even the mightiest lion has its moments of repose. This matter will not be left unresolved." On Naga Island, near the coastline, a bonfire blazed brightly as Satan and his death prepared their meal, a massive triceratops carcass lying behind them. What manner of island was this? How could dinosaurs still exist? As Satan roasted the food, he emitted incredulous exclamations. "Are you not aware of this? It seems you have not paid due attention in your royal education classes." Suddenly, Mingjia appeared behind Satan. "Wowah!" Satan emitted an exaggerated cry. "Please refrain from appearing behind others unexpectedly. It can be quite terrifying." "Oof, little demon." Mingjia took a seat and addressed Esther's. "Please enlighten him." "Indeed," Esther's replied calmly. "Due to the unusual climate along the Grand Line, there exist several islands whose ecological environments remain reminiscent of the primordial era, collectively referred to as the Primal Islands. The harsh climate renders these lands inhospitable, which means that the creatures capable of surviving in such an environment are extraordinarily powerful." A smirk of schadenfreude crept across Mingjia's face. Naga Island is a quintessential example of a primal island. Moreover, there are over 600 species on the island that surpass your capabilities. Deep within the island, there exist apex predators capable of wielding haki. Thus, from tomorrow onwards, your days of comfort are over. You shall establish a rudimentary camp by the seaside, as most creatures on the island tend to avoid the coastal areas, making it a temporary sanctuary. Each day, you must venture deeper into the island to engage in combat, returning to the camp at night to rest and regain your strength. I will be here to guide you for a month, after which you must remain until you can independently conquer an apex predator dwelling deep within the island, marking the conclusion of your trial. Is that understood? Understood. Both Satan and Esther's affirmed in unison. By the way, Satan, there is a matter you may find inconvenient to address. Yet I must inquire, why do you require additional devil fruits? It is a well-known fact that one person can consume only one devil fruit. Ingesting a second would result in instant demise, Mingjia questioned with a grave expression. Satan exhibited a moment of hesitation, however. Reflecting on the numerous instances of protection bestowed upon him by his death on the island of Phuket, he found solace. In this world, if he could not even trust his own family, what meaning would life hold? Moreover, once those figures from his dreams come to fruition, they would inevitably learn the truth in due time. I understand that this may seem utterly astonishing, yet the reality is that after consuming that mutated devil fruit, I not only acquired the power to manipulate plants but also gained an extraordinary ability. Satan had to find a way to make his explanation more plausible. What power? Esther's was equally intrigued. With the exchange of a devil fruit, I can summon formidable beings from another world using my life force. What? How is that possible? Mingjia and Esther's were left in sheer disbelief. Furthermore, another world? How could such a thing exist? It is indeed true. A different voice emerged from within Satan, and the spirit of Xiejian manifested, startling them once more. I am Xiejian, the god of thieves from the elven race of the divine realm. Mingjia swiftly approached Satan, grasping Xiejian's head and extracting him from Satan's body for a closer inspection. There is nothing particularly special about him. Satan, how is it that he can reside within you? Mingjia was quite curious. Although the abilities of devil fruits were diverse and bizarre, such an extraordinary capability was genuinely astonishing. Release me, you scoundrel. You dare offend me. Xiejian wriggled free from Mingjia's grasp and perched upon Esther's shoulder. I have no fondness for uncouth men. Xiejian glared disdainfully at Mingjia, then turned to flatter Esther's. You are the most enchanting woman I have ever encountered. Your azure eyes are as pure as amber, polished by time. Your flawless skin is as delicate as that of a newborn. Your vivid red lips are as enticing as the first green shoots of spring. From the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was deeply pierced by your beauty. Allow me to compose a love sonnet for you. Stop. I am not fond of smooth-talking men. Esther's interjected, halting Xiejian's lengthy discourse. However, I graciously accept your compliments. The corners of Satan's mouth twitched as he turned away, feigning ignorance of his presence. How utterly embarrassing, indeed. Furthermore, my dear sister, why had I not noticed your proud demeanor before? Such revelations illuminate your past actions. Mingjia remarked. Rest assured, I shall elucidate the situation to your father. Additionally, I will utilize the channels of the world government to keep you informed about the news of the devil fruits. For now, focus solely on your cultivation. Understood. Chapter 12. The Crimson Firebowl. Evil Sight. Are we now able to commence the process of gestation? Evil Sight flapped his wings and returned to Satan's side. In truth, from the moment we seized the devil fruit, I had already begun preparations for gestation. However, it necessitates a significant transformation of your vitality to support it. With your current physique, it will take at least half a month before they can manifest. How exhilarating. The prowess of beings from another world. One can only wonder how formidable they shall be. Mingjia smiled. You may find yourself disappointed. Due to the limitations imposed by Satan's physique, the strength of the beings brought forth will not exceed his own, though they will possess their unique talents. Evil Sight explained. Even so, I remain eager with anticipation. Very well, let us take a respite. Tomorrow, we shall commence the rigorous training. As Satan and his companions arrived at Naga Island to begin their cultivation, a piece of intelligence quietly circulated among the underground factions. It was said that the Kingdom of Babylon had discovered a vast gold mine on Naga Island and had quietly commenced its extraction. The sea roiled restlessly, foreshadowing a conspiracy aimed at the Satan siblings. Half a month later, on Naga Island, deep within the jungle, Satan was cautiously concealed atop a grand tree, panting with tension coursing through his being. Though still on the periphery of the island, he was besieged by an overwhelming presence of formidable creatures. He had just narrowly evaded the pursuit of a flying mantis, grumbling internally about the absurdity of it all. Truly, what manner of mantis could unleash sword-like energy? It was utterly ludicrous. After a brief respite, he silently descended from the tree, continuing his stealthy advance into the island's depths. The malevolent spirit perched upon his shoulder appeared relaxed, exuding an air of nonchalance. At that moment, a wave of ominous foreboding washed over him. Without hesitation, Satan leaped aside just as a resounding explosion erupted from the very spot where he had stood moments before. With a single hand bracing against the ground, he propelled himself away, a cacophony of thunderous booms reverberating behind him. A swarm of diminutive, crimson-hued cattle, known as the fiery brute bulls, charged relentlessly in his direction. These creatures, unique to the island, lived in packs and coordinated their hunting efforts. Despite their diminutive size, their explosive power was formidable. Each assault struck with the force of a small naval cannon, piercing the earth with craters several meters deep. The demon found himself in a state of disarray, skillfully evading the frenzied onslaught of the rampaging bulls, narrowly escaping death on numerous occasions. He could even detect the foul stench that accompanied each bull as it tore through the air. Fortunately, the fiery bulls were capable of launching a powerful attack only once. After each assault, their massive bodies would become ensnared in the earth, requiring considerable time to extricate themselves and prepare for their next strike. This interval provided him with a precious opportunity to catch his breath. Hey, Satan, this is truly exhilarating. I absolutely adore this thrilling battle for survival. The mischievous spirit delighting in Satan's predicament, danced around him. Although he had lost his divine powers as the god of theft, his ability to teleport over short distances remained intact, making it exceedingly easy to evade the bull's attacks. Damn it, I've had enough. Satan let out a mournful cry, a reaction contrary to his nature. With a swift motion, his right hand curled into a claw-like shape, channeling all his inner strength into it. As a rampaging bull charged towards him, he leapt into the air, colliding fiercely with the beast. A thunderous explosion ensued, causing Satan to stagger back several paces, while the bull, propelled by the impact, was sent hurtling backward at an even greater speed, crashing through a dozen trees and raising a cloud of dust. An increasing number of crimson fireballs encircled him, rendering his situation more perilous. With a furrowed brow, Satan recalled the 6 techniques imparted by Ming Jia, particularly the defensive maneuver known as paper drawing. This technique allowed one to dissipate their entire strength and evade attacks by manipulating the airflow created by the opponent's movements, making it especially effective against group assaults. Satan gently closed his eyes, and the world seemed to fall silent in an instant. He found it easier to perceive the subtle shifts in the surrounding air currents, even detecting the gentle rustle of leaves nearby. A wild bull charged towards him from a distance, creating a slight tremor in the atmosphere. Sensing this change with remarkable acuity, Satan relaxed his body completely at the very moment the bull was about to collide with him, as if he had shed all weight. Evading the impact like a mere scrap of paper, more wild bulls surged towards him from various directions, and Satan attuned himself to the delicate fluctuations of the air. His body swayed effortlessly like a leaf in the wind, narrowly avoiding each onslaught. Embodying the essence of the paper drawing technique from the advanced martial arts of the world government, as well as the nascent form of observation hockey. At last, the surroundings fell quiet. The charging bulls, having expended their formidable momentum, were mostly buried in the earth and momentarily incapacitated. It was only then that Satan allowed himself to relax and catch his breath. "There is good news, Satan." At that moment, the sinister voice from his shoulder suddenly spoke. What? Satan was immensely curious about what significant news could compel the wicked to interrupt his battle. After a fortnight of anticipation, they were now ready to descend. Is it true? This indeed comes as a delightful surprise. Satan was utterly ecstatic. Should we summon them forth now? Indeed, I have long awaited this moment with bated breath. The expression on the face of the wicked was one I had anticipated. Let us commence. Life summoning. He became unprecedentedly serious, intertwining his hands and murmuring incantations. Hovering before Satan, the vast life essence in the air surged towards him with fervor, causing the surrounding trees to wither and crumble into fine powder, dancing in the wind. A verdant summoning array materialized before him, intricately shaped like a hexagram, the interior suffused with a dense, mist-like vitality. Suddenly, Satan felt a profound depletion of strength within him, an overwhelming emptiness that compelled him to collapse onto the ground. As he looked up, 2 indistinct figures gradually emerged from the summoning array. They stood at a height of 1.3 meters, appearing to be a pair of 8-year-old girls. The girl on the left donned a violet student uniform, her waist-length hair cascading gracefully. A bright red belt and tie adorned her attire, complemented by red arm guards. In her right hand, she wielded a katana with a scarlet sheath, intricately etched with complex runes. Her demeanor was aloof, her features exquisitely delicate. But it was her piercing crimson eyes that truly captivated. A single glance could ensnare one's soul, rendering them utterly entranced. The girl on the right wore a similar black student uniform, her hair slightly shorter, reaching her shoulders. She too held a katana of a similar design. Though her sheath was ebony, her visage mirrored that of her sister, equally charming without the need for embellishment. Yet her eyes were a stark contrast, as dark as ink. Chapter 13. The Twin Sisters. They were none other than Chi-Hong and Kuro, the twin sisters from the world of the Crimson Eyes. The elder sister, Chi-Hong, was the ace of the assassination organization, Night Raid, wielding her katana as a weapon of imperial might, capable of delivering a lethal blow. The blade, Murakumo, inflicted a curse upon any it struck, resulting in a swift and inexorable death, with no antidote available. Though formidable, it bore its own vulnerabilities. Chi-Hong had to handle it with utmost caution, for a mere cut on her finger could lead to her demise. In battle, if she could not directly strike her opponent, the curse would remain dormant. The younger sister, Kuro, was a member of the Imperial Capital's Special Police Force, the Hunters, possessing the imperial tool of the Dead Man's March, Yatsuhashi. This weapon allowed her to manipulate those slain by its blade, enabling her to control up to 8 corpses, which would retain their original state and act autonomously. However, The greater the number of corpses she controlled, the more her own abilities would diminish, and once her power was dispelled, they would revert to being ordinary corpses. Young Master. They emerged from the summoning array, addressing Satan in unison. Ah, welcome, my beloved kin. Satan reluctantly rose to his feet, the corners of his mouth curving upwards in joy. Despite his weary demeanor, which could not conceal the delight within, the words of welcome could wait. The next wave of the rampaging bulls was imminent, as Evil Vision cautioned. What is the enemy? Just cut through them, Red Eye replied coolly, effortlessly cleaving through an attacking bull. Leave it to us, young master, Black Eye declared, raising her blade. Summoning two colossal puppets before the group. These were none other than the second members of Black Eye's 8 houses, Diastaguru and Caesar the Giant Frog. Diastaguru, a super dangerous species that served as the material for imperial artifacts, was a gigantic monster with astonishing destructive power. Meanwhile, Caesar the Giant Frog, a large amphibious menace, harbored a potent dissolving liquid within its belly. As the assault from the herd of bulls surged forth once more, Diastaguru positioned himself as a shield for the others. The impact of the bulls, capable of creating deep craters in the ground, felt like mere tickles against Diastaguru, who swatted several red fire bulls away with casual ease. Caesar the Giant Frog, slightly behind, unleashed streams of dissolving liquid, bringing down the bulls that lunged through the air, their carcasses sizzling as they hit the ground. Occasionally, it would propel its lengthy tongue, ensnaring several bulls and drawing them into its maw. Thanks to their formidable defense, even the few stragglers would be effortlessly dispatched by Red Eye. Truly impressive. Satan has completely devolved into a mere spectator, involuntarily expressing admiration. Soon, the battle concluded, and the once troublesome herd of wild bulls was effortlessly subdued by the two sisters. Take a moment to rest, young master. Black Eye thoughtfully patted Satan's shoulder, curiously observing everything around them. Well then, let us pause here for a while. Satan casually replied that the moment the two sisters descended, he had expended an excessive amount of energy, leaving him feeling somewhat lethargic and drained. We cannot rest here, Chiong stated coolly, surveying the chaotic battlefield and inhaling the pungent scent of blood in the air. The stench of blood is too intense. It will undoubtedly attract more formidable predators. The young master is in a suboptimal condition and requires recuperation. We should avoid unnecessary confrontations. You possess an admirable wisdom, Xie Jian remarked as he flapped his wings and approached Qi Hong, striving to assert his presence. I concur with Qi Hong's assessment, Satan added. Let us depart from this place promptly. Indeed, young master, Pei Tong responded with enthusiasm. Wait for me a moment. Qiong returned to the battlefield, selecting several intact corpses of the Crimson Fire Bull before rejoining the group. Hey, what purpose do these corpses serve? Xie Jian questioned, perplexed by Qi Hong's actions. I have a keen interest in their meat, Qi Hong replied, seemingly salivating at the thought, her crimson eyes sparkling with anticipation. These creatures, despite their diminutive size, possess remarkable explosive power. Their muscle density must be exceptionally high. They would undoubtedly make for a delectable barbecue. Satan suddenly felt a sharp twinge in his back. Is this the moment for you to showcase your gluttonous tendencies? Just moments ago, you appeared so reliable. Observing Qi Tong laboriously selecting the most succulent cuts of meat. Attempting to carry away more prey, Satan approached her with a bemused expression, waving his hand to gather all the barbaric cattle into his spatial realm. Who touched my meat? Qi Tong exclaimed, her face a mix of fury and disbelief. Hey, don't worry, I've stored it all safely. We can retrieve it once we return to the camp. That sounds more acceptable. Be cautious of ambushes. Just then, Xie Jian's loud warning interrupted their exchange. A green beam shot directly towards Satan. Qi Tong reacted swiftly, positioning herself in front of Satan the moment Xie Jian called out, drawing her sword to strike at the green light. The clash of steel rang out sharply as the green beam ricocheted away, tumbling to the ground nearby. It was that flying mantis. I didn't expect it to pursue us again, Xie Jian remarked, astonished. Qi Tong, be careful. That creature is quite formidable and can unleash blade-like energy, Satan warned, recalling how he had been relentlessly hunted by it before encountering the Chihua barbaric cattle, suffering significant losses. Leave it to me, young master, Qi Tong replied with unwavering confidence. I possess considerable experience in hunting dangerous species. She advanced with her sword, Mirakumo, poised at a 45-degree angle, embodying a defensive stance. Her steps were measured, as if to avoid startling her quarry. Yet this caution was a strategy to counter any impending strikes. Indeed, as she claimed, her hunting acumen was evident. The flying mantis seemed to sense the threat. Flapping its wings with rapidity, its forelimbs rubbing together, producing a menacing sound akin to a blade's whistle. Suddenly, the mantis lunged forward, its scythe-like limbs raised high, aimed at Chi-Tong. She pivoted her body, using her right foot as the fulcrum, and deflected the mantis's strike, carving a deep gouge into the ground. With a swift rotation, she executed a slicing maneuver, sending the mantis hurtling away, shattering a large swath of trees. "Did you take it down?" Tong inquired. "It's not that simple." Indeed, the next moment, another green beam burst forth from the trees, accompanied by a whirlwind of blade-like energy that splintered the trunks into fragments. Chi-Tong's expression grew grave as she positioned Murakumo before her, charging forward. A visible aura of black mist enveloped the blade, a manifestation of the dense resentment absorbed from the corpses it had previously vanquished. True. Burial. As Chi-Tong and the mantis crossed paths, a flicker of blade light flashed, and she halted, gradually sheathing her sword. Behind her, the mantis convulsed violently, a deep gash appearing on its chest, from which a torrent of blood erupted. Plummeting from the sky. Chapter 14. Seizing honey, a gentle breeze wafted through, the moon shining brightly above. The island, cloaked in darkness, radiated an unusual tranquility, starkly contrasting with the ruckus of the camp. At the coastal encampment, a welcoming feast for Chi-Tong and Tong was underway. "Hey, Chi-Tong, return my meat." Xiejian's voice carried from afar. "I was merely helping you taste test." Chi-Tong feigned innocence, yet the meat was genuinely delectable. "I think I'll finish it for you." Indeed, the elf race should contentedly stick to a vegetarian diet," Satan remarked, reveling in the moment, oblivious to the fact that Chi-Tong had stealthily snatched a large piece of meat from his plate, devouring it swiftly before sitting upright, pretending nothing had occurred. "Well, you youngsters are truly full of vigor. I'm quite envious," Mingjia observed with a smile, then turned to inquire of the quiet Tong beside her. "Little sister, why aren't you joining in the fun?" Satan turned to look back, only to find Black Eye holding an empty bag with the words Black Eye inscribed upon it. His spirits notably diminished. Evil approached, urging, "Hurry, Black Eye, come and savor the delicacies. This is a welcome feast prepared especially for you." Ignoring him, Black Eye walked straight to Satan, tugging at his clothing with one hand while clutching the empty bag with the other, whispering, "Young master, my snacks are gone, and I desire some sweets." "Ah, I thought it was something of great consequence," Satan replied casually, shrugging. "Tomorrow, I'll have the guards from the kingdom deliver a ton of candy to you." "How does that sound?" "Well, really?" Red Eye inquired in astonishment. As golden glimmers seemed to shine in his dark gaze, his mood instantly lifting. He clung to Satan's arm, swaying it playfully. "I knew young master was the best. Though it might seem disheartening to interrupt, I must remind you, Satan, that during your trial period, the kingdom will not provide any resources. Everything must be resolved on your own." Mingjia, with a gentle smile adorning his face, unhesitatingly interrupted their playful banter. "What? That can't be. But the candy is for Black Eye. Can't we make an exception?" Satan protested, reluctant to accept. "Absolutely not. You must manage it yourself." Black Eye's mood plummeted once more, his fingers slowly tapping in a gesture of deep grievance. "Black Eye, would honey be acceptable?" Estes approached, patting Black Eye's shoulder softly and inquiring. "There should be honey available on the island." "Right. How did I not think of that?" Satan exclaimed with a look of regret. "You're the most reliable, sister." "Of course." Black Eye responded cheerfully, as if saliva were about to drip from the corners of his mouth. With that joyful decision made, Evil shouted exuberantly, "Tomorrow, I'll take you to steal honey. Since you are all enjoying yourselves here, I shall not linger to intrude. I will return to the kingdom tomorrow." "What? Uncle Mingjia is leaving so soon? Weren't you supposed to teach us for a month?" Satan queried, puzzled. "The world government requires my attention elsewhere. However, you have already learned dragon techniques and the 6 styles. It is best if you train on your own from here. Additionally, I will explore opportunities to acquire other devil fruits for you." Meanwhile, as Satan and the others dined on Nago Island, King Denver was similarly enjoying dinner in the palace on Rain Island. "Your Majesty, General Gabriel requests an audience," a servant announced to the king. "Let him in." King Denver replied robustly. A young general entered, his golden hair gleaming, exuding strength. He was none other than the Lion General, Gabriel, responsible for intelligence in the Babylon Kingdom. "What brings you here?" King Denver inquired. "Your Majesty, we have just received word from our spies that rumors are circulating among the underground forces about the discovery of a gold mine on Nago Island. A pirate crew has already purchased the information and is preparing to investigate. Prince Satan and Princess Estes are currently training on Naga Island. What shall we do? King Denver leisurely dabbed his mouth with a napkin, replying in a calm manner. No need to concern ourselves. Let them create their ruckus. Even the most spirited of insects are mere playthings to a great dragon. There is nothing to worry about. Yes, Your Majesty, Gabriel responded. His heart filled with astonishment as he slowly retreated. After all, who truly is the dragon? The following day on Naga Island, after an extensive search, Satan and his companions finally discovered a grand beehive. At that moment, they were deliberating on who should undertake the task of stealing honey. I believe Satan is the most suitable candidate, Estes declared without mercy. Why should it be me? Satan inquired, bewildered by Estes' assertion, as it seemed more appropriate for the god of theft to take on the task. Because you possess the strongest physique and exceptional regenerative abilities. The god of theft chimed in gleefully. Even if stung by bees, you would heal swiftly. What sort of logic is that? Satan protested, exasperated. Does my capacity for recovery mean I must go? Indeed. The others replied in unison. Moreover, you are the only man among us. Estes offered another justification. The god of theft is also a man. Satan murmured in discontent. No, he only counts as half a man, came the retort. Satan hesitated. Yet he found himself ensnared by the innocent gaze of the black-eyed child, who regarded him as though his reluctance constituted a transgression. They locked eyes for 3 seconds, and at last, Satan conceded defeat. Very well, I shall go, he relented. A ripple of suppressed laughter echoed from the onlookers. Satan clutched a large clay pot, swiftly racing towards the beehive nestled high in the branches of a distant tree. He nimbly leaped between the branches, and in the blink of an eye, he approached the hive. At that moment, he was encircled by a swarm of bees, sensing a threat. Master, you can do it, came the encouraging voices from below, with red and black eyes cheering him on. We're rooting for you, young master. Foolishness, another voice chimed in. Remember, when you flee, do not head in our direction. Is this truly my elder sister? At that instant, Satan felt a torrent of wild thoughts racing through his mind. Satan, enduring the relentless harassment of the swarm, swiftly infiltrated the beehive. One by one, the bees launched their assaults against the intruder in a valiant effort to defend their home, leaving numerous swollen welts upon Satan's forehead and body. In a moment of desperation, Satan ingeniously summoned his powers, allowing tendrils of vines to sprout from his body, enveloping himself in their embrace, which provided him with a semblance of relief. Amidst the relentless assault of the bees, he exerted himself to fill a clay jar with honey, then swiftly leaped from the great tree and fled into the jungle, pursued by a swarm of bees, their relentless buzzing echoing in the distance alongside Satan's anguished cries. The young master mused that Satan was indeed a good person. The wicked observer, witnessing Satan's hasty retreat into the thicket, granted him a grand good person card. I concur. Esther's responded. I too agree, chimed in Akane. What say you, Black Eye? The wicked observer inquired of the silent Black Eye. Biting her finger, Black Eye adorably replied, I believe the jar of honey that the young master seized would last me only a week. Chapter 15. The Pirate Alliance 3 years prior, in Rogtown. The legendary pirate king Joel D. Roger, who once possessed everything the world had to offer, left behind a single proclamation on the brink of his demise, prompting multitudes to flock to the sea. Do you desire my treasure? If so, I shall grant it to you. Seek it. I have placed everything there. Thus, the masses set sail, embarking upon the Grand Line, ushering in the age of exploration. 3 years have elapsed, and ever more pirates have ventured into the vast ocean, chasing after fame, fortune, and power. In recent months, rumors of a colossal gold mine discovered by the Babylon Kingdom on Naga Island have circulated widely among the underground factions of the Rain Sea. Numerous pirate crews, alerted to this news, have hastened toward the Rain Sea, and after several pioneering crews met their demise on Naga Island, the tale only grew more convincing. The insatiable pirates, undeterred by the ominous warnings, became increasingly fervent in their pursuit of treasure. On the supply island of Kane, in close proximity to Naga Island, a multitude of brutal pirates congregated, transforming the once tranquil island into a veritable den of chaos. At this moment, a pirate ship gradually approached the port of Kane Island, eliciting gasps of awe from the gathered crowd. Wow, it's the Ghost Cat pirate crew. Another formidable band of pirates has arrived. Indeed, their captain, the Dark Cat Willow, has a bounty of 76 million. Rumor has it he hails from the West Blue, infamous for his island-slaying deeds before entering the Grand Line. However, he is not the strongest, Have you forgotten who currently reigns over the island? True enough, Lord Backwin, the rising star of this year's pirates, boasts a bounty of 130 million berries. It is no wonder that his summons have drawn so many crews. Captain Willow, accompanied by several subordinates, disembarked, disregarding the raucous chatter of the pirate rabble on the dock, and made his way directly to the Black Queen Tavern on the island. Captain Willow, do we truly intend to heed that fellow Backwin's call? While he is undoubtedly powerful, we are not lacking either. I still believe that operating independently would be more profitable, remarked the crew's first mate, the swordsman known as the Executioner Varon, whose bounty stood at 60 million berries. We must first gauge the situation. One must understand that the Babylon Kingdom is no ordinary nation, ranking among the foremost powers within the world government's allied nations. If the rumors of the gold mine are indeed true, Naga Island will be heavily fortified. Have you not seen the fate of those initial pirate crews? Captain Willow let out a cold laugh. Known for his characteristic calmness, he would never play the part of a foolhardy pioneer. We shall observe. If an opportunity arises to profit from the chaos, we shall seize it. If not, we will retreat swiftly. I have an ominous premonition. This journey will not be simple. Understood, Captain, the crew members replied in unison. On the shores of Naga Island, chaos reigned as a pirate ship slowly sank beneath the waves. This seems never-ending. How many pirate ships has it been already? Why do they all flock to Naga Island? Satan complained, his expression rife with dissatisfaction. After more than 3 months of rigorous training, he had adeptly mastered the 6 styles and the dragon body combat techniques, his strength now incomparable to before. His physique had become remarkably robust, his skin bronzed to a healthy wheat color by the relentless sun, and he had reached a height of 1 meters, making it hard to believe he was merely a boy on the cusp of turning 7. This marks the 7th pirate crew we have vanquished this month, young master, Akane remarked as she sheathed Muramasa. She and Kuro had fully acclimated to their new lifestyle, and over these past 3 months, they had learned numerous sword techniques from his death, enhancing their own prowess. It feels as though there is a conspiracy afoot. It is unusual for so many pirate crews to launch frequent assaults on the same island. Satan pondered. On the contrary, I welcome their presence, Kagar replied with a beaming smile. For he was able to scavenge a plethora of spoils from the wreckage of the defeated pirate ships. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Satan exclaimed, clutching his head in bewilderment as he looked at his death. Why wouldn't I? You acted without thinking. I had already spared some for interrogation, his death retorted. It is said they received information from an underground faction that our Douglas family has discovered a vast gold mine on Naga Island. How could that be possible? Satan inquired with a perplexed expression. It must be that someone has spread rumors to undermine our Douglas family. The crux of the matter is that, in the near future, Naga Island will undoubtedly face a surge of more formidable pirates. Esther spoke with gravity. This island is perilous at present. So what? On this island, regardless of who arrives, they shall become our prey. Satan's face was alight with anticipation. It was the perfect moment to test the fruits of recent training. Prepare yourselves for a thrilling hunt, Esther's proclaimed, her expression devoid of concern for the impending challenge. We adore hunting games, young master, both Akame and Murasame chimed in unison. Young master caught a whiff of the spoils. Meanwhile, at the Black Queen Tavern on Cane Island, a Pirate Alliance conference was underway. The tavern buzzed with raucous laughter and the occasional outburst of curses as numerous pirates raised their glasses in fervent toasts, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the first floor was merely populated by petty pirates, while the more renowned and influential buccaneers gathered on the second floor. Among them was a towering pirate, 3 meters tall, with an extraordinarily robust upper body, who raised his glass and stood. Thank you all for gracing me with your presence. Let us collaborate and seize this opportunity together. I assure you, you will receive your fair share, he declared. He was none other than the rising star of this year's piracy, the notorious brawler Inkamon, with a bounty of 130 million berries. Such courtesy, Inkamon. We have all gathered here drawn by your reputation. Command us without worry, bellowed a 2-meter-tall man wielding a serrated sword. He was the lone pirate, the servant Carice, with a bounty of 85 million berries. Indeed, it is solely due to our faith in Insamin's prowess that I have come here. A bearded man feigned a delicate demeanor, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. He was Captain Annie of the Transgender Pirates, known as the Transgender Pugilist, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Additionally, there were several infamous pirates present, including Bill the Sniper with a bounty of 55 million berries, Shark Cockroach, a formidable merman with a bounty of 30 million berries, and Sabara the Long-Handed Fighter with a bounty of 63 million berries. Inkamon downed his drink in one gulp, shattering the cup with a resounding crack. Then let us indulge in our debauchery. We set sail for Naga Island tomorrow to seek our fortunes, he proclaimed, eliciting a fervent response from the other pirates. The atmosphere electric with excitement. Chapter 16. The fierce battle at the shore 3 days later, at the shores of Naga Island. Several individuals were resting in the camp when a hurried report came from the lookout, Black Eye. Sir, a vast fleet of pirate ships is approaching. How many pirate ships are there? There are a total of 31 vessels, each adorned with a distinct pirate flag. It appears that the pirates have united. It seems we are about to face a battle. Satan rose to his feet, his expression one of disdain. Let us proceed as planned. First, we shall greet them, then lead them into the forest. At this moment, aboard the pirate ship at the helm of the United Pirate Forces. The lookout at the top of the mast reported below. Captain Hyman, there are no signs of military defenses on the island, but a small camp can be seen with smoke rising. Anchored directly offshore, Captain Hyman commanded, clenching his fist with a crackling sound. Captain, it would be prudent to send others to scout the area, just in case. After all, the losses wouldn't be among our own men, suggested a pirate with a small mustache, mindful of the previous pirate crews that had gone silent. Captain Hyman pondered for a moment, then ordered the androgynous pirate crew to scout ahead while the other ships anchored and awaited news. Yes, Captain, I will make the arrangements. Soon after, the androgynous pirate ship advanced forth, drawing closer to the island. Before long, Captain Annie, the androgynous fighter, and over 100 of her crew disembarked onto the shore. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, Annie observed as she scanned the beach, detecting no anomalies. You lot, leave 5 to guard the ship, the rest, follow me. As they ventured deeper into the island, approaching the forested area, they were suddenly confronted by an imposing ice wall towering several meters high. Hey, Captain. There's a wall ahead. It's made of ice, how bizarre, exclaimed the pirate underlings. Boss, should we smash through it? They clamored. Just as Captain Annie prepared to unleash her frustration, for children unexpectedly appeared atop the ice wall. Who are you, little ones? Why do you block my path? Captain Annie, with a beard adorning her face, balanced on one toe while forming a heart shape with her hands above her head, executing a classic ballet pose. She twirled several times, sweetly inquiring. Her crew collectively stepped back, mortified by the spectacle. I want to chop him down. This is too much to bear. Satan on her shoulder cried out in anguish. The 4 figures atop the ice wall stumbled, realizing that while being androgynous was not their fault. Scaring others while doing so was indeed a faux pas. Fools, do you not know this island belongs to the kingdom of Babylon? Satan shouted in a fit of indignation. Oh, so you are from the kingdom of Babylon? It seems the intelligence was accurate. Annie continued to twirl in place, excitedly exclaiming, I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich. I've had enough of you. You're utterly repugnant. Satan could no longer contain his anger. Chi Tong and Hei Tong furrowed their brows, their eyes radiating an enigmatic intensity. Wasn't this supposed to be a hunting game? Why were they confronted with such eccentricities? I sensed an overwhelming malice from the world. The Ice Emperor's judgment, Esther's, made her move with a swift gesture, summoning countless ice spikes from the air, launching them at the pirates. Indeed, it was best to eradicate anything so repugnant at once. The pirates scrambled to evade the icy onslaught. Although Annie's actions were disgraceful, her strength was commendable. With a bellow, she unleashed a whirlwind of the human demon fist, spinning rapidly and conjuring a tempest that deflected most of the ice spikes, leaving only a few unsuspecting pirates injured. As the sister commenced her assault, Satan leapt down from the ice wall with a roar, charging toward Annie. Countless crimson jujube wooden spikes erupted suddenly from beneath the pirates, piercing the bodies of the unprepared, their corpses suspended in midair, blood cascading down. Esther's and Chi Tong followed suit, descending from the ice wall and plunging into the throng of pirates. Meanwhile, Hei Tong remained atop the wall, brandishing her blade. The members of the 8 houses, Destaguru and Caesar the giant frog, re-entered the fray, while Natala, one of their ranks, shielded Hei Tong, protecting the spellcaster. The massive and immensely powerful Destaguru effortlessly swatted away several pirates with a mere flick of his claws, while the pirates' attacks against him proved utterly futile. Caesar the giant frog unleashed streams of corrosive liquid, eliciting blood-curdling screams from the wounded pirates. With a flick of its elongated tongue, it ensnared a pirate, devouring him whole, leaving behind no trace. The arrival of these 2 colossal beasts wreaked havoc upon the human demon pirate crew. That little girl is controlling the monsters. The vice captain of the human demon pirate crew shouted. pointing at Hei Tong atop the ice wall. Eliminate her. Indeed, they cried in agreement. And several formidable pirates charged toward Hei Tong. They would not succeed. Esther's intercepted them. Wielding Durandal, she maneuvered through the pirates, leaving those struck by her sword aura transformed into ice sculptures, shattering upon impact into frozen fragments. True. Whirlwind slash. True. Swallowtail slash. True. Burial. At this juncture, Chi Tong found herself surrounded by numerous pirates. She deftly dodged and weaved through their chaotic assaults, retaliating intermittently. Any pirate wounded by Murakumo would instantly succumb to black mist, the curse taking effect, leading to their swift demise. Meanwhile, Satan confronted Annie, the adept practitioner of the human demon fist. Annie, nimble and skilled, spun in circles, unleashing punches and kicks that created tremendous explosive sounds in the air. Satan, determined to prove his prowess, refused to evade the confrontation. Engaging and in a straightforward clash of fists and martial skills, the battlefield reverberated with the sound of flesh meeting flesh, as at times one would be sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating deep craters, only to collide once more in the next moment. In the distance, the lookout on a nearby pirate ship, having spotted the battle, reported to his captain, prompting the vessels to weigh anchor and approach the shore. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from the mast of one pirate ship at the coastline. The sharpshooter, Bill, blew the smoke from his rifle and stood up. Black Eye's heart tightened as she stood atop an ice wall, swiftly raising her blade in defense. However, the bullet, infused with overwhelming power, effortlessly pierced through the body of Natera, who was meant to protect her. Even after being halted by 8 rooms, it still blossomed into a crimson flower upon Black Eye's chest. Her body fell weakly backward, and the once formidable Destaguru and Caesar the giant frog were reduced to mere corpses. Witnessing Black Eye's injury, Satan's eyes reddened with fury as he bellowed, sending his opponent flying away with a punch, and swiftly dashed towards the fallen Black Eye, cradling her as he fled into the jungle. Retreat. Into the jungle, commanded Esther's and Crimson Eye, who quickly vacated the battlefield, heading towards the thicket. Chapter 17. Terrifying Naga on Naga Island. Within a hidden cave deep in the jungle, Black Eye lay in Crimson Eye's embrace, her complexion pale and brow furrowed as she endured immense pain. Esther's, freezing the area around Black Eye's wound, cautiously opened it to extract a bullet. Though her expression remained composed, the slight tremor of her hands betrayed the turmoil and rage within her. The bright red blood staining her pristine fingers, a stark contrast that was painfully vivid. Satan stood guard nearby, as a visibly vibrant green mist surged continuously from his hands towards the body of the Black Eye. This was the life force belonging to the tree of life within him, which, after several months of cultivation, had become capable of being transmitted to others for healing. As the life energy infused into his body, nourishing him steadily, fresh granulation tissue began to sprout from the wounds on Black Eye, and the ghastly injuries gradually healed, while his complexion became increasingly rosy. At last, the healing concluded, and Black Eye's condition stabilized as he lay quietly asleep in his sister's embrace. Red Eye remained silent, tightly cradling Black Eye's head against her bosom, enveloping him in a profound hug. She slightly lowered her head, her long hair cascading over Black Eye's delicate features, swaying gently in the breeze that flowed through the opening. Black Eye seemed to sense a subtle tickle, slightly furrowing his brow before peacefully drifting back to sleep, evoking an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Satan's complexion grew slightly pale as he picked up the bullet stained with the blood of his beloved black-eyed kin. Clenching it tightly in his palm, he turned and strode out, his entire being enveloped in a fierce aura. Family is paramount above all. Those who dare to harm my kin shall meet their demise, he silently vowed within his heart. Meanwhile, by the seaside, the notorious henchman was leading a throng of pirates onto the island. Dozens of pirate ships anchored, and their crew members disembarked chaotically under the guidance of their respective officers, forming a sizable gathering on the beach. At that moment, Captain Annie of the transgender pirates returned with a band of battered warriors. Henchman, I have suffered considerable losses, Captain Annie complained, spinning in circles as she approached him from a distance. What is the situation? Several renowned pirate captains gathered around, and Henchman frowned at Annie, suppressing his disgust as he inquired. We encountered 4 children. Captain Annie halted, affirming, I can confirm they are from the kingdom of Babylon. You truly are useless. A few children have caused you such grave losses? Carius, the executioner, scoffed, leaning on his serrated blade. Indeed, utterly useless. Such weaklings have no right to share in our spoils, echoed the other captains in mockery. Humph. Annie huffed disdainfully, appearing indifferent to the fate of her fallen crew. They are not mere children. Underestimate them at your peril. Just wait for the news of your demise. Silence. Hintzman bellowed, silencing the others. Lead your subordinates to scour the island. Signal if you encounter any issues. Turn Naga Island upside down. Hintzman, I have an idea, spoke Willow, the phantom cat. Since Captain Annie has faced formidable children, it is likely there are even stronger beings on this island. Wouldn't dividing our forces make us vulnerable to being picked off? You are too timid, Willow, retorted Cockerose, the fishman pirate, interjecting before Hintzman could respond. Indeed, how long would it take to search if we combined our forces? I refuse to ally with others, echoed the sentiments of the other captains. It was evident, having already set foot on the island. This was the critical moment for seizing treasures, and no one wished to share the spoils. Hintzman, too, calculated his own strategy. Even if there were indeed powerful adversaries on the island, bringing along the other pirate crews would only be a hindrance. Dispersing would likely divert the attention of any strong foes, thus increasing his own chances of claiming the gold. Hence, he declined the proposal for a united search. Each pirate crew began to delve into the depths of the jungle under the guidance of their respective captains. In the jungle, Willow led his subordinates forward with utmost caution. His ears perked, attuned to every sound. Captain, is it truly necessary to be so wary? Questioned Varon, the executioner. If there were a military force, they should have ambushed us before we landed. Now that we are on the island, the danger should be minimal. Willow halted, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. I do not believe we can claim the gold so easily. Only by remaining alert can we survive longer. Just as Varon was about to pose another question, Willow abruptly shoved him aside, shouting, "Scatter!" Boom. A figure hurtled from a distance, creating a massive crater where Varon had just stood. Dust and debris erupted, and Varon's heart raced as he realized how close he had come to death. Boom, boom, boom. Shadows surged forth, crashing into the ranks of pirates, resulting in tremendous collisions and thunderous echoes. Those with slightly greater strength managed to evade, while the weaker pirates were instantly obliterated, their bodies torn apart in a shower of blood and flesh. It was the assault of the Red Fire Wild Bull herd, which in an instant decimated more than half of the Phantom Cat pirate crew. Carius, the waiter, ambled into the depths of the forest, casually wielding his serrated sword, occasionally unleashing a blade of energy to cleave through surrounding trees, clearing a wide area. Suddenly, he came to a halt, his expression grave. Assuming a defensive stance with his weapon, a massive red elephant, nearly 10 meters tall, emerged from the thicket, its size several times that of an ordinary elephant, glaring fiercely at the diminutive figure blocking its path. Size alone does not warrant arrogance, Carius relaxed slightly, having slain even larger sea kings before. Thus, though astonished, he was not intimidated by such a colossal elephant. One sword style, Thunder Slash. With a swift swing of his blade, Carius unleashed a strike as forceful as thunder. Yet it merely left a white mark upon the elephant's hide. The unimpressed beast dismissed him with a glance, swinging its trunk and sending the bounty of 85 million bounty pirate waiter Carius flying. He crashed through countless trees, sending splinters flying, and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Captain Sabaru of the Long-Arm tribe, renowned for his exceptional strength and explosive punches, was leading his crew through the forest. Suddenly, a green lightning bolt surged into the ranks of pirates, accompanied by a deafening roar as its blades swept through, instantly dismembering numerous unsuspecting pirates, leaving behind a scene of carnage and bloodshed. As it passed by Sabaru, it engaged him in a fierce clash, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Before soaring away unharmed, it was a flying madness. At that moment, many pirate crews traversing the forest were also besieged by the native creatures of Naga Island. After years of silence, Naga Island revealed its menacing fangs, gleaming ominously at its intruders. Chapter 18. The Pursuit of Bill. How intriguing. Hintzman sent a raptor, attempting to ambush him, flying with a single punch. This island is indeed brimming with surprises. I hope it brings me ample amusement. Hintzman, we have suffered significant losses, grumbled Cockerose, the shark fishman. Though he had previously acted like any other pirate captain, he was, in fact, one of Hintzman's most loyal subordinates. After entering the jungle, he quickly rallied his crew to join Hintzman, propelled by his formidable strength as they swiftly advanced toward the island's center. While both he and Hintzman remained unscathed, their subordinates had not fared as well. Do not worry, Cockerose, such an entertaining island is rare, and it possesses gold mines. If we reach the island's center before the others, we will have enough gold to summon as many subordinates as we desire, Hintzman proclaimed confidently. He turned to his crew and commanded loudly, "Hurry up. When we seize the gold, everyone shall share in the spoils." "Yes, Captain Hintzman." The raucous cheers of the pirate minions surged, elevating the atmosphere, as if the countless companions who had met their grim fates along the way were rendered insignificant. Since embarking on the treacherous path of piracy, who has not risked their life, treading upon the stained remnants of blood? Meanwhile, Satan and Red Eye deftly navigated around the majority of the pirate-infested areas, making their way toward the shore. The wicked specter perched upon Satan's shoulder, his elongated elf-like ears quivering slightly, as he attentively discerned the sounds carried by the wind. Agonized screams echoed from numerous directions, indicating that the pirates had scattered into the jungle. The young master was eager to witness their plight firsthand, certain it would be a spectacle of sheer delight. "Do not rush, wicked specter. Let us first sever their escape routes. We shall have ample time for the hunt thereafter." Satan's expression was grim. "I will certainly capture that sniper and thoroughly dismantle him." "Young master," Chiong called softly, her crimson eyes filled with concern. "Ever since Hadong was injured, Satan's emotions had been suppressed, which caused her great worry. "Do not fret." Satan perceived the concern etched upon Chi-Hong's face and, with a forced smile, revealed a grimace. He halted his steps and reached out to gather Chi-Hong's flowing hair. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, cascading upon him in fragmented patterns, illuminating his pearly white teeth, which inexplicably exuded a potent scent of blood. At that very moment, a gunshot rang out. Satan's head buzzed as time seemed to come to a standstill. Everything around him appeared frozen. Even the dust particles swirling in the air were distinctly visible. An intangible aura erupted from his being, radiating outward, and in its wake, every subtle detail brushed against his consciousness. This was the awakening of his observation haki, the power of perception. Satan slightly tilted his head as a bullet, imbued with an air of dominance, grazed past him, creating a neat row of small holes in the trees behind. He swiftly turned his gaze toward the distant tree, where the sniper, Bill, having missed his shot, immediately descended from the tree and fled into the distance. Truly, it was as if he had traversed a world of hardships only to find his prize effortlessly. Satan's emotions surged violently, golden dragon-shaped inscriptions emerged from his chest, swiftly spreading across his face, ultimately enveloping a significant portion of it, exuding an air of mystery and ferocity. In an instant, he stomped the ground more than 10 times, utilizing the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to propel himself forward. His form flickered in and out of existence within the air, each appearance propelling him further ahead, rapidly closing the distance between him and Bill. Bill darted through the forest with great speed, acutely aware of the figure behind him, each flicker drawing ever closer, intensifying his inner dread. Occasionally, he glanced back and fired a shot, attempting to slow his pursuer, but Satan, now awakened with the observation haki, effortlessly evaded each attempt, further deepening his turmoil as though he could almost taste the palpable pressure hanging thickly in the air. "Repent, you wretch." The shadow of Satan flickered and materialized behind Bill, his right hand forming a claw-like grip, pulsating with blood energy, as hard as tempered steel, ruthlessly lunging towards Bill's back. As a seasoned sniper, Bill possessed a modicum of haki and, sensing the fierce wind slicing through the air behind him, alarm bells rang furiously in his mind. There was no escape. Why was it so swift? He mentally screamed, his observation haki detecting the imminent strike, yet his body could not keep pace with Satan's velocity, rendering him incapable of evasion. He could only slightly pivot, attempting to deflect the blow with the barrel of his firearm. The dragon's claw of Satan instantly shattered the sniper rifle, its momentum undiminished as it lunged toward Bill. Bill, leaning away, emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Blood splattered, filling the air with a crimson mist, as Satan severed his right arm at the root. Subsequently, a whip-like kick sent the wailing Bill hurtling away, crashing through countless trees, accompanied by the sickening sound of splintering bones. The Hellcat pirates, having suffered grievous losses from the assault of the Crimson Fireballs, found Captain Willow barely escaping their territory. Upon glancing back, despair washed over him. Of the over 100 crew members, fewer than 10 survived, each bearing grievous wounds. Acutely aware of the terrifying power of Naga Island, Captain Willow unhesitatingly called for a retreat, swiftly heading towards the coast with his first mate, Valron, and the remaining crew. As they neared the shore, a figure burst through the trees, crashing down before them. What new attack is this? It's too terrifying. Panic ensued among the crew. Look closely, it's just a person. What is there to fear? Valron scolded in discontent. It's Long Gun Bill. Indeed, how could he be so badly beaten? Willow remarked, glancing down at Bill, who lay on the ground, bloodied and dismembered, a sight too dreadful to behold. "Devil, you are a devil! Help me! Save me!" Bill struggled, managing to sit up, squinting to discern his comrades before issuing a series of broken pleas for assistance. "Someone is coming," Valron suddenly warned. Willow lifted his gaze, spotting a figure emerging from the thicket. The individual, hovering slightly above the ground, produced a series of thudding sounds as he moved, his face obscured by a mysterious and sinister golden dragon insignia. Though his expression remained concealed, his pitch-black eyes emitted a chilling light. Fixated on Bill's body as if regarding a corpse, exuding an aura both profound and malevolent. It was none other than Satan, pursuing Bill. "Are you his accomplices?" Satan inquired, his voice imbued with an oppressive resonance, akin to the chilling clang of iron and steel. The listeners involuntarily shuddered, instinctively retreating a step. Willow seemed equally daunted by the abyssal and demonic aura emanating from this figure. He remained silent, fixated on Satan, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable intensity. Chapter 19. An unexpected allegiance. Willow gazed at Satan's silhouette, his thoughts swirling in tumult. It was precisely this formidable presence that commanded such reverence. Stepping forward, Willow extended his hand to assist the injured Bill. Satan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them, as he prepared to annihilate them all. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack. Willow twisted Bill's neck, discarding his lifeless body onto the ground. Vivid crimson blood pooled around, saturating the air with a thick, metallic scent. Bill's corpse lay sprawled on the earth, his pupils dilated in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend why Willow had chosen to end his life. Satan's pupils suddenly constricted, astonished by the scene before him. With a resounding thud, Willow, the captain of the Phantom Cat pirate crew with a bounty of 76 million, unexpectedly knelt down. His forehead pressed deeply against the ground, his palms laid flat, devoid of any semblance of resistance. "I wish to follow you, my lord. I am willing to atone and pay any price for my previous transgressions." In that moment, Crimson Eye burst forth from the thicket and halted behind Satan, gazing at the kneeling Willow with a look of bewilderment. A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, rustling the leaves, as it caressed Satan's disheveled black hair, seemingly dissipating the malevolent aura surrounding him. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. "Captain, why? Why are you doing this, Captain Willow? We would rather perish than see you humiliated." Willow's crew stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend their captain's actions. This was the very captain who had led them through tempestuous seas into the Grand Line. How could he possibly submit to a child no more than 10 years old? Only the first mate, Varon, bore a contemplative expression, silencing the murmurs of his crew. The golden dragon inscriptions upon Satan's visage gradually dissipated, and the overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounding him seemed to vanish in an instant. He descended from the heavens, revealing a seemingly innocuous smile. "Why do I not appear to be a formidable figure?" he mused. "Indeed?" the young master inquired, his curiosity piqued. Human beings possess varying degrees of innate talent. Some, despite their relentless efforts, can only aspire to be subjects, while others are destined to be sovereigns from birth. Willow slowly raised his gaze, his expression grave and his demeanor respectful as he regarded Satan. "Our journey from the Western Sea has deepened our understanding of this truth. Although we were fortunate to survive the trials of the ocean, I feel the strain weighing heavily upon us. Our own strength is no longer sufficient to forge ahead. You, however, are different. At such a tender age, you possess an astonishing gift. In the days to come, you shall undoubtedly ascend to become a figure renowned throughout the heavens." With fervor in his eyes, Willow fixated on Satan, bowing his head with resounding thuds. "Please accept us. Allow us to follow you." The first mate, Valen, also knelt. And one by one, the survivors of the Dark Cat pirates bowed before Satan, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Since it was the captain's decree, they resolved to comply without question. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching painfully as if it were an eternity. At last, Satan approached, standing before Willow, illuminated by the sunlight streaming from behind, casting an imposing silhouette. "Rise," he commanded. Satan commanded. Willow obediently rose to his feet, a fervent expression adorning his face. In the next instant, Satan's fist transformed into a claw, swiftly closing in on Willow, delivering a blow that pierced through his chest and abdomen. Satan withdrew his hand from Willow's wound, crimson blood dripping rhythmically to the ground, staining the patches of grass. Blood seeped from the corners of Willow's mouth as he collapsed, his chest saturated with the flowing red. A look of astonishment mingled with a hint of sorrow graced his face. The others gazed in shock, eyes wide. Valen, gripping his sword with one hand, prepared to launch an attack, only to find the blade of the red-eyed assassin pressed against his throat. The young master is at work. Everyone else remained silent and still. Do you understand why? Satan inquired coldly. This is the retribution for my arrival on this island. Willow, true to his self-proclaimed title of the calm pirate who plans before acting, immediately grasped Satan's intent. Your arrival has harmed my family. Ordinarily, I would spare none of the pirates who dared to set foot on this island. However, considering that you were the first to willingly ally with me, I shall reluctantly grant you an opportunity, albeit with the condition of punishment. Yes, my lord, Willow replied with a respectful tone, suppressing the excruciating pain. Now, you are one of us. Satan revealed an innocuous smile, baring his pearly white teeth as he effortlessly lifted Willow. Evil sight, heal him. Yes, yes, I shall restore your vitality forthwith. Evil sight flew before Willow, and with a wave of his hand, a vibrant essence surged into him. The penetrating wound in Willow's abdomen visibly mending at an astonishing pace. Since you have chosen to follow me, your first task awaits. Speak, my lord. Go forth and obliterate every pirate ship aside from your own. I desire their total demise here. Satan turned away, leaving behind a majestic silhouette. Qiong, clutching a blade. Followed closely, an enigmatic brilliance gleaming in her crimson eyes. Master is formidable. Indeed, my lord, replied Willow. His subordinates secretly rejoiced, acknowledging Willow Captain's astute decision once again. A flurry of battle cries echoed through the jungle as the wader Kales engaged in a fierce clash with Esther's. The powerful aura of their blades surged forth, shattering the surrounding woods into fragments. With a fierce cry, Esther's unleashed a sword strike, channeling her energy into a white dragon that surged towards Kales. A shiver ran down Kale's spine. This woman was truly fearsome. He raised his serrated blade in defense, only to be violently hurled away by the force of her sword energy. Crashing into several large trees, his garments torn and bloodied. Struggling to his feet, he gasped for breath, attempting to regain his composure. Seizing the moment, Esther's pressed her advantage, swinging her sword once more. Wherever her blade passed, trees were encased in ice. Kales, barely managing to defend himself, was nonetheless struck by the chilling blow, leaving his body numb and his senses dulled. Leaning on his serrated blade, regret flooded his mind. He must have gone mad to meddle in the affairs of the Babylon kingdom. He needed to devise an escape from this island swiftly. As Esther's charged again, Kales swung his blade in a desperate attempt to break free from the battlefield. Just then, a figure flashed by, and a long knife pierced his heart from behind. Kales let out a defiant roar, straining to turn and identify his assailant, but it was to no avail. His lifeless body gradually succumbed to the ground. I wish to preserve his corpse, said Hadon coldly, as she slowly sheathed her blade. Chapter 20. The Rise of the Bone Demon 10 days later. In the central region of Naga Island, a thunderous crash resounded as Yinkaman was sent flying, crashing through trees and landing heavily on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he gasped, his gaze fixated on the colossal creature before him. Earlier, he had led the Sharkman Cockorows and numerous subordinates towards the island's heart, evading countless terrifying beasts along the way. Yet, amidst the relentless assaults, his followers had perished one by one, leaving only himself and Cockorows to barely breach the numerous barriers to reach the central region. What he had anticipated to be a revelry of gold-seeking had turned into a nightmarish ordeal. He encountered one of the three dominant monsters on the island, the leader of the ape horde, the Ape King Wanching, in a grueling battle that lasted a day. Even his mastery of overwhelming strength could not prevail against the relentless onslaught of Wanching, who toyed with him like a ball. Before him, trees crashed down as a towering blue gorilla, over 8 meters tall, bounded into view, leaping effortlessly, each jump reaching heights of over 10 meters. Pounding its chest while letting out a derisive roar. A wave of despair washed over Yinkaman. He scrambled to flee, devoid of any strength to continue the fight. Consumed by a singular thought, to escape this island teeming with monsters. Cockorows followed closely behind, fleeing swiftly. Despite being a fishman endowed with strength tenfold that of an average human, he was merely a slightly stronger prey on this island. The Ape King Wanching emitted a contemptuous roar, shaking the very forest around them. On Naga Island's beach, the fleet of pirate ships that had once anchored offshore had vanished entirely, leaving only splintered wood drifting among the occasional rolling waves, silently narrating their fate. The 4 figures of Satan stood leisurely upon the sandy shore, surrounded by an array of lifeless bodies, each bearing a distinct expression. Among them lay the remains of the half-demon pugilist Annie and the destructive cannon Sabaloo. They had evaded numerous monstrous assaults within the jungle, yet ultimately fell prey to the judgment of Satan, which lay in ambush upon the beach. As for the treacherous Nether Catwillow and the executioner Varon, they had already departed Naga Island with Satan's consent, emerging as the sole survivors of this pirate incursion. It is foreseen that the horrors of Naga Island will transform into legend within the annals of future maritime chronicles. Satan has completed his gestation and is poised to summon once more. The malevolent figure of Satan, with a gleeful expression, proclaimed that this time he had reaped the greatest rewards. Dozens of pirate ships had bestowed upon him a copious amount of spoils. However, the most unexpected delight was the acquisition of a devil fruit from one of the pirate vessels, signifying the addition of a formidable ally to the Tulip family. Ah, can we summon him now? How thrilling. Esther's remarked with keen interest. Crimson-eyed and obsidian-eyed gazes exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity, though they too were descendants. The prospect of welcoming a newcomer as their elder was indeed an exhilarating prospect. Let the summoning commence. With an air of nonchalance, the malevolent figure waved his hand, and the green six-pointed star summoning array re-emerged. A flash of green light enveloped the space, revealing a young boy, approximately 8 years of age, standing within the summoning circle. He stood at 1.3 meters tall, with a delicate visage adorned with 2 symmetrical red birthmarks on his forehead. His faintly green irises held a profound depth, and beneath his eyes lay a shadow of brown. Yet, what captivated attention the most was his shoulder-length silver hair, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Clad in a purple kimono, with a cord tied around his waist, he stepped lightly out of the summoning array, his demeanor exuding haughty confidence. He was none other than Junmaru, the prodigy of the Kagaya clan from the world of Naruto. As the bearer of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku, Junmaru possessed the ability to manipulate bone growth cells and bone-destroying cells freely, even controlling calcium concentration to form bones. His resilient skeletal structure provided an impenetrable defense against conventional physical attacks, and upon countering, those very bones could transform into the most formidable of spears. Welcome to our ranks, Junmaru. Satan stepped forward with delight. Greeting, young master. Junmaru's indifferent visage subtly revealed a hint of a smile. It is my honor to serve you. Well, what a delightful little boy, Akito remarked as he beheld Junmaru emerging from the summoning circle, unable to suppress his admiration. I hope he possesses sufficient strength to keep pace with us. Kurodai raised his blade, offering a provocative smile towards Junmaru. You will not be disappointed. Junmaru responded earnestly, turning his gaze to Kurodai, his expression grave. I shall strive to become the most indispensable tool for the young master. No, Junmaru. Not a tool. Satan approached Kimimori, placing a hand on his shoulder, his eyes radiating an unprecedented seriousness as he spoke. You are our family. Do you understand? Family? A faint blush crept onto Kimimori's face as he replied, Yes, sir. Indeed, Kimimori. From this day forth, you shall be an integral member of our family. Black Eye reiterated with a wink. Welcome aboard. Estes adjusted her sword and offered a welcoming gesture to Kimimori. Now, let the feast commence. I require a grand celebration. The exuberant shout from Evil Sight landed on Kimimori's shoulder. Oh, others echoed in excitement. Soon, a lively welcome banquet unfolded within the camp. Akatsuki continued to snatch meat from others' plates with the speed of the wind, leaving empty dishes in their wake if anyone dared to look away. Black Eye, delighting in her bag of pastries labeled with her name, covered the opening protectively as she spotted Kimimori approaching, stating earnestly, I won't share with you. Evil Sight perched on the fruit platter, holding 2 large pieces of delectable fruit, indulging in them without a care, devoid of any elven grace. Having developed an appetite from recent training, Satan unabashedly gnawed on a massive beast's leg nearly 1/2 meter long, reveling in the feast. Hurry and eat, Kimimori. If you don't hurry, there won't be any left for you. It was a wonder he still remembered that today's guest of honor was Kimimori. Only Sister Estes maintained the regal elegance befitting her royal status, seated at the table, meticulously slicing her steak with knife and fork. Yet, her vigilant demeanor revealed her caution against Akatsuki, a consequence of past misfortunes. As a newcomer to such a raucous gathering, Kimimori appeared slightly out of place, his expression betraying a hint of unease. What are you waiting for? Black Eye piled a generous portion of food onto Kimimori's plate. It is our mutual care for one another that allows us to indulge freely. That is what family means. Indeed, that is what family means, Kimimori responded, lifting his gaze to offer Black Eye a radiant smile. How could anyone exist in solitude without feeling lonely? This warm sensation was truly delightful. Chapter 21. The Dance of Bones. Though it may seem a dampener on the mood, I must remind you that, according to previous reports, among the formidable pirates on the island are the notorious Bayfist and the shark fisherman Kakalos, both boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. Estates raised her head. A bounty of over 100 million signifies a different caliber of strength. Now is not the time for us to grow complacent. Rest assured, sister. Satan withdrew his gaze from the food. We lay in wait on the beach, knowing they would eventually emerge from the forest. The only way to leave the island is to seek a boat here, and I shall not be careless. As Chuan Man is a master of martial arts. Who among us shall take up the task? Allow me to handle it. Satan wiped his mouth. I am eager to discover the extent of my current limits, and I believe that engaging in combat with a master of formidable martial prowess would greatly aid my growth. Of course, should I be vanquished, I would rely on you, dear sister, to come to my rescue. Young master, please allow me to partake in the battle. Upon overhearing the conversation, Kunmaru lifted his head, his expression imbued with earnestness. I too wish to contribute to our family's efforts. Very well. The merman Kakarosu shall be entrusted to your capable hands. No problem. Kunmaru replied resolutely. 2 days later, Inui and Kakarosa finally escaped the terrifying jungle of Naga Island and arrived at the beach. What happened? Where is our ship? Kakarosu exclaimed, astonished. Come forth, you little rascals. Did you think that your sneaky antics would go unnoticed by me? Inui bellowed in fury. I can accept my defeat at the hands of that wretched gorilla. But for you little ones to dare disturb me is truly a testament to your ignorance of the meaning of peril. Discovered so swiftly. Should I commend you for being a notorious pirate who roams the Grand Line? Satan emerged with a disingenuous smile reminiscent of Noyu, offering empty compliments. Esteth and her companions followed closely behind, each braced for confrontation. It appears that the others have already perished. Chimon chuckled, remarking on the audacity of the foolish little wretch. Indeed, they have departed to another realm, awaiting your arrival. Have you not heard their summons? Satan's laughter grew even more radiant. Ha ha ha. With a wild laugh, he forcefully propelled himself forward, his body soaring like a cannonball. The sheer velocity of his over 3-meter-tall figure shattered the air around him, creating a resounding explosion of sound. As Satan's pupils constricted, golden dragon patterns swiftly spread across his entire body. He clenched his fist and charged forward. With a tremendous roar, a colossal sonic boom erupted at the point of their collision. Satan was sent flying by a single punch from the diminutive giant, Yimin, whose strength was undeniably on an entirely different level. Young master, exclaimed the crimson-eyed and obsidian-eyed figures, ready to draw their blades and rush forward. Do not approach. This battle is mine to fight. Satan rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and let out a mighty roar as he charged forward once more. His bravery was commendable, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. As the proud smile spread across the face of Chue Man, he swung his fist with force, sending Satan hurtling through the air and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Satan emerged from the abyss, his bloodied visage appearing particularly grotesque. Haven't you eaten? Your punches barely tickle, he sneered, charging forward once more, the dragon patterns on his face stained a vibrant red, gleaming under the sun. With the formidable Inchimon having found a rival, he declared, allow me to dispose of you all. The fishman Kakaros, observing Inchimon's advantage in battle, exhibited a relaxed demeanor as he approached others, his hideous shark-like face twisted with malice. As he advanced, he secreted a few drops of viscous fluid from the webbing of his hands, flinging it towards the crowd like bullets, this technique capable of piercing steel shields. Before anyone could react, Junmaru swiftly positioned himself in front of the others. Raising a hand, the bones of his fingers protruded through his skin, forming projectiles that he launched using the capabilities of the corpse bone pulse. An explosive sound erupted in the air as Junmaru intercepted all of Kakarose's attacks. Quite impressive. Little one, Kakarose grinned menacingly, but prepare to meet your end. Fishman Karate, 1,000 fists. He thrust his left hand forward, his right fist poised at his waist, releasing a visible shockwave aimed directly at Junmaru. In response, a bone sword extended from Junmaru's left shoulder. He drew the sword, executing a series of graceful yet precise movements that seamlessly combined his martial skills with the bone weaponry. Not only did he effortlessly evade Kakarose's fishman karate, but he also repeatedly pierced Kakarose's body, inflicting severe injuries. Impossible. How can an ordinary human triumph over us powerful fishmen? Kakarose roared in fury, for the inherent strength of fishmen surpassed that of humans tenfold. He could not accept the reality that he struggled against a mere child. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, 2,000 fists. Kakarose evaded Junmaru's bone sword and unleashed a more ferocious assault. The two collided, their bodies rebounding from the impact, creating distance between them. Remarkably, even after trading blows with Kakarose's formidable attack, Junmaru remained unscathed. Now let us conclude this battle, Junmaru proclaimed, invoking the corpse bone pulse, dance of the pine. Utilizing his bloodline limit, he summoned dozens of bones from his knee, elbow, and chest, enhancing his defensive capabilities while simultaneously striking his opponent in close combat. As Kakarose found himself at a disadvantage, a cunning thought crossed his mind. After another clash, he propelled himself towards the sea, sprinting a few paces before plunging into the water. Haha, we fishmen are the noblest of races, able to breathe and fight freely even underwater. You must be a devil fruit user, yes? I know that seawater is your weakness. In this battle, I am invincible, Kakarose taunted as he surfaced, provoking Junmaru on the beach. Junmaru cast a cold glance at the triumphant Kakarose, a smirk curling his lips as he stepped towards the water. Calm down, Junmaru. The fishmen are significantly stronger in water. Do not fall for his trick. Esther's cautioned from afar. Do not worry, princess, Junmaru replied, turning to offer her a mysterious smile, his presence shifting to something obscure and profound. He approached the shore, stepping onto the water's surface as if it were solid ground, advancing effortlessly without sinking. How is this possible? How's he doing that? Came the astonished gasps from Akito and others behind him. Junmaru walked steadily towards the bewildered Kakarose, who was still in shock, and uttered a soft reprimand. I apologize for disappointing you. Water combat is not my weakness either. Chapter 22. The end of battle. Kakarose stared in astonishment at the advancing Junmaru, then dove into the depths of the sea, propelled by the ocean's currents. Kakarose launched himself towards Junmaru with the speed of a cannonball, the force of his attack formidable. Even if you do not sink, what of it? You will be shattered under my might. Kakarose roared. Junmaru stood upon the water's surface, calmly sensing the movements beneath with his chakra. At the precise moment Kakarose burst forth from the water, Junmaru sprang into action. Corpse bone pulse, dance of the iron flower. A bone whip extended from Junmaru's body, ensnaring Kakarose mid-air, immobilizing him. Rapidly, bone blood cells within him divided, forming a spiraled white bone spear in his right hand. He leaped high, piercing Kakarose's heart amidst his incredulous gaze. As Junmaru withdrew the spear, all the bones retracted into his body, and Kakarose's lifeless form plummeted into the water with a resounding splash, vanishing from sight. Wow, truly impressive. Akito praised from the sidelines. Remarkable combat prowess. Even the stoic Esters acknowledged. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed as Satan was once again sent flying by Inchaman, his body resembling a rag doll, covered in horrifying wounds. Satan, Esters gasped, drawing Durandal, unable to contain her murderous intent. Do not intervene, sister, he is my prey. Satan rose, propping himself on his knees, blood dripping from his face onto the ground, his body marred with naught but torn flesh. Despite his seemingly dire condition, his eyes shone with an intensified brightness, as if his pupils had been stained crimson with blood, radiating a feral, bloodthirsty madness. Little demon, you must be reaching your limit. As Tsuemon approached, it became evident that he too was not in as favorable a state as he appeared. Previously, during his fierce battle against the island's sovereign, the blue ape, his internal organs had sustained multiple injuries, and his wounds had worsened during his desperate flight. With no time for recovery, he now faced the challenge posed by Satan. Although he had dominated in their previous encounters, his body was nearing its breaking point, and he was close to his limits. The recent sight of his last subordinate, Karakaros, falling to Junmaru only heightened his unease, prompting thoughts of retreat. Huh. Satan revealed a mocking smile. And it seems your fists lack the vigor they possessed moments ago. It appears that you are the one nearing your limits. As for me, I have yet to reach my peak. In the instant life is restored, healing ensues. Satan rose with a sudden vigor, enveloped in a rich aura of vitality that tightly embraced him, while his wounds began to mend swiftly. Soon, as the luminous mist dissipated, Satan's form appeared nearly unscathed, save for the myriad of mottled bloodstains that concealed any evidence of injury. The pupils of the demon contracted sharply. This was dire. A creature possessing such formidable regenerative abilities, and his own strength was rapidly waning. It was a perilous situation. Come, let us inflict harm upon one another. Satan gazed at the visibly transformed Yinkaman, a manic laughter erupting from his lips as the golden dragon pattern surged across his body once more. He charged forward, fist raised, proclaiming, "Do not underestimate me. I am the formidable Yinkaman, with a bounty of 130 million. Yinkaman roared as he advanced. The two collided fiercely. Yet this time Satan did not fly backward. At last, in his fully charged state, he matched Yinkaman blow for blow. You see, Yinkaman, you are nearing your limit. Satan's expression grew increasingly frenzied, his eyes turning a deep crimson. His blood coursed through his veins at an extraordinary velocity, gathering power in his hands, which almost resembled genuine dragon claws as he lunged forward with ferocity. With each collision, the air between them seemed on the verge of being torn asunder, resonating with a thunderous roar, while the shock waves from their blows left the beach in disarray. Each impact inflicted severe internal injuries upon both combatants. However, unlike his opponent, Satan's vitality surged, rapidly mending his wounds and enhancing his state with every strike. Conversely, the internal injuries of his adversary, Ing Chai-man, only worsened with time. Ultimately, during one decisive clash, Satan hurled Ing Chai-man away, beginning to seize the upper hand, and the tide of battle appeared to be turning. "Young master, give it your all." Black Eye shouted excitedly, witnessing Satan gradually shift the momentum in his favor. Satan and Inchaman stood facing each other, both panting as though they had exhausted every ounce of their strength. "This is the final move, Inchaman. You are the most formidable martial artist I have encountered thus far. Should you manage to survive my forthcoming attack, I shall grant you your freedom." Satan fixed his gaze intently upon Yinsuman, whose formidable physique commanded his admiration. Had Yinsuman not been injured previously, and had Satan not been endowed with the ceaseless vitality provided by the Tree of Life, the prospect of victory would have been utterly bleak. It appears he had underestimated his opponent. Thus, a decisive confrontation was imminent. With a profound exhalation, Yinsuman proclaimed his resolve. An intangible aura began to envelop his form as he concentrated to manifest his entire being's armed haki, solidifying his upper body in a formidable armor of darkness that shimmered with a ghostly luminescence, revealing a steely, unyielding physique. "Drink deep," he announced. "For my dragon form boasts thrice the strength of steel, ready to unleash the might of my ship's cannon." With a fierce roar, Satan's aura surged once more, the essence of the dragon swirling within his veins. It was as if he had been infused with a unique power, his muscles swelling dramatically, the air clinging to his skin emitting a torturous hiss, rising in misty waves. In an instant, the two figures vanished from sight, only to collide violently in mid-air moments later, the point of impact igniting like lightning, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The clash persisted for several seconds, and ultimately, both combatants were propelled away by each other's immense force, crashing into the sandy shore and creating two colossal craters that sent waves of sand cascading around them. "Young master, are you all right?" Akatsuki and Kuratsuki rushed forward anxiously. There, lying at the bottom of the pit, Satan's muscles were torn, blood gushing forth, rendering him utterly motionless, save for the slight movement of his eyes, which indicated he was still alive. Kuratsuki lifted Satan's body, cradling him against her, her gaze fixed anxiously on his wounds. Bowing her head, her expression shadowed, she said nothing as two streams of tears silently traced her cheeks. "Young master, why must you push yourself so hard? We cannot help but worry." "Do not fret, Kuratsuki." Satan reluctantly raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the face of the dark-eyed girl. As a green mist began to emanate from his body, his wounds healed at a visible pace, and he looked up at his concerned family surrounding him, revealing a brilliant smile. "Congratulate me. I have one." The crimson-eyed girl said nothing, bending down to give Satan a warm embrace. "You are too stubborn." Esther's turned her head defiantly. Jumara stood quietly beside them, his eyes reflecting as much concern as anyone else's. "Shejin, go check on Inkyuman. If he is still alive, heal him and let him go. He is a respected warrior." "TCH, don't think you can command me just because you won," Shejin retorted before turning away. After a while, a shout echoed from afar. "Brad, you will surely become the ruler of the seas. I await that day with anticipation." Chapter 23. 6 years later, time swiftly passed, and 6 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. Since the dawn of the great age of pirates, an increasing number of pirates had flocked to the Grand Line. After enduring numerous battles and eliminations, those who could navigate to the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, were all formidable pirates capable of dominating their realms. Among these great pirates stood four at the pinnacle, referred to by the world as the Four Emperors. The Four Emperors, often called the Emperors of the Sea, ruled over the New World with an iron fist. They were Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, who was hailed as the world's strongest man, possessing the power to annihilate the world. Rivaling the Pirate King, Gold. Roger Shanks, the captain of the Red-Haired Pirates, a former intern of Roger's crew, renowned for his formidable conqueror's hockey and swordsmanship. Kaido, the captain of the Beast Pirates, recognized as the strongest creature in the world, known for his penchant for one-on-multiple combat. Having clashed with the other four emperors and the Navy on numerous occasions, and Charlotte Lin, better known as Big Mom, the only female among the four emperors. Infamous for her insatiable sweet tooth, having destroyed a giant village at the tender age of 5, annihilating the hero of the giant race, and earning the title of the natural disaster. Near Naga Island, a luxurious yacht was slowly anchoring at the coast. The vessel, entirely golden and nearly 150 meters in length, boasted 5 decks, with the royal flag of the Babylon Kingdom, the flaming Tulip, proudly fluttering from its mast. This was the royal yacht, the Sainting. As the Sainting docked, attendants swiftly laid down a red carpet, and 2 beautiful women gracefully descended the ship. Leading the way was a noble woman in her 30s. Clad in an elegant blue gown and draped in a purple cloak, adorned with a phoenix crown, exuding grace and opulence. She was none other than Her Highness Princess Catherine, the younger sister of the current king of the Flower Kingdom and the mother of Satan and Esther's. Slightly behind her was a younger woman, dressed in casual attire. Youthful and radiant, with a relaxed demeanor. At around 20 years of age, she was Princess Douglas, the younger sister of King Denver of the Babylon Kingdom, and the aunt of Satan and Esther's. I am finally going to see my dear son. It has been 6 years. He must have grown into quite the young man. Princess Catherine lamented to Douglas, her eyes glimmering with tears. Your brother, though a good king, has been excessively strict with the children, never allowing me to visit during their training. Do not worry, sister-in-law. Satan and Esther's will surely take care of themselves. Moreover, the fact that brother has permitted us to visit indicates they have passed their trials and can return home with us. At that time, let them spend more time with you. Oh, I can hardly wait to see them. Princess Catherine and Princess Douglas made their way along the beach, heading towards Satan and his companions' camp. As they passed through the jungle, a furious roar erupted from within. A massive blue gorilla, towering over 8 meters, charged toward them, bringing with it a foul wind, being one of the 3 dominant creatures on the island, the leader of the ape clan. Just as the blue gorilla was about to pounce on Princess Catherine and Princess Douglas, a series of footsteps resonated through the forest. Each footfall struck like a heartbeat, exuding immense pressure, as if the very air had solidified. Upon hearing the footsteps, the blue gorilla hesitated, its massive paw halting midair. With a rustle, a young boy emerged from the thicket, standing around 7 meters tall, his face defined and brimming with youthful vigor. His tousled black hair stood defiantly atop his head, and the light filtering through the trees cast dappled patterns upon him, causing him to squint slightly. His body was a testament to streamlined muscle, with his bare torso adorned with numerous scars, radiating an inexplicable aura of strength. He was none other than Douglas Satan, a 12-year-old who had trained on Naga Island for over 5 years. Hey there, my guests. Satan addressed the blue gorilla, which, upon hearing the voice, let out a soft whimper and immediately prostrated itself on the ground, motionless, its face displaying a personified expression of deference, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Ha, Satan. It appears you have become the new sovereign of the island, teased Princess Tequila, her face adorned with a half-smile. It seems our dear Satan has grown into quite the young man. Ah, dear aunt, do not jest. I am surely no match for you yet. Satan, with a nonchalant demeanor, swiftly approached Princess Catherine and bowed deeply before her. Mother, he addressed her. Oh, let me take a look, she exclaimed, enveloping Satan in a tight embrace. She then gently kissed his forehead, her hand tenderly caressing the myriad wounds upon his body, tears welling in her eyes. Once more, she held him closely, cradling him in her arms and softly patting his shoulder. You have endured much suffering these past years, my dear son. Satan's face revealed a bashful expression as he gently extricated himself from his mother's embrace, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Mother, I am no longer a child. And besides, Anne is watching. Catherine, observing the slightly shy young man before her, displayed a mixture of amusement and exasperation as she playfully tapped his head. No matter how much you grow, you will always be my dear son. What is there to be shy about when your mother wishes to embrace you? Furthermore, your aunt would never mock you. Turning to give Tequila a gentle glare, it seemed as if she was reproaching her for interrupting this cherished reunion with her beloved son. Isn't that right, Lon? Yes, 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 Your Highness. I saw nothing at all, Tequila replied, sticking out her tongue and making a cute face, turning away to feign ignorance. Hey, Aunt, your act is so transparent. Esther's emerged from the woods, commenting as she walked. At 16, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Nearly the same height as Satan, with long blue hair cascading casually over her shoulders and azure eyes that sparkled with an enchanting light. With one hand resting on the hilt of her long sword Durandal, her long legs were clad in light-colored boots, exuding an air of cool elegance and undeniable charm. Wow, you are stunning, Tequila exclaimed, enveloping Esther's in a warm embrace. Even our little princess has transformed into a beautiful lady. She playfully squeezed Esther's rounded bust while comparing it to her own. This is remarkable. Even your figure has grown so much. Esther's, blushing, felt a wave of embarrassment at Tequila's lack of decorum. Following closely behind Esther's, Junmalu and the sisters, Akane and Kuro, found themselves blushing in unison, sharing silent thoughts of dismay. Chapter 24. The Six-Winged Angel what? And Tequila is getting married? Satan exclaimed in shock aboard the royal cruise ship Saint Ting. En route to the kingdom of Babylon, as he dramatically circled around his aunt, hands clasped behind his back. Who possesses the audacity to court the most renowned thorned rose of the Douglas family? I commend his bravery. What do you mean by that? Tequila tugged at Satan's ear, her voice trailing off in a teasing manner. Are you questioning my allure? With a sidelong glance at Esther's, she twisted Satan's ear again and, with a flourish, arranged her hair, displaying a proud demeanor. Though I may not possess the ample bosom of your sister, I am still a beauty adored by countless admirers, am I not? Indeed, you are a great beauty, but could you refrain from mentioning my sister? Esther's interjected, annoyed while slicing fruit. It's not my fault I've grown this way. Satan. Cease your nonsense, Catherine chuckled lightly. Your future uncle is one of the kingdom's most enigmatic 7 guardian knights. What? Even Esther's was taken aback. Is he one of the 7 deadly sin knights, known as the Iron Wall of the Kingdom? I have heard they are incredibly powerful, yet notoriously unruly and difficult to deal with. Not at all. They are quite delightful and easy to get along with, Tequila retorted, revealing her concern for her family's perception. All right, everyone take a seat. Catherine invited the somewhat reserved Akane, Kuro, and Junmalu. Though the names 7 deadly sins may sound ominous and instill fear among the common folk due to legends, as royalty, you must not harbor any prejudice against them. For they are the most loyal knights of the kingdom of Babylon, Catherine stated with a serious expression. The ancestors of the 7 deadly sins were the vassals of the first Douglas royal family, having contributed significantly to the establishment of the kingdom of Babylon, pledging to protect it for generations. They chose the 7 demon gods from ancient mythology as their totems, even forsaking their true names. Each generation of knights possesses immense strength, fighting like demons, which led to their collective title of the 7 deadly sins and the moniker the Iron Wall of the Kingdom to honor their deeds. It is not surprising that the royal family frequently seeks alliances with the 7 deadly sin knights. I see, I was unaware of all this, Satan exclaimed, his face lighting up with understanding. Which knight is to marry my aunt? Of course, it is the strongest and most handsome among them. Tequila replied with a look of undeniable pride. Tequila is correct. The knight set to wed her is Lucifer, the pride knight among the 7 deadly sins. He has consumed the rare animal-type devil fruit, granting him the form of a 6-winged angel, though he is only 22 years old. He possesses a combat prowess akin to that of a top-ranking vice-admiral, making him the strongest of all 7 deadly sin knights throughout history, Catherine elucidated. How impressive, Aunt. You truly have chosen a remarkable husband. An angel? Such legendary abilities are simply wondrous, Esther's remarked incredulously, her focus clearly diverging from Satan's. What is so surprising about that? The imp perched on Satan's shoulder scoffed. I am a living spirit from the divine realm myself. Flapping his 3 pairs of nearly transparent wings, he added, and I possess 3 pairs of wings as well, yet none of you seemed shocked by that. Indeed. How adorable, Tequila exclaimed, snatching the imp from Satan's shoulder as if discovering a new toy, cradling it in her hands. Little one, how would you like to accompany me from now on? She poked the imp's belly with her finger and turned to Satan, inquiring, where did you acquire such a lovely pet? You little rascal, who are you calling a pet? You are the pet, and your entire family is as well. The imp retorted, bristling with indignation. I am a spirit. You are disrespecting a deity. Humph. You look decent. But your mouth is far too foul. You're no fun, Tequila scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the imp before placing it back on Satan's shoulder. Listen, there's the sound of cannon fire, Junmalu called from the ship's railing. The others hurried to the side of the ship and, indeed, faintly heard the distant echoes of cannon fire. We have now entered the Rain Sea, the territory of our Babylon kingdom. Who dares to act recklessly here? Satan expressed his dissatisfaction, suggesting, why not take a look? There may be some excitement to witness. The Princess of Tequila, intrigued, commanded the ship's guards to hasten their pace. Soon, 3 nautical miles ahead of the St. Ting, they spotted 3 vessels engaged in combat. On one side were 2 pirate ships flying the Jolly Roger, while on the opposing side was a patrol vessel adorned with the flag of the Babylonian kingdom. The 2 parties were separated by several hundred meters, with gunners unleashing a barrage of blazing cannonballs towards one another. However, due to the considerable distance and the tumultuous waves, most of the projectiles splashed harmlessly into the sea, creating splashes of foam. It is our patrol vessel. I shall go to their aid. As Satan caught sight of the banner, he prepared to take action. Young master, allow me to go. I am more adept at battling upon the sea. Beside him, Junmaru requested to join the fray. No need, the Princess of Tequila decisively declined. Having spotted a figure on the deck of the patrol ship, you all should prepare to witness an extraordinary spectacle. Nearby, the well-informed Princess Catherine smiled knowingly at the sight of that figure. Indeed, Satan, just watch. At that moment, the distance between the 2 opposing sides closed to approximately 200 meters. Suddenly, the man in a white suit on the patrol ship leaped into the air. Out of nowhere, he radiated a blinding white light, and 3 pairs of exquisite white wings emerged from his back. With a single flap, he soared towards the pirate ship. How beautiful! Truly, a 6-winged angel, exclaimed the girls aboard the ship, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh, how I long for such splendid wings! The angel, hovering above the pirate vessel, crossed his arms and waved downward. Countless white feathers erupted from his hands, raining down upon the pirate ship. Each feather that touched the deck triggered a violent explosion, sending forth tremendous shockwaves, causing the very sea beneath to boil with continuous eruptions. Soon after unleashing his assault, the 6-winged angel returned to the patrol ship, landing gracefully on the deck, transforming into a young man clad in a suit. With his hands in his pockets and an air of arrogance, he turned away towards the cabin. Behind him, the once mighty pirate ship had vanished, leaving only a tranquil sea occasionally disrupted by fragments of wood stained with remnants of blood. He was none other than Lucifer, the leader of the 7 deadly sins Knights of the Kingdom of Babylon. Chapter 25. An unexpected encounter with Fujitora, the St. Ting cruise ship. Under the protection of the patrol vessel, swiftly arrived at the port of Amsterdam. Princess Catherine and her entourage returned to the royal capital, White Dragon City, escorted by guards. Meanwhile, Satan, having spent 6 years on a deserted island, resolved to enjoy a few days in Amsterdam, bringing along Akuma and Junmaru, who had accompanied him on the island since his arrival in this world, to broaden their horizons. Young master, where are we headed? Akuma, clutching a large bag of sweets, followed closely behind Satan, beaming with delight. Shoo! Satan turned his head, adopting an air of mystery. Of course, I am heading to the casino. It is said to be a paradise for men. Oh, is the young master so eager to gamble at such a tender age? Chihong inquired, puzzled. The countenance of Satan suddenly fell, and he responded solemnly. It is precisely because of my youth that I must venture forth. The more incredible the endeavors deemed by society, the more delightful they become. He tilted his head, revealing a playful demeanor. This is the joy of exploring the forbidden, is it not, Junmaru? I do not comprehend. Young master, Junmaru replied with utmost seriousness. After a brief pause, he added, however, since it is you who has spoken, it must surely be correct. TCH. I can't believe you, just a little brat wanting to see the world, and yet you're putting on airs, Yajian scoffed disdainfully. Ah, Yajian, must you undermine me? It's quite embarrassing, the young master lamented. I shall not mock you, Akito said earnestly, delivering a sharp retort. Amsterdam, being a port city and a crucial hub along the great maritime routes, experiences a tremendous influx of visitors, which has given rise to its infamous districts such as the red light area and tavern streets, where a veritable mix of people from all walks of life can be found. Satan, accompanied by a few companions, arrived at the renowned gambling street, a thoroughfare teeming with gamblers and a diverse array of rogues. Scattered throughout were disheveled men, oblivious to their peril, whistling at passers-by with crimson and ebony eyes, while bursts of inexplicable laughter erupted behind them. It took several decisive interventions from Satan to quell the audacious, reckless antics of these insignificant figures. Satan entered a casino, drawing the curious gazes of the attendants as he made his way into the grand hall. At that moment, a resounding cheer erupted from a distant gaming table, capturing Satan's attention. Who could it be? In that instant, he was profoundly astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. Seated at that table was a towering middle-aged man, standing at an impressive height of 3 meters. He donned a light purple bathrobe, cinched with a dark purple sash, and wore a flowing purple cloak. His feet were adorned with wooden sandals, while he wielded a cane sword, his arms wrapped in bandages, and his hands protected by gauntlets. With eyes closed, he bore an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, and his short black hair framed a face accented by a circle of facial hair. "What is it, young master?" inquired Chi Tong, who had been trailing behind, noticing the change in Satan's demeanor. "It seems you have encountered a significant figure." Satan inhaled deeply, seeking to calm his astonished spirit. It is essential to recognize that the man seated at the gambling table was, in the original narrative, an enigmatic master known to no one. However, within the span of 2 years, he ascended through the world's recruitment, rising to the esteemed rank of Admiral of the Navy due to his formidable prowess. He has been dubbed a terrifying monster of extraordinary strength, possessing the ability to manipulate gravity alongside formidable swordsmanship. This individual is none other than Fujitora, the future Admiral of the Navy. And it is almost undeniable that he is the most formidable adversary Satan has encountered since his arrival in the world of One Piece, which explains his profound astonishment. Satan composed himself and approached the gambling table, observing the unfolding scene. Fujitora, a seasoned gambler, despite his blindness, consistently triumphed at the gaming table, much to the chagrin of the increasingly agitated players opposing him. "Hey, you must be cheating," one of the gamblers erupted, slamming his palms on the table in fury. "Yes. Return our stakes immediately, or you'll regret it." The others clamored, encircling Fujitora, their intentions turning violent. "Hey, you are crossing the line. It is evident that you lost. How can you bully a blind man?" The valiant black I could no longer stand idly by and rushed through the crowd to shield Fujitora. "You little brat. Mind your own business. Go back home and suck your thumb." The gamblers shouted in unison. "How dare you disrespect my sister?" Red-Eye, amidst the throng, furrowed her brows in discontent, her crimson gaze radiating a fierce aura as she unsheathed Murakumo, ready for confrontation. "Thank you, young lady. However, it is perhaps a blessing to be sightless, for this world harbors far too many vile and sordid individuals," Fujitora remarked calmly, patting Black Eye's shoulder in gratitude. With a slight intonation, he commanded, "Gravity field." As he slightly drew his cane sword, the weight of gravity intensified to its utmost limit around him, causing the surrounding gamblers to collapse to the ground, immobilized. As he sheathed the blade, the ground beneath them caved in, plunging the gamblers into a pit, their fates uncertain. "Young lady, your murderous intent is excessive. One must cultivate inner peace." Fujitora turned to gaze gently at Red-Eye, although his eyes were devoid of sight. There was an inexplicable persuasive power in his words that compelled her to sheath Murakumo, her expression contemplative. "Ahem, uncle, how about a game of chance?" Satan drew out a chair opposite Fujitora and sat down, resting his chin upon his hands with a solemn demeanor. "Why not?" he inquired. Fujitora maintained a gentle smile, watching Satan with keen interest. Just as they were poised to commence their wager, a pirate ship appeared not far from the Rain Sea, where the kingdom of Babylon resided. "O ship, I am but a vessel," sang the peculiar pirate craft, its sails billowing in the wind. Notably, the flag hoisted atop its mast depicted a top hat and a collar adorned with plush trim, alongside a grinning skull with lipstick, signaling the ship's allegiance to Charlotte Linlin. Known as Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, this enchanting vessel, infused with life by Lean's soul fruit, was aptly named the Singing Ship. It was revealed that Big Mom, having ascended to the status of an emperor, was on a quest to perfect her envisioned utopia, a land where all races could coexist harmoniously. She led her formidable forces into the Grand Line, seeking out various extraordinary races and delectable sweets. At that moment aboard the Singing Ship, Charlotte Linlin engaged in conversation with a man cloaked in black. "I am quite pleased with the species you have delivered thus far. Both the fairy and long-arm tribes are rare finds. Do you have further news of other exquisite desserts or rare species? It is my honor to serve you." The man in black replied, bowing deeply in deference to Big Mom. Nearby, in the kingdom of Babylon, lies the culinary capital of Heisenberg, renowned for its exquisite pastries. As for rare species, the royal lineage of Babylon boasts dragon blood. A union could yield offspring to your satisfaction. Is that so? What splendid news indeed. Big Charlotte Linlin chuckled. Her lips, now adorned with lipstick, dripped saliva that corroded the ground beneath her. Chapter 26. The emergence of Mammon in the gambling den of the Amsterdam underworld. The wager between Satan and Fujitora persisted. Satan sat there, resting his head on his hand, his face a mask of despair. He had wagered 12 games against Fujitora, and astonishingly, he had not won a single one. Laughter erupted from the onlookers with dark eyes gathered behind him. Young master, it appears you truly lack the talent for gambling, one remarked. Oh, spare me, he retorted. Satan, with a look of vexation, rubbed his head, tangling his hair into disarray. He gazed earnestly at the closed eyes of Fujitora across from him, then cast a sidelong glance at the gamblers ensconced in the surrounding pits. Uncle, I can now comprehend why they are driven to rage. A hearty laugh escaped Fujitora, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Youngster, shall we continue? No need, he replied. I have come to realize the profound intricacies of your gambling skills, and it would be futile to further humiliate myself. Satan cleared the chips before him and gazed earnestly at Fujitora, stating, I shall seek your guidance when I am truly worthy. What ambition you possess, young man. I shall await your challenge, Fujitora replied. With that, he rose to his feet, leaning on his cane sword, departing at a measured pace. Each strike of the cane against the ground resonated with a deep thud, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation, causing the onlookers to disperse. Satan and his companions subsequently departed from the casino. Young master, is that gentleman truly remarkable in the art of gambling? Kumaru, who typically spoke very little, suddenly posed the question, his demeanor exuding an unusual intensity. That is the unique aura of a formidable individual. I greatly admire your astuteness. The perceptive and unyielding Siejian interjected, his consistent success in gambling stems from his exceptionally potent observation haki. Perhaps a blind person's innate ability to hear surpasses that of ordinary individuals. So, you mean he was cheating all along? No wonder the young master could never prevail, Pei Tong remarked, dawning with realization. No, one cannot simply accuse him of cheating. Satan paused in his stride, his expression grave as he spoke. He did not consciously wield the observation haki. Rather, his overwhelming presence had evolved into an instinctive ability, granting him a semblance of foresight. Thus, in the recent wager, I was hardly qualified to participate. No wonder you chose to gamble against him. It was ultimately a means to gauge your own strength. I had thought you concealed a penchant for suffering. How absurd. Satan stretched languidly, his countenance exuding exuberance. Although he had suffered a complete defeat this time, he had at least witnessed the magnanimity of a true powerhouse, and moreover, he had earned the latter's acknowledgement. One day, he vowed, he would rise to become a formidable force, rivaling that of his adversary. Young master, we are being followed. Just as Satan was lost in his reflections, Junmaru's voice rang out softly from behind, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, dashing into the distance. As Satan turned around, he suddenly glimpsed a shadow darting among the towering trees 100 meters away, leaping between the great oaks and the houses, fleeing into the distance. The figure moved with remarkable agility, its speed astonishing. However, it could not match the swiftness of Junmaru, a skilled ninja, with a mere body flicker technique. He covered a considerable distance in an instant, swiftly closing the gap and delivering a decisive kick from above, just as the shadow contemplated resistance. A long blade was pressed against its neck, wielded by the arriving Aikido. Who are you, and why have you been following us? Satan, with a countenance of fury, never anticipated that scarcely a day after his return from Naga Island to Amsterdam, he would find himself under scrutiny. As the shadowy figure perceived that Satan and his companions had encircled him, realizing there was no avenue for escape, he abruptly straightened his body and severed his own throat with the long blade pressed against his neck. The red-eyed one, momentarily taken aback by his fearless acceptance of death, soon witnessed the curse of Murakumo manifest, rendering the shadowy figure irrevocably deceased. Satan uttered an expletive, realizing unexpectedly that he faced a death warrior. An unsettling awareness began to envelop him, as if ominous events were on the horizon. Junmaru examined the corpse. Yes, young master. Junmaru pulled aside the shadowy figure's garments, revealing only a lion's head tattoo on the left arm, devoid of any other markings. He then discovered an emblem adorned with the same lion's head within the clothing. Young master, there are no further clues. Junmaru presented the emblem to Satan. However, judging by the insignia, he appears to be a member of an organization. suggesting this is no mere coincidence. We are being watched. I am aware. Humph. The young master senses the approach of death. What do you intend to do, little Satan? There is insufficient intelligence to draw a conclusion. Satan replied, however. There exists information that remains unknown to us, yet surely someone is privy to it. Who? Inquired the curious Haitong. It is undoubtedly the local tyrants. Satan responded with a malevolent grin. You see, the illicit territories of Amsterdam are clandestinely governed by the Knights of the Seven Deadly Sins. As fate would have it, we have just come into possession of their latest intelligence. Let us pay a visit to the current ruler of these lawless domains, Mammon, the embodiment of greed. Satan, accompanied by others, traversed the streets and soon arrived at a clandestine tavern, pushing the door open to enter. From the outside, the establishment appeared utterly unremarkable, marked only by a modest sign reading Red House. However, upon entering, one would discover a realm of unexpected wonders. The tavern boasted an expansive interior, filled with numerous tables occupied by a diverse array of patrons, the atmosphere vibrant and teeming with life. Satan pushed aside the inebriated patrons obstructing his path and made his way directly to the bar. Good evening. May I inquire whether you are here for libations or business? The young bartender, lifting his gaze, responded with courteous politeness. Our proprietor has decreed that any business transaction necessitates a purchase of 1 million bellies and beverages. Otherwise, we are unable to accommodate you. And what if one merely wishes to drink? Satan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Upon entry, it is mandatory to spend 1 million bellies on drinks, the bartender replied. This establishment is a den of iniquity. I shall report you, exclaimed Satan. Indeed, we are a den of iniquity, as stipulated by our proprietor. Please remit a payment of 5 million bellies first, the bartender stated with an air of unassailable logic. Satan placed the regal insignia that symbolized his identity upon the bar. Take me to meet Mammon. The bartender's pupils narrowed, his expression shifting to one of reverence as he slightly bowed. I did not anticipate the arrival of royalty. Please, follow me. The bartender led them through a corridor that branched off from the bustling tavern, revealing a concealed area that surpassed the tavern's spaciousness, where the presence of formidable individuals was palpable. Soon, they emerged from the corridor into a small garden. Please wait a moment. I shall inform Lord Mammon, the bartender announced, leaving Satan and his companions at the entrance of the garden as he ventured inside. Did not expect this Lord Mammon to be so grand, Satan muttered in dissatisfaction. At that moment, a melodious laughter resonated, captivating everyone's attention. To what do we owe the honor of your presence, young Master Satan? I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Please, do come in. A woman clad in a red dress emerged from the garden, her cheap half slit to the thigh, revealing her porcelain skin, each smile and frown stirring the hearts of those present. She was the enchanting temptress, the underground queen of Amsterdam, a prodigy of the fairy clan, and the sole female among the 7 deadly sins knights, representing greed, Mammon. Chapter 27. A Gentleman's Revenge in the Garden of the Amsterdam Red Lighthouse Tavern. Mammon settled into a wicker chair, gently brushing her long hair from her shoulder, revealing a beguiling smile. She then glanced at the lion-headed insignia that Satan had retrieved from their pursuer. Did you say you were being followed? Indeed, Satan replied, bemused. Strangely, I only returned to Amsterdam today. Do you have any information? This is the emblem of the Lion King organization. The ones tailing you must be their spies, Mammon affirmed, raising the insignia in her hand. As for why they have set their sights on you, I cannot say. However, the Lion King organization has recently intensified its activities, allegedly kidnapping numerous rare species. I suspect it may be related to the sudden departure of Big MOM from the New World to the Grand Line. Satan sat in his chair, resting his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Speaking of the Lion King's mechanism, it suddenly came to mind that my sister and I had indeed snatched 2 devil fruits at a black market auction 6 years ago. Yet it seems unlikely that we would be targeted immediately upon arriving on the island. This does not quite add up, after all. The Rain Sea is not within their sphere of influence. Mammon, dear sister, a sudden shout interrupted their conversation. It was Sinan arriving. Mammon glanced at the figure entering from the garden and offered Satan an apologetic smile before elaborating. He is a candidate member of our generation of the 7 deadly sins. The previous gluttony perished in the war, leaving him an orphan of the Beelongel family. At that time, he was merely 4 years old and has been raised by the other members, as he has yet to reach maturity. He has not been able to inherit the title of gluttony for the time being. He is also a descendant of the kingdom's hero. Your family's loyalty to the royal lineage shall be forever etched in our hearts. Satan straightened his posture and praised, carefully observing the approaching Balong delegate Sinan. This was a small, portly figure, standing at a mere 1.6 meters tall. He donned a short-sleeved shirt adorned with vertical stripes, paired with white shorts, and an exaggerated crimson cloak draped around him. His face still bore traces of baby fat, rendering him quite endearing, with small eyes that nearly squinted into slits. In his right hand, he held a chicken leg, munching on it as he walked, his expression one of sheer delight, as if indulging in gluttony to the fullest. "What's the rush, little Sinan?" Maman stood up, affectionately ruffling his hair, to which Sinan swiftly evaded her hand. "Don't mess with my hair. I want to grow tall that way." In the instant he turned away, Satan clearly observed the words gluttony emblazoned in bold on the back of his red cloak. A moment ago, one of his subordinates had conveyed news that an important cadre from the Lion King organization had arrived in Amsterdam. "Who is it?" "Nigasong, one of the 4 senior officials." "What? Nigasong?" Before Maman could voice her thoughts, Satan sprang to his feet, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes as he demanded, "Is it truly him?" Sinan confirmed the news without a shadow of doubt. Satan suddenly spread his arms wide, bursting into a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha. What splendid news." He turned to gaze at Kimamoro and the Akitomi sisters. "It seems we have business at hand." In the dead of night, at the Lion King organization's stronghold in Amsterdam, the Matsuko Manor, Nicholas reclined comfortably in his chair, listening to his subordinate's report. "So, the spies tracking the royal family have been eliminated?" "Indeed, Lord Nicholas." "Utterly useless," he replied with a wave of his hand, dismissing his subordinate, lost in thought. It appeared that the directive to closely monitor all royals of dragon lineage had inadvertently alerted the enemy. At that moment, a tremendous roar reverberated, and the manor's grand entrance collapsed. Members of the Lion King organization were jolted awake, gathering near the entrance. "What on earth is happening?" Nicholas bellowed as he stepped out of his chamber. His subordinates hastily retreated, clearing a path for him, revealing the fallen entrance and the shattered walls. "You little brat. Your method of entry is rather abysmal." As the dust from the collapsed door began to settle, 5 figures emerged from outside the manor. At the forefront stood Satan, flanked by Kimamoro, the Akitomi sisters, and Baolongda. Sanin stood behind them in a neat line. "Is it you rascals causing this ruckus?" Nicholas's expression tightened as he advanced. His fists clenched, cracking ominously. The indignation that simmered within him was palpable. After all, to be so brazenly provoked in the esteemed Lion King organization, renowned throughout the Grand Line, was a tremendous affront. "TSK, Nicholas, you remain ever the same." Satan also stepped into the manor, his face adorned with an inscrutable expression. "Do you recognize me? Who exactly are you?" Nicol asked, his countenance one of confusion. Heh. It seems you have forgotten." Satan emitted a chilling laugh, raising his gaze to fixate intently on Nicholas, his fist clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury. After all, a matter he regarded as a profound disgrace had been so easily forgotten by the other party. This was indeed the most infuriating aspect. 6 years ago, on the shores of Phuket. Does it ring a bell? Satan's expression darkened further. "Ah," Nicholas mused for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha, I remember now. You are the audacious wretch who was left on the brink of death after I bested you." His demeanor turned icy. "What is this? Have you grown weary of life? This time, no one shall come to your rescue. Seeking death, how dare you show such disrespect to the young master?" In a fit of unbridled fury, Junmaru dashed forth, unable to conceal the wrath simmering within him. The skeletal tendrils of the bone pulse shot forth from his fingertips like bullets aimed at Nikusen. With a dismissive shake of his body, Nikusen evaded each projectile, though his subordinates were not so fortunate. Those caught unawares fell victim to the bone bullets, which pierced their bodies in an instant, leaving behind a trail of horrific wounds and pools of blood. "You're exceedingly arrogant, little demon," Nikusen proclaimed, charging forward. His armed color hockey solidified around his fists as he engaged Junmaru in a fierce exchange of blows. Junmaru, slightly weaker in strength, found himself at a disadvantage against the tempest of fists. A single misstep sent him hurtling away. Employing the dance of the bone pulse, Junmaru utilized his bloodline limit to sprout dozens of bones from his body, surging forward once more. In close combat, these bones provided formidable defense against the impact while simultaneously assaulting his foe, their resilience rendering Nikusen's hockey-hardened fists ineffective. As Junmaru ensnared Nikusen, the duo of Aikido and Kido surged into the fray, blades flashing in the dim light. Blood gushed forth as severed limbs flew, initiating a ruthless slaughter. Some of the lesser minions, paralyzed by fear, attempted to flee, but Sinan, lurking behind Satan, raised a hand, causing the ground beneath them to coalesce into massive hands that ruthlessly crushed the enemies into the earth, reducing them to mere paste. In an instant, the Pine Nut Manor transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Chapter 28. Not too late after 10 years Amsterdam, Pine Nut Manor. Nikusen's muscles taut. He narrowly avoided Junmaru's relentless assault and retreated a few steps, keeping a wary eye on Satan and his companions in the distance. The ground around him was a gruesome tapestry of blood and scattered corpses. Within mere minutes, Akito and his allies had decimated the Manor's forces. He had underestimated them this time, failing to anticipate the presence of such formidable allies. A plan to capture that little demon was imperative. Little demon, 6 years ago. I left you in tatters, allowing you to escape only through the intervention of the great ape King Titan. Must you again rely on others? Nikusen taunted, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Junmaru, betraying a flicker of apprehension. This individual was undeniably powerful. His fluid movements, devoid of any excess, posed a significant threat. TCH, Nikusen. Is this all the ambition you possess? Satan slowly shed his coat and approached with a casual grace, flinging the garment behind him, his eyes glinting with a playful mockery. Deep down, were you not already gripped by fear? Though aware that you were merely provoking me, what harm could there be in indulging your whims? Satan's aura surged dramatically, suddenly transforming into a formidable intensity. As invisible waves of energy radiated from his being, his gaze filled with a lethal intent that bore an immense sense of oppression. 6 years ago, when you dared to offend my sister, I had already decreed your death sentence. You should consider yourself fortunate to have survived this long. Junmaru and the crimson-eyed Akane retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield. With the young master preparing to engage, their presence was no longer necessary. Are you capable of this? Sister Maman entrusted me with the protection of the young master. Seineng hesitated as he withdrew, inquiring of Akane. After all, Nikusen held a senior position within the Lion King's organization. Surely the young master wouldn't push him too hard? Silence, just observe. Junmaru was greatly incensed by Seineng's doubts regarding the young master's strength. Humph, such a silver-tongued individual. In the arena, Nikusen noticed the others withdrawing. A subtle sense of relief washing over him, yet he stubbornly countered with defiance. Satan ceased to speak, stomping his foot and propelling his body like a cannonball towards Nicholson. As he advanced, golden dragon patterns began to spread across his form. The blood within him surged rapidly, doubling its velocity. In an instant, Satan appeared in midair before Nicholson, delivering a downward strike with his right foot, reinforced by armed color hockey. So swift. Nicholson's pupils constricted as he crossed his arms above his head to shield himself from Satan's devastating kick. A thunderous explosion erupted at the point of impact, sparks flying, and the surrounding air crackled with electric energy. How powerful! Far stronger than before. In that fleeting moment of collision, Nicholson felt his body sink sharply. Astonished at the intensity of the encounter, they remained locked in a stalemate for half a second, when the dragon patterns on Satan's body flickered, augmenting his strength as he pressed down with renewed force. Nicholson's body sank further, his legs bending slightly under the immense pressure exerted by Satan, nearly unable to withstand it. The ground beneath him fractured with a web of deep cracks. As the pressure escalated, Nicholson could no longer endure Satan's overwhelming force. His body slackened, and Satan's kick sent him crashing to the ground, embedding him in the earth. From his position, a massive crater exceeding 20 meters in diameter formed, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. Satan, propelled by the force of his rebound, executed a backflip and landed gracefully at the edge of the deep pit. What strength, what prowess! The bystander, Sainan, was left utterly astounded, his expression frozen in shock at the terrifying impact of Satan's strike. Slowly, Nigasong rose to his feet, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs had sustained grave injuries from the force. He gazed up at Satan, who stood high above him, a wave of fear washing over him. This was a level beyond his capacity to contend with. The rate of growth was simply astonishing. Truly, a fearsome monster. I concede. I underestimated you, young one. Nigasong stood tall, wiping the blood from his lips, a mysterious smile gracing his face, though his expression gradually turned serious. Yet, do not underestimate me either, for we are the Lion Kings of the Dark World. With a frenzied roar, he unleashed the power of life sacrifice, his blood surging wildly, boiling within him. A crimson glow enveloped his form as his muscles expanded rapidly, transforming him into a colossal figure, his eyes turning a blood-red hue, seemingly devoid of reason. In the next moment, his body became a streak of red light, hurtling towards Satan with fierce intent. Dragon Body Battle Axe. Satan gazed disdainfully at the charging Nicholas, lifting his right leg overhead in a perfect split. At the very moment Nicholas reached him, he brought his leg down with tremendous force, hardened by an overwhelming aura. His right leg struck Nicholas's head with the might of a war axe, producing a thunderous crash as the ground beneath them caved in, forming a substantial pit. Nicholas, trapped within this abyss, found himself gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of consciousness. The crimson light in his eyes faded, replaced by clarity as he struggled to rise. Yet his efforts proved futile. Satan leaped into the pit and crouched before him. In your current state, you are utterly diminished. You no longer possess the merit to contend with me. Satan gazed upon the feeble Nicusan before him and was suddenly struck by a wave of indifference. The once formidable adversary, who could easily vanquish him, now appeared to be nothing more than a slightly larger insect. Cough, cough, he mused, truly impressive. No wonder you are the heir of the draconic lineage. Hey, it's little surprise that you have attracted attention. Nicusan, struggling to lift his head, looked at Satan with a visage full of despair. What did you say? Who was targeting the Douglas family? The gaze of Satan became perilous. Ha ha. Nicholas suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh, a wild roar escaping his lips. I am well aware that my days are numbered, yet your arrogance shall not endure for long. Huh. The Douglas family will surely accompany me to the grave. I shall await you in hell, anticipating your arrival. As he shouted, blood continuously spilled from his mouth. Satan gazed at the frenzied Nicholas, furrowing his brow, fully aware that no further inquiries would yield additional information. In light of this, let us first consign you to hell, where you may atone for the transgressions committed against our family. Satan rose to his feet and brought his foot down upon Nicholas's head with a crushing force. A resounding splatter echoed as Nicholas's skull shattered like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering in every direction, staining Satan's trousers. Humph, having offended my sister. It is truly a mercy for you to meet such a swift demise. Satan clapped his hands and, as if nothing had happened, leapt out of the pit. His face once again adorned with the gentle smile that was his trademark, though the vivid crimson blood staining his trousers appeared particularly glaring under the bright moonlight. What a terrifying young master he is, with such a vile disposition. Observing this scene, Paul Longdale-Synan whispered to himself, followed by a low, secretive chuckle. Yet, it is precisely this audacity that makes him worthy of being my leader. I truly adore your hidden arrogance. Chapter 29. The Wedding Incident. 3 days later. The capital of the Babylonian kingdom, White Dragon City, was engulfed in a sea of joy. Today marked the grand occasion of the royal princess Tequila Douglas and the night of the 7 deadly sins, Lucifer, in a union celebrated by all. The citizens buzzed with excitement, as if the very air were imbued with an amorous essence. After all, as a princess of the kingdom, Tequila garnered immense popularity, not only for her enchanting beauty, but also for her formidable powers as a devil fruit user. The populace often heard tales of her vanquishing invading pirate crews. Naturally, the citizens expressed their utmost respect and sincerest blessings for their beautiful princess, who ensured their safety. Satan emerged from the study of his father, King Denver, to prepare for the wedding attire, and the recent encounter with his father lingered in his mind. Satan, you have finally grown up. I am truly proud of you, remarked King Denver, gazing at Satan, who stood almost at eye level with him, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. At long last, our Douglas family has welcomed a capable young man who can stand on his own. Father, your praise makes me fear I might become arrogant, Satan replied, feeling bashful as he scratched his head and took a seat opposite the king. Ha! You rascal! King Denver boomed with laughter as he retrieved 2 boxes from his drawer, a triumphant smile illuminating his features. Behold, this is a reward for your diligent training. Oh, the devil fruit, Satan exclaimed in astonishment upon opening the box. This must be quite difficult to acquire. Father, shouldn't you be nurturing a few more generals instead? Accept it, King Denver replied with a warm smile. As the future king, you must also cultivate your own circle. That Komamaro and the Akaka sisters are quite promising. Perhaps that lad Sinan should follow you as well. A king of the Babylonian kingdom must possess sufficient strength to fulfill his duties. Satan regained his composure and swiftly donned an elegant suit, making his way to the grand hall in the Garden District to attend the wedding of his aunt, Tequila. Following closely behind him were Junmaru and several others. Upon arriving at the wedding venue, they were greeted by the bustling presence of diligent maids and guards. As the ceremony had yet to commence, they took their seats among the guests. Sinan, with Lucifer marrying my aunt this time, I presume all members of the 7 deadly sins will be in attendance? Upon seeing the group, my curiosity about the other members of the 7 deadly sins was piqued. Indeed, I too find myself quite intrigued. The malevolent thoughts perched upon Satan's shoulder often surface unexpectedly. Did you just say something, young master? Sighed and swallowed the morsel of meat he had just bitten into with considerable effort, turning to look at Satan with a face full of confusion. Ever since he encountered the crimson-eyed one, he had finally met a worthy adversary. It felt as though the moment he let down his guard, his food would be snatched away. Just pretend I said nothing at all. Satan wore an awkward expression. It was undeniably impolite to disturb others while they dined. Yet, was it not a travesty that he himself was perpetually engaged in feasting? One by one, the guests arrived, with King Denver and Princess Catherine seated in the VIP section, accompanied by the embodiments of the 7 deadly sins: Samael, the wrathful, and Leviathan, the envious. Samael was a stout, middle-aged dwarf with a mane of fiery red hair. His beard and eyebrows equally vivid. His long beard was intricately braided and hung down to his chest, while his muscular form loomed large. A colossal iron hammer resting beside him. He sat, hand gripping the hammer's handle, exuding an aura of immense pressure. In contrast, Leviathan appeared somewhat unremarkable. He was a slender youth with a golden ponytail, a perpetual smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. As the guests gathered, the wedding commenced in earnest. Princess Tequila emerged, accompanied by bridesmaid Esther's, her wedding gown accentuating her delicate beauty, eliciting fervent applause from the audience. The groom, Lucifer, donned a pristine white suit adorned with a rose at his breast, his face radiating a poised smile as he took Princess Tequila's hand, leading her toward the altar without a hint of the legendary arrogance attributed to him. Under the priest's guidance, they exchanged vows of love and rings. Just as the ceremony unfolded seamlessly, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. Several guards were hurled inside, crashing onto the corridor. Their fates uncertain. 2 figures strode in, capturing the attention of all present, drawing their gazes, including that of the priest, who was compelled to halt the proceedings. What is happening? Is someone attempting to disrupt the ceremony? The impetuous evil eye exclaimed, exhilarated by the unfolding drama. Silence! Satan roared in discontent, demanding to know who dared to disrupt the royal wedding. His gaze darkened as he turned to observe the 2 figures entering, and his pupils constricted in shock. How could it be them? This was a grave predicament. The first figure, tall and imposing, boasted crimson short hair, a muscular frame, and elongated limbs, with visible scars marring his cheeks. A ghostly pink tattoo adorned his left arm. He wore a white scarf resembling a flower and black gloves, with a spike ring on his left arm. Clad in black jeans, his left knee protected by white pads, and donning black spiked boots with spurs. His overall appearance exuded a strong metallic aesthetic. He was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of the big MOM pirate Charlotte family. Trailing closely behind him was a gentleman in pink attire, complete with egg-shaped trousers and a cane, sporting sunglasses and a hat resembling a tray, upon which rested a cup of hot tea. This was Baron Egg, a combatant of the big MOM pirates. Upon recognizing the 2 newcomers, King Denver furrowed his brow slightly. But before he could voice his thoughts, Samael, seated beside him, charged forth wielding a hammer. Dare to disrupt the Douglas family? You seek death, he bellowed, his mustache bristling with fury. His exaggerated muscles surged as blue lightning crackled around his massive hammer, which he swung toward Katakuri with astonishing force. Katakuri, however, remained unfazed by Samael's assault, continuing to advance with an impassive expression. Suddenly, Baron Egg accelerated, maneuvering around Katakuri to deliver a swift kick to the descending hammer. With a thunderous crash, Samael was sent tumbling backward, crashing into the ground and carving a trench as he skidded to a halt near King Denver. Baron Egg, having taken the brunt of Samael's strike, staggered backward, jolted by the residual electric charge. Is this the hospitality of the Babylon kingdom? I come bearing my mother's orders, Katakuri remarked coolly, his voice chilling and merciless. Do you seek to welcome war? Chapter 30. The king's intimidation. The guests and attendants fell silent at Katakuri's words. Who was unaware of the big MOM pirates, one of the 4 emperors, a formidable crew bound by blood and family ties? Big MOM, Charlotte Linlin, had constructed the vast Charlotte family, comprising 43 husbands, 39 daughters, and 46 sons, totaling 129 core members. They ruled over 34 islands surrounding their headquarters, Whole Cake Island, each governed by various ministers, collectively known as the Nation of Nations. The big MOM pirates stood as one of the most formidable forces in the world. Waging war against them was sheer folly. As the guests absorbed the gravity of Katakuri's statement, a figure shot upward from the dais, akin to a flash of lightning. appearing above Katakuri in an instant. "You dare to disrupt my wedding? You shall pay dearly," declared the figure, radiating a blinding white light that rendered all present momentarily blinded. It was Lucifer, the knight of the 7 deadly sins, with his right leg hardened by armament hockey, delivering a strike with the force to split mountains. "Humph, utterly ignorant," Katakuri replied, narrowing his eyes as he lifted his leg to counter the attack. His kick expanded to 3 times the size of an ordinary leg, enveloped in hockey, and collided violently with Lucifer's assault. A tremendous shockwave erupted from their clash, creating a tempest that wreaked havoc around them. After a brief stalemate, Lucifer found himself on the defensive, being propelled backward by Katakuri's kick, landing awkwardly and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, his expression turned dangerous. "Indeed, you are formidable, Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the big MOM pirate suite commanders." Katakuri, having effortlessly absorbed the blow, returned his leg to its normal size, appearing unperturbed as if the encounter had been of little consequence. As a user of the Machi fruit, a special paramecia type ability, he could transform his body into Machi, altering its shape and size at will, allowing him to evade attacks seamlessly. King Denver, seated upon his throne, frowned slightly. Even Lucifer, the strongest present aside from himself, had faltered. It was evident that the big MOM pirates were indeed a force to be reckoned with. Catching his breath, Lucifer prepared to charge at the intruder, disturbing his wedding once more. Just then, an invisible and terrifying aura surged from behind him, overwhelming and filled with murderous intent. "Stand down, Lucifer," King Denver commanded, sitting upright. A chill swept through the hall, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over everyone. The king was enraged. The oppressive atmosphere silenced all, including the previously indifferent Katakuri, who began to sweat and adopted a wary demeanor. King Denver remained seated on his throne, his expression neutral. Neither pleased nor saddened, yet no one dared to underestimate him. The oppressive aura he exuded felt suffocating, as though one might choke under its weight. "How powerful, little Satan! It seems your father is the true monster," the sinister voice whispered to Satan's ear. "Silence, and observe," he retorted. Satan's heart was tumultuous with shock. It was his first encounter with the formidable might of King Denver. He had not anticipated such overwhelming strength, capable of instilling fear even in the notorious pirate Katakuri, who had a bounty of 900 million berries. As silence enveloped the room, King Denver reclined in his chair, his oppressive aura ebbing away like a receding tide. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they relaxed. "State your purpose, Charlotte Katakuri. The kingdom of Babylon is not a place where you can run rampant." After a brief pause, the king continued, "Unless you present sufficient reasons, you shall remain here today." Cold sweat trickled down Katakuri's back. It seemed his previous demeanor had been woefully inadequate. Who could have imagined that a nation within the Grand Line harbored such a terrifying entity? However, this indeed underscored the strength of the dragon's bloodline, validating his mother's decision. With this thought, Katakuri's expression shifted to one of reverence. After all, the powerful command respect. He stepped forward and bowed to King Denver. "Your Majesty, I come as an envoy, with no ill intentions, but rather to convey a message from my mother." "What message?" King Denver regarded him with a cold gaze. "Previously, I heard that the kingdom of Babylon boasts the culinary capital of Heisenberg. Therefore, my mother hopes that your kingdom could provide 20 tons of desserts each month," Katakuri stated calmly, refraining from uttering his mother Big Mom's exact words. "Humph. Such matters should not require the presence of a prominent star like you. Sending an official would suffice. I am here for something far more significant." "And what might that be?" "A marriage alliance." "What did you say?" King Denver was momentarily taken aback. "A pirate crew wishes to form a marriage alliance with a member of the world government?" "Indeed," Katakuri affirmed, confirming that the king had not misheard. "My mother received word that the Douglas royal family of the Kingdom of Babylon possesses dragon blood, hence the idea of a union. To demonstrate the importance she places on your nation, my mother has decided that the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, one of the 34 ministers known as Juice Minister and a member of the Sweet Commanders with a bounty of 732 million berries, Charlotte Smoothie, shall marry the eldest son of the Douglas family, Douglas Satan." "What?" Satan, who had been observing the situation from the guest area, was utterly bewildered. "How could it be me?" "Haha, little Satan, it seems this is indeed a case of bride snatching. I just didn't expect the target to be you." Evil Eye grinned mischievously. Seated beside Satan, the expressions of Sanin Junmaru and his companions were riddled with discomfort, struggling to suppress their laughter. "You had just mentioned that you received intelligence regarding the Douglas family's dragon lineage." King Denver leaned slightly forward, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. I wish to know who divulged this information to you. It was Hussein from the Lion King's organization. The news from the culinary capital of Heisenberg also originated from him. Katakuri, furious at the omission of King Denver's strength in Hussein's intelligence, felt humiliated and, upon a moment's reflection, unhesitatingly betrayed Hussein. If King Denver sought retribution against the Lion King's organization afterward, he would surely relish the prospect. Ah, so that is how it is. King Denver reclined back into his chair and continued, "The Kingdom of Babylon will not provide desserts for free. However, we are open to your procurement. As for an alliance through marriage, you may inform Big Mom that it is utterly impossible. The Douglas family shall not ally with pirates. That is our bottom line." His response was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Very well, I shall take my leave. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance." With that, Katakuri bowed and swiftly turned to depart with Baron Eggman. Chapter 31. Turbulent events. The wedding of Princess Tequila of the Kingdom of Babylon concluded, and guests began to disperse. However, the events that transpired during the ceremony swiftly spread to various clandestine factions through the whispers of those with malicious intent. On the Grand Line. At the underground chamber of the Lion King's organization's headquarters on Lulag Island, the sound of shattering items echoed. "Damn it, that scoundrel Katakuri dared to betray me. I had thought the Big Mom pirates could be reliable allies," Hussein roared like an enraged lion. "Boss, there's no need for anger. We were merely using each other." "There's no trust to speak of," Heather, a senior officer of the Lion King's organization, advised. "Humph, even so, I am accustomed to being the one who betrays others. This is quite vexing." Hussein sat back in his chair, suddenly bursting into laughter. "But it matters not. I do not believe Big Mom will tolerate Denver's rejection. It appears a war is inevitable. The Kingdom of Babylon will not have the leisure to trouble me. Spread the word. We must seize the opportunity to reap substantial benefits from this conflict." "Understood, boss," Heather replied before exiting. From behind, Hussein muttered to himself, "If we could obtain the corpse of a direct descendant of the Douglas family, we might unravel the secrets of the dragon bloodline, which would be immensely rewarding." Somewhere on the Grand Line, amidst an uncharted sea, a colossal maritime nation formed by dozens of giant sea snails, known as the Germa 66, the mercenary army of the wicked. Germa 66 is a scientific combat unit, active across the globe as mercenaries, capable of traversing the Red Soil continent with formidable and efficient combat prowess. The Germa Kingdom is a singular maritime nation without a fixed territory, typically acting in separate fleets. Yet united they form a kingdom comprised almost entirely of male soldiers, constituting the fearsome army known as Germa 66. The pinnacle of governance lies with the Vinsmoke family, who once ruled the North Sea through sheer force and now maintain stable relations with the world government and the Navy. At this moment, within the castle known as the War Room, the king of the Germa Kingdom, commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, was perusing a report. "The Kingdom of Babylon is poised for war against the Big Mom pirates. This is splendid news." "Dad, what relevance does this have to us?" inquired Vinsmoke Achiji, the fourth son of the Vinsmoke family, perplexed. "Surely, they will not recruit us for their conflict." "Fool, who said we would participate in battle?" Judge shot a glare at his son and continued. "We need only seize the opportunity during the war to capture a direct descendant of the Douglas family as a test subject. Should we succeed in unraveling the secrets of the dragon bloodline, our research on bloodline factors will be significantly enhanced and our military power will be greatly amplified. At that point, the time will be ripe for us to reclaim dominance over the North Sea." Judge descended from his throne, arms wide open, laughing maniacally as if the entire North Sea lay prostrate beneath him. On another stretch of ocean within the Grand Line, a luxurious warship floated. This vessel measured over 150 meters in length, equipped with more than 120 16-pound cannons on its deck and wings, alongside a massive 32-pound bow cannon. The deck bustled with armed warriors and combatants, vigilant and ready. The sails bore the image of a blood-red thornbird. Yet the flag hoisted upon the mast was that of the world government. This ship was the flagship of the notorious slavers known as the Thornbirds. Having long captured rare ethnicities to provide precious slaves to the noble celestial dragons, they enjoyed the protection of the celestial dragons, allowing them to fly the world government's flag. With even the Navy unable to intervene in their illicit slave trading activities, rendering them true maritime scum. In the captain's quarters, the leader of the Thornbirds, Child, listened intently to his subordinate's report. "The Kingdom of Babylon is on the verge of war with the Big Mom pirates? This presents a splendid opportunity." Child stroked his small mustache and issued orders. "Dispatch several slave-capturing ships to the Rain Sea. In such a tumultuous locale, It is all too simple to procure valuable slaves. If we can capture some powerful slaves to sell to the celestial dragons as gladiators, we shall amass a fortune. Yes, Captain. The subordinate officers responded eagerly, rushing out as if beckoned by countless berries, each one consumed by a fervor. At this very moment, as the dark forces across the world stirred with tumultuous excitement over the impending conflict between the Kingdom of Babylon and the Big Mom pirates, a family meeting convened within the palace of the Kingdom of Babylon. War is now unavoidable, announced King Denver from his seat of authority, his voice resonating with the clang of swords. Our Douglas family, the Tulip clan, has never been inclined to surrender. Thus, this meeting is to deliberate our strategy for combat. If the Big Mom pirates indeed intend to wage war, the port city of Amsterdam and the culinary capital of Heisenberg shall undoubtedly be primary targets. Lucifer, who had already become the son-in-law of the Douglas family, took part in the meeting and was the first to speak. The aerial garden of the capital, White Dragon City, is the heart of the nation and must be safeguarded. It requires a formidable presence to maintain morale among the troops. Indeed, preparations for war cannot be delayed any longer. Lucifer, you and the other 7 Deadly Sins Knights must lead an army of 100,000 immediately to fortify Amsterdam. Maritime patrols and early warnings must be established. King Denver ordered, then turned to his sister, Princess Tequila, with an apologetic expression. I am truly sorry. There will be no time for a honeymoon. You must accompany the troops to Amsterdam as well. His death, along with General Gabriel and the mighty King Titan, has been tasked with fortifying Heisenberg. While it is unlikely that Heisenberg will become the principal battlefield, one must not let down their guard. For Big Mom is a maniac capable of anything for the sake of her desserts. No one can predict whether she will make an appearance in Heisenberg. Rest assured, Father, I shall not be careless. Isdeth tightened her grip on the long sword at her waist, her expression fierce, betraying no hint of anxiety regarding the impending war. What about me, Father? Satan appeared restless. Let us accompany Satan to Amsterdam. My sacrificial abilities, combined with Satan's wood manipulation, are more advantageous for a direct confrontation. Especially considering Amsterdam is likely to become the primary battlefield, remarked Princess Catherine. She then turned to King Denver, continuing, as for you, the only one capable of facing Big Mom head-on, it would be prudent for you to remain in the capital for the time being. Once we ascertain Big Mom's main assault direction, you may come to our aid. After a moment of contemplation, King Denver nodded in agreement with Princess Catherine's proposal. He then rose and saluted everyone with a solemn military gesture. Long live the Tulip family, echoed the others as they stood and pledged their oath. Chapter 32. The onset of war. As time passed and news spread, the atmosphere throughout the Babylon kingdom grew increasingly tense. Coastal cities on Rain Island received urgent evacuation notices from the royal family, prompting ordinary citizens to flee inland, while the royalty and military fervently prepared for war. The world government and navy headquarters also received a request for war assistance from the Babylon kingdom, promptly dispatching powerful individuals to the Rain Sea. However, as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, would the formidable Big Mom grant the Babylon kingdom sufficient time to prepare for battle? 2 days later, in the outer seas of Amsterdam, 3 patrol boats adorned with the Babylon kingdom's flag conducted their routine patrols, heightened by the looming threat of war. The soldiers aboard remained on high alert, aware that as the kingdom's first line of defense, no one wished to lose their life carelessly, especially against an adversary as formidable as Big Mom. From the lookout atop the patrol boat's mast, 3 soldiers peered through their binoculars, scanning the horizon. Look, a ship is approaching, one lookout shouted. The others quickly turned their binoculars to the side of several pirate ships emerging from the waves, boldly heading toward Amsterdam. The flag of the lead ship depicted a top hat and a collar adorned with fur, featuring a lipstick-wearing skeleton waving, signaling the arrival of Big Mom's pirate crew. One lookout, recognizing the pirate flag, trembled in fear. Enemy attack! Sound the alarm! Another lookout shouted. Leaning over the edge of the lookout tower to yell down to the deck, the enemy is the Big Mom pirate crew. Over 20 ships are approaching. The soldiers on deck sprang into action, arming themselves with swords and guns, while a communications officer rushed to the communications room to alert the kingdom of the impending threat. As the wielder of the Soul fruit, Big Mom could manipulate souls at will, allowing them to inhabit various objects, thus personifying them, known as homies. She could infuse objects with souls, commanding them to obey her, and with this power, she could control weather and natural phenomena. Among the more than 20 pirate ships under Big Mom's command, besides key officers, were an array of homie soldiers. Just as the Babylon Kingdom's patrol vessel spotted Big Mom's fleet, a homie chess piece soldier in the lookout of Big Mom's flagship, the singing ship, called out, "Mama. Mama. We've arrived at Amsterdam port, and we can already see the Babylon Kingdom's patrol ships." On the deck, seated in a massive chair, was Big Mom. Her size several times larger than an average person. Clad in an oversized pink dress, her bloodshot eyes and thick lipstick were alarming, with saliva occasionally dripping from her gaping maw. In her left hand, she wielded Zeus, the thundercloud, and in her right, Prometheus, the sun, both of which were the most powerful homies. Hailing from a nation renowned for its cuisine, the baked goods would undoubtedly be exquisite. Upon hearing the homie soldier's report, Big Mom lifted her gaze to the distant sea, drooling onto the deck, which began to corrode, emitting wisps of smoke. "Let's greet them, shall we?" she declared, infusing her soul into the thundercloud. The clouds above the Babylon Kingdom's patrol ships rapidly gathered, darkening the sky, crackling with electricity. What is happening? Why is the weather changing suddenly? Oh my, the thunderclouds are gathering. This is perilous. Turn the helm. We'll be struck by lightning. Panic ensued among the soldiers aboard the patrol ships as they exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, the thunderclouds swirling above began to unleash colossal bolts of lightning, crashing down upon the vessels. In an instant, the 3 patrol ships disintegrated under the onslaught, reduced to mere dust. The soldiers on deck had no time to scream before they were obliterated, evaporating into thin air. The waves roared as the remnants of their existence vanished without a trace. At that moment, not far from the patrol boats, the port of Amsterdam had transformed into a fortress of war. The previously civilian harbor had been shut down, and defensive walls were erected around the port, each layer equipped with imposing cannons. Officers commanded their troops anxiously, issuing orders to ensure the defenses were meticulously prepared. Countless soldiers moved orderly between the barricades, transporting shells and ammunition to the cannons, uncovering them and adjusting angles, making final preparations for the impending conflict. Behind the defensive walls, a towering command post stood 100 meters high, serving as the front line's command center. Inside, personnel received reports through the telephone bugs. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Over 20 ships from the Big Mom pirate crew are advancing. A scream followed, and the telephone bug emitted a busy signal, its eyes drooping, devoid of further communication. Report. Patrol ship number 3 has lost contact. Report. Patrol ship number 6 is unaccounted for. Patrol ship number 5 is missing. Patrol ship number 1. With each report from the communication officer, everyone exchanged concerned glances. Despite having made ample preparations for the impending war, the reality of its arrival was still profoundly shocking. Undoubtedly, war had descended upon them. The highest-ranking presence, Princess Catherine, commanded calmly, "Immediately issue a war alert to all citizens. Order all ordinary people remaining in Amsterdam to evacuate at once. Tequila, you and the lazy knight Belial shall lead the royal escort to ensure the safety of the populace." "Yes, sister," Princess Tequila replied, gripping Lucifer's hand before turning to depart, her demeanor composed, betraying none of her usual frivolity. Lucifer gestured to the lazy knight Belial, who stood behind him, a towering figure with a shaven head and a massive wolfong mace. He squinted, indicating his understanding of Lucifer's intent, and followed behind Princess Tequila as they made their exit. As Princess Tequila departed, Princess Catherine continued to issue commands. "The guardianship of all defensive walls at the front line shall be entrusted to you, and all personnel will be under your command." "Yes, Your Highness," Lucifer replied, gesturing for the dwarven warrior Samuel from the 7 deadly sins and the envious Leviathan to remain and protect the princess. He then waved his hand, leading the others to the front-line defensive walls. Chapter 33. The tsunami crisis. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning and accompanied by the rumble of thunder, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere in the port of Amsterdam. Soldiers, fully armed, stood resolutely atop the defensive walls near the coast, while officers of various ranks moved among them, offering words of encouragement to uplift their spirits. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, where even the sound of a soldier's nervous swallow, the clattering of teeth, and the trembling of legs became distinctly audible. At that moment, Satan and Lucifer ascended the platform atop the second defensive wall, drawing the collective gaze of the soldiers below. Satan stood atop the high platform, the cold wind brushing against his temples, causing his disheveled hair to stand defiantly amidst the grave atmosphere. Gazing down at the countless soldiers whose eyes reflected either trepidation or fervor, a surge of bravado welled up within him. "What of Big Mom? I shall never concede defeat. Soldiers, I am Douglas Satan, the prince of the Tulip family." He stepped forward, positioning himself at the most conspicuous spot on the platform. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the overcast sky, illuminating him. In that moment, his figure seemed to don a radiant halo, becoming extraordinarily resplendent. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The fervent cheers of the soldiers echoed from below. "I wish to convey to you, our resistance against the enemy holds profound significance. This is not merely an ordinary war. We, the Kingdom of Babylon, must proclaim to the world that regardless of who the enemy may be, we shall never compromise, we shall never yield. Never yield. Never yield." The soldiers fervently brandished their weapons, roaring in unison. The scars upon their backs are the warrior's disgrace. Fight to the death. Victory awaits. Satan raised the dragon staff, a weapon meticulously selected from the royal armory for the purpose of battle, and roared with fury. "Victory, victory, victory." The soldiers' cries surged like a tidal wave, even parting the dense clouds that hung in the sky, allowing golden rays of sunlight to pierce through and illuminate every individual, further elevating their morale. At that moment, a fleet of pirate ships emerged one after another from the sea, brazenly advancing towards the harbor. Soon, the pirate vessels drew near, entering the range of the coastal artillery. The soldiers swiftly removed the tarpaulins from the cannons, adjusted their angles, and unleashed a barrage of fiery cannonballs towards the encroaching pirate ships. However, due to the undulating waves, most of the cannonballs missed their targets, erupting in geysers around the vessels instead, even when some cannonballs fortuitously aimed at the ships. The big MOM pirates boasted formidable warriors aboard each craft, who deftly intercepted the incoming projectiles with bursts of sword energy and other bizarre attacks, creating a cacophony of thunderous explosions in the air. The noise was deafening. Aboard the lead singing ship of the pirate armada, Big MOM put down her dessert, muttering in dissatisfaction, "Mother, don't fret. We will soon reach the shore. Such trivial attacks can be obliterated in an instant," said Charlotte Cracker, the 10th son of the Charlotte family and one of the 4 sweet commanders, as he effortlessly sliced through several cannonballs with a casual slash. As a formidable pirate with a bounty of 600 million berries, Cracker, known as the Biscuit Knight, regarded the nations of the Grand Line with disdain. Tall and imposing, he wore a helmet adorned with a mane of hair and horns decorated with biscuit motifs. His armor was patterned in black and white like a biscuit, and he sported a belt emblazoned with the letters BS, with a sharp, long beard and a sword in hand. He donned a cape and carried a large biscuit-shaped shield on his back, presenting a commanding figure. "Do not underestimate them, Cracker. The Kingdom of Babylon is extraordinary, harboring many strong individuals," cautioned Katakuri, the leader of the 4 sweet commanders, maintaining his composure. He then turned to his younger siblings behind him, advising, "Stay vigilant. Do not let your guard down." "How embarrassing, Brother Katakuri. When did you become so timid? Sharing the title of Sweet Commander with you is truly humiliating," retorted Snack, another of the 4 commanders, as he flicked his sword dismissively. "Can it be that the King of Babylon has frightened you? I refuse to believe a mere small nation in the Grand Line could possess strength to rival that of Mother." "Enough. Silence," bellowed Big MOM, tossing a large piece of screaming dessert into her cavernous mouth, her impatience palpable. She glanced at the heavily fortified Amsterdam harbor, savoring her treat. A storm would be most appropriate at this moment. Unseen spiritual energy was infused by Big MOM into the surrounding sky and sea. In that instant, she seized control of the entire maritime domain. The weather around Amsterdam began to shift dramatically. The clouds darkened, torrential rain poured, and fierce winds howled, plunging the area into a tempest, punctuated by flashes of lightning. Soon, the cannons on the defensive walls were drenched, rendering the prepared gunpowder and cannonballs ineffective. The elaborate defenses painstakingly constructed by the Kingdom of Babylon appeared laughable in the face of Big Mom's might, easily dismantled with a mere wave of her hand. Concurrently, the sea around the pirate ships churned violently, unleashing towering waves that culminated in a tsunami nearly 100 meters high, surging towards Amsterdam with overwhelming force. As the cannons, meant for long-range defense against the pirates, became useless, the soldiers on the defensive wall descended into panic. This was merely the first wave of terror. Upon witnessing the colossal tsunami manipulated by Big MOM advancing towards the harbor, many soldiers felt a sense of impending doom. Surely this cannot be real. Can we truly withstand such a cataclysmic force? We are doomed. This tsunami will annihilate Amsterdam in an instant. Chapter 34. Defensive counterattack. Amsterdam trembled beneath the storm summoned by Big MOM, akin to a small boat on the verge of capsizing. At that moment, atop the high tower behind the defensive wall, Princess Catherine donned an elaborate ceremonial robe and knelt solemnly, with her hands crossed gently over her chest. Fingers bent in a delicate manner, she closed her eyes, murmuring a series of mysterious and complex prayers with a countenance full of devotion. Gradually, threads of light broke through the tempestuous clouds above, shining directly upon her. The pace of her incantations quickened, her voice grew more urgent, and her body trembled slightly, as if expending tremendous energy. As Princess Catherine's prayers crescendoed, the beam of light illuminating her grew broader, forming an expanding halo that radiated outward. This light enveloped the tower, covered the defensive wall, and spread even farther, calming the previously tumultuous weather in all areas it touched. The soldiers bathed in this light felt as if their hearts were cleansed by sunlight, and all negative emotions dissipated like mist. When the radiance enveloped all of Amsterdam, the storm conjured by Big Mom was completely quelled, and the sky shone brightly once more. Having accomplished this, Princess Catherine relaxed, her face glistening with sweat, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Clearly, even as the kingdom's most powerful priestess, dispelling the storm that had engulfed the city was no trivial feat. Although the storm had been dispelled by the princess, the tsunami summoned by Big Mom still roared towards them, leaving no one at ease. The nearly 100-meter-high wall of water loomed ever closer, instilling fear in the hearts of many soldiers, their legs trembling in trepidation. Onward, Asmodeus! At that moment, Lucifer shouted from the high platform of the defensive wall, soaring into the air to confront the incoming wave. Ah, understood, Captain. Seated beside the high platform, Asmodeus, the Knight of the 7 Deadly Sins, rose and strode boldly toward the crashing waves. Originally a giant wandering the Grand Line, he later followed the first head of the Douglas family, becoming a Knight of the 7 Deadly Sins to this day. Due to his unique racial advantages, he has lived for over 3 centuries yet retains a vigorous vitality, making him a venerable elder among the sins. Towering at 35 meters, with a thick beard and clad in a steel-horned helmet, he wields a colossal 40-meter-long katana. With each step, he covers great distances, swiftly positioning himself at the forefront of the defensive wall, standing protectively before all. Ha ha ha, behold the might of the Elbaf giants in their swordsmanship, Asmodeus bellowed, dismissing the approaching tsunami as he held his blade with both hands, gathering his strength before unleashing a sweeping strike against the oncoming waves. A massive azure sword aura erupted from his katana, racing toward the tumultuous sea. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the towering 100-meter wave was cleaved in two, transforming into a suspended mass of water. Following this, Lucifer, soaring in the air, unleashed a volley of radiant arrows from his wings, resembling a relentless barrage aimed at the severed wave, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. The colossal wave fragmented into droplets, cascading down like a torrential rain upon the sea. Truly, the Knights of the 7 Deadly Sins, known as the Iron Wall of the Kingdom, are formidable. We are saved. Such divine power is utterly reliable. Victory is surely ours. The soldiers in the rear cheered, marveling at a strength that ordinary folk could only aspire to attain through a lifetime of training. Passive defense is not my style. To minimize casualties, I must meet the enemy at the gates. Let us unleash my wrath, unfulfilled with merely halting the tsunami. Lucifer aimed to deliver a crushing blow to the Big Mom pirates. With a single flap of his wings, he soared toward the singing ship of Big Mom. Observing Lucifer's intent to attack the singing ship, Asmodeus swung his katana again, releasing another formidable sword aura toward the vessel. As the aura sliced through the sea, it carved a deep chasm, forcing the waters to be pushed aside, unable to return even after the sword aura had passed. Quite impressive. He managed to intercept Mother's attack, remarked Snag, a hint of surprise on his face from the deck of the singing ship. Now this is interesting, exclaimed Kriya, his enthusiasm evident. The thrill of severing the head of a fiercely resisting foe brings me unparalleled delight. He advanced to the bow of the ship, removing his biscuit shield from his back and tossing it forward. The shield floated in front of the vessel, swaying under Kriya's control, with new biscuit shields materializing with each motion. Though Kriya's shields were crafted from the power of his fruit, under the formidable enhancement of his armament hockey, they transformed into an ultimate defense surpassing steel. The sword aura, capable of effortlessly slicing through tsunamis, collided with the biscuit shields, holding firm for several seconds as the surrounding waters were compressed into a massive pit by the violent impact. Yet the biscuit shields remained unbroken. Eventually, the sword aura, having lost some of its force against the shields, altered its trajectory and soared into the sky, scattering the clouds. Afterward, Kriya clapped his hands, causing all the shields to dissolve into crumbs that vanished into the air. While Asmontis's assault was thwarted, Lucifer had now ascended above the singing ship. With a flap of his wings, countless feather-like photons rained down, enveloping all the pirate ships. Such arrogance! Katakuri scoffed, waving his hand as his right arm morphed into a mass of glutinous rice, rapidly expanding to form a colossal umbrella shielding the singing ship. Lucifer's photon feathers pierced the rice mass, creating a series of explosions as fragments scattered, forming deep craters on the surface. However, with a slight quiver, the mass restored itself. Lucifer's attack inflicted no harm upon Katakuri, though the singing ship remained unscathed under Katakuri's protection. The other pirate vessels were not as fortunate, with some suffering severed masts under Lucifer's bombardment. Kriya and Katakuri took action, blocking the attacks from Asmontis and Lucifer, while Snag, equally unwilling to back down, leaped into action. With a powerful leap from the deck, he soared high, his body hardened by armament hockey. Taking on a deep purple hue, he executed a reverse kick, striking the unsuspecting Lucifer. The impact sent Lucifer hurtling toward the coast, crashing through 2 layers of the defensive wall and creating a massive crater, his form engulfed in a cloud of dust. Chapter 35. Satan strikes. As dust swirled and smoke filled the air, the flames of war raged fiercely. A figure emerged from the rising haze. It was Lucifer, having been propelled by Snag's kick. His once pristine suit was now slightly crumpled, and his expression was grave as he leapt back atop the defensive wall. How is it, Lucifer? We can now confirm that Big Mom is indeed aboard. We can notify the king for assistance. The pirate ship steadily approached the shore, and Asmontis continued to unleash wave after wave of sword energy, stirring the ocean into a fury. This time, he shifted his focus, no longer targeting the heavily fortified singing ship. As the sword energy swept across the sea, any pirate ship lacking sufficient strength to counter them would be cleaved in twain by the whistling strikes, subsequently swallowed by the depths, leaving behind a colossal whirlpool. Within just a brief moment of nearing the shore, 3 inadequately defended pirate vessels had already been sent to the ocean's depths by Asmontis. What an arrogant scoundrel! All cannons, target the giant. Fire, commanded a clever pirate captain. The ship's cannons trained their sights on Asmontis, unleashing a barrage of searing cannonballs toward him. Although he managed to slice through some of the projectiles with his sword strikes, his massive form rendered him unable to evade entirely, with explosions erupting upon his body. That fool will become a target, Lucifer grumbled, turning to Mammon. You should assist him. Oh, what a nuisance. I despise brutes, Mammon replied, flicking her long hair flirtatiously. With her hands outstretched, she formed circular gestures, sending forth nearly transparent rings of light that expanded and enveloped Asmontis' towering figure. Instantly, Asmontis' form appeared ethereal and uncertain to all observers, as the cannonballs aimed at him seemed to lose their direction, narrowly missing him with resounding explosions. What an impressive mental attack, Sister Mammon, exclaimed Satan, astonished. To alter the trajectories of so many cannonballs in an instant is truly remarkable. Let us join the fray. Satan felt the fervor coursing through his veins, turning to greet Chitong and the others before leaping from the high platform, charging towards the front line. Close behind him were Chitong, Hadon, Jumaru, and Sinan. Pirate ships docked one after another as pirates and the homie soldiers created by Big Mom surged onto the shore. Despite the cacophony of gunfire claiming lives, the survivors continued to rush towards the defensive wall like an unrelenting tide. Witnessing the enemy's advance, the soldiers atop the wall, under the leadership of their officers, resolutely prepared to counterattack. It was as if 2 tumultuous waves collided. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere, with wounded soldiers and pirates falling, unwilling to succumb on this searing and brutal battlefield. Come on, little brats, I can let you escape for 39 meters. The formidable Asmontis rampaged among the pirates, his voice echoing wildly as he wielded a 40-meter-long blade, delivering sharp strikes that felled enemies, inflicting significant casualties upon them. Satan stood at the forefront of a defensive wall, gazing at the blood-soaked battlefield before him, where dismembered limbs flew through the air. A pang of anguish struck his heart. Those fallen soldiers were the most devoted bastions of his clan. It was utterly disheartening to witness them being so effortlessly depleted by the soldiers of Home Ice. That scoundrel, Big Mom. To mitigate the casualties, it seems I too must forge soldiers. Evil vision, lend me your aid. Satan whispered to the malevolent thoughts perched upon his shoulder. Heh. No problem. Let us alter the course of this battlefield. Indeed, it was a grand spectacle that delighted him. The malevolent thoughts responded with a grin. Yet their demeanor bore an unprecedented seriousness. The ancient trees catalyzed. Satan leaped down from the defensive wall and crouched upon the ground, his hands firmly pressed against the earth. A vibrant surge of life force flowed from his palms into the soil. Soon, around him, saplings broke through the surface, rapidly growing under the influence of this vitality, swiftly transforming into colossal ancient war trees towering nearly 100 meters high. At last, it was time for me to take the stage. The malevolent spirit, evil sight, soared from Satan's shoulder, hovering in the air. With the invocation of the elven secret technique, awakened trance, the ancient war trees rooted in the ground began to sway and writhe, as if imbued with life. Their trunks contorted and morphed, gradually revealing indistinct human faces, while branches shaped into arms and roots emerged from the earth, forming legs. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, dozens of ancient war trees transformed into over 30 towering giants in less than a minute. They lined up, emitting inexplicable roars that nearly obscured half the sky. Even without launching an attack, they instilled immense pressure upon the adversaries. Ha ha ha, go forth, war treants, crush them beneath your might. Satan gazed upon the successfully awakened war tree men with fervent enthusiasm, shouting passionately as the commanded tree warriors surged forward. Their bodies were as resilient as iron, nearly impervious to blades and bullets. Even when struck by cannon fire, they merely emerged with charred patches upon their skin, towering and fearless. Each sweep of their arms and each kick could effortlessly send numerous pirates and Homai soldiers flying. Upon their entry into the battlefield, they swiftly altered the tide of combat, inflicting heavy casualties upon the pirates who had just landed on the shore. Following closely behind the war tree men, Satan and his companions, Chihong, plunged into the fray. Satan wielded a 3-meter-long dragon staff, around which coiled a fierce 5-clawed golden dragon. The staff was adorned with fearsome dragon heads at both ends, exuding an ancient aura, and was rumored to be crafted from the bones of the dragon clan. He moved through the enemy ranks with unrestrained ferocity, embodying the very essence of a demon. Each swing of his staff sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle, accompanied by the sounds of bones shattering and anguished cries. Junmaru, sprouting over 30 half-meter-long bone spikes, formed a formidable barrier while inflicting immense damage upon his foes. He wielded a bone sword, effortlessly dispatching enemies with fluid, precise movements. His agility was akin to a whirlwind, leaving a trail of blood and lifeless bodies, each struck down with lethal precision. The sisters with crimson and obsidian eyes, armed with imperial artifacts, flanked Satan, serving as his vigilant guardians. Their methods of killing were ruthless, showing no mercy as they dismembered foes amidst a torrential downpour of blood. The recently joined Baolong Delsign was no less formidable. He possessed the rare power of the dust fruit, allowing him to transform into dust upon receiving physical attacks, rendering them ineffective. He could also manipulate the earth beneath him, unleashing a myriad of unimaginable assaults, thriving on the battlefield. Chapter 36. The Fire from Heaven. Upon anchoring the singing ship, Katakuri surveyed the battlefield, now at a disadvantage due to the emergence of the war trees. Frowning, he resolved, "We cannot allow them to continue their rampage. Let us advance." Calling to his siblings behind him, he was the first to leap from the pirate ship into the fray. The children of the Charlotte family followed suit, each radiating a powerful aura, unmistakably devoid of weakness. As they entered the battlefield, the Charlotte family members swiftly dispersed, each targeting the formidable warriors present. One of the war trees kicked, sending a group of pirates flying, then raised its foot to stomp down. A powerful shockwave erupted, but its massive foot was halted midair by a long sword wielded by Charlotte Smuggy, one of the 4 stars. Although her height of less than 2 meters seemed trivial against the towering war tree, she stood resolute, effortlessly countering its attack. The force of their clash whipped her white hair into a frenzy, her expression remaining stoic. She regarded the war tree with disdain, muttering, "If size alone guaranteed invincibility, the giants would have long since dominated the world." With a sudden burst of strength, she lifted the war tree's raised foot and unleashed a cutting wave of sword energy, severing its foot in an instant. The massive trunk of the war tree toppled backward with a thunderous crash, creating a deep crater upon impact, likely crushing numerous unfortunate souls beneath it. As the war tree struggled to rise, Smuggy denied it the opportunity, leaping atop its fallen form. With her right hand gripping her sword, she pressed her left hand against its bark. "Juicing," she exclaimed, and with that, the moisture within the war tree was swiftly extracted, leaving behind a lifeless, desiccated trunk. A firm stomp from her foot sent the remnants exploding into a flurry of wood shavings as she charged toward her next adversary. Meanwhile, another war tree confronted Charlotte's 4th son, the Golden Minister, Charlotte Owen. With a 3-blade hairstyle, bare upper body draped in a black cloak, and clad in black gloves and pants, he resembled a professional boxer. He leaped high, delivering a powerful punch reinforced with hockey to the war tree's chest, forcing the colossal creature to stagger back several steps, yet it remained unscathed. Unexpectedly resilient, Owen remarked, momentarily surprised before anger surged within him, as his body temperature skyrocketed. His fist glowed red, resembling a molten lava ball as he charged once more at the war tree. A user of the heat fruit, he could rapidly raise his body temperature, scorching anything he touched. In this heated state, Owen's attacks were devastatingly powerful, each punch creating charred craters upon the war tree's bark while he deftly evaded its counterattacks. Soon, he had gained the upper hand, and it appeared that the destruction of this war tree was merely a matter of time. Katakuri advanced through the battlefield with ease, his mastery of observation hockey granting him near precognitive abilities, allowing him to evade attacks with minimal movement. Each punch he threw expanded his arms several-fold, imbued with potent hockey, sending groups of enemies flying with his overwhelming strikes. These trees are indeed well suited for battle, but I cannot allow the homies to be wiped out entirely. It seems it's time for me to unleash my ultimate technique. Observing the battlefield's dynamics, he noted that while many war trees had been thwarted or destroyed by his family and officers, several still roamed freely, wreaking havoc among the pirates. Katakuri activated the awakened state of his devil fruit, transforming the ground around him into a sticky rice cake. He shaped the transformed terrain into long, thick strands, launching them forward in a rapid assault. In an instant, the enemies within a 100-meter radius were decimated, leaving behind a gruesome scene of shattered corpses and pools of blood, staining the once white rice cakes a deep crimson. Continuing his advance, Katakuri unleashed a barrage of rice cake strands, causing widespread devastation. Even when encountering the war trees, they were swiftly obliterated by the relentless onslaught. What a powerful technique. Let me test her strength, he thought, his massive presence capturing the attention of Balong Del Sinan. With a wave of his hand, walls of earth rose to intercept Katakuri's rice cake strands. A tremendous impact resonated, sending dust and debris swirling, enveloping the battlefield as both Babylonian soldiers and the pirates under Big Mom's command fled from the chaos, realizing it was best to avoid the monsters' clash. Just as the battle raged on, Big Mom, who had been seated in her massive chair on the singing ship, rose to her feet, exclaiming in frustration, "What use are you if you cannot even eliminate a handful of war trees?" She glared at the 20-odd war trees still rampaging across the battlefield, her dissatisfaction apparent. Mama, don't be angry. They are doing their best." Only Charlotte Brle, who stood closest to Big Mom, offered her counsel. Brle's appearance resembled that of an old witch, marked by a long scar across her face, her purple hair cascading down her tall figure. Clad in a flowing white dress and a green fur coat, she was the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family and possessed the powers of the mirror fruit. With a disdainful huff, Big Mom infused the flames with her soul, harnessing the power of fire. The sky above the battlefield blazed crimson as torrents of flames rained down, enveloping the war treemen in a fiery embrace, reducing them to mere wisps of ash. Once a formidable nuisance to the Big Mom pirates, the war treemen were rendered utterly powerless in the face of her might. "Truly powerful, mother," praised Charlotte Brle earnestly from the side. "Enough chatter. Can we proceed with the plan?" Big Mom inquired impatiently. "I require sufficient time to enjoy my desserts. I cannot waste it here." "It is ready," Brle replied. Disembarking from the ship, she extended her hands, and the air before her shimmered, revealing a colossal mirror that floated in midair, its surface rippling like water. "Then I shall take my leave. Inform Katakuri to command and swiftly conclude this battle." With that, Big Mom stepped into the suspended mirror, her figure dissipating from Amsterdam harbor. Chapter 37. The second battlefield as war engulfed Amsterdam, the Babylon Kingdom, renowned as the culinary capital, faced its own adversaries. Isteth led the mighty Gabriel and the great ape King Titan in defense of Heisenberg, bolstered by an army of 30,000 fully armed soldiers. Yet, their foes numbered merely 2. A small vessel adorned with the Big Mom pirates' flag docked at Heisenberg, where Baron Egg, once a messenger to the Babylon palace, respectfully followed an elderly man ashore. This old gentleman, short in stature, donned a round-top hat and sported a fluffy beard, presenting an unassuming image. He was the head chef of the Big Mom pirates, Longbread, responsible for the confectionery of the Charlotte family, and the only veteran among the crew. In his youth, he had witnessed the 5-year-old Big Mom devastate half of a giant village on Elbath, and his awe for her formidable power had led him to join her pirate crew. establishing a high standing within the organization. Longbread possessed the abilities of the bake fruit, enabling him to transform any object he touched into desired ingredients, making him an enigmatic figure of great strength. Longbread, this is it, the culinary capital of the Babylon kingdom, Baron Egg said respectfully, following closely behind. Indeed, we must procure an ample supply of desserts. Otherwise, Lin will erupt in fury. At that moment, as they disembarked, they found themselves encircled by a battalion of fully armed soldiers. You are from the big MOM pirates. Leave the Babylon kingdom at once. You are not welcome here. Gabriel, the lion, bellowed at them. Baron Egg tapped his cane on the ground and, with a gentlemanly demeanor, replied, General, I advise you to prepare sufficient desserts for us to take away. Otherwise, no one can withstand Mother's wrath. Impossible. Isteth emerged from behind, and the soldiers saluted her with respect. The Babylon kingdom will never provide desserts to the big MOM pirates. No wonder Lin sent me. It seems this place remains untouched by her reputation. Longbread stepped forward. Little girl, are you certain you wish to oppose us? Humph, the Babylon kingdom will never compromise. Open fire. Isteth scoffed, waving her hand, and the soldiers unleashed a torrent of bullets towards the two. What an impatient little girl, Longbread remarked, unfazed by the incoming projectiles. With a gentle motion of his hand, he transformed the bullets into chocolate beans, which fell harmlessly to the ground. Then let us resolve this in true pirate fashion. With a flick of his wrist, the ground beneath him morphed into cream, sweeping outward like a wave and engulfing the unsuspecting soldiers, who soon found themselves suffocated. Isteth and Gabriel retreated, dodging the onslaught of the creamy tide. Isteth leaped high, swinging her sword at the approaching wave, releasing a cerulean sword energy that sliced through the air, freezing the moisture in its path. The chill spread from the point of impact, quickly halting the creamy tide and crystallizing it into blocks of ice. Seizing the moment of Isteth's distraction, Gabriel transformed into his lion-man form, towering over 3 meters. With a mane sprouting around his neck, his limbs morphing into clawed appendages that greatly amplified his strength and speed. Upon completing his transformation, he charged at Longbread like a bolt of lightning, his clawed hand gleaming with deadly intent. Longbread disregarded the charging Gabriel, meeting him with a punch. His fist hardened by hockey, colliding with Gabriel's claw like a hammer. After a brief stalemate, Gabriel was sent reeling back, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Coughing from the pit, Gabriel's labored breaths revealed he had been injured from a single blow. Isteth's eyes widened. She understood Gabriel's capabilities, a solid mid-admiral level fighter. She hadn't anticipated him falling so quickly to the big MOM pirate's might. Just as Isteth contemplated the situation, a shadow burst forth, delivering a fierce roundhouse kick towards Longbread. Longbread reacted instantly, spinning around to counter with a similar kick. The impact reverberated loudly, and both were forced back a few steps. Even a surprise attack resulted in a stalemate. Isteth recognized the assailant as the great ape King Titan. You two hold him off. I'll take down Baron Egg, and then we shall deal with him together. With that, Isteth charged at Baron Egg, while Gabriel and Titan launched a combined assault on Longbread, ensnaring him in place. It seems I have been underestimated, Princess. Did you truly believe I could be easily dispatched? Baron Egg smirked, sipping tea from his hat while elegantly twirling on his long legs. You will come to regret this. Humph, prepare to meet your end. Isteth remained composed, unleashing a series of sword strikes towards Baron Egg, undeterred by his taunts. It seems I must defeat you to fulfill Mother's orders. There is no other way. Baron Dandon's expression turned serious as he cast aside his cane, nimbly dodging the attacks of Isteth with agile leaps. With a swift motion, he created distance, supported himself with one hand on the ground, and began to spin like a windmill. His long legs, possessing an extra joint compared to ordinary folk, moved with the precision of a compass, intensifying his dominance as they collided with Isteth's longsword, producing a sound akin to iron striking iron. Indeed, the officers of the big MOM pirates were formidable warriors, truly worthy of serving one of the 4 emperors. Isteth paused her assault, breathing heavily, and seized the opportunity to survey the other battlefield. She noted that even with the combined efforts of Gabriel and Titan, they could barely defend themselves against the formidable Longbread. Fortunately, their powers as Zoan-type devil fruit users endowed them with superior stamina and recovery, allowing them to endure. She resolved to swiftly dispatch her opponent. Gripping her sword with newfound determination, Isteth emanated a chilling aura, causing the moisture in the air around her to crystallize into icy mist. Her beautiful sword, Durandal appeared to be encased in a thin layer of ice, sparkling with a dazzling, cold light under the sun. Chapter 38. The egg fruit on the beach of the culinary capital, Heisenberg. Isteth and Baron Dandin engaged in a fierce struggle. She yearned to conclude the battle swiftly, yet found Baron Dandin to be a worthy adversary. Though she maintained the upper hand in their confrontation, she lacked a definitive technique to vanquish him in a single blow. With her body slightly hunched, panting heavily, she regarded Baron Dandin with utmost seriousness. His mastery of hockey was formidable, and his kicking techniques were equally impressive. She needed to enhance the power of her slashes to breach his defenses. As Isteth pondered a strategy to overcome her foe, a long-forgotten teaching from Princess Catherine suddenly surfaced in her mind. There exists an infinite power in the universe. The way of the priestess is to harness this power through sincere understanding and devout prayer. By invoking the power of words, one can attune to nature and summon the forces of the heavens, appropriating divine might. Thus, despite being delicate women, priestesses can invoke celestial phenomena and wield immense power. A realization dawned upon Isteth. Could she invoke the natural forces of the universe through specific incantations? This would surely amplify her offensive capabilities. She relaxed her body, gently closed her eyes, and began to attune herself to her surroundings. Baron Dandin, observing Isteth's transformation not far away, felt a flicker of surprise. Had she chosen to surrender? In the name of the daughter of the Emperor and the High Ice Queen, I offer my praises to the winter night and summer day. O frostbitten scorpion! O haste-snowed Bifong, you who command the symphony of spirits and radiance, congeal the ice of the underworld and sever the malevolent deities and demons. First path of ice slashing, curved light. Suddenly, Isteth's voice resonated with incantations, her eyes bursting open as her aura surged dramatically. The innate icy power coursing through her blood crystallized upon her exquisite sword, Durandal. With a whoosh, Isteth vanished from sight, akin to a tempest, and passed by Baron Dandin in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a powerful slash struck him. Isteth halted abruptly, her back turned to Baron Dandin as she sheathed Durandal. Behind her, Baron Dandin's eyes widened in disbelief, a series of unintelligible sounds escaping his lips as blood seeped from his wounds. His expression was one of incredulity as a deep gash split his body nearly in half, blood gushing forth in a spray of over half a meter. At last, the sound of his body collapsing to the ground echoed behind her. Upon hearing Baron Dandin fall heavily, Isteth exhaled a sigh of relief, only for her body to involuntarily slump down. She knelt, propping herself up with her sword, struggling to rise. Indeed, it was her first time employing incantations, and it had drained her mental energy significantly. She could scarcely imagine the difficulty her mother must have faced in manipulating the forces of nature. Using Durandal for support, she unsteadily regained her footing and cast her gaze towards the distant battlefield where Gabriel and Titan contended with Longbread. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rushed from behind her, sending shockwaves of dread through her heart. Barely managing to tilt her head, she evaded a lethal strike. But a kick landed on her shoulder, propelling her sideways. Isteth's body crashed violently into the ground, creating a large crater. Yet she continued to roll until she slammed against a wall, feeling a searing pain as though her very organs were ablaze, blood spilling from her mouth. Struggling, she lifted her head to discern the identity of her assailant. Her pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? How could he withstand such a devastating blow and still remain alive? Ha ha ha, Your Highness, did you not expect this? A tall gentleman approached, clad in pink attire and egg-shaped trousers, none other than Baron Dandin, albeit with an altered visage. I must commend Your Highness. Your strike was indeed formidable and could have been fatal. After a brief pause, he continued with a smug tone, Unfortunately, I have consumed the powers of the special Zoan-type devil fruit, the egg fruit. Upon consumption, my body transforms into that of an egg. When I sustain a lethal injury that would ordinarily split me apart, I can hatch from my fractured egg form, emerging as a chick. Each time I hatch, I grow stronger, gaining resilience with every rebirth. Baron Dandin, or rather, the chick Viscount, strode forward with an air of triumph. I possess the ability of rebirth, whereas, Your Highness, you do not. Thus, it would be wise for you to accept your fate. Regardless of how many times you are reborn, I shall simply cleave you down with an even greater strike, Isteth declared, barely managing to rise once more as she drew Durandal, her demeanor unervingly calm. Humph. Do not feign bravado. If I am not mistaken, such a powerful slash can only be executed a few times, correct? As for me, I have grown even stronger. The chick Viscount advanced menacingly, cautiously approaching his death, intent on finishing her off. In the name of the daughter of the Emperor and the High Ice Queen, I offer my praises to the winter night and summer day. O frostbitten scorpion, O hay-snowed bifong, you who command the symphony of spirits and radiance. Congeal the ice of the underworld and sever the malevolent deities and demons. Second path of ice slashing, Azure Star Flash. Isteth, who had been barely able to stand, began to chant her incantation in a hurried manner. Before the Chick Viscount could react, a flash of white light streaked by, and Isteth appeared behind him, her blade cleaving through him once more, blood erupting forth as he collapsed. After executing her attack, Isteth laboriously turned around, fixating her gaze on the fallen Chick Viscount. Her hands trembled slightly, blood trickling from her 7 orifices. The exertion of 2 incantations had pushed her to her limits. However, fate would not bend to her will. As the body of the fallen Chick Viscount began to convulse violently, it appeared to split apart, blood spraying as a new figure emerged, fiercer and more powerful, having evolved into the Rooster Count. As the Rooster Count stood tall, his blood-soaked figure radiated a formidable aura, resembling an enraged demon. Desperation calls for action. In the name of the daughter of the Emperor and the High Ice Queen, I offer my praises to the winter night and summer day. O frostbitten scorpion, O hay-snowed bifong, you who command the symphony of spirits and radiance, congeal the ice of the underworld and sever the malevolent deities and demons. Third path of ice slashing, Ice Burial. Isteth swung her sword downwards, unleashing a tangible blade of energy that sliced through the air, leaving deep fissures in the earth and forming thick layers of ice. The energy surged through the Rooster Count's body, an explosion of cold emanating forth, instantly freezing the surrounding area within 100 meters. This time, surely, it must be over. Isteth stood, propped against her sword, her vision beginning to blur as blood flowed from her 7 orifices, her mental faculties severely drained. Quite capable, this young girl. Suddenly, a diminutive figure appeared atop the ice sculpture, mocking her. However, to obstruct the big MOM pirate crew is utterly impossible. Isteth strained to open her eyes. And above the ice sculpture stood the chief chef of the big MOM pirate crew, Longbread, who held in his hand a battered and lifeless form. It was the great ape king, Titan. Humph, go to hell and repent. Longbread slammed Titan's body onto the ground, and in the next instant, he appeared before Isteth, delivering a kick that sent her flying. Isteth was utterly defenseless. Her body soared high into the air before crashing into the sea with a splash, vanishing from sight. Chapter 39. The Mirror Passage, the capital of the Babylon Kingdom. White Dragon City was enveloped in the atmosphere of war, as the battle warnings from the front lines of Amsterdam plunged this beautiful city into sheer panic. Ordinary citizens fervently prayed, hoping the royal army could withstand the invasion of the big MOM pirate crew, allowing them to evade the chaos of war. This is the hope of the week. In the lament of the week, in the grand square of the royal palace in White Dragon City, battalions of royal soldiers swiftly assembled, forming a phalanx of 50,000. The soldiers raised their weapons, the atmosphere electric with fervor. King Denver, clad in battle armor and draped in a vibrant red cape, prepared to lead the kingdom's last line of defense into battle. He sought to wage a comprehensive war in Amsterdam to prevent the conflict from spreading to more inland cities, thus sparing the Babylon kingdom from greater devastation. Behind him, palace guards had gathered in the grand square, with only a few maidens meticulously polishing various precious artifacts with pristine cloths. This opulent display not only flaunted the Douglas family's illustrious history and glorious past, but also seemed to disregard the last vestiges of royal dignity. Suddenly, a maiden let out a startled scream. The enormous floor mirror she was polishing rippled like the surface of water, causing her to tumble to the ground in shock, while her fellow maidens cast astonished glances around. Before they could continue their cries of astonishment, a leg suddenly emerged from the mirror, followed by an arm and a face. A chill swept through the room, and all the maidens involuntarily shuddered. The initially startled maiden nervously scooted backward, her heart brimming with terror. A tall woman emerged from the mirror, clad in a voluminous pink dress, adorned with thick crimson lipstick and pale purple eyeshadow. She was none other than the Empress of the Seas, Charlotte Linlin, captain of the big MOM pirate crew. What a splendid court! It must be exceptionally delectable when set ablaze. Stepping out from the mirror, Big MOM surveyed her surroundings with a dismissive expression. At that moment, a slight rustle from a maiden captured Big Mom's attention. She looked down to find several maidens trembling at her feet. As Big Mom's gaze swept over them, one by one they crumpled to the ground, their breaths forever extinguished. This was the sole intimidation of Big MOM. capable of instilling such fear that souls would be instantaneously snatched away. Only the maiden who initially fell in shock managed to escape far enough to evade the soul intimidation. Upon catching Big Mom's gaze, she turned and fled in terror. Death or escape? A voice echoed from behind, questioning her, and her heart was filled with boundless dread as she stumbled forward in flight. At 60 years of age, Big Mom watched the fleeing ant with interest. With a mere wave of her hand, it was as if something sliced through the maiden's body. Her fleeing figure collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. This was Big Mom's soul curse. The soul curse adjudicates life through questioning. Even a hint of fear would result in the instant extraction of one's soul. With lifespans being arbitrarily stripped away, the maiden perished in an instant due to having 60 years of her life force seized by Big Mom. After dispatching the ant, Big Mom wore a childlike, innocent smile of satisfaction and strode toward the palace exit, her presence overwhelming, causing those remaining at the palace to collapse beneath her might. As for why Big Mom suddenly appeared in White Dragon City, it was entirely due to the efforts of Charlotte Brle, the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family. Brle, a user of the mirror fruit, could create a unique mirror world, linking all mirrors on an island, which also served as exits from this realm. She utilized this mirror passage to transport Big Mom from Amsterdam to White Dragon City. It turned out that the Big Mom pirate crew had never focused their war efforts on Amsterdam. Rather, Big Mom's plan was to utterly annihilate the capital of the Babylon Kingdom, White Dragon City, thereby instilling terror in the hearts of all. In the Grand Square, King Denver was rallying morale, making his final address, when suddenly a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended from the heavens, striking the center of the soldier phalanx. King Denver reacted swiftly. Before the thunder could strike, he vanished from his spot and reappeared in midair directly beneath the bolt. His muscles bulged as the force of the thunder pressed his cape fiercely behind him. He clenched his right fist and struck upward against the descending thunder. A visible red shockwave colliding with the bolt, resulting in a cacophony of crackling thunder before they mutually extinguished in the sky. After the assault, King Denver landed atop a stone pillar, his expression inscrutable as he stared towards the palace exit. The resonant sound of footsteps echoed, heralding Big Mom's arrival. The soldiers in the square erupted in a cacophony of disbelief and shock. Yet none of this impacted King Denver atop the pillar. His face was grave, his mind racing. Had Amsterdam fallen? How could that be? There were countless formidable warriors and an army of 100,000 there, no matter how powerful Big Mom was. She couldn't have crushed them so swiftly to appear here. There must be a mistake. As King Denver pondered in silence, some reckless soldiers brandished their weapons and charged at Big Mom. Stop! Cease! King Denver's eyes widened in fury as he leapt from the stone pillar, crossing half the square in an instant, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. He spread his arms wide, halting the ignorant soldier's suicidal advance. It was imperative to keep Big Mom confined within the palace. Above all, minimizing casualties was crucial. All soldiers, evacuate the square immediately. Swiftly disperse the civilians. Remember, even if it costs your lives, you must ensure the safety of the people. The King of Denver cast a vigilant gaze at Big Mom, who was issuing orders to the soldiers behind her. The soldiers responded with a chorus of agreement and began to withdraw from the square in an orderly manner. The King of Denver slightly bent his body, and in the next moment, he charged fiercely towards Big Mom at the palace gates. His fists not only enveloped in a strong armament hockey, but also radiating a mysterious crimson glow. Faced with the oncoming King of Denver, Big Mom became cautious. With a fiery blow, she struck at him with her immense, powerful fist, which was entwined with raging flames and electricity, showcasing tremendous might. The clash of their fists erupted with ferocity, producing a cacophony of thunder and lightning in the air, while the shock waves sent stones and steps flying, creating a vacuum around them. Chapter 40. The glory of warriors. As time progressed, the atmosphere of war intensified. In the frontline port city of Amsterdam, gunfire roared and smoke filled the air. Flashes of blades and swords occasionally glimmered, leaving trails of blood. The city had become a veritable meat grinder. In the rear area of Amsterdam, a 100-meter-long bridge connecting to the interior of Rain Island, known as the Bridge of Glory, stood as a testament to the Babylon Kingdom's victorious returns to the royal capital after generations of warfare. With nearly a century of history, it was a vital transportation hub between Amsterdam and the island. The bridge stretched over 400 meters in length and several meters in width, wide enough for 24 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. Originally a place of valor, It now served as a lifeline for the masses who had previously been stranded in Amsterdam, now nervously fleeing towards the safety of the island. Princess Tequila led her soldiers in maintaining order, striving to ensure the safe evacuation of all civilians. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, with each passing moment feeling excruciatingly long. Concerned about the war's developments, Tequila often stamped her foot in frustration, expressing her inner anxiety and worries. Finally, amid her anxious waiting, all the civilians safely crossed the Bridge of Glory, reaching the interior of Rain Island, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Ah, what do I see? So many little mice sneaking away. A deep voice resonated, mingling with the clamor of clashing swords as a figure approached the Bridge of Glory. Tall in stature, he wore a helmet adorned with a mane of bristles and horns resembling biscuit bases, clad in black and white striped armor resembling cookies. With BS emblazoned on his belt and a long, sharp beard, he wielded a sword and donned a cape, carrying a large biscuit-shaped shield on his back. He resembled a general. Indeed, he was one of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates, Charlotte Cracker, who had inexplicably bypassed the frontline battlefield. Princess Tequila's gaze turned perilous. Most of the civilians had just crossed the Bridge of Glory and had not yet escaped far. If Cracker caught up with them, there would surely be heavy casualties. She resolved to intercept Cracker at all costs, even if it meant risking her life. Block the Bridge of Glory. To the death, Tequila commanded, charging at Cracker. Yes, Your Highness, came the soldiers' fervent responses as they swiftly formed an impenetrable wall in front of the Bridge of Glory. As Princess Tequila ran, she began to transform. Being a Zoan-type fruit user of the wind fox fruit, she morphed into a fox-human hybrid, her speed dramatically increasing. Like a flash of lightning, she circled around Cracker, launching her attacks. Her fox claws, imbued with hockey, could pierce through metal and stone, and the overwhelming speed granted by the wind fox fruit made her strikes appear dazzling. Cracker had no opportunity to retreat from Tequila's blindingly swift assaults. He could only defend himself with his renowned sword, the pretzel. Suddenly, additional arms sprouted from Cracker's body, third, fourth, and fifth, each grasping a pretzel-shaped sword, fortifying his defenses. Tequila's relentless attacks failed to inflict any harm upon him. As the rapid onslaught continued, Tequila began to tire, her attack speed gradually diminishing. Roll, pretzel. Just as Tequila dashed in front of Cracker once more, he unleashed a piercing strike, sending a spiraling sword energy crashing into her chest. Tequila was sent flying backward, flipping in the air before landing half-crouched on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I'm a biscuit human, capable of conjuring limbs that will do to the biscuit fruit, hence my title, Thousand-Armed Cracker. Your speed is indeed impressive, but it cannot overcome me, Cracker boasted, growing more arms to flaunt his prowess. Tequila's gaze darkened with determination as she readied herself for another charge when suddenly a powerful gust struck her from behind, and a large hand struck her neck. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she slumped to the ground. Hey, what just happened? An internal conflict? Cracker exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed the lazy knight Belial knock out Princess Tequila. You don't mean to join our big MOM pirates, do you? Humph. You think too highly of yourself. Belial handed Princess Tequila over to a subordinate, who swiftly carried her across the Bridge of Glory to safety. Such a retreat is unfit for royalty, Belial said, hoisting his massive spiked club onto his shoulder. Now it's my turn to be your opponent. Ha! Merely the struggles of ants. Cracker scoffed dismissively. Belial charged at him wielding his club, yet Cracker was swifter. Double roll, pretzel. Cracker unleashed two sword-like projectiles crafted from biscuits, which pierced Belial's body, blood gushing from the wounds. Now you can't defend yourself, can you? Cracker taunted as Belial, blood spewing from his mouth, roared defiantly and swung his club wildly. The momentum of his attack caught Cracker off guard, smashing him into pieces. That was too easy, wasn't it? Belial gasped incredulously at the shattered remnants of Cracker. At least you have a semblance of self-awareness. A voice emerged from the cloud of debris, and from the scattered fragments and dust, a figure arose. He had purple hair, styled into 3 clusters, with sparks dancing on the left and right clusters, a scar over his right eye, and brown gloves. He wore a single piece of armor on his right shoulder, a pink cape, loose trousers, and brown boots, with a sword hanging at his waist. You've merely shattered my biscuit soldier, for I despise pain and have long encased myself in armor, rendering me unrecognizable to the common folk, Cracker explained with a newfound arrogance, kicking Belial back. And as for these biscuit soldiers, I can create as many as I desire. With a clap of his hands, he conjured countless biscuit crumbs, each forming into biscuit soldiers that rushed towards the Bridge of Glory. The Babylon Kingdom soldiers, congested at the bridge, attempted to halt their advance but fell effortlessly, leaving a gruesome trail of bodies in their wake. It appears there is still no hope of victory. One soldier lamented. Darius silently observed the tragic scene before him. However, his mission was to provide cover. He rose to his feet, summoning all his strength, and swung his spiked bat with all his might against the Glory Bridge. With a series of cracking sounds, the bridge, which had borne the Douglas family's centuries of glory, collapsed with a thunderous roar. In that moment, a sword tip pierced through his chest. The sacrifice of glory is the destiny of a warrior. Darius spread his arms wide and let out a fierce roar towards the collapsing bridge, leaning forward and plunging into the rushing river below. Chapter 41. An unexpected proposal. As the indolent knight Beria fell at Glory Bridge, his sovereign was fighting valiantly in the royal city of White Dragon. At this moment, the palace of White Dragon had been reduced to ruins, littered with debris and gaping chasms. Deep within the palace, the sounds of explosive collisions echoed intermittently, and suddenly a figure burst forth from the billowing smoke, crashing heavily to the ground. King Denver. His chestplate was markedly dented, revealing the severity of his injuries, while his face bore numerous bruises and cuts, some even oozing blood, rendering him quite disheveled. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated as the colossal figure of Big Mom emerged from the swirling dust, her massive form radiating an overwhelming presence, akin to a wall advancing towards him. Her tightly clenched fists crackled with thunderous energy, exuding an intimidating aura. Truly, she was the so-called Iron Balloon, and even without the use of hockey, her physical defenses surpassed that of steel, presenting a formidable challenge. The slowly rising King Denver regarded Big Mom warily. The Douglas family excelled in close combat, yet against the astonishing defenses of Big Mom, he found no advantage. It seemed he had to take this seriously. Standing tall, the dragon blood coursed through him, igniting like flames, and his body temperature soared, shrouding him in mist. The dragon blood of the Douglas family, when ignited using secret techniques, could bestow the host with the physique and power akin to a dragon. And those of exceptional talent could even multiply their draconic strength through the burning of their bloodline. Bloodline burn. Triple dragon power. King Denver shouted, unleashing a tremendous aura that surged around him, sending debris flying like bullets, clearing the surrounding area. His body was enveloped in a crimson glow, fierce and penetrating. 3 golden dragon apparitions, existing between substance and void, danced around him, bearing fangs and claws, emitting a series of chilling roars. This was the manifestation of his bloodline spirit, embodying boundless destructive potential. Golden Dragon Explosive, 3 tornadoes. With his power at its zenith, King Denver threw a punch, causing the air before him to collapse and release a terrifying sonic boom, as the 3 golden dragon apparitions followed the trajectory of his strike. As they soared, the bloodline spirits expanded, swirling and stirring the winds, releasing resounding dragon roars, ultimately forming 300-meter-long golden tornadoes that hurtled towards Big Mom. Faced with King Denver's overwhelming attack, even the iron balloon Big Mom was compelled to respond earnestly. She too unleashed a punch, her fist crackling with heavy thunder. A colossal collision echoed as the 3 consecutive golden tornadoes extinguished the thunderous energy surrounding Big Mom's fist, crashing into her massive form. She was sent flying like a cannonball, shattering countless structures in her path. At that moment, King Denver finally caught his breath. This was the first genuine strike he had landed on Big Mom since the duel began. A series of ear-piercing screams erupted from the ruins, loud enough to shatter eardrums, and the surrounding buildings crumbled under the strain of the monstrous sound. What a force! Truly deserving of the title of the foremost in close combat among dragon bloodlines. Big Mom emerged from the wreckage, her expression one of greed. However, this time she had lost her earlier composure, and her once grand dress was now torn in many places, revealing numerous holes. I have a proposal, Big Mom declared, her demeanor shifting from anger to a strange delight. Let us marry. If you agree, my pirate crew will withdraw from the kingdom of Babylon entirely. She continued unabashedly. With our formidable strengths combined, we shall undoubtedly bear incredibly powerful offspring. My children include members of the 3-eyed tribe, fishmen, and serpent folk. If a dragon lineage could emerge, it would be most exhilarating. King Denver's face turned crimson, nearly choking on his breath. He involuntarily shivered, stumbling slightly, almost losing his balance. "I heard you have 43 husbands?" King Denver asked, his tone dark and low. "Are you bothered by that?" Big Mom misinterpreted, continuing, "If it troubles you, I can dismiss them all. Though each has their own charm, they pale in comparison to your magnificent presence." She spoke while drooling, the saliva appearing corrosive as it ate into the ground, producing small craters with smoke rising from them. "I care about it, you wretched woman." King Denver erupted, his expression dark as a pot bottom, losing all semblance of his usual composure. "For heaven's sake, consider your own dignity. Go to hell." Golden Dragon explosive, 6 tornadoes. In a fit of rage, King Denver unleashed both fists towards the front, summoning 6 even larger golden tornadoes to assault Big Mom, leaving devastation in their wake, carving deep trenches into the ground. "How dare you refuse me?" Big Mom roared incredulously, her voice causing ripples in the air as she charged directly into the golden tornadoes. "No one can deny my demands." For the first time, Big Mom enveloped herself in hockey, crashing into the rapidly spinning tornadoes like a cannonball. This time, fully prepared, she did not get blown away. Instead, she shattered one tornado after another with sheer brute strength, her expression a mix of greed and madness. At last, the monumental clash concluded. And as Big Mom advanced through the golden tornadoes, she drew closer to King Denver, her eyes bloodshot, filled with excitement and longing. "Yield to me. Our union will surely produce the most perfect offspring." Her voice trembled with exhilaration, as if she had finally found a long-desired toy. "Never." The King of Denver involuntarily recoiled, his complexion unusually pale, likely a consequence of the relentless burning of his bloodline. At that moment, he profoundly grasped the terror that was Big Mom. It was a raw and unyielding oppression that transcended both spirit and flesh. Chapter 42. The King's Lament. The hauntingly cackling laughter of Big Mom echoed like a night owl, her figure drawing ever closer, intensifying the pressure on the King of Denver. This lunatic, clenching his fists, beads of sweat emerged on his forehead. The capacity to obliterate unreasonable foes naturally called for even more unreasonable attacks. The blood within him surged faster, a tempestuous energy roaring forth, manifesting into 7, 8, 9, an increasing number of golden dragon silhouettes swirling around him, ascending with a resounding dragon's roar. With a crescendo of explosive might, the golden dragon whirlwinds surged forth, more formidable and potent than ever before, sweeping everything in their path with unyielding force. The incessant whirlwinds were indeed a nuisance. It seemed that victory was the only means to subdue this adversary. Big Mom, with an expression of impatience, declared, "Do not think for a moment that I shall show mercy." Faced with an even more potent assault, she abandoned her strategy of relying solely on her formidable defense and opted to counterattack. The gun of Elbaf, an ancient giant technique learned during her youth on Elbaf Island. She drew a massive sword from the mouth of her horned hat, Napoleon, and with a swift slash, unleashed a colossal sword wave that collided aggressively with the golden whirlwind. As a cacophony of grating friction erupted, the sword wave and whirlwind annihilated each other in a spectacular explosion, sending debris flying and creating a massive pit hundreds of meters wide. Ha ha ha. Feel free to unleash any techniques you have. Resist to your heart's content. With triumph in her heart, Big Mom advanced, her massive sword resting on her shoulder, Zeus in her left hand and Prometheus in her right. Each step she took resonated with the ground, which groaned under the weight of her overwhelming presence, as if the very air had solidified in deference to her might. What a monstrous being! It truly seems that only brute force can resolve this predicament. The King of Denver cursed under his breath, grappling with the reality of facing such a rugged, resilient, and audacious foe. His gaze ignited with ferocity as his body began to transform. He grew taller and larger, sprouting a long, powerful tail and revealing jagged, terrifying teeth, ultimately morphing into a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex standing over 20 meters high. This marked the King of Denver's inaugural display of his fruit's powers. He had bypassed the human-beast form and directly assumed the beast form. He was now the wielder of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This capability was among the pinnacle of Zoan fruits, bestowing the host with extraordinary physical prowess akin to ordinary Zoan fruits, while also enhancing offensive capabilities. The transformed user would become increasingly savage and bloodthirsty. This transformation was the King of Denver's ultimate trump card, the cornerstone of his dominion over a nation. Towering in size, he stood in stark comparison to Big Mom, who was nearly 10 meters tall, emitting a series of threatening roars as he charged toward her with murderous intent. No wonder he dared to reject me. What an exhilarating ability he possesses. Faced with the now massive king of Denver, Big Mom felt no fear. Rather, her interest intensified as she brandished her sword and boldly met his charge. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed around them, a dazzling display of blades and claws. Figures were momentarily knocked to the ground only to spring back into the fray, an epic clash between titans, the ultimate predators battling with destructive force that transcended human imagination. Laying waste to the Babylon Palace area, leaving it riddled with ravines and craters. As time ticked away, several hours passed. Yet the fierce hand-to-hand combat between the King of Denver and Big Mom showed no signs of abating. The sky crackled with thunder, a spectacle of grandeur, while the ground lay utterly transformed, unrecognizable from its original form. With a resounding crash, the two figures separated, crashing heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust and debris. A series of coughs erupted as the Tyrannosaurus Rex King of Denver gradually shrank back to human form. The relentless intensity of battle necessitating the use of his haki to harden his body against Big Mom's monstrous constitution. The excessive consumption of haki, compounded by previous bloodline burns, had exhausted his stamina to the brink, rendering him incapable of maintaining his fruit's transformation any longer. Is this the end? Lying on the ground, bloodied and battered, he could muster no strength left to rise. I have truly failed to honor the illustrious legacy of my ancestors. He surveyed the ruins of the palace, which had borne witness to the Douglas family's centuries of glory, a single tear cascading down his cheek, splashing upon the ground with a sense of desolation. As a disloyal descendant, I have failed to protect the honor of my family, bringing shame upon all. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. The tsunami-like voice of Big Mom, accompanied by the crashing sounds of collapsing buildings as she exited the war-ravaged palace area, charging toward the other regions of White Dragon City. Despite sustaining numerous injuries during the protracted battle, Big Mom was unperturbed. Her primary concern was the delay in her snack time. Big Mom suffered from a severe case of food addiction, which would sporadically flare up, driving her into a maddened frenzy, wreaking havoc and destruction. The only means to restore her sanity was either to satisfy her cravings or to defeat her. During these episodes, she remained impervious to reason, dismissing all appeals for restraint. This is dreadful. It's Big Mom's food addiction, that wretched being. As the sounds of crumbling edifices and the anguished cries of the populace reached his ears, the tears of the King of Denver flowed more rapidly. A man rarely sheds tears unless truly heartbroken. The thought of his cherished city and its people being ravaged by Big Mom left him in despair. Move. At the very least, draw this demon away from the city. The King of Denver roared in anguish, struggling to rouse his exhausted body. A life sacrificed. As the King of Denver let out a furious roar, his body began to crack and fissure, spewing forth clouds of blood mist. He grew larger and larger, finally transforming into a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex, reaching a height of 100 meters. The T-Rex dashed forth like lightning, catching up to the rampaging Big Mom, swallowing her whole before swiftly fleeing away from the city. He ran farther and farther, moving at a breakneck speed until he finally distanced himself from the urban chaos. However, within him, the deranged Big Mom relentlessly wreaked havoc on his insides, depleting his dwindling life force. The consciousness of the King of Denver began to fade. His steps grew unsteady, and ultimately, in a state of utter weakness, he collapsed to the ground, his pupils gradually losing focus. In the reflection of his eyes, the sun slowly set, and his expression softened, revealing a faint smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the wind stirred, an old king fell while a new one ascended. Chapter 43. Awakening of the Dragon's Might. The biting wind howled through the battlefield of Amsterdam, chilling as if it were a blade, scattering wisps of clouds, and stirring a melancholic melody. After several hours of fierce combat, Big Mom's pirate crew had breached multiple defenses, drawing ever closer to the high tower commanding the front lines. The once formidable walls of defense lay in ruins, strewn with assorted corpses, while remnants of stone bore the scars of battle, deep gashes and dark crimson stains silently narrating the brutality of the conflict. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and distant cries of battle echoed as the main conflict shifted from the beach to the square beneath the tower, revealing the Babylon kingdom's dire predicament as they were forced to retreat behind several lines of defense. In the square below the tower, over 50,000 soldiers from both sides fought desperately, the warriors caught in the turmoil unleashing their most potent attacks upon one another, ruthlessly claiming lives. Amidst the cacophony of the battleground, Satan wielded his coiling dragon staff, expertly dispatching several pirate henchmen with devastating blows that shattered bones and sent them flying. leaving a trail of blood in the air. With the immediate area cleared of enemies, Satan found a moment to catch his breath. After hours of intense fighting, even his formidable physique began to weaken, his body marred by numerous grievous wounds that even his monstrous healing abilities could not fully mend. His clothing hung in tatters, loosely draping over him, and his once stylish hair was matted together with an unknown liquid, whether sweat or blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. He glanced around at the surrounding battlefield, noting that Ba longed to air sign and had encountered the foremost star of the enemy, Katakuri, at the onset of the battle. Though he had narrowly escaped with his life, he had sustained severe injuries, with Katakuri's attack piercing through his abdomen, rendering him temporarily incapable of fighting. The 8 black-eyed marionettes had been completely annihilated, forcing her to draw her blade for close combat. She and her sister, Akaido, stood back to back, forming a small defensive circle, managing to hold their ground. Only the prodigious combatant Junmaru fared slightly better. His bone spikes provided a tight defense, and with his bone sword, he danced through the enemy camp like a butterfly, executing a series of fluid attacks that effortlessly claimed the lives of his foes. At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed from the top of the tower, as a section of the platform collapsed, sending countless fragments tumbling down and capturing everyone's attention. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared at the edge of the platform atop the tower, defiant and fierce. It was Charlotte Snag, one of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirate crew. Most crucially, he held an almost lifeless figure in his grasp, the princess of the Babylon Kingdom, Her Highness Catherine. An hour earlier, after Big MOM utilized the mirror passage to depart from Amsterdam and launch an assault on the royal capital, the tower's summit became Snag's target. Utilizing the abilities of BRLE's mirror passage, he and the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Perispero, executed a surprise attack on the command center at the top of the tower. Behind him, the Knights of the 7 Deadly Sins, the dwarven warrior Samuel and the envious Leviathan, lay slain in pools of blood, having failed to protect Princess Catherine. Dapper in a top hat and slender in stature, Perispero leisurely stood to the side, licking a long tongue over his candy cane. He was a Paramecia-type user of the lick fruit, capable of infinitely producing and manipulating candy, and could also use it to ensnare his opponents, granting him a degree of elemental transformation akin to a Logia user. Faced with these 2 elite commanders, even the Knights of the 7 Deadly Sins were no match, as Princess Catherine, having exhausted too much mental energy during the previous ritual, had reluctantly become a captive. Mother. No. You bastard. In the battlefield below, witnessing his mother being captured by Snag sent Satan into a frenzy, his eyes filled with rage as he charged toward the tower. Don't come here, my son. Princess Catherine cried, tears streaming down her face. This war held no hope of victory. Her sole wish was for her son Satan to escape this brutal battlefield and survive the tempest of chaos. Leave the battlefield quickly, strive to live. Mother loves you, she shouted with all her might, hoping her son would heed her counsel. Yet Satan, consumed by fury, had lost all semblance of reason. In his eyes, there was only the image of his mother being captured. He ruthlessly swept aside foes, rampaging through the battlefield like a frenzied bull. Junmaru and the others followed closely behind him, charging towards the tower and instantly becoming the focus of the battlefield. Ha ha ha, what a touching farewell. Atop the tower, Snag laughed maniacally, watching Satan charge toward him, his voice booming as he raised his great sword, aiming for Princess Catherine's neck. Yet life was created by the heavens to show you how cruel this world can truly be. Stop. No. Came the cries of countless voices from all corners of the battlefield, but none could halt Snag's actions. A flash of cold light passed, and the head of Princess Catherine fell from the tower. Stunned in his tracks, Satan emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes filled with the reflection of the blood-soaked scene. Fragmented memories flooded his mind. His mother, who had comforted his anxious heart upon his arrival in this world, who smiled gently at him as he ran under the sun, who snuck into his room each night to tuck him in, and who would ruffle his hair in moments of pride while laughing together. I want you dead. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, and Satan appeared momentarily frozen in place. In that fleeting instant, his eyes transformed into golden vertical slits, emanating a chilling, bloodthirsty gaze that sent shivers down the spine. His veins seemed to burst, unleashing a myriad of blood mist that swirled around him, enveloped in an aura of murderous intent that pierced the heavens. In that moment, his wrath surged forth, as countless golden dragon apparitions circled around him, soaring and howling, resonating with a symphony of dragon roars that sought to command the reverence of all living beings. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his being, a palpable pressure that engulfed the entire battlefield. Every heart felt as if a frigid wind had swept through, sending shivers coursing through their bodies. The weaker souls, overwhelmed by this oppressive force, succumbed, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. In the distance, Lucifer, who had been engaged in aerial combat, was also forced down by this overwhelming might. He stared in astonishment at the magnificent Satan, his mouth agape in disbelief. This is the ultimate bloodline secret technique of the Douglas family, the Dragon Might. Chapter 44. The curse invades the body. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, as all the weak had been rendered unconscious by Satan's formidable presence, while the few resilient strongmen who managed to withstand it stood frozen, dumbfounded by the sudden eruption of Dragon Might. Is this truly the union partner chosen for me by Mother? I never expected such discerning taste. Charlotte Smuggy halted her combat, gazing at the soaring Satan in the distance, her expression one of keen interest. Just as everyone was engulfed in shock, Satan's figure suddenly ascended, shooting upward like a beam of light towards Snag at the top of the tower, cloaked in an aura of murderous intent, with golden dragons swirling around him. He appeared above Snag in the blink of an eye. Die, he commanded. Satan emitted a roar that resembled no human sound, his foot crashing down upon Snag's head. Empowered by countless golden dragons, an overwhelming force instantly drove Snag deep into the rock, causing even the 100-meter-tall tower to succumb to this tremendous might, beginning to crack and collapse. Before Snag, buried in rubble, could catch his breath, the frenzied Satan reappeared beneath him, kicking him into the sky once more. Thus, as if teleporting, Satan unleashed a series of wild attacks that sent Snag hurtling in every direction. Finally, as if he had vented enough fury, he plummeted from a great height, crashing his foot onto Snag's head with tremendous force. Under the dual impact of gravity and Satan's immense power, the ground yielded to a colossal pit several meters deep, splattering Snag's brain matter across the vicinity. He was beyond death. As Satan's relentless assault concluded, his once overwhelming aura ebbed like a receding tide, revealing numerous wounds on his body from which blood gushed forth. He, too, paid the price for forcibly unleashing such extreme power. Though still upright, the awakening of his dragon might had nearly drained all his vitality, leaving him unconscious and vulnerable. How could such terrifying destructive power emanate from one so young? If not eradicated soon, he would undoubtedly pose a future threat to the family. In charge of the battlefield for Big Mom's faction was the top of the four commanders, Charlotte Katakuri, who was equally astonished by Satan's sudden surge of strength. The entire Big Mom pirate crew received the order. Their primary target was to eliminate Douglas Satan immediately, as Katakuri commanded. All remaining elite members of the Big Mom pirates abandoned their opponents, rushing toward the massive pit, aiming to eradicate Satan while he was still weak and unformed. It was truly shocking. This was the Royal Dragon Might. No wonder it was said to rival the Conqueror's Haki, indeed formidable beyond compare. The war had extinguished any hope of victory. Now, the only goal was to ensure Prince Satan's safe escape, thus planting the seeds for the kingdom's resurgence. Lucifer, the highest commander remaining on the Babylon side, pondered deeply. All members of Babylon were to escort Prince Satan away, every one of them. Even at the cost of their lives, would safeguard his safety. He would be their future hope. Protect the prince. For Babylon's glory. For the revenge of the princess, shouted the soldiers of the Babylon kingdom, valiantly resisting any enemy approaching the pit, striving to carve out a path to survival for Satan. Daring to kill my brother, I will not spare you. Suddenly, a figure barreled through, swiftly breaking the line of Babylon soldiers and approaching Satan's vicinity. He was Charlotte's third son, the Minister of Beans. Charlotte Daifuku, a formidable user of the paramecia-type steaming fruit. His overwhelming strength was unmatched, and as he neared the unconscious Satan, a blinding flash of a blade forced Daifuku to retreat a few steps, halting his advance. Do not dare harm young master. I will be your opponent. Akatsuki, wielding Murakumo, stood resolutely in front of him, her body trembling slightly, evidently exhausted from previous battles. Yet her gaze remained steadfast and resolute, radiating an indomitable will. True half-moon funeral. Akatsuki gripped Murakumo tightly, leaping toward Daifuku, her crimson blade aimed at his neck. Humph, how dare these insignificant creatures provoke the Big Mom pirates? Let me show you the difference in power. Daifuku sneered, swatting Akatsuki away with ease. His body transformed, resembling an oil lamp. As he summoned a lamp demon from his waist, the lamp demon, wrapped in haki, brandished a long-handled sword, exuding an imposing presence. Demon slash. Daifuku commanded the lamp demon to strike at Akatsuki, its powerful slash tearing through the earth in an instant, wreaking havoc. Akatsuki narrowly dodged the demon's slash. But the ensuing attacks from the lamp demon came relentlessly, leaving her in a precarious situation akin to a small boat on the verge of capsizing amidst a storm. Suddenly, a moment of carelessness saw Akatsuki hurled away by the lamp demon's overwhelming force, sliding across the ground, blood seeping from her mouth, her body bruised and battered. Her situation dire. Have you realized the disparity? Humph. Get out of my way. I will slay that bastard to avenge Snag. You shall not. Akatsuki struggled to her feet, leaning on her sword. You marauders who casually destroy cities and nations could never understand our struggles. I will never allow you to harm young master. Young master. Thank you for treating us like family all these years. I, Akatsuki, am willing to give my life to protect you. You must survive. She glanced back at Satan. Determination etched on her face. Turning to face Daifuku, an inexplicable aura emanated from her, as if the world around her fell into an eerie silence. Akatsuki slowly closed her eyes, raising the deadly artifact, Murakumo, while her left hand delicately caressed the blade's edge. Had she forgotten that the blade was laced with cursed poison? Fatal upon contact? What was she intending to do? Daifuku observed Akatsuki's peculiar posture with curiosity. Communing with Murakumo through her mental force, the blade sliced through her finger, blood trickling onto its surface. In that instant, the countless souls slain by Murakumo coalesced into waves of black resentment, surging into her body through the wound. Black, cursed marks began to manifest on her skin, spreading from her arm throughout her body, resembling serpents slithering across her. Her aura intensified, the visible black resentment rising from her. Even her waist-length hair danced wildly in the tempest of her power. At last, all the cursed poison was absorbed into her being. The encroaching marks enveloped most of her face before finally ceasing. She lifted her head, her crimson eyes seemingly drenched in blood. This was Akatsuki's life-risking trump card, cursed poison imbued. Chapter 45. Fleeing the battlefield. On the battlefield of Amsterdam, the war had reached its culmination. As the defending Babylon kingdom mourned the loss of their spiritual leader, Princess Catherine, who was assassinated, Prince Satan, having awakened his dragon might, succumbed to unconsciousness, becoming the focal point of relentless assaults from the Big Mom pirates. Surrounded by chaos, the battle intensified around Prince Satan, with the storm of violence becoming even more fierce and frenzied. Each individual fought fervently, whether to protect, fulfill orders, or uphold beliefs, pouring their lifeblood into the fervent battlefield where blood mist rose, and the atmosphere was grim. Amidst this tempest, a striking crimson light swept through like a gale. Where it passed, blades flashed like lightning. Blood splattered, flesh flew, leaving a path of anguished cries and wails in its wake. Suddenly, the crimson light swirling around Charlotte Doflamingo's summoned lamp demon spun like a tempest. A flash of blinding blade light surged forth, abruptly halting the crimson glow. It was the red-eyed warrior, whose combat prowess had dramatically increased due to the curse infiltrating her body. As her assault came to an abrupt halt, the lamp demon, with its hardened body fortified by the conqueror's haki, was violently torn apart, blood splattering everywhere, gradually losing its form and dissipating into a wisp of smoke in the air. Charlotte Doflamingo was struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend that the seemingly frail girl who had just been swatted away with ease was the one who effortlessly vanquished the lamp demon. Little did he know the tremendous price the red-eyed warrior had paid to acquire such formidable power. She had infused her body with the deadly curse of the imperial artifact, Murakumo, which guaranteed a lethal strike. Although she had performed a ritual to commune with the sword spirit, this gamble, betting her life, was still perilously risky. With a sudden sound, the red-eyed warrior vanished from her position, charging towards the enemies once more, stirring a maelstrom of blood and chaos. Just as she risked her life to intercept the foes advancing towards Satan, her sister, the black-eyed warrior, exhibited equal ferocity on the battlefield. The black-eyed warrior seemed to thrive in the chaos, wielding the 8-roomed weapon capable of reanimating the dead, tirelessly battling while commanding formidable puppet corpses to block even more adversaries. These puppets retained their combat abilities from life, exhibiting no fear of death as they executed suicidal attacks to hinder the enemy. With every member of the 8-roomed corpses that fell, the countless bodies on the battlefield provided ample materials for the black-eyed warrior, allowing her to continuously replace her puppets and significantly enhance her efficiency in slaying foes. On another front, Kimimaro wielded a bone sword, deftly maneuvering through the enemy ranks, resolutely obstructing all attempts to assault Satan. Though typically stoic and exuding an air of aloofness, his protective instincts for his family rivaled those of anyone else, transforming him into a reliable powerhouse in battle. Sinam, take the young master and retreat. The calm Kimimaro reminded Sinam, who was already grievously wounded. Utilizing the cover of others, Sinom transformed into a cloud of dust, evading numerous attacks and appearing beside Satan. I cannot be a burden. Determined not to hinder their escape, Sinom unleashed a powerful attack. In an instant, the area within 100 meters became engulfed in swirling dust, obscuring visibility and plunging the battlefield into utter chaos. Well done, little chubby. Kimimaro rarely displayed satisfaction, swiftly appearing beside Satan, hoisting the unconscious figure and charging towards the battlefield's edge, with Sinom trailing behind, sheepishly scratching his head. Protecting the young master is my sole mission. Taking advantage of the dust cover, they fought while retreating, gradually withdrawing from the fray. Behind them, countless soldiers of the Babylon kingdom zealously surged towards the enemy, even if grievously wounded, determined to extract a piece of flesh from their foes, fiercely obstructing the pursuit. Katakuri transformed the nearby ground and structures into machi, manipulating them to crush the fervent soldiers of the Babylon kingdom, choking those unable to escape. He then morphed the machi-laden environment into several projectiles, rapidly striking the opponents, reducing countless soldiers to pulp. Chase after him. That bastard has escaped. Do you wish to face Mother's wrath? As Satan was whisked away, Katakuri, commanding the battlefield, seethed with fury. Humph. Brother Katakuri, do you intend to slay my fiancé? Smugly brushing her silver hair, Smuggy displayed a hint of shyness. Do you realize how rare it is to encounter such a spirited young man? She remarked, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. This is not the time for your childish tantrums. Katakuri reprimanded his sister, then directed his subordinates to intensify their pursuit. Suddenly, a flurry of pure white feathers shot towards Katakuri, erupting in a series of violent explosions. If you wish to pursue His Highness, you must first pass through me. Lucifer obstructed their path, though he too appeared disheveled, having borne the brunt of the battlefield's pressure, grappling with numerous formidable foes, now nearing exhaustion. Humph. A defeated foe dares to show his face. Katakuri's eyes brimmed with disdain as he had previously clashed with Lucifer multiple times, although strong. He was not yet a match for Katakuri. You all pursue. I shall handle this birdman. With that, Katakuri kicked into the air, his leg extending like a telescoping rod, delivering a fierce blow that sent Lucifer flying. The other members of the pirate crew leapt past their battlefield, continuing in pursuit of Satan's fleeing form. Kimimaro, carrying Satan, fled towards the port, when suddenly the shouts of battle grew louder behind them. I will intercept the enemy. The red-eyed warrior turned to face the approaching foes. But as she took a few steps, darkness enveloped her vision, her head ringing, and her body crumpled to the ground. She had finally succumbed to the backlash of the curse, losing consciousness entirely. Red-eyed warrior. Red-eyed warrior. Sinom rushed to support her, anxiety etched on his face. As the pursuers drew ever closer, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Sinom, I entrust the young master to you. Please ensure his safety. I will divert the pursuers, and we shall regroup on Naga Island, the only safe haven left. Kimimaro entrusted Satan to Sinom and turned to confront the encroaching foes. Rest assured, I will protect the young master and the red-eyed warrior with my life. The resolute shout from Baelondal's Sinom echoed behind him, as he silently vowed, for I too wish to become the family you can trust. Kimimaro's silhouette grew distant, the cold wind stirring as his murmurs reached faintly. Young master, do you know I would become a devil for you, just to ensure you survive this ordeal, to live on? The days spent with you on Naga Island are the warmest moments of my life. Chapter 46. The dance of early ferns. The cries of battle echoed, as more and more pirates surged towards the port of Amsterdam. Suddenly, the relentless pursuit from the leading pirates and Homai soldiers came to an abrupt halt, as if their throats had been suddenly constricted. In their path stood a lone figure, steadfast in the center of the long street, blocking their advance. His white hair flowed, his brow furrowed, and the two symmetrical red marks on his forehead glowed vividly. This was Kimimaro, the solitary rearguard. As the cool wind picked up around him, the purple strings at his waist swayed, and Kimimaro slightly raised his gaze, his eyes cold as ice, devoid of warmth. He looked up at the sky, dusk descending. A crimson fire cloud stealthily drifting above, casting an inexplicably desolate hue upon the twilight sky. Young master, I am finally able to become your shield. How delightful. The chill wind wove through the ranks of pirates, rustling their garments, as some, wielding sharp blades, suddenly felt a wave of cold wash over them, causing involuntary shivers. What's wrong? What's happening? Why have we stopped? Do you wish to face Mother's wrath? A tall, slender man adorned in a black hat and clad in a skeletal ensemble bellowed imperiously, his visage pallid as snow, with a prominent, bulbous nose and hair resembling a broom. Brandishing a handgun, he rudely shoved aside other pirates to stride to the forefront. "Lord Mondor, there are obstacles in our path," reported some of the other pirates. He was Charlotte Mondor, the 19th son of the Charlotte family, the cheese minister, also known as the scribe, and a wielder of the supernatural book fruit. "Fools. Just eliminate the hindrances." Mondor barked, recklessly firing a shot at the obstructing Kalmaru. A torrent of searing flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, distorting the air with its intense heat. Kalmaru evaded the attack with a deft sidestep, twisting midair to unleash a volley of bone projectiles that shot towards Mondor like bullets from a chamber. "Pathetic, mere trifles," Mondor scoffed, conjuring a tome that floated beside him, its pages rustling as they turned. With arms crossed, he strutted upwards as if ascending an ethereal staircase, Kalmaru's bone bullets soaring past his feet, resulting in cries of agony from the pirates below. "Your defeat is inevitable in this conflict. I advise you to clear the path and surrender the Prince of Satan. The outcome will be the same regardless. Why prolong your suffering?" Mondor taunted, a victorious smile gracing his face as he looked down at Kalmaru. "Spare me your blather." Kalmaru retorted impatiently, his brow slightly furrowed as he raised his hand, a sharp bone spike extending from his palm. "Enemies of my master must be eradicated." Ignoring Mondor in the air, he plunged into the fray, gliding past foes with the grace of willow leaves, dispatching enemies with precision, expending not an ounce more energy than necessary. As he advanced, pirates fell like wheat before the scythe, unaware of their mortal wounds before departing this world. Kalmaru's unmatched speed and sublime martial prowess rendered him a nemesis to all close-quarters combatants. "Hey, are you underestimating me?" Mondor remarked from above, observing Kalmaru's merciless rampage below with discontent, raising his firearm to shoot repeatedly. Waves of intense, fiery heat surged downwards as Kalmaru, agile and alert, navigated through the ranks of pirates, evading the flames while unfortunate souls among them screamed in agony. "Ah, Lord Mondor, we're caught in the crossfire. Cease at once." The pirates below cried out. "Silence. Dedicating yourselves to the family is your honor," Mondor replied, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he increased his gunfire, plunging the area into chaos filled with cries of despair. "Enough of this nonsense, Mondor," shouted Charlotte Daifuku, the third son of the Charlotte family, who had pursued Mondor to halt his indiscriminate assault. "Dealing with such a martial arts master requires my intervention." He rubbed his hands together, summoning his fully armored, hockey-imbued lamp demon, which lunged at Kalmaru, each strike resonating with power, cleaving the earth beneath. Kalmaru found himself scrambling to evade, but one strike landed, the clash of bone and blade erupting in a shockwave that sent him flying. Having learned from his previous encounter with the crimson-eyed adversary, Daifuku relentlessly pursued, commanding the lamp demon to leap high and deliver a devastating downward slash. Kalmaru, unable to evade, braced himself, and with a resounding crash, he was driven deep into the ground. "Is that it? Has he been dealt with?" Daifuku mused, gazing at the deep crater left in the earth. Mondor, descending from the air, scoffed. "What effort is required for such minor characters? The focus must remain on eliminating the Prince of Satan." With a wave, Daifuku dispelled the lamp demon, preparing to continue his pursuit. Suddenly, a cacophony of crackling sounds emanated from the depths below as countless sharpened bones erupted from the ground, blanketing the area. In an instant, the pirates of the Big MOM crew faced an overwhelming, unforeseen assault, pierced by the numerous spikes, succumbing to death almost instantly. In a moment of carelessness, Daifuku found his leg impaled, pinned to the ground as a barrage of sharp bones punctured his body, blood pouring forth. Mondor, astonished, surveyed the scene, observing the ground, nearly 1,000 meters, now densely covered with lethal spikes, akin to a forest. The pursuing pirates were all but obliterated, and a wave of relief washed over him. Essence of the bone pulse, dance of the early ferns. At that moment, Kalmaru, clinging to a protruding bone, appeared behind Mondor, wielding a spiral bone spear that pierced through Mondor's frame. Mondor's eyes widened in disbelief, gasping for breath as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, ultimately collapsing in defeat. Simultaneously, on the front lines of Amsterdam, the plaza beneath the tower remained a battlefield, with countless soldiers from both sides engaged in a fierce struggle. In one small skirmish, a dark-eyed warrior named Kuratome, wielding a powerful weapon, panted heavily, her gaze shifting between the encroaching foes. Having expended her mental energy through repeated use of the undead march ability, her vision blurred, making it difficult to discern the figures around her. During the earlier retreat of Satan and his allies, she had been ensnared by a throng of enemies, unable to extricate herself in time, and now, having fought to this juncture, she was nearing her limit. Suddenly, a massive mace swung toward her from behind, cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Just as Kiritome attempted to evade, her body weakened, stumbling underfoot, and the mace struck her back with tremendous force, sending her hurtling away. Is this where it ends? Kiritome lay on her back, gazing up at the sky, the clouds above appearing increasingly distant and hazy. Master! Master! At last, her eyelids drooped in resignation, and she sensed footsteps drawing near. Chapter 47. Fujitora takes action. The sound of a cane striking the ground echoed closer, each tap resonating in her heart. Imbued with an inexplicable weight of awe, the chaotic battle surrounding Kiritome fell silent as if shrouded by the heavy veil of night, and in an instant, all eyes turned to the approaching figure. The newcomer donned a light purple kimono, secured with a dark purple sash, his arms wrapped in bandages, and draped in a purple cloak, walking with an air of ease akin to a leisurely stroll. He sported short black hair and a circlet of beard, his eyes closed, a scar in an X shape adorning the left side of his forehead. He wielded a cane sword, tapping the ground with a rhythmic sound, revealing himself to be the formidable Fujitora, the superpower encountered by Satan at the Amsterdam casino. Who are you? A pirate, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, inquired, his brow slick with cold sweat. Upon uttering the words, he realized his voice was hoarse and dry, swallowing hard. Who cares who he is? Let us take this bastard down first. Another pirate, suppressing his inner fears, swung his sword towards the fallen figure of Black Eye. The terrifying ability Black Eye exhibited during the previous battle, manipulating corpses, necessitated an immediate attempt to eliminate him. With a resounding clang, the sword was drawn, and Fujitora, abandoning his previously unhurried demeanor, vanished from sight, reappearing beside Black Eye to intercept the pirate's assault. If all men of virtue were to perish, who would safeguard the essence of justice? Fujitora, wielding his sword with the other hand, exerted immense force, unleashing a powerful gust that sent the attacking pirates flying. In a state of gravitational disarray, he swept his sword, causing the surrounding pirates to lose their weight and ascend into the sky, rendered immobile. He then suddenly intensified the gravity, causing them to plummet back to the ground, creating deep craters upon impact, swiftly clearing the area of adversaries. Oh my! It appears a formidable warrior has arrived, a voice laced with sarcasm echoed. Fujitora's display of power drew the attention of the Charlotte family's elite, Katakuri. Recently freed from his entanglement with Lucifer, hastened to the scene. Your invasion has inflicted grievous wounds upon the city, causing untold suffering to its people. I have come to put an end to this war. Fujitora sheathed his sword, standing tall at nearly 3 meters, his voice resonating with authority. Katakuri's expression turned grave. Though he had never encountered this purple-clad man before, his confidence in ending a war indicated he was no ordinary foe. This is a matter concerning the big MOM pirates. Are you certain you wish to intervene? Though I have no desire to court trouble, my sense of justice compels me to act. Fujitora spoke slowly. Yet his resolve was unmistakable. Then allow me to test your mettle, Katakuri declared, kicking towards Fujitora, his leg swelling with overwhelming force. Humph. I will not allow you to continue your rampage, Fujitora countered, drawing his sword and deftly parrying Kakuri's strike. A tremendous crash resonated as their powerful energies collided, sending a shockwave that struck down the injured pirates nearby. Refusing to concede, Katakuri transformed his body into a mass of machi, extending countless machi arms towards Fujitora, each imbued with the formidable power of haki. With a swift motion, Fujitora unleashed a gravitational sphere that repelled the approaching machi fists, sending them careening away. The gravitational field, however, did not dissipate. Under Fujitora's control, it surged towards Kakuri, exponentially amplifying the gravity around him. Caught off guard, Katakuri was crushed to the ground, creating a deep crater beneath him. What a terrifying ability, he thought, struggling to rise, astonished that such a powerful individual could remain unknown. Hey, Katakuri. What with that useless expression? A voice boomed as Charlotte Cracker charged in like a raging bull, emerging from his biscuit armor, his sword resembling a drill aimed at Fujitora. Gravitational blade, fierce tiger. Fujitora concentrated his gravitational force into his sword and swung it, unleashing a massive lateral gravity that obliterated everything in its path, even sending Cracker flying. It seems you will not relent easily. Then I shall not hesitate to unleash my full wrath. For the first time, Fujitora opened his eyes wide, revealing a dangerous glint. employing his ability through the sword. Fujitora manipulated the large boulders beneath him, causing them to float alongside him and Black Eye. In the air, he raised his sword high, extending his gravitational control to envelop the entire battlefield. Under the influence of Fujitora's power, debris and remnants of structures began to levitate, forming a dense cloud that obscured the sun. "This is outrageous," Cracker gasped, finally grasping the pressure Katakuri had faced moments before. Suddenly, Fujitora retracted his sword, causing the suspended rubble to plummet towards the big MOM pirates, resulting in catastrophic losses as countless pirates and homies were buried beneath the debris. The surviving soldiers of the Babylon Kingdom erupted in cheers, grateful for the protection of such a powerful ally. Seizing the opportunity amidst the devastation inflicted upon the big MOM pirates, Lucifer issued a retreat order, and the remaining soldiers cautiously withdrew. The battlefield gradually dividing into two distinct factions. Katakuri and Cracker stood resolutely at the forefront of their pirates, gazing at the survivors of the Babylon Kingdom, realizing that this war had reached a critical juncture. However, retreating without a fight was a bitter pill to swallow. Sensing their thoughts, Fujitora decided to deliver the final blow. Gravitational ray. He unleashed a purple gravitational wave into the sky, elevating the gravity to tens of thousands of meters above ground. A massive, fiery meteor, the size of an island, was drawn down from space, hurtling towards Amsterdam. As the meteor descended amidst the astonished gazes of all, its searing flames filled the sky, the sheer force of its impending destruction palpable even from the ground. What a madman! Such an attack could obliterate all of Amsterdam, Katakuri sighed, reluctantly issuing the order to retreat. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, under the specter of the falling meteor, the war of annihilation initiated by the big MOM pirates finally came to a close. The unyielding spirit of the Babylon Kingdom, demonstrated throughout this conflict, would be immortalized in history, echoing across the seas for eternity. Chapter 48. Aftermath. The following morning, as the sun rose, its golden rays shimmered upon the sea, creating a glittering spectacle. Occasionally, seagulls soared through the sky, their monotonous cries punctuating the tranquil surface of the water. However, as the bright sunlight illuminated Amsterdam, the atmosphere shifted to one of somber gloom. The city, ravaged by battle, lay in silence, its remnants marred by destruction and bloodshed, devoid of life. Areas close to the ground exhaled wisps of mist under the sun's warmth, creating an ethereal haze. The coastline had been utterly devastated, charred remnants marking the path of the meteor that Fujitora had summoned from the heavens to halt the war. As silence enveloped the scene, a sudden roar echoed through the distant sky. A massive black dragon, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, descended upon Amsterdam. With a fierce gust of wind, the black dragon landed gracefully, transforming into two figures that alighted upon the remnants of a pirate ship along the coast. "What is happening? How is this possible?" A middle-aged man clad in a black suit exclaimed, his astonished gaze sweeping over the desolate remains of Amsterdam, disbelief etched across his features. Was this truly the renowned port city, the brilliant gem of the Grand Line, Amsterdam? The individual approaching is none other than the younger brother of King Denver of the Babylon Kingdom, who perished in the war. He is the chief commander of Cypherpol, a covert intelligence agency under the world government, known as the Dragon of Magic, Douglas Mingjia. He returned hastily upon receiving news of his brother's kingdom being invaded. But despite his swift journey, he arrived too late. "It appears we have arrived after the fact. I wonder how the capital is faring. I hope they are safe," remarked a woman beside Mingjia, her expression fraught with anxiety. Clad in a streamlined warrior's garb, draped in a white cloak and adorned with a purple scarf, she wielded a long sword on her back. She is none other than Mingjia's wife, the renowned swordswoman of the seas, Andrea, also known as the Moonlit Blade. The battlefield shows signs that the conflict has concluded for over a day. The capital must be in dire straits, Mingjia thought, suppressing his inner sorrow and regaining his composure. Being the head of a covert intelligence agency, he quickly deduced several clues from the surroundings. Although my brother is formidable, he is not a match for big MOM. Without external reinforcements, victory seems implausible. All we can do is hope they manage to escape, he mused, his heart troubled. Perhaps, Mingjia replied absent-mindedly, yet he felt skepticism within. Escape? How could that be? My brother Denver is the epitome of tenacity. He would fight to the bitter end. An ominous feeling gnawed at him. Let us hasten to the capital. With our intervention, we should at least be able to thwart big MOM. Preserving the royal family's lives would render any losses in Amsterdam worthwhile. Andrea unsheathed her sword, her demeanor shifting to one of lethal determination, fully prepared for battle. I fear we may already be too late, Mingjia sighed, preparing to transform into the dragon of magic and soar towards White Dragon City, but hesitated. What is it? Andrea asked, bewildered, as Mingjia should have been the more anxious of the two at this moment. Someone approaches. Oh, it's the Navy. Andrea followed Mingjia's gesture, spotting several warships adorned with seagull flags gradually emerging on the distant horizon. Suddenly, from the lead ship, a figure transformed into a blinding flash of yellow, hurtling towards them. In the blink of an eye, flashes of light coalesced into a humanoid figure not far from Mingjia, solidifying into none other than Admiral Borisolino, also known as Kizaru, the Navy's highest combatant. How tragic, it has turned to ruins, Kizaru remarked slowly, his expression almost comical. With his curly black hair, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, a circle of facial hair adorning his face, and sporting sunglasses, he exuded an air of nonchalance. His tall and slender figure casually standing with hands in pockets, draped in a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice, projecting an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Humph! The sight of Kizaru's casual demeanor incensed Mingjia, who vehemently questioned, had you not arrived late, how could this calamity have befallen us? Surely, you received the distress signal in due time. Though filled with ire, Mingjia recognized that the Navy, while an arm of the world government, afforded its admirals considerable autonomy, not easily constrained by orders. Goodness, how frightening, Your Highness Mingjia. Kizaru feigned meekness in response to Mingjia's inquiry, seemingly unfazed by the official status. Yet, he proceeded to offer an explanation, for Mingjia was indeed a formidable figure on the seas, and there was no need to provoke enmity. The Navy dispatched me, its fastest operative, to ensure that we are not neglecting the Babylon Kingdom's plea for aid. The inability to arrive sooner is not my fault. Mingjia remained silent, aware Kizaru spoke the truth. As a user of the light fruit, Kizaru's speed approached that of light itself, making him the swiftest among the strong on the seas. The Navy's decision to send him indicated their seriousness regarding Babylon's plight, even if the delay is not the Navy's fault. A significant member state of the world government being attacked by a pirate crew cannot simply be overlooked by you. The embodiment of maritime justice, Andrea interjected aggressively, sensing her husband's frustration. How frightening. Miss Andrea, Kizaru leaned slightly, a lewd expression crossing his face. Eradicating pirates is indeed our duty. Yet my current assignment is solely to assist the Babylon Kingdom. I do not expect you to fight desperately. Mingjia, fully aware of Kizaru's modus operandi, understood that the admiral believed in a vague notion of justice, often adopting a passive observer's role in conflicts. It was unrealistic to expect him to fight fervently for the Babylon Kingdom. Your Highness Mingjia, you must recognize that the flames of rebellion are igniting across the seas, deemed the greatest threat by the world government. Thus, the current situation demands stability. Engaging in war with a Yonko-level pirate crew, such as Big Mom, is evidently unfeasible. Kizaru explained with rare seriousness. Humph, it will not end so easily, Mingjia scoffed, transforming into the dragon of magic and soaring towards White Dragon City with Andrea. Oh dear, what a fearsome family, Kizaru remarked, retrieving a din mushy to report to Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 49. Turmoil resurfaces. Although the battle waged by the Big Mom pirates against the Babylon Kingdom had concluded, the news rippled across the seas, igniting a significant uproar. After all, the Babylon Kingdom is a prominent member state of the world government, powerful and home to numerous strong individuals. If even such a formidable nation could be vanquished by pirates, what assurance do we have regarding our own safety? Voices of skepticism echoed among the nations at sea. Unlike the ordinary populace, the various underground factions surged with fervor. Their primary concern was not the trepidation of personal safety, but rather the prospect of reaping substantial benefits from the aftermath of the war. Numerous organizations coveting the bloodline of the Douglas family perceived a fortuitous opportunity and began to offer bounties for the remnants of the Douglas lineage. It is rumored that the market price for a pure-blooded member of the Douglas family has soared to over 100 million Bailey. Lured by the promise of immense profit, countless pirate crews, slave catchers, bounty hunters, and mercenaries flocked to the Rin Sea, eager to partake in the pursuit of the Douglas heritage amidst the chaos of war. At this moment, a dilapidated pirate ship drifted aimlessly across the surface of the Rin Sea. This small, three-masted vessel measured no more than 30 meters in length, with a deck barely 5 or 6 meters above the waterline. The main mast and the foresail had both snapped, and the canvas had been reduced to tattered rags, presenting a dismal sight. Only the triangular sail at the stern struggled valiantly to catch the faintest breath of wind. Balendel Sinan stood at the helm, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surrounding waters. It had now been 6 days since he had fled the battlefield of Amsterdam with the unconscious Satan and Crimson Eye, commandeering a pirate ship toward the vast ocean. Throughout these 6 days, he endured multiple assaults from pirate crews and other factions, compelled to frequently alter his course in a bid for safety. In the heat of fierce combat, their vessel had been severely damaged on several occasions. The ship he currently occupied was plundered from a recent skirmish, yet it appeared unlikely to withstand the test of time. Fortunately, just a day prior, the comatose Satan had finally regained consciousness and was now in the cabin, tending to the cursed and perpetually unconscious Crimson Eye. Within the confines of the cabin, Crimson Eye lay quietly on the bed, her exquisite features occasionally marred by the flickering presence of black curses. Her long black hair was neatly arranged to one side, yet her brow knitted in discomfort, as if she were enduring excruciating pain. Her complexion was pale, and her lips bore an unusual bluish hue, lightly biting down, leaving faint imprints and subtle traces of blood, a testament to the torment inflicted by the curse, as she unconsciously suffered the agony. Beside her, Satan, equally pale, sat at the bedside, offering his companionship. Satan sat rigidly in his chair, his gaze fixed intently upon Chi-Hong, as if the mere blink of an eye could render her a mere wisp of smoke. His body was taut, occasionally twitching involuntarily, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Ever since that fateful day on the battlefield when he awakened the Dragonmite, his being had undergone a seismic transformation. The Douglas family's secret technique, Dragonmite, is essentially a formidable presence that emerges from the vigorous physique, compelling the bloodline within to surge forth, simultaneously inciting a frenzy of cellular division and growth, thus bestowing an extraordinary might that far surpasses the norm. However, as the human body can only undergo a finite number of cellular divisions, this power comes at the cost of one's lifespan and necessitates an exceptionally robust physique to sustain it. Awakening Dragonmite at the tender age of 12, Satan instantaneously drained the vitality from all his cells, unleashing tremendous power. Yet, had it not been for the life tree within him, providing a ceaseless reservoir of vitality, he would have succumbed to death long ago. In the aftermath, his frail physique proved inadequate to harness the might of the dragon, resulting in his bloodline perpetually boiling and consuming itself. His cells were in a constant state of accelerated division, growth, and decay, with every muscle in his body perpetually tearing and every bone shattering, subjecting him to an unending agony. Even the simplest act of lifting a finger felt insurmountable. The life force provided by the life tree ceaselessly mended his torn muscles and shattered bones, ensnaring him in a relentless cycle of tearing and healing, a torment difficult to suppress. Do you know, Chi-Hong, I am terrified that this is but a fleeting dream, that upon reopening my eyes, you and the others will vanish before me once more. Every time I glance back to see you and Haydung trailing closely behind, my heart swells with profound satisfaction. I yearn for this moment to endure endlessly, for this is the epitome of my happiness. Yet, Haydung Satan trembled as he grasped Chi-Dong's hand, pressing it firmly against his face, tears swirling relentlessly in his eyes, his voice choked with emotion as he murmured repeatedly, Chi-Dong, please awaken. I have lost enough already. I cannot bear to lose you as well. Awaken and see me. Do you not know I would sacrifice everything just to reclaim your presence? Young master. A ship is approaching. Suddenly, a shout from Sinan on the deck jolted Satan from his stupor. With great effort, he forced his pain-ridden body onto the deck. As he stepped onto the deck, Satan scanned the sea, and when he discerned the silhouette of the ship drawing nearer, his pupils constricted, and his mind erupted with alarm. We are doomed, Sinan. This time, the odds are against us. Why, young master? Sinan inquired, perplexed. He rubbed his round cheeks and continued, my injuries have nearly healed. I can manage ordinary foes, and will surely protect your safety. This is no ordinary enemy. Satan gazed intently at the approaching silhouette of a ship, his expression grave. It was a colossal vessel resembling a snail, its eyes adorned with prominent number 6s. Upon its back, several Gothic castles were perched atop a deck. The only entity capable of employing such a flamboyant means of transportation was the notorious Germa 66, also known as the Army of Evil, experts in warfare. Germa 66 is a scientific combat unit, operating as mercenaries across the globe, capable of traversing the Red Soil continent, boasting formidable and efficient combat prowess. The Germa Kingdom is a unique maritime nation without a fixed territory, typically operating with dozens of ships that, when united, form the kingdom. Its citizens are predominantly male. All soldiers, constituting the fearsome army known as Germa 66. What troubled Satan the most was that the commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, had once collaborated with the Navy's chief scientist, Vegapunk. Together, they had conducted research on genetic factors, making Judge the one who yearned most for the bloodline of the Douglas family. At the pinnacle of Germa 66 rule stands the Vinsmoke family, with their leader, Vinsmoke Judge, often referred to as the strange bird Garuda. He had single-handedly defeated the four kings of the North Sea, wielding his might to dominate the region. His children, all genetically enhanced geniuses, include his eldest daughter, Poison Pink Vinsmoke Reiju, his eldest son, Sparking Red Vinsmoke Itchy, his second son, Electric Blue Vinsmoke Niji, and his fourth son, Windgreen Vinsmoke Yanchi. Despite their youth, they possess exoskeletons and scientific combat capabilities, already renowned as formidable warriors. Moreover, Germa 66 boasts countless soldiers, cultivated through genetic enhancement, who are willing to sacrifice their lives for the Vinsmoke family. Young master, what shall we do? Sanin, fully aware of the adversary's stature, felt a pang of fear. His brow furrowed. He was not averse to battle, yet the young master and Akagami were currently devoid of combat power. The priority lay in their protection. Fear not, Sanin. Satan placed his left hand upon Sanin's shoulder. Although he currently possessed no combat prowess and was merely a frail 12-year-old boy, his voice resonated with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Upon hearing his words, Sanin felt a slight relaxation, as long as the young master was present. It was as though a safe haven had been established. Even in his quietude, he emanated an inexhaustible strength. If we could survive such a brutal battlefield, we could undoubtedly continue to persevere. Satan clenched his fist tightly, enduring the excruciating pain that tore through him, simultaneously encouraging Sainin and himself. I understand, young master, Sainin replied. Glancing at the calm-faced Satan, he subtly stepped forward, slightly shielding Satan with his presence, whispering to himself, Young master, I shall defend the honor of the royal family with the same fervor as the Knights of the Seven Deadly Sins, even at the cost of my life. The Germa 66 snail ship swiftly approached their dilapidated pirate vessel. Rows of elite soldiers crouched at the ship's edge, their long rifles aimed at Satan and Sainin on the pirate ship, while the cannons aboard were meticulously adjusted to target the vessel. Everything was orderly, a testament to their rigorous training. You are surrounded. All of you, come out on deck and surrender your weapons, bellowed a squad leader from Germa 66. Standing at the ship's railing. What is happening? Questioned a voice from behind him. The squad leader turned to see a figure emerging from the castle, approaching the edge of the deck. It was a girl of no more than a dozen years, her pink hair cascading over her right eye, adorned with a counterclockwise swirl over her left brow. Her striking blue eyes were accentuated by a touch of pale pink lipstick, donning earmuffs and a blue scarf. Her pink combat attire was complemented by a butterfly-winged cape, and her legs bore tattoos of 6. She stepped confidently in high-tech hover shoes, her slender figure and long legs revealing her as the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, the deadly Poison Pink Vinsmoke Reiju, Princess Reiju. We have discovered a pirate ship that appears to have endured a fierce battle and is now half destroyed, the squad leader reported, standing at attention and respect. The soldiers of Germa 66 were warriors ready to die for the Vinsmoke family, holding the royal members in utmost reverence. Oh, let me take a look. Reiju elegantly brushed her pink hair aside and leaned closer to the ship's railing, gazing at the pirate ship's deck below. Her eyes instantly locked onto Satan, and her beautiful blue pupils narrowed in surprise. Isn't this the only prince of the Douglas family, Douglas Satan, whom my father has specifically targeted? All units, remain alert. Target identified, Reiju commanded, raising her right arm. The surrounding soldiers swiftly took defensive positions, the sound of bullets being chambered echoing around them. Reiju leaped gracefully and performed a stunning flip, landing on the deck of the pirate ship. Satan gazed calmly at the agile figure that had alighted on the deck, his expression unflustered, as if he did not comprehend the significance of Reiju's arrival. Prince Satan, it is an honor to meet you, Reiju said, placing a hand on her chest and bowing slightly, her demeanor poised and graceful. My father has long admired the strong of the Douglas family and hopes I may have the honor of inviting you to visit us at Germa 66. Humph. Enough with the pleasantries, you will not harm young Master Satan. Without waiting for Satan to respond, Sainin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Satan, his body tense and adopting a combat stance. There is no need for this, Sainin, Satan said, patting Sainin's shoulder from behind and gently pushing him aside. They want me. You need not be involved. I do not wish to see any more needless sacrifices. But, Young master, there are no buts. Satan fixed his gaze upon Sinan, his tone resolutely firm. You are also my kin. Your suffering pains me as well. Do you comprehend? He bypassed Sinan to confront Legio directly, his expression devoid of warmth. I am aware that your father seeks to acquire the bloodline of the Douglas family, aiming to enhance his research on genetic factors. I am willing to accompany you. But I implore you to spare my family. No problem, I can comply, Legio replied readily. Sinan, take good care of Qidong. Satan turned to remind Sinan, Crimson Eye. Crimson Eye. At the mere thought of it, his mind raced, and he abruptly turned to fixate on Reiju, his pupils reflecting a myriad of complex hues. As if he had stumbled upon an extraordinarily rare treasure of a millennium. Are you the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, the poison pink, Vinsmoke Reiju? The voice of Satan trembled slightly, imbued with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Indeed, Leiju affirmed, her heart racing due to Satan's perplexing inquiries and his intricate gaze. Have you, through the modification of your father's genetic factors, acquired the ability to absorb toxins bestowed upon you by the advanced technology of Germa? Satan's tone was exceedingly urgent as he fixed his gaze upon Legio, his fists clenched tightly, even causing cold sweat to bead on his palms. Indeed, Legio proudly brushed her hair back and replied with unwavering confidence, that is precisely why people refer to me as the poisonous powder. Splendid. This is truly splendid. Satan, in a fit of excitement, began to speak incoherently, his face illuminating with an unprecedented, radiant smile. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, he retracted his smile, his expression turning grave as he knelt before Legio. With his hands firmly pressed against the deck, he reverently bowed 3 times. Please, save my family. She was poisoned while attempting to rescue me during the previous war, and now she lies in a deep, unending slumber. I implore you, save her. Satan pressed his forehead against the deck, his voice choked with emotion. As long as you are willing to save her, I will do anything you ask. Behind him, Sinan watched her master, Satan, kneeling in desperation, tears streaming down her face, her heart nearly ceasing its rhythm in a sudden spasm. Master. It turns out you are also desperately protecting your family. Chapter 51. Satan's severed arm. How can you do this? You are of royal blood. How can you kneel before me? Legio gasped in shock, retreating several steps. Because they are my family. Isn't it only natural to give everything for those we love? Satan lifted his head, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Reiju, his face faintly marked by traces of tears, yet strangely, it did not evoke a sense of disarray. Family, would you sacrifice everything for the sake of your family? Reiju stood frozen, absorbing Satan's words, unwittingly reminded of her third brother, Sanji. From a young age, she and her quadruplet brothers had undergone genetic modification through Germa 66. She, along with her eldest brother Ichiji, second brother Niji, and youngest brother Yanji, all possessed exoskeletons and displayed remarkable combat prowess early on, while Sanji consistently remained unremarkable, deemed a failure by their father. Her brothers, having lost their emotions due to scientific alteration, took pleasure in bullying Sanji, while she, the only one retaining her feelings, chose to align herself with him to avoid becoming a target herself, perpetually feigning indifference and publicly mocking him. It was only after their father completely abandoned Sanji, imprisoning him, that she secretly orchestrated his escape when Germa 66 arrived in the East Sea. How about it? Can you save my family? The voice of Satan pulled Reiko from her reverie. She lowered her hand that had covered her mouth and looked at Satan, her gaze unmistakably infused with a hint of tenderness. Of course, it is possible. Satan rose and exited the cabin, cradling Qitong in his arms, gently placing her upon the deck. Leiju knelt beside Qitong, lifting her head to rest against her thigh, and tenderly kissed Qitong's lips, which had been tainted a deep violet by the curse. As she drew in the curse, it appeared to slither like tiny insects, gathering towards her face, entering her body through her lips. Leiju seemed to savor a rare delicacy, a look of contentment blossoming on her face as a purple luminescence enveloped her, causing the butterfly-shaped cloak behind her to unfurl joyfully. At last, under the anxious gazes of Satan and Sinan, all the curse within Qitong was absorbed by Leiju, and her previously furrowed brow relaxed, her expression completely at ease. Ah, thank you for the exquisite hospitality. She shall awaken shortly. After consuming the curse, Leiju gently set Qitong down, rose to her feet, and wiped her lips, adorned with pink gloss, revealing a visage of satisfaction. I am immensely grateful. Satan bowed deeply to Reiju, gently cradling the crimson-eyed one in his arms, revealing a radiant smile that had been absent for many days. The sunlight illuminated his somewhat youthful visage, rendering it exceptionally bright and cheerful. Satan gazed upon the tranquil visage of Qihong, and his inner turmoil began to ease. Unable to resist, he pressed a profound kiss upon her forehead before entrusting her to Sinan. Having accomplished this, Satan turned, composed himself, and adjusted his attire as he approached Legio. "Then let us depart. I implore you to honor our agreement and spare my family," he stated with a calm and unhurried tone. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that he would soon become a subject of experimentation for the Vinsmoke family, Legio fixed her piercing gaze upon Satan, contemplating for an extended moment. At last, it seemed she had resolved herself, and abruptly turned away. "Perhaps it is best for you to remain with your family. I shall pretend we never crossed paths." "Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you expressing sympathy for me?" Satan's voice echoed from behind. "No, it is merely a sincere admiration," Legio replied, turning back with a gentle smile, her tone imbued with earnestness. "Surely, after your scientific alterations, you cannot defy your father's commands? And what of it? How will you explain this to your father? That is none of your concern. No, you have rendered me a great service. I cannot allow you to face repercussions. It is the most disgraceful act to burden a benefactor with such responsibility." Satan spoke with a grave demeanor, tilting his head towards the heavens, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle yet sinister smile. Suddenly, he extended his right hand to rest upon his left shoulder, his fingers contorting into a claw-like shape, and with a fierce rip, blood splattered as he tore his own left arm away. "Ah, young master, what are you doing?" A piercing scream escaped from Sinan behind him, nearly causing her to drop the crimson-eyed figure she held in her arms. "This is a token of gratitude for my benefactor." Satan cast a glance at the astonished Sinan, raising the severed arm clutched in his right hand, blood cascading down like pearls from a broken string, splattering in all directions. This scene would be indelibly etched in Sinan's mind, an everlasting memory he could never forget. Satan approached Reiju, bearing his severed arm, extending it towards her with a slight tilt of his head, a faintly polite smile lingering on his face. "This part of your body should suffice for your father's experiments, and it ought to provide you with a satisfactory explanation to your family." Reiju stared in shock at the smiling 12-year-old boy before her, as if she had never truly known him. His gentleness and sacrifice, the willingness to kneel and plead for his family, his generosity and fortitude, willing to sever his own arm for the sake of gratitude, his resilience and indomitable spirit, maintaining an air of grace even in flight. These were all facets of him she had never witnessed before. An overwhelming sense of heartache surged within her, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "You will undoubtedly become the sovereign of the seas, and your Douglas family will surely rise again. I am steadfast in my belief." Reiju took the severed arm from Satan's hand, gazing deeply into his eyes, each word articulated with deliberate weight, as if uttering this sentiment required all her strength. She then began to retreat step by step, and at the moment she turned away, the tears she could no longer contain cascaded down her cheeks, sparkling in the air. "Young master, your arm." Not long after the departure of the Germa 66 ship, Shidong gradually regained consciousness. The first sight that greeted her upon opening her eyes was the one-armed Satan. "Ah, it is truly wonderful that you have awakened. How delightful." Satan held Chi-Tong tightly in his remaining right arm, pressing her face against his chest, whispering tenderly, "Young master, where is your arm?" Chi-Tong, just awakening, appeared pale, with sorrowful glimmers in her crimson eyes. She broke free from Satan's embrace and gently caressed his youthful face, inquiring once more, "How could you lose your own arm?" "Young master? Well, during our escape from the battlefield, it was accidentally severed by a pirate." A faint smile graced Satan's face as he jested, however. "Escaping with your life from the battlefield is indeed quite fortunate. You liar, deceiver." Chi-Tong suddenly lunged into Satan's embrace, her small fists incessantly pounding against his chest. Then, she abruptly wrapped her arms around him, her face pressed tightly against his heart, tears uncontrollably streaming from her crimson eyes. "Foolish young master, you shall never comprehend that even while I lay in a coma, I remained acutely aware of everything transpiring around me." Chapter 52. The slave ship appears upon the throne of the Forsaken clan. Only kings find solace in each other's warmth. As dusk descended and the crescent moon ascended, the sea stretched out in an expansive haze. The surface of the water lay undisturbed, and under the shroud of night, everything appeared eerily tranquil, save for the occasional crashing of waves against the ship's hull. A dilapidated pirate vessel drifted aimlessly, seeming devoid of life, except for a dim light flickering in one of its cabins. "This is truly uncanny. Why has it suddenly grown so cold?" Satan curled up beside the fire, trembling intermittently. "Have some warm water, my lord," said Chi-Tong, entering the room with a cup of steaming liquid. Upon seeing Satan's shivering form, she felt a surge of compassion. "My lord, after the awakening of your bloodline, your physique should have become stronger. Why do you appear to be growing weaker?" She settled beside Satan, wrapping her arms around him from behind, hoping to impart warmth through her body heat. "It is not that my constitution has weakened," Satan replied, instinctively leaning into her embrace. Feeling the soothing warmth she offered, "I can sense that with each instance of bloodline activation, my muscles tear and subsequently grow stronger. My physical capabilities should indeed be enhanced." Satan paused momentarily and remarked, "But, damn it, within me lies a tree of life, nourished by a vast reservoir of blood and vitality. I can sense it is on the brink of transformation. Once I surpass this phase, my power will multiply exponentially." There was an inexplicable anticipation in his eyes. The more he experienced, the more he recognized his own insignificance, which only intensified his yearning for strength. "I require time to grow. Young master, do not be so tense. Your body cannot endure it," Chi-Am observed quietly, her crimson eyes filled with compassion. She reached out and gently caressed his forehead, wishing to dissolve the sorrow he harbored deep within. Young master, young master." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as Sinan rushed through the door, calling out for Satan. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of Chi-Am embracing Satan. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, his footsteps fading into silence as he lowered his head under the intense, almost murderous glare from Chi-Am. "Am I interrupting something?" Sinan hesitated, caught in a dilemma, silently lamenting the situation. "At a time like this, you still find the leisure to embrace each other. What are you thinking?" Satan gently patted Chi-Tong on the shoulder, rising to his feet and approaching Sinan, where he pinched his cherubic face, wearing an expression that danced between mirth and mockery. "Speak, what is it that troubles you?" Sinan inexplicably shivered, pondering whether he had inadvertently interrupted the young master's affairs. His demeanor certainly suggested displeasure. Ahead, a vessel appeared, charting a course directly towards them. Our own ship, its mast completely severed, could not evade the impending encounter. "What flag do they bear?" Satan's expression shifted to one of vigilance. Too many covetous souls sought the Douglas family's lineage, and the ships they encountered were mostly adversaries rather than allies. "They fly the flag of the world government," Sinan replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Strangely, the sail is emblazoned with a blood-red thornbird emblem. This is dire news. It is the infamous Thornbird Slave Capturing Guild." Satan's countenance darkened. "The Thornbird Slave Capturing Guild? How could they possibly display the world government's flag?" Chi-Tong, wielding his katana Muramesa, stood up, recognizing the reckless implications of flying the world government's colors, which could invite the wrath of the Navy. "No, their display of the world government flag is legitimate. Having long engaged in the capture of rare races and providing countless precious slaves to the aristocracy of the celestial dragons, they are sheltered by these elite beings, thus allowing them to fly the world government flag. Even the Navy is powerless to intervene in their illicit slave-catching endeavors. They are truly the dregs of the seas." Satan elucidated, "So, it appears that combat is inevitable?" Although the question lingered on the lips of the crimson-eyed maiden, an ominous aura began to envelop her, signaling her readiness for battle. Ever since she had absorbed the lethal curse of Murakumo and had been revived, she had developed a complete immunity to its malignancy, and now wielded Murakumo at her whim. "No, my lord, I perceive this as an opportunity," she opined, hesitating briefly after hearing Satan's explanation before voicing her dissent. "What opportunity?" Satan inquired, but she refrained from answering immediately and instead began to analyze the current situation. "Since our escape from the battlefield in Amsterdam, a week has passed, and we have encountered nothing but malevolent foes, embroiled in a myriad of fierce skirmishes." "And then?" Satan gazed with keen interest at the usually reticent chubby boy, his eyes brimming with expectation. "The malevolent forces in the Ren Sea were steadily increasing. If we continued to linger aboard this pirate ship, we would inevitably succumb to the relentless battles, and the young master would have no time to recuperate from his injuries, which was decidedly unfavorable for us. So, are you suggesting that we should refrain from resistance, feigning capture by the slave-catching group in order to infiltrate their vessel?" Satan quickly grasped Sanan's intent. "Indeed. There are numerous advantages to such a plan. This is unacceptable. I will not agree to the young master being captured by the slave catchers." Chiong vehemently countered, her gaze towards Sinan turning hostile. "Do not rush. Let Sinan finish speaking." "Yes, young master." Sinan offered Chi-Hong an apologetic smile before continuing. "Based on the young master's earlier description, the Thornbird slave-catching group possesses a formidable background. Once we manage to board their ship, We shall no longer be troubled by other forces and can avoid many unnecessary skirmishes. Moreover, and most importantly, our ship is devoid of provisions. Yet the slave catchers are sure to have ample supplies. If we pretend to be slaves of the Thornbird, we would secure temporary safety and sustenance, allowing the young master time to recover. After all, the slave catchers would likely not mistreat their slaves before a slave auction, would they? That is still unacceptable. The young master must never become a slave. Chiang stubbornly rebutted, turning away to avoid witnessing Satan's expression. I must admit, I find Satan's reasoning quite compelling. Satan declared, as for becoming a slave, it is merely a temporary measure. Once we evade the malevolent forces with the aid of the thorn bird and depart from the domain of rain, my bloodline shall have calmed by then. At that point, the vast ocean will be ours to traverse freely. Red Eye wished to voice further thoughts, but upon witnessing the faintly weary smile on Satan's face, her heart ached involuntarily. Surely, the young master would not acquiesce to such indignity. Yet, survival was paramount, for he bore the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Tulip family. With clarity of thought, Red Eye lifted her gaze and offered Satan a warm smile, affirming, I have no objections. I will follow your lead. Thus, it was settled. Satan inhaled deeply and declared, my dear companions, we are about to become the slaves of the Thornbird Slave Capture Guild. Chapter 53. The Plight of Slaves in the Waters of the Rain Sea. A slave ship emblazoned with the insignia of the Thornbird Slave Capture Guild sailed with brazen audacity. Within the captain's quarters, a bald man reclined languidly in an expansive armchair, his feet propped on the desk before him, idly swaying. In his hand, he held a hefty cigar, drawing in a deep puff before releasing a series of smoke rings, accompanied by a contented exhalation. He was none other than the captain of this slave ship, the capable lieutenant of the Thornbird Slave Capture Guild, Macbeth. Macbeth was once a rear admiral, renowned for his formidable prowess and youthful promise. However, everything changed when he was dispatched to guard the world government headquarters at Mariawa, tasked with ensuring the safety of the celestial dragon nobles. He bore witness to their extravagant and indulgent lifestyle, gradually succumbing to the allure of their opulent revelries, yearning for greater pleasures and more power. Thus, he resolutely abandoned his naval career, choosing instead to curry favor with the dragon nobles, becoming a sycophant of the world's elite. In his quest for the dragon nobles' favor, Macbeth even joined the Thornbird Slave Capture Guild, aspiring to personally capture rare slaves to win their approval and thereby seize greater power and profit. Just as Macbeth was savoring his cigar and calculating his next move, the first mate burst into the room. Captain Macbeth, my men have discovered a distressed pirate ship and captured 3 new slaves. Would you like to see them? Oh, what are they like? Macbeth raised his head slightly, gesturing for the first mate to continue. 3 young children, they offered little resistance. One of them is an amputee, likely fleeing the ravages of war and seeking refuge at sea, so they hold little value. Oh, I see. Captain Macbeth sighed in disappointment and then inquired, what is the condition of the gladiators on the 4th level? This slave ship had been specially modified, with 4 levels beneath the deck. The first level housed higher value slaves, such as maids and rare races, in relatively better conditions. The second level contained ordinary slaves of lesser value, while the third level was reserved for pirate captains, fugitives, and other high-caliber slaves with unique collectible worth. The 4th level, however, was the most brutal, housing dozens of robust slaves specifically selected by Macbeth, prepared to be trained as gladiators for the amusement of the dragon nobles at Mariawa. Thus, Macbeth decreed that the slaves on the 4th level would engage in relentless combat, mixed together with minimal food supplies, in the hope that they would evolve into formidable gladiators through their struggles. After several days of mutual testing, a portion had already been eliminated, resulting in a temporary calm. That will not do. Exceptional gladiators must continuously engage in battle. We need to provide them with some entertainment. Macbeth frowned, knowing that his future status hinged on the cultivation of elite gladiators. He could not afford to be lax. Very well. Since the newly captured slaves are of little value, let us cast them into the 4th level to allow the gladiators a taste of blood and excitement. Understood. I shall make the arrangements, the first mate replied, turning to leave the captain's quarters. On the deck, Satan and his companions were being restrained by a group of fully armed warriors, who placed slave collars around their necks. These collars were designed to prevent escape. Should a slave venture beyond a certain distance from their master, the collar would detonate violently, severing the slave's neck, serving as an ultimate tool of control over them. Satan silently allowed the warriors to place the humiliating slave collar around his neck, utterly unaware that the master of the ship had resolved to make them the prey of gladiators. The three figures, accompanied by 4 guards, descended layer by layer. The interior of the ship was constructed entirely of steel, and the icy coldness of the stairs, illuminated by dim lighting, felt particularly biting. Satan involuntarily shuddered, his brow furrowing as he overheard the hushed whispers of 2 guards behind him. Why would the boss assign such a frail fellow to the 4th level? Who knows? Probably deemed of little value. I wager they won't last an hour. Are you dreaming? An hour? They'd be fortunate to survive 10 minutes. At last, they arrived at the 4th level, where a long corridor divided the chamber into 2 cells, each enclosed by steel bars as thick as a man's arm, housing dozens of burly men within. Good luck to you. The guards hastily shoved them into the left cell. The sound of the iron door locking behind them and the guards' departing footsteps echoed ominously. With the guards gone, the cell erupted into a cacophony of noise. Well, we didn't expect 3 little ants to be brought to us. Are you here to enhance our meal? Taunted a muscular man near the iron door. His physique so imposing that even seated, he towered over the standing Satan, his gaze filled with disdain. Ha, and one of them is even disabled. Are you here to amuse us? Sneered another nearby, their laughter laced with malice. Seeking death, are you? How dare you show disrespect to the young master? Red Eye's fury surged, ready to confront them, but Satan gently restrained him. Before boarding the slave ship, out of concern for Red Eye's weapon being confiscated, Murakumo had been concealed within Satan's body. Let them be. We are not truly slaves, and there is no merit in arguing with insects. Satan disdainfully shook his head and made his way to a vacant spot against the wall, taking a seat. Observing Satan's choice for restraint, Shihong and Sinan reluctantly followed suit and sat behind him. Ha, I never expected a little girl to stroll in. It has been days since I last indulged. Blonde, bring her over to me. At that moment, the only plump figure lounging on the single couch at the far end of the cell spoke up. Towering over 2 meters, he reclined comfortably, picking at his toes with a self-satisfied expression, exuding an air of authority, clearly the leader of this prison cell. No problem, boss, replied a nearby man with a head of tousled blonde hair, a lewd grin plastered across his face. But after you're done, could you let the brothers have a taste as well? Get lost, the plump man retorted with a chuckle. Just as his words faded, Satan, who had only just settled down, sprang to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead, throbbing with intensity. His right fist was clenched tightly, the force causing his fingertips to turn pale. You wretched scoundrels. Satan strode directly towards the portly figure seated deep within the confines of the cell. A flicker of golden light danced in his eyes, and a palpable aura of malevolence seemed to rise from his very being. As he passed, the once boisterous gladiators, who had been jesting and laughing, suddenly shivered in dread, silenced by an overwhelming sense of fear. Insulting me is one thing, but daring to insult my family is utterly unforgivable. Chapter 54. Breaking the cocoon and transforming into a butterfly, you seek death, little imp. Upon witnessing Satan's formidable advance, the yellow-haired ruffian felt a surge of indignation, his face contorted into a sinister grin as he cracked his knuckles, preparing to teach Satan a lesson. Noticing that Satan appeared on the verge of being attacked, Sinan, concerned for his well-being, hastily readied himself to confront the adversary on Satan's behalf. However, he was halted by Aikido. That prey belongs to the young master. I fear for the young master's health. He may not endure this. Sinan shot a reproachful glance at Aikido, pondering that such matters ought to be handled by their subordinates. Protecting his family is the young master's obsession. Do not interfere. Moreover, Aikido's eyes shimmered with a hint of nostalgia, as if lost in thought. He had suppressed his emotions for too long and needed an outlet. Oh, I see. Sinan retracted his foot, casting a furtive glance at Aikido, a flicker of envy crossing his gaze. It seems I still do not fully understand the young master. The bond they share is truly enviable. Repent, little imp. The yellow-haired thug hurled a punch towards Satan, his fist, the size of a bowl, crackling with the force of thunder. He felt a swell of pride, recalling how his mighty blows had once felled a ferocious tiger. Surely, this insignificant child would be dispatched with a single strike. However, before he could bask in his own arrogance for long, a wave of terror washed over him. His punch, suspended midair, was abruptly seized by Satan's right hand. The yellow-haired ruffian was consumed by shock as he struggled to withdraw his fist, yet despite exerting all his strength, it remained firmly grasped in the air, unmoving. It is you who should repent, scum. Satan lifted his head, and under the dim light, The ferocity in his eyes was unmistakably revealed. With one hand, he grasped the fist of the yellow-haired man, swinging him high into the air, almost twice his size, and spinning him several times above his head before mercilessly slamming him down onto the ground. The immense impact dented the steel floor, causing the yellow-haired man's internal organs to jolt violently, and a mouthful of blood erupted from him, his eyes still wide with shock. Before he could gather his wits, Satan placed a foot upon the yellow-haired man's neck, and with a sharp crack, his fate was sealed. What a ruthless little demon! He truly struck with lethal intent. Let us see how Fat Cat handles this. Witnessing Satan dispatch the yellow-haired man in an instant, the other gladiators were left in stunned silence, their previous disdain quickly vanishing. Ha ha ha, quite impressive, little demon. Care to join me? The rotund figure reclining on his throne chuckled dismissively, extending an olive branch to Satan. I have no desire to engage in meaningless chatter. Satan shot a disdainful glance at the fat man, then in a flash, appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick to his chin that sent his corpulent body soaring into the air. In another instant, he seized the fat man's head and brought it crashing down to the ground. With a resounding thud, the fat man's skull burst like a watermelon, splattering red and white all over him. Satan straightened up, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Those who insult my family deserve death. His voice was cold and cruel, like a chilling wind sweeping through, causing all the gladiators to shiver and fall into a hushed silence. Satan settled into a corner, while Chi-Tong silently crouched beside him, quietly taking out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face, her eyes filled with compassion and concern. With the arrival of Satan and his companions, the fourth level of the slave-capturing ship fell into a profound silence. Under Satan's imposing presence, no one dared to act recklessly. Even the food brought in by the guards remained untouched until they made their move, revealing the stark reality of the survival of the fittest. Satan sat quietly in the corner, eyes closed, nurturing his spirit and body as 3 days slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, while in this meditative state, he opened his eyes wide, a strange stir rising from deep within, as if he had heard another heartbeat echoing within him at that very moment. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart reverberated like the resounding beat of a drum, each pulse deafening, accompanied by a surge of fervent blood coursing through his veins. A powerful force penetrating his limbs and core. His muscles swelled, skin taut, and a thick mist began to rise from the surface of his body. Simultaneously, nourished and stimulated by the heightened vitality within, the life force bestowed by the tree of life surged violently, threads of rebirth swirling chaotically within him. The fierce dragon blood coursing through him collided violently with the life energy from the tree, intertwining in a tumultuous embrace. Satan's eyes alternated between frigid golden slits and crystalline green pupils, a formidable aura radiating from him, causing those weaker around him to faint instantly. As the clash of these two potent forces intensified, Satan's body trembled more violently, his aura swirling around him like a hurricane. Finally, this energy reached its zenith, exploding with a resounding boom, only to suddenly settle into tranquility. At that moment, the long-contested forces within Satan fused peacefully, indistinguishable from one another. His expression calmed, yet his eyes transformed into an extraordinary sight. His left eye became a translucent emerald green, flickering with the shadow of a tree, while his right eye morphed into a golden slit, subtly revealing the ethereal image of a dragon riding the clouds. Satan rose to his feet, twisting his neck and stretching his limbs, the sound of creaking joints reminiscent of a long-dormant body finally awakening. Ha ha ha. I have returned, with a voice both familiar and arrogant. A green light erupted from within Satan, soaring through the air, twisting and turning, occasionally emitting exuberant cries of delight. This was the mischievous sprite, Evil Sight, who had been forced into slumber due to Satan's grievous wounds. Congratulations, Satan, the tree of life has finally transcended its infancy and entered its growth phase. After expelling his excitement, Evil Sight flapped his wings and approached Satan to convey the good news, only to erupt in laughter upon seeing Satan's missing arm. Ha ha. Though I cannot fathom how you lost an arm, you truly are a fortunate fellow. Evil Sight, what nonsense are you spouting? Our master is in this state, and you still find time to mock him. Chi-Hong's expression darkened, as if ready to draw his blade against Evil Sight at any moment. It's all right, Chi-Hong. Evil Sight is family. After all, what harm is there in a jest? Satan smiled slyly and then turned to gaze at the entity before him, carefully cradling him in his palm. It is truly a delight to see you once more, Xiejian. Since departing from the battlefield, the most joyous news for Satan has undoubtedly been the safety of his family. Ha ha, what a melodrama. You are nearly moving me to tears. Xiejian feigned wiping away non-existent tears, performing a few aerial somersaults before gracefully landing back in Satan's hand, his expression turning serious. To be honest, I have some good news to share. Chapter 55, The Rebirth of the Body. I must say, losing an arm is an uncommon stroke of fortune. And I am not jesting. Shedjin's demeanor became unusually earnest as he continued to explain. The life tree within you has entered its growth phase, its vitality becoming increasingly potent. And it has begun to require a vessel. As fate would have it, you have lost your left arm, making it opportune to transform the life tree into a physical entity to serve as your left arm. This is truly a fortuitous turn of events. Oh, Satan was evidently exhilarated. The prospect of bodily rebirth was nothing short of splendid. What advantages might this confer? By condensing the tree of life into your arm, it would genuinely become an integral part of your being. Consequently, your command over the power of wood would become more agile, and as the tree of life flourished, you would attain authentic instant recovery in the ability for bodily regeneration. Remarkable indeed. After all, it is a treasure of the divine realm. Congratulations, dear Satan. You are on the brink of becoming an almost immortal creature. Truly, this is splendid news, O wicked one. Satan finally revealed a long-forgotten smile of comfort, as he began to sense the gentle currents of vitality flowing within him, urging them to surge towards his left shoulder. Waves of life energy converged at the left shoulder like the tides, transforming into a tangible form of energy that continuously extended, gradually taking the shape of an almost transparent arm. Through the delicate skin of this translucent arm, the intricate veins became increasingly discernible, the sinews grew stronger, and it gradually took on flesh and blood, soon becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary arm. Satan, filled with excitement, clenched his left hand and delivered a powerful punch forward. The air was rent asunder by the fierce gust of his strike, resulting in an explosive sound that reverberated around him. He contentedly nodded his head, a spontaneous smile gracing his face. Is this truly an arm transformed from the tree of life? How astonishing. Satan raised his left hand, extending his fingers, and with a mere thought, a delicate flower blossomed at his fingertips. Though it was undeniably my arm, its essence remained that of a tree, harboring the ultimate power of wood. Splendid, my lord. Qizheng displayed even greater excitement than Satan, completely shedding his usual calm and composed demeanor. He rushed forward like a child, embracing Satan's left arm tightly, rubbing against it fervently, as if to ascertain whether Satan had truly been reborn from the severed limb. Enough, Qizheng. Is it not clear that all is well now? Satan displayed a fond smile upon his face, extending his right hand to gently pat the head of the crimson-eyed individual, his eyes brimming with tenderness. By the way, although interrupting you may be rather bothersome, I still wish to inquire why I have not seen Junma Lu and Hei Tong. It has been a few days since our last encounter, and I find myself rather yearning for the presence of you little imps. The smile on Satan's face abruptly stiffened, his gaze turning chillingly cold. As we fled the battlefield, Junma stayed behind for our sake, agreeing to rendezvous at Naga Island. However, upon observing the shift in the young Master's mood, Heidong's demeanor also darkened. Sainan took the initiative to clarify to Xiejin, Heidong and we became separated on the battlefield. Their current fate remains uncertain. Ah, I see, little Satan. Your concern stems from this. Xiejin placed a hand on Satan's shoulder, tugging gently at his earlobe as he continued. Let me share some good news with you. Although I am unaware of the current whereabouts of Heidong and Junmaru, it is evident that they are not in any mortal peril. Is that truly the case? Sainan inquired anxiously. Ever since Junmaru selflessly held back and did not rejoin us, Sainan had been engulfed in a state of unease, despite the absence of any dire news. Satan and the crimson-eyed one gazed intently at the wicked vision, eagerly anticipating a positive response from him. Undoubtedly, with utmost certainty, the young master could distinctly sense that their life signs still persisted, indicating that they were not in peril. Truly, you are my fortunate star. I adore you immensely. Satan, in a fervor of excitement, pulled the wicked vision from his shoulder and bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. Oh, how dare you! Away with you. That was my first kiss. The wicked vision, flapping its wings, wriggled free from Satan's ardent grasp, dramatically flailing in the air with a look of utter disgust, muttering a litany of profanities, largely concerning concepts of morality and chastity. Ah, my sincerest apologies for my exuberance, wicked vision. Satan displayed a sheepish grin, awkwardly scratching the back of his head while striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. Very well, I concede my defeat to you. The jesting demeanor of the demon ceased, and a final piece of good news emerged. Can you guess what it is? The gestation has been completed, and a new family member is set to arrive. This time, Satan was quite lucid, recalling his journey back from Naga Island to the royal capital. He remembered that King Denver had rewarded him with 2 devil fruits as a token of his training. Calculating the time, it seemed that the gestation period had indeed concluded. Bingo! Absolutely correct. The demon snapped his fingers in delight. Shall we proceed with the summoning? I have grand plans ahead. And now is the opportune moment to summon our new family member. No problem, I shall commence at once, responded the demon as he waved his hand, conjuring a mystical summoning array before him. Amidst the swirling lights and shadows, 2 figures gradually materialized. To the left stood a figure resembling a shark, with grayish-blue skin and sharp teeth, his golden eyes gleaming with a brutal light. He donned a loose black robe adorned with red clouds, his toenails painted in purple, and a ring inscribed with the character for south on his left ring finger. A massive, bandage-wrapped sword rested on his shoulder, exuding an imposing and arrogant presence. On the right stood another figure clad in the same black robe with red clouds, distinguished by a ring on his right index finger inscribed with the character for Azure Dragon. He possessed flowing golden hair, styled into a high ponytail, with bangs cascading over his left eye while the rest of his hair was concealed within his attire. His striking azure-hued eyes were accentuated with dark eyeliner, and he sported a miniature telescope over his left eye. From the sleeves of his robe emerged hands, each adorned with a mouth that occasionally flicked out a tongue to lick the palms. These 2 were none other than the formidable members of the Akatsuki from the Naruto universe, Kisame Hashigaki and Deidara. Welcome to your arrival, my dear family, exclaimed Satan, joyously extending his arms to warmly embrace the new members. What an exuberant young master we have. Shall I present an artistic debut? Deidara, the flamboyant explosive artist, stepped forth from the summoning circle, curiously surveying his surroundings. What would you have me do, young master? Kisame asked, hefting his sword and licking his lips, boldly declaring, my blade is eagerly yearning for action. With everyone gathered, it seems the game of playing slaves is about to conclude. Satan effortlessly crushed the collar of the slave around his neck, unfazed by the violent explosion that could sever the neck of an ordinary person. Our fire shall illuminate the world. Chapter 56, Encounter with the Titan. Art is an explosion. The explosive clay, small birds, soared from Deidara's palms, his face alight with fervor for both art and destruction. With a flourish, he unleashed a flock of tiny birds towards the prison door. Each little bird detonated under Deidara's command, causing a cacophony of thunderous explosions, leaving the prison door riddled with holes before it collapsed like a scrap of iron. The explosive clay, a unique white substance possessed by Deidara, could be transformed into various explosives by chewing it and mixing it with his chakra. The explosives themselves moved according to Deidara's will. How do you find it, master? My art, Deidara proudly inquired of Satan, his face brimming with anticipation. This outburst of art is truly magnificent, splendidly executed, Deidara. Indeed, you are quite the connoisseur, master, Deidara replied, his hand instinctively scratching the back of his head, beaming with the joy of being acknowledged. Remarkable. Such explosions capable of demolishing steel. Sanin, witnessing Deidara's summoned creations for the first time, stood silently in awe, suppressing his astonishment. From now on, we are family. Deidara flashed a carefree smile at Sanin. Let us get along well, little brother. At that moment, a group of fully armed guards surged from the staircase leading to the upper deck, drawn by the recent explosive commotion. Art is an explosion. Without waiting for the enemy to approach, Deidara excitedly shouted his motto, sending forth a flurry of leaping grasshoppers from his hands. These diminutive creatures, endowed with remarkable agility, detonated upon contact with the guards, resulting in catastrophic casualties and anguished cries. Hey, Deidara, it's not fair to hog all the fun, the menacing Kisame grumbled, resting his large blade on his shoulder, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Summoning technique, shark of 100 tastes. Kisame struck the air with one hand, conjuring a cloud of mist, from which countless sharks emerged, lunging eagerly at the guards. Their gaping jaws and razor-sharp teeth tore into the remnants of the guards who had survived Deidara's explosions, reducing them to mere fragments of flesh, with no survivors left behind. What a delightful feast! Kisame licked his lips instinctively, savoring the scent of blood in the air, his sharp teeth glinting as he wore a bloodthirsty grin, as though he were partaking in the shark's banquet. Truly, 2 madmen, I adore you both, the mischievous voice of the anarchist echoed from Satan's shoulder. Let us depart. Satan strode toward the staircase, a grin of undeniable delight illuminating his countenance. Those who dared to obstruct his path were effortlessly dismissed, clearly reflecting his buoyant spirits. Soon, they traversed the lengthy, dimly lit staircase and arrived at the 3rd deck of the ship. This level served as a prison for the formidable special slaves captured by the Thorn Bird, with each slave confined within solitary cells, closely monitored by vigilant guards. However, the explosion that had transpired on the fourth level had summoned all the guards below, leading to their untimely demise. Consequently, the corridor of the third deck lay desolate and eerily silent, save for the occasional muffled groans of anguish emanating from one of the cells. Satan cast a glance at the third tier of the ship's cabin, his feet poised to ascend to the second level. Suddenly, the malevolent whisper upon his shoulder seized his ear, urging him to halt. "What is it, dark whisper?" Satan inquired, bemused by this unexpected manifestation. Ever since his physical condition had been restored, he had not wished to linger even a moment longer in the depths of this slave ship. Yet, a familiar scent wafted through the air, hinting at the presence of an acquaintance. Shall we investigate? Indeed, Satan suddenly felt a stirring within. The malevolent presence that had lingered since his emergence into this world was unmistakably familiar, suggesting a connection to someone he once knew. Furthermore, the recent downfall of the Babylonian kingdom intensified the anticipation and excitement within him. He proceeded down the corridor, searching through cell after cell, yearning to encounter a familiar figure. Just as his impatience grew, a silhouette caught his eye. It was located deep within the third-tier chamber, entirely constructed of stainless steel. The figure was seated cross-legged in the corner, adorned with shackles made of sea tower stone, while two chains, as thick as an infant's arms, bound him securely to the wall. These stringent measures clearly indicated that the imprisoned individual was a formidable force. "Uncle Titan?" Satan let out a thunderous cry of astonishment. Gripping the prison bars with a single hand and exerting tremendous force, the steel bars, as thick as a man's arm, were utterly deformed by his strength, creating a gaping hole large enough for a person to pass through. Satan eagerly penetrated the scene, hastening his steps to reach the captive, scrutinizing him intently. It was indeed Uncle Titan. How could he have fallen into the clutches of a slave ship? The incredulity was palpable on the face of the crimson-eyed figure. One must remember that Titan, once the chief guard of Satan, was undoubtedly a formidable vice-admiral in the naval hierarchy. "Ah, I shall never join you." Upon hearing the sounds around him, the long-imprisoned Titan let out a muffled groan, muttering to himself. He had been captured by the slave captors after being bested by the culinary prowess of the Big Mom pirate chef, long bred, in the gastronomic capital. Aware of Titan's formidable strength, Macbeth had endeavored to persuade him to join the Thornbird slave captors, yet Titan had persistently refused, leading to his imprisonment and relentless torment. At this moment, his consciousness was beginning to wane. "Uncle Titan, it is I?" Satan gazed sorrowfully at his former captain. Reflecting on the adage of a dragon struggling in shallow waters, or a tiger falling to the ground being bullied by dogs, he extended his left hand, placing it upon Titan's body, allowing a pure vitality to flow from his palm into Titan's being, like a withered tree encountering the warmth of spring. Titan's wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and his condition improved significantly. Even the sound of blood circulating within him became audible. "Your Highness, Prince Satan." At last, as Titan's injuries mended, he regained consciousness and, upon seeing Satan, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to rise and knelt before Satan with a thud. "Your Highness," he croaked, his voice hoarse and choked with emotion. "How is my sister?" Seeing Titan finally awake, Satan squatted down, anxiously supporting his shoulders as he inquired, "What happened?" "It is my inability as an old servant. I was subdued by the long bread, and when I was defeated, Princess Estifs was still entangled with Baron Egg. I am not aware of what transpired thereafter." Titan, a man of iron and bone, was filled with shame, struggling to articulate his words. "Never mind, the fact that you survived is a blessing. I hope my sister is safe." Looking at the towering figure who had protected him since childhood, a deep sense of admiration welled within Satan. To see Titan alive once more was fortunate enough. He could not hope for more. Chapter 57. Titan requests to fight in the captain's quarters of the Thornbird slave capture group. Captain Macbeth remained blissfully absorbed in his own thoughts, envisioning the accolades he would receive from the celestial dragon after this venture. Suddenly, the door to the captain's cabin swung open violently, and the first mate stumbled in, as if pursued by demons. "What is the matter?" Macbeth bellowed, interrupted in his reverie, slamming his palm against the table, causing the items atop it to topple. "Captain, there's a slave revolt. They are coming up to the deck. The guards can barely contain the situation." "What did you say?" Macbeth could no longer conceal his fury. Swatting the table aside, which shattered against the wall, his eyes wide with rage, as if he were about to devour someone whole. Macbeth had personally led the slave capture to gain favor with the celestial dragon. This was his path to advancement. Now, To hear news of a revolt was akin to having one's path to fortune obstructed, igniting his wrath. I must see who dares to cause such a ruckus. He pushed the flustered first mate aside and strode purposefully toward the door. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a shocking sight. Bodies lay sprawled across the deck, their gruesome fates evident, blood staining the ground, and several ominous figures loomed, their eyes glinting with malice. A shiver ran down Macbeth's spine. The swift silence with which so many guards had been dispatched indicated the gravity of the situation. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble on our Thornbird? Macbeth, anxious and wary, refrained from acting rashly, contemplating whether this slave capture had drawn the ire of some powerful faction. Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate. Are you the captain of this ship? One of the figures, resembling a fishman, licked the blood from his lips, leaning on a bizarrely shaped sword, his interest piqued. Indeed, I am. I wonder where we have wronged you? Then you must be strong enough. Do not be as dull as these scraps. The figure approached Macbeth, a psychotic grin plastered on his face. You must entertain me. Wait. A cold voice rang out from the passage leading to the lower decks. The shark-like creature chuckled sheepishly, halting his advance. Macbeth's gaze was drawn to the entrance, where a striking young boy emerged, handsome and exuding a formidable presence. However, it was the boy's mismatched eyes, one emerald, the other golden, that captivated all attention. Ah, it is you, the great ape King Titan. Upon recognizing the towering figure accompanying the boy, Macbeth's shock was palpable, his inner world reverberating in tumult. So, you have come to rescue the great ape King Titan. Could it be that you hail from the Douglas family of the Babylonian royal lineage? Macbeth's thoughts raced, incredulous, for was not the Douglas family annihilated by the four emperors? Big MOM? How could such powerful individuals still exist? I detest when others take what belongs to me. Everything I have lost, I shall reclaim piece by piece. The boy's expression twisted into a snarl as he spoke, tilting his head slightly, resembling a demon baring its fangs and claws. And you dare to abduct my family, an unforgivable crime. You are the Babylonian prince, Satan. Macbeth suddenly recognized the identity of his adversary. Astonished to discover that a scion of the Douglas family had escaped, a prize worth billions in the black market. Young master, may I handle this scoundrel myself? Titan, who had just pledged fealty to Satan, requested, eager to demonstrate his loyalty through action, especially since Macbeth had previously taken advantage of his injury. Then it is yours to handle. With that, Satan leaped high into the air, perching atop the mast of the slave ship, while the others retreated to clear the battlefield for Titan. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Now I shall repay you properly. As Titan advanced, he transformed into his ape form, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared before Macbeth, delivering a punch that whistled through the air. A colossal fist that could easily shatter a mountain. Faced with Titan's overwhelming assault, Macbeth reluctantly chose to defend, crossing his arms in front of him, attempting to mitigate Titan's strike, fortifying his body with a strength that rendered it impervious to bullets and blades. This was one of the Navy's S6 styles, a defensive technique known only to powerful naval officers. With a resounding crash, Titan's fist collided with Macbeth's chest, and despite Macbeth inflating his body to resemble steel, he was still sent flying by Titan's brute force, crashing into the ship's cabin and reducing it to rubble. What a monster! The disparity in strength is insurmountable. There is no hope of victory. Macbeth rose from the ruins, a trickle of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth, and his chest slightly caved in. Even after a single confrontation, he felt the disparity between himself and the Titan. With a swift motion, his figure flickered in the air, suddenly appearing at the Titan's flank, his fingers shooting towards the Titan's neck like bullets. This was the finger gun technique from the 6 style, enabling his well-trained fingers to unleash attacks akin to that of a genuine firearm. However, the transformed Titan exhibited remarkable reflexes, slightly tilting his head to narrowly evade Macbeth's assault. Undeterred, Macbeth launched a relentless barrage of attacks, his finger guns weaving a phantom dance in the air as they incessantly targeted the Titan. How audacious! The Titan nimbly dodged Macbeth's tempestuous strikes, and suddenly he lunged forward, seizing Macbeth's arm and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Before Macbeth could react, a powerful kick sent him sprawling, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Truly a vigorous fellow. Daedara, who was observing the battle, exclaimed in admiration. This is what it takes to be part of our family. Witnessing the Titan's brutal strikes, Kisame wore a bloodthirsty grin, feeling his own blood boiling with excitement. Chapter 58, The Girl in the Ice. Hey, Titan, wrap up this fight quickly. We need to regroup with Kimimaro at Naga Island in 3 days. "We cannot afford to waste time here," shouted Satan from his perch atop the mast. "Understood, my lord," the Titan replied, rushing once more towards the fallen Macbeth. A single punch descended, shattering debris and raising a cloud of dust, nearly dismantling the ship's cabin with the force of his blow. Macbeth struggled to evade the Titan's relentless onslaught, occasionally meeting a punch that sent tremors through his body, the agony akin to his insides being torn apart. "It seems I must find an opportunity to flee, otherwise I may perish here." As the Titan prepared for another attack, Macbeth deliberately collided with him, leveraging the Titan's immense strength to propel himself over the deck's railing and into the sea, disappearing amidst the swirling waters. "Is he dead?" At that moment, Satan leaped down from the mast, a mysterious expression upon his face. "Rest assured, my lord, I exercised caution. He shall not perish." The Titan, returning to his human form, answered respectfully, "Haha, as expected of Uncle Titan, I knew you would understand my intent. It is the duty of a subordinate." The Titan scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful, no longer exuding the formidable presence he had during battle, seemingly unaccustomed to Satan's praise. "My lord, why spare him? Enemies ought to be eradicated completely," Kisame questioned, his eagerness palpable. "Should I pursue him? No one can escape my tracking in the water." "Humph, my lord surely has a plan. Let us listen quietly," Cheetom admonished Kisame, dissatisfied with his doubts towards Satan. "There will always be opportunities for slaughter," Satan explained to Kisame. "In this vast sea, there are countless entities eyeing us, ever ready to seize an opportunity. We do not have the luxury of indulging them in a game of hide and seek. I require a moment to ensnare these miscreants all at once." It appears he is orchestrating a grand spectacle, which is truly exhilarating. Kisame, with excitement, licked his lips and repeatedly caressed the large blade resting on his shoulder. "When the time comes, I shall present a magnificent exhibition of artistry." The exuberant Daedara also wore an expression brimming with anticipation, as the slave ship they were on gradually receded into the distance. A head suddenly emerged from the sea. It was Macbeth, fortunate to have survived. He gazed at the slave ship, now nearly out of sight, a malevolent expression creeping across his face. 3 days until Naga Island? We shall see. In the midst of the Grand Line, before the Red Earth continent, lies the world's largest red tree, the Yalman Red Tree. Its roots protrude above the water's surface, forming a renowned archipelago known as the Sabaody Islands. Due to its proximity to the Red Earth continent and the Navy headquarters, as well as being a necessary route before entering the New World, this archipelago thrives with prosperity. Comprising 79 numbered trees, each tree's roots host towns and facilities, and the regions of the Sabaody Islands are clearly delineated according to the numbers on the trees. The areas numbered 1 to 29 predominantly house human trafficking establishments and illicit auction houses. 30 to 39 feature entertainment venues such as the Bubble Park. 40 to 49 are primarily tourist zones and specialty shops, while 50 to 59 are home to shipyards and craftsmen. Lastly, 60 to 69 serve as the Navy's garrison and government entrances, with 70 to 79 primarily consisting of hotel streets. On Island 13 of the Sabaody Islands, within the notorious Shaki's Ransom Bar, the proprietress Shaki sat at the bar, absently puffing on a cigarette as she perused a bounty notice. Perhaps it was the noon hour, but the bar was devoid of customers. Just then, the door swung open, and an elderly man with long silver curls and a finely groomed silver beard entered. He wore glasses, a prominent scar running down his right eye, and bore a large block of ice over his shoulder. "Hey, Shaki, come help me out." "Riley, you rascal. Why bring back such a massive block of ice when we already have enough in the cold cellar?" Shaki glanced up, releasing a plume of smoke, her voice laced with irritation. "Oh, come on. I found it while fishing and thought I'd bring it back for fun. Take a look." Riley carefully placed the ice block on the coffee table and settled onto the nearby sofa, pouring himself a glass of ale and savoring the drink. "What is this?" "There's a woman encased in the ice," Shaki exclaimed, nearly dropping her cigarette as she stepped out from behind the bar. Encased within the ice was a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in a fitted female general's uniform, with long sky-blue hair, her exquisite features frozen in time. A long sword tightly clutched in her hand. "I'm not sure, but she seems to still have a breath of life. Can you think of a way to revive her?" Riley took a swig of ale, a satisfied expression settling on his face. "Indeed, your ale is always the best, Shaki. Have you noticed the sword she is holding?" Shaki's gaze shifted to the sword in the ice-bound maiden's grasp. It was a noble ceremonial sword, measuring 26 meters in length. The scabbard was crafted from gold, studded with numerous dazzling diamonds that sparkled brilliantly, while the hilt boasted a large sapphire the size of a pigeon egg, radiating with brilliance. That's the legendary sword Durandal, forged by the renowned blacksmith of the great swordsmiths. This young lady might possess an extraordinary background, Riley remarked knowledgeably. As a master swordsman well acquainted with every famous blade in existence, Shaki returned to the bar, quickly retrieving some documents to search for information about the woman. She is a retired pirate, once leading a crew with a bounty in the hundreds of millions, a formidable figure. The bar is merely a facade. She is actually an agent of an underground intelligence organization, possessing an immense network of information, making her capable of perceiving the world's intricate dynamics. However, compared to the disheveled man seated on the sofa, Shaki's identity seemed insignificant. He was the former first mate of the Roger Pirates. Hailed as the right hand of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, the legendary figure, Silver's Rayleigh, a living legend. I found it 6 years ago. The sword Durandal was acquired by the Babylonian royal family at an auction and subsequently became the sword of the Babylonian kingdom's first princess, Douglas's death. So, I've stumbled upon a princess? Riley chuckled nonchalantly after taking another sip of ale. Is this the same Babylonian kingdom that was recently annihilated by Big Mom? Indeed. How tragic for her. We must find a way to save her. Chapter 59. The Dance of Demons in Recent Days. Various factions drawn to the Rain Sea in search of fortune had secretly received information. The last surviving prince of the Babylonian kingdom, Satan, would appear on Naga Island in 3 days. Like headless flies buzzing aimlessly across the ocean, these factions stirred with excitement, akin to sharks sensing blood, hastening in droves towards Naga Island. Some bounty hunters were purely motivated by the alluring bounty exceeding 100 million on the black market. Others sought to unearth potential treasures from the royal lineage of Babylon, while some with ulterior motives aimed to capture Satan to curry favor with the New World's overlord, Big Mom. Additionally, many idle spectators simply wished to witness the unfolding drama. Thus, Naga Island was destined to become a chaotic hotspot in 3 days, with numerous tents pitched along the coastline, transforming it into a campsite for these maritime opportunists. Of course, spies from various observing factions mingled among them, fishing in murky waters, sending streams of intelligence to far-flung corners of the world. As dusk descended, the sun's fading rays illuminated the campsite, wisps of smoke rising from numerous cooking fires, creating a bustling and vibrant atmosphere. In the center of the camp, within a grand and opulently decorated tent, leaders of various factions convened for a gathering both to forge connections and discuss the division of spoils, for the number of hunters was vast, yet the prize was singular. Hey, Macbeth, is your information reliable? If you've wasted my time, you're dead meat, growled a brutish man, gulping down ale. A black eye patch concealed his left eye, while his crimson gaze bore down on Macbeth, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. He was the captain of the Wolf Pirates, known as the Butcher, his true name a mystery. He was infamous for his ruthless and bloodthirsty ways. Is the name of our thorn bird not reliable enough? Before Macbeth could respond, a young man in black with a blue ponytail, seated beside him, retorted defiantly. In his 20s, he wielded an intricately engraved spear, his demeanor haughty, his nostrils flaring in disdain as he met the butcher's glare without a trace of fear. It was no surprise he was so unperturbed, for he was the youngest son of the Thornbird's leader, Child, whose influence loomed large in both the world government and the underworld. Though the butcher had some renown at sea, he was hardly worth noting in comparison. Moreover, this young man himself was a rising star, a master of marksmanship, earning the title of Snake Spear Rachel through his prowess. Young Master Rachel need not be angered. The butcher does not question the authority of your Thornbird. A voice interjected, defusing the tension. Beside them, a man with a spiky mane of crimson hair interjected. He was a robust figure, his physique well-defined, clad only in a red coat that hung loosely over his bare torso, adorned with a menacing demon tattoo across his chest. This solitary bounty hunter, known for his audacity and cunning, would stop at nothing for a reward. He had single-handedly dispatched numerous high-profile fugitives, earning a formidable reputation as the notorious Brand, the bounty hunter. Yet, our trust in this defector, a former naval commander, was decidedly lacking. Brand continued, expressing the disdain of those who make their living at sea towards the slave-catching brigade. After all, none could be certain they wouldn't fall victim to a misstep, only to be sold into a life of misery. And what of Macbeth, with his history of betrayal? Macbeth's face flushed with indignation, nearly boiling over. But he forced himself to rein in his anger, reminding himself to exercise restraint. Though these men were irksome, They could serve as allies in his quest for vengeance against Satan. Enduring their presence was a necessary folly. All right, let us all temper our emotions. We're here to seek fortune. What good is bickering among ourselves? If you ask me, we should simply set this entire island aflame, no matter where they hide. They will be compelled to emerge. Once that occurs, let us each showcase our skills, and whoever captures them will claim the prize. A voice of impatience chimed in. It belonged to a diminutive figure, barely standing at 5 feet tall, with an absurdly large head that made one worry his frail body might collapse under its weight. Despite the lack of compliments regarding his appearance, none dared to underestimate him. He was a notorious assassin in the black market, known as the Pale Cherry Demon, accompanied by his inseparable allies, the Headless Ghost and the Cursed Corpse. The trio always operated in unison, each a paragon of lethal efficiency, often indifferent to others, attending gatherings solely for the purpose of gathering intelligence about their targets. Amidst the cacophony of these scheming strongmen debating in their encampment, a few figures observed from a nearby tree, the very first to arrive at Naga Island, Satan and his companions. Damn it. It seems there are quite a few pests with their eyes on the young master. I long to tear them apart one by one. The demon shark, wielding a massive blade, bore a countenance resembling that of a white shark, his face radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent, as if ready to strike at any moment. Humph. Merely a gaggle of pitiful creatures driven by greed. The true heavyweight players will not easily reveal themselves. Satan let out a cold snort, his golden pupils narrowing slightly, clearly harboring no fondness for those scoundrels attempting to take advantage of the situation. Young master, shall we summon the creatures of the island? Inquired Junmaru, who had just rejoined them. After all, this was the island where they had cultivated for 6 years. A place where countless formidable beasts had fallen at Satan's hands and been tamed by him. If he so desired, with a mere command, the powerful beasts of the entire island would rise to fight for him. No need, he replied dismissively. They are but trifles. We can handle this ourselves. It is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the strength of the Tulip family to the sea. Should a beast uprising occur, the world's attention will inevitably turn to Naga Island itself, which would spell disaster for its inhabitants, exposing them to the hunts of well-meaning but misguided individuals. The cost would outweigh the benefits. Understood. Then let us proceed according to plan. Satan turned to face the few individuals behind him. The bloodthirsty Hashigaki Kisame, the capricious Deidara, the piercing-eyed Aikido, the fervent Karatsuchi, the mumbling Seinen, and the composed Titan, all of whom wore expressions imbued with fervent anticipation. Family, he proclaimed. This battle marks the resurrection of the Tulip clan from the ashes. We shall declare to the world that the banner of the Tulip clan shall not falter and die. Satan, the king, return to reclaim my throne. Chapter 60. The Dawn of Carnage in the heart of the encampments on Naga Island. The butcher and his companions were engaged in fervent discussion. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a large flag soared through the tent's apex, firmly planting itself in the ground. What is this? Hashigaki reacted with remarkable agility, springing aside to gaze at the imposing flag now standing in the open space. The tent flaps were suddenly whipped up by the wind, a chill sweeping through as the flag flapped loudly, unfurling in its entirety. It was a black standard, emblazoned with a fierce flame, at the center of which lay a skull, the skull's jaws clenched around a golden tulip ablaze with fire. What manner of banner is this? The occupants of the tent became alert. Regardless of who had planted the flag, they could be assured it was an enemy. The flaming skull banner of the Tulip clan, your death knell. A figure descended from the heavens, alighting in the center of the tent, exuding an air of superiority. It was Douglas Satan, the heir of the Tulip clan. Haha. So you are the last survivor of the Babylon kingdom's royalty. Truly, fortune favors the bold. The butcher raised his cup, draining its contents before shattering it in a fit of bravado. Stay out of this. This one is mine. With that, he lunged forward, wielding his serrated blade towards Satan. You shall not disturb our king. A flash of crimson lightning darted into the tent, intercepting the butcher's attack with a brilliant blade, none other than Aikido. The two clashed, their blades dancing in a tempest of steel. Meanwhile, outside the tent, the air was rent with violent explosions and anguished screams. Deidara, riding atop his explosive clay bird, had released a swarm of explosive clay grasshoppers over the enemy encampment. Upon contact, they detonated with ferocity, transforming the battlefield into a scene of carnage. How audacious! You dare steal our Thornbird's vessel. Rachel, the heir of the Thornbird slave capturing corps, steadied her spear and, feigning a misstep, launched herself like an arrow towards Satan, crying, "Prepare to die." Yet her strike was thwarted by a white-haired youth wielding a bone sword, Karatsuchi, Satan's loyal guardian. Seeing the failure of the butcher and Rachel's assaults, Bran could no longer remain passive. He glanced at Macbeth, seemingly urging him to join the fray. However, Macbeth, fully aware of the Tulip clan's might, chose to stay aloof. His expression impassive. Reluctantly, Bran prepared to confront Satan alone. Yet before he could act, the tent was flung open, and a formidable presence entered, the great ape king, Titan. The sight of Titan caused Macbeth, still nursing old wounds, to falter, abandoning any thoughts of ambushing Satan and opting instead to observe the unfolding battle. Though Macbeth hesitated, the others were undeterred. Hoshigaki Kasame and his companions closed in on Satan, plunging the tent into chaos as the clash of titans reverberated, the tent's fabric torn asunder, revealing the tumultuous encampment beyond. Art is an explosion. Let us revel in this artistry. Dayara soared through the air on his bird, exuberantly exclaiming as explosions erupted in his wake, leaving devastation and flames, shrouding the encampment in smoke. The stout Palandale Sinan, invigorated by the increasing strength around him, thought, I cannot fall behind. Transforming into a wisp of smoke, he deftly dispatched enemies, snapping necks and conjuring earthen walls and spikes that wreaked havoc upon foes, leaving countless in his wake. As the battle raged on, the members of the Tulip clan exhibited their prowess, the ranks of fallen pirates and bounty hunters swelled, sowing seeds of doubt among the survivors. What does it matter how high the bounty if one does not live to claim it? With this thought, many began to flee towards the coast, seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit of the Tulip clan. At last, it is my turn to take action. Hoshigaki Kisame, positioned on the waters, gripped his blade, preparing his jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. As he completed the hand seals, colossal waves surged beneath him, cascading towards the fleeing survivors like a torrential waterfall. Yet, he deemed this attack insufficient. Summoning technique, 1,000 feeding sharks. Once more completing his seals, Kisame struck the surging waters, summoning a legion of sharks with glistening teeth, their jaws agape, rushing forward with the tide. They tore into the survivors with ravenous ferocity, painting the waters crimson in mere moments, transforming the shore into a veritable battleground. The piercing, anguished cries echoed, a futile lament against the sea's cruel indifference. To be weak is a sin. To dare offend one of noble birth is a death sentence. Kisame savored the metallic scent of blood in the air, his expression one of sheer delight as he stepped through the crimson puddles towards the battlefield where Satan and his companions clashed. With casual strokes of his blade, he cleaved through enemies, severing chunks of flesh from their bodies. Meanwhile, the camp had transformed into a desolate ruin, populated only by expendable minions and formidable warriors who continued to fight valiantly. In a nearby confrontation, Rachel faced off against Kimimaro, unleashing a powerful shout as her gunplay morphed into an unpredictable and elusive dance. The spear in her hands twisted like a serpent, delivering strikes from the most advantageous angles, each thrust imbued with the intent to pierce through anything. Kimimaro found himself in dire straits in the face of her relentless assault. Not far from them, Satan found himself besieged by the trio of the Cherry Blossom Demon. With a spectral grace, the Cherry Blossom Demon maneuvered with the lightness of cherry blossoms drifting from the sky, brandishing a short dagger as he flitted around Satan, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. The headless demon, while appearing somewhat conventional as a dual-wielding swordsman, fought with reckless abandon, attacking with a ferocity that suggested a disregard for his own life. Determined to leave a mark on Satan, a true embodiment of ruthlessness. The most bothersome, however, was the cursed corpse demon, wielding a sword of dull iron. Though the weapon itself was unremarkable, the numerous curses he infused into it rendered every strike against Satan feel as if he were being afflicted by a malevolent hex, causing sudden weakness or inexplicable fatigue. On Naga Island, the coastal area had become a realm of death, with the air thick with the stench of blood and the silent wails of the departed echoing in a mournful harmony. Cold winds swept through, as if cursing the mortal realm. Akishimo, wielding Muramesa, bore intricate and beautiful patterns formed by the curses that spiraled across her form, rendering her an enigmatic vision in the darkness, akin to a fallen elf shrouded in mystery. Yet beneath this allure lay an overwhelming intent to kill, empowered by the curses. Her physical abilities surged to extraordinary levels, making her a top-tier swordswoman upon the ocean. I shall traverse the shadows, vanquishing all foes that impede my master's path. Perhaps influenced by the dark aura of the curses, or perhaps a manifestation of her own shadowy side, her presence became elusive, flickering between reality and the void, thriving in the impending twilight. Muramesa gleamed in her grip, its blade flashing like the scythe of death, inflicting numerous wounds upon the lone wolf butcher, who, despite his formidable prowess at sea, found himself utterly defenseless against Akashimo's unpredictable strikes. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Titan and Brant, the latter suddenly concentrated his power in his index finger, unleashing a lightning-fast thrust. His fingertip, hardened by sheer will, pierced through Titan's robust form effortlessly. As if puncturing tofu, Titan, transformed into a beastly figure, was caught off guard by such an unexpected breach of his defenses. This technique, known as the penetrating hand, had earned Brant his renown as his hands, honed through relentless training, possessed the might to pierce through the hardest of substances. In a moment of shock, Titan, who had always relied on his formidable physique and overwhelming presence to dominate his opponents, found himself confronted by an adversary capable of easily breaching his defenses. Brant, seizing the advantage, concentrated his strength in his middle finger for another powerful strike, which not only pierced but also shattered Titan's defenses with devastating force. The moment the attack connected, Titan's abdomen crumpled under the impact, blood spilling forth as if glass had shattered within him. Titan's anguished cries echoed, a primal sound that barely resembled human speech. Today marked the rise of the Tulip family under their master's leadership. He could not afford to be humiliated here. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself, his animalistic powers surging forth, healing his wounds as if they were mere trifles, his aura reasserting itself. With a body akin to a bulldozer, Titan charged at Brant, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a powerful strike to Brant's chest, sending him flying through the air with a resounding crack of breaking bones. You have enraged me. Brant, a martial arts master, was no easy adversary himself. He dismissed his injuries entirely, his fiery red hair standing on end as his spirit flared. Brant leaped high, spinning around his ring finger, creating a whirlwind of pressure as he launched himself at Titan. I am no mere pushover. In a flash of inspiration, Titan mirrored Brant's movements, spinning in place with his fist raised, creating a tempest that collided fiercely with Brant's assault. The tremendous impact sent both combatants sprawling, their bones rattling with the force of their clash. Thrilling. Bring it on. Titan shouted with exhilaration, his body once again spinning like a tornado as he charged Brant, calling out nonsensical names for his attacks. Ape King's whirlwind. Brant, though visibly weary from their previous exchanges, braced himself against Titan's relentless onslaught. With a swift motion, Brant shaped his hand into a blade, channeling all his strength into a decisive slash, unleashing a sky-blue arc of energy that intercepted Titan's whirling form. As their attacks collided, the air around them surged violently, scattering everything in its path, rivaling the might of any master swordsman. This shall determine our fate. Brant straightened, his eyes gleaming with resolve as he faced Titan, realizing that choosing him as an opponent had been a grave miscalculation. That is precisely my intent. Titan suddenly transformed once more, becoming a colossal ape king nearly 10 meters high, marking his inaugural use of the beast form. Even in this feral state, Titan did not forget to harden his entire body with an imposing aura. With a powerful leap, his massive form surged forward like a streak of light. The Ape King's spear, the maximum wheel, pierced through the hand S5. An ethereal wave of energy surged forth. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Titan's formidable physique, Brant's warrior pride ignited within him. He did not flee nor evade. Instead, he chose to confront Titan head-on, drawing upon every ounce of strength. He unleashed his most potent technique, his power coalescing like rippling waves into his right hand. The muscles on the back of his hand bulged, forming intricate, beautiful patterns, and he collided with Titan like a cannonball. The violent clash, reminiscent of a comet striking the earth, captured the attention of all present. A powerful gust of wind swept across the battlefield, erasing layers of earth and creating a deep pit nearly 100 meters wide. Suddenly, a figure could no longer withstand the force and was violently hurled away, crashing through several great trees amid a cloud of dust. It was Brant. Compared to Titan, who had consumed the animal-type devil fruit, his physicality was indeed lacking, leading to his premature collapse in the final assault. Brant's body was deeply embedded in a shattered tree. His bones shattered, blood seeping from his orifices, his organs utterly destroyed by Titan's immense power. Greed is ill-advised, he murmured, struggling to turn his gaze towards Satan, who was still battling fiercely in the distance. Truly, they are a family reborn from the ashes. Everything begins after an end, life and death intertwining, the terminus and the origin converging. Ultimately, all shall be obliterated. Like a mirrored reflection, those with the essence of kingship shall undoubtedly ascend to the heavens. At last, he surrendered to a torrent of regret, exhaling his final breath as his eyelids drooped, his spirit dissipating into the void. The ocean waves surged, countless adventurers fighting desperately. Each wave stronger than the last. Everything aging, decaying, or crumbling shall be supplanted by the heroes of a new generation. Chapter 62, The Undying Marquis having vanquished Brand. Titan felt a slight relaxation of his spirit, reverting to his ordinary human form as a sweet, metallic taste surged in his throat. He let out a muffled groan, gasping for air. Young master, I shall steadfastly follow in your footsteps, serving you faithfully. I firmly believe that under your leadership, the Tulip family shall rise again. This ambush had deepened Titan's understanding of Satan's ambition and spirit, further solidifying his loyalty to the Tulip family name. Straightening his posture, he clenched his fists and charged toward the remaining foes. Not far from Titan, Satan was gravely contending with the trio of the Cherry Blossom Ghosts. These three were indeed formidable assassins, their roles clearly defined and their cooperation seamless. Even with his newfound strength, Satan did not dare to underestimate their onslaught. Among them, the Decapitator was clearly the main attacker, wielding dual katanas with sharp precision and a ruthless fighting style, often employing a strategy of exchanging injury for injury, a reckless maniac. However, he posed the least threat to Satan, for he was unafraid of direct combat. The Cursed Corpse Ghost moved stealthily, brandishing a seemingly ordinary yet cursed dark iron sword. Circling around Satan and the Decapitator's battleground, poised to launch a surprise attack. Initially, Satan fell prey to his ambush several times, suffering considerable setbacks. Each strike left him inexplicably weakened, as if his vitality had been siphoned away. This was the Cursed Corpse Ghost's weakening curse. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The majority of Satan's focus was devoted to guarding against the elusive Cherry Blossom Ghost, a true top-tier assassin, concealed in various corners of the battlefield. His figure flickered in and out of sight. His one attack had nearly pierced Satan's heart, presenting a significant threat. Seizing the opportunity while Satan was preoccupied with the Cherry Blossom Ghost, the Decapitator crossed his dual blades and struck fiercely, unleashing a series of azure slashes that lunged towards Satan like a descending tiger. Satan had to remain vigilant, his body moving like a fleeting light, evading the relentless strikes with agile grace. At times, he would throw a punch to disperse the unavoidable blows, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. He remained unscathed by the executioner's onslaught. What unfortunate luck it was to encounter such a formidable assassin. This was far from the anticipated, overwhelming battle he had envisioned. Continuing on this path was untenable. Satan pondered deeply within, having honed the observation hockey to its utmost potential. Yet, the figure of the elusive Shinkage seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving him unable to detect even a hint of presence. It appeared that in order to eliminate these three assassins, the key lay in devising a method to lure out the concealed Shinkage. The other two, while troublesome, were of little consequence. To draw out Shinkage, one must ensure a decisive opportunity. Thus, one must be willing to risk it all. After all, one cannot capture a wolf without sacrificing a child, nor can one seize a rogue without first relinquishing the comforts of safety. With resolve, he decided to test the new capabilities bestowed by the Tree of Life. As Satan resolved within himself, his movements gradually decelerated. When the headless ghost launched another assault with its blade, Satan feigned exhaustion, his actions becoming increasingly languid, his body staggering as he barely evaded the lethal strikes in the nick of time. Ha ha ha, little demon, your demise is imminent, the headless ghost bellowed, its attacks growing more frenzied, the glint of the blade flashing like a storm, as if intent on tearing him apart. What enmity have I harbored against you? Why must you seek my destruction? Satan shouted in fury, his voice rife with confusion and indignation, attempting to bewilder his foe with words. Heh, naive little demon. The headless ghost sneered, seizing the opportunity presented by Satan's seemingly clumsy dodges. Like a bolt of lightning, the specter darted past him, its iron sword slicing through Satan's midsection, inflicting a gruesome wound that nearly severed him in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The bounty is now within my grasp, the headless ghost exclaimed with exhilaration, delivering a decisive blow that sent Satan hurtling away. Satan staggered several steps backward, his body crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his chest and waist. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he thought to himself, having paid such a heavy price, why had that scoundrel not yet made a move? Just as confusion enveloped Satan, a slight figure suddenly emerged behind him, a sharp dagger piercing swiftly into his back. It is over, little demon. The one who thrust the dagger into Satan's heart, the Cherry Blossom Ghost, felt a rush of delight, her mind momentarily easing. It should be you who wins. A voice, akin to the whispers of death, abruptly resounded. The seemingly doomed Satan spun around, his left hand seizing the cherry blossom ghost by the throat. How could this be? Horror filled the cherry blossom ghost's face. How could someone, having been stabbed through the heart, still remain alive? Satan's disheveled black hair danced defiantly in the biting wind, the corners of his mouth curling upward to reveal a chillingly malevolent smile. His mismatched eyes sparkled with a fervent intensity, and faint traces of crimson blood lingered on his lips. Hakuki found himself fixated on Satan's youthful visage, momentarily entranced, almost believing that he stood before a true demon from the depths of hell. Satan clutched the neck of the thin cherry ghost with his left hand, while his right hand rose, blood surging within him as ethereal golden dragons circled around his fist, ascending majestically. With a thunderous punch, accompanied by the resonant roar of dragons, he struck the chest of the thin cherry ghost with overwhelming force. The impact propelled the ghost, akin to a cannonball, hundreds of meters away, the sound of shattering bones echoing as his chest caved in, nearly collapsing in a complete front-to-back manner. Witnessing his inseparable partner being grievously injured by Satan, the headless ghost let out a furious roar, charging forward with dual blades like a raging bull. "You scoundrel, I shall shred you to pieces." The tempest of his slashes surged forth, yet Satan, having eliminated the greatest threat, regarded it with indifference. Calmly, he raised his right fist and unleashed a single, devastating blow. In the path of his strike, the winds surged like a tornado, interspersed with the roars of dragons, its momentum relentless, effortlessly sweeping away the headless ghost's assault and simultaneously whisking him away into oblivion. "Are you immortal?" The cursed corpse ghost involuntarily recoiled a few steps, exclaiming in astonishment upon witnessing the consecutive defeat of the thin cherry ghost and the headless ghost at Satan's hands. "Indeed, I am the undying Marquis Douglas Satan." Satan advanced toward him, exuding an imposing aura. Though adorned with an amiable smile, an inexplicable chill coursed through the air. The wounds upon his body began to writhe, sprouting new flesh at a remarkable pace, even the previously fatal wound that pierced his heart slowly mending, as if he were a true immortal monstrosity. The man who dreams of commanding the seas. The diabolical glimmer of Satan's heterochromatic eyes danced as he murmured within his heart. Chapter 63. The Judgment of Life and Death. As twilight descended, a chilling wind howled, causing the edges of Satan's garments to flutter ominously. He approached the cursed corpse demon step by step, a smile of malevolence spreading across his face. "Are you prepared to face judgment?" Confronted by the overwhelming presence of Satan, the cursed corpse demon felt a tremor in his heart, his fighting spirit utterly extinguished. This was, of course, due to the age-old bond of solidarity shared among the three demons. Bereft of the support of his two companions, his confidence waned further. Compelled by an unseen force, he began to retreat, casting furtive glances at the distant, incapacitated figures of the pale Sakura demon and the headless demon, and suddenly resolved to act. He abruptly discarded his iron sword, dropping to his knees before Satan with a resounding thud. "Lord Satan, we were blind to your power and have wronged you. I beseech you, grant us mercy." The cursed corpse demon pressed his forehead firmly to the ground, signifying his submission, terrified that even the slightest misstep might provoke Satan's wrath. At that moment, those who had vanquished their foes, including the crimson-eyed ones, gathered around, standing quietly behind Satan, awaiting their master's decree. Satan let out a sinister chuckle, casting a glance at the fallen thin Sakura demon and headless demon in the distance. Suddenly, a sense of malicious amusement stirred within him. "Wishing to survive, are you? Very well, eliminate those two, and I shall grant you your freedom." The voice of Satan was as cold as iron, his hands stuffed into his pockets, his expression stern, and his heterochromatic eyes brimming with cruel malice. Upon hearing Satan's decree, the cursed corpse demon trembled slightly, the days of their shared existence replaying in his mind like a silent film. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on Satan with fierce determination. "You two are a formidable force upon the seas. Why must you humiliate us so? This is the price that must be paid for offending the Tulip family." Satan's voice resonated like the chilling clashing of iron in the depths of winter, cold and merciless. "I understand that offending the powerful comes at a cost." The cursed corpse demon pondered for a moment, his voice deep and somber. Suddenly, he seized the iron sword from the ground and swiftly drew it across his throat, tears streaming down his face, yet his voice soared in intensity. "This price I am willing to bear alone. I implore you, spare my companions." The cursed corpse demon sought to end his own life as a means of atonement to the Tulip family, begging Satan to spare the lives of the cherry blossom demon and the headless demon. However, his intentions did not come to fruition. Though his action was as swift as lightning, the iron sword aimed at his throat was intercepted by a katana. The cursed corpse demon opened his eyes in astonishment. A look of bewilderment etched across his face. Damn, if I cannot defeat you, must I be denied even this? Why do you save me? The blade that thwarted the cursed corpse demon's suicide belonged to Akito, who cast a dispassionate glance at the kneeling figure, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. This is not an act of salvation, it is simply that before the young master, no one may take matters into their own hands, even in death. With that, Akito turned her gaze towards Satan, awaiting his decision. The era of heroes was on the cusp of arrival. Satan adjusted his collar, leaning down to fixate on the eyes of the cursed corpse demon, whispering into his ear, "To be weak is to be sinful. The feeble can only scuttle about like ants, struggling to survive. Even death offers them no liberation, no freedom." He straightened up, a fleeting glimpse of melancholy crossing his gaze. "Originally, I had no intention of leaving a single soul alive on this island tonight. However, now, I have changed my mind." Satan cast a glance at the crimson-eyed figure before turning to survey the imposing forms of Titan, Sinan, and Daedara behind him. A sudden warmth graced his visage, and the atmosphere around them seemed to lighten. "I admire your courage. Those who are willing to safeguard their companions with their very lives deserve respect." With that, Satan gently lifted the cursed corpse from the ground, patted his shoulder, and departed. The members of the Tulip family followed suit, each passing by him with glimmers of respect in their eyes, showing no sign of disdain for his kneeling plea for survival. The cursed corpse trembled violently, his heart and mind in turmoil, gazing at Satan's retreating figure with an inexplicable fervor. "Master Satan, we three spirits are willing to pledge our allegiance to the Tulip family. Please accept us." Satan halted momentarily, glanced back, and revealed a cryptic smile. "Go save your comrades. They are gravely injured. As for joining the Tulip family, someone will undoubtedly reach out to you in due time." While Satan had dealt with his adversaries, the battlefield still simmered with tension, as the struggle between Kimimaro and the enigmatic Rachel continued unabated. Rachel's spear danced in his hands with serpentine grace, its movements unpredictable, each thrust accompanied by 7 blooming spearheads, making it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. Fortunately, he faced the equally skilled Kimimaro, who remained composed, entangling himself in close combat. Had he been matched against Daedara, he would have been reduced to ashes by a violent explosion. Utilizing his bloodline limit, Kimimaro sprouted numerous bone spines, engaging in close quarters with high defense while striking at his opponent. His movements were fluid and agile, akin to a dance, deftly evading Rachel's assaults. As Kimimaro watched his allies fall one after another to the might of the Tulip family, Rachel's anxiety escalated. Ignoring all else, he unleashed the full force of his being into his spear, conjuring an illusion of a massive serpent that lunged ferociously at Kimimaro. "Humph, have you lost your wits?" "Such foolishness," Kimimaro observed, maintaining his cool demeanor. With a simple body flicker technique, he appeared dozens of meters away, effortlessly dodging Rachel's attack. Realizing that his ultimate moves had failed, and with the other formidable members of the Tulip family drawing nearer, despair began to consume Rachel, and madness flickered in his gaze. "1,000 kills, peerless sovereign," he bellowed, channeling all his strength into a rapid barrage of thrusts, the wind from his strikes resembling a writhing mass of serpents, powerful and overwhelming. Faced with Rachel's desperate onslaught, Kimimaro had to take the situation seriously. Countless bones rose before him, forming a towering wall that completely nullified Rachel's assault, leaving Kimimaro unscathed behind it. However, as he withstood the attack, Kimimaro's pupils constricted. He realized that Rachel's grand display was merely a ruse. While he had been occupied, Rachel had swiftly fled towards the sea. Infuriated by Rachel's cowardice, Kimimaro flicked his fingers, launching a multitude of bone projectiles. Exhausted from his earlier exertions, Rachel found himself unable to evade and was swiftly pierced by several bone shards, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from his wounds. As Kimimaro approached the fallen Rachel, the glint of bone spikes in his palm radiated a lethal intent. "No, no, please," Rachel cried out in desperation, sensing the approach of death. His pride and dignity crumbled. He flailed helplessly, attempting to distance himself from his impending doom. Kimimaro, however, harbored no mercy for his foe. He approached Rachel unhurriedly, raising the bone spike high, poised to deliver his judgment. "No, you cannot kill me," Rachel screamed, panic overwhelming him. Regardless of his esteemed status and formidable power in the face of death, he found himself utterly diminished. "My father is Child, the leader of the Thorn Birds, wielding immense influence in both the world government and the underworld. If you kill me, your fate will be sealed. Kimimaro hesitated momentarily. He was indifferent to matters of power and influence, yet with Master Satan seeking to revitalize the family, it was prudent to minimize troublesome enemies. Seeing Kimimaro's pause, Rachel believed his threats had taken effect and cautiously continued to persuade him. You wouldn't want to bring trouble upon your family, would you? Spare me, and I will compensate you. Be it wealth or treasures, I can provide it all. Humph. Kimimaro, what are you hesitating for? This is not like you. The cold, ruthless voice of Satan resonated, seemingly inquiring of Junmaru, yet it undoubtedly served as the final decree of Rachel's death. Understood, my lord. Junmaru, who revered Satan as a deity, received the command, his emerald-hued pupils suddenly radiating a potent aura of malice. In a fleeting motion, a crimson flash sliced through the air, and Rachel's head was severed from her body. Wow, what a merciless little brother. I truly adore you rascals. Daedara erupted into joyous laughter, evidently exhilarated by the recent detonation that had pleased him immensely. His mood was buoyant as the mouth on his palm flicked its tongue like a serpent, savoring the aftermath. Hee, it seems that following my lord will undoubtedly provide ample amusement. Kisame, having recently dispatched numerous foes, appeared thoroughly satisfied with Satan's decision. My lord, we are still in flight. Is it truly wise to offend the nightingale? After all, killing Rachel has turned this into a matter of life and death. Only Akatsuki showed signs of concern, her anxiety heightened ever since Satan had knelt before Reiji to rescue her, making her acutely aware of any threats to him. It matters not. Satan bestowed upon Chitong a reassuring glance before proclaiming, to rise upon the vast ocean. Who does not tread upon the countless bones of the fallen amidst the tumult of blood and fire? A mere slave-catching brigade. Why should it matter? My ambitions extend far beyond this. The coastal winds howled fiercely, tousling Satan's rebellious hair, while the sky loomed with ominous clouds, casting shadows that danced across his face, rendering his expression a fluctuating interplay of light and darkness. Prepare yourself, gather your strength. While the news has yet to spread, we must embark on another grand endeavor. I shall make the world aware that although the Babylonian kingdom has fallen, the banner of the Tulip family still waves proudly. Ah, what a spirited young master you are. I am perpetually yearning for blood, am I not, Jiaoji? The ghostly shark grinned widely, displaying its sharp teeth, while tenderly stroking the large blade upon Jiaoji's shoulder, as if greeting an old friend. Let us set forth. Satan led the way towards the shore, with others closely following behind. In the fading glow of the sunset, their shadows gently overlapped and melded together. Behind them lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where the fiery skeleton flag of the Tulip family fluttered in the wind, crackling ominously. On island number 13 of the Chambord archipelago, situated in the lawless region near the Chatelet's bar, Esther's lay quietly on the bed. 5 days had passed since she was retrieved from the ice. Yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness, her brow slightly furrowed, perhaps haunted by nightmares. Shachel, seated beside her, watched over her with a tenderness that stemmed from her own childlessness. She felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy and affection for this girl who had narrowly escaped a calamity. Suddenly, Esther's fingers twitched slightly, and Shachel, noticing the change, fixed her gaze intently on her, barely able to contain her excitement. Was this poor child finally awakening? At last, Esther's let out a soft murmur and slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by an unfamiliar figure. As she surveyed her strange surroundings, her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively reached for her sword, only to find nothing. Attempting to sit up, she was met with the reality of her weakened body, collapsing back onto the bed. Don't move. You are safe here, Shachel reassured her, feeling a surge of compassion for the poor girl who had endured so much suffering. Gently pressing her hand on Esther's shoulder, she looked into her cerulean eyes and spoke earnestly. I mean you no harm. Please allow me to explain. Esther's resisted momentarily, attempting to rise, but found Shachel's gentle yet unyielding grip firm. A master, truly a master, Esther's mused inwardly as she lay back down, deciding to await the other's response, for the situation remained unclear, and it was prudent to remain calm. What a clever girl, Shachel thought, admiring Esther's vigilance and composure. This is the Chambord archipelago. I am the proprietor of this establishment. You were rescued from the sea by my staff, encased in ice when we found you. Shachel continued as she released her hold. We have since freed you from the ice, and 5 days have elapsed. Thank you, Esther's responded, her expression softening as she detected the sincerity in Shachel's voice, realizing her earlier reaction had been overly defensive. A flicker of gratitude shone in her azure eyes. Thank you for saving me. Determinedly, Esther sat up, searching for her sword, Durandal. Shachel seemed to read her thoughts and turned to retrieve the beautiful blade, presenting it to Esther's. Grasping Durandal, Esther's felt a sense of reassurance wash over her demeanor transforming into one of tranquility as she raised her gaze. Her blue eyes sparkling with a renewed light. You know who I am, don't you? Ah, you are quite astute. Shachel chuckled softly, brushing her fingers across Esther's forehead. Indeed, I know you well, the recently fallen princess of the Babylonian kingdom, Princess Esther's. However, you are still quite weak. The most pressing matter is to nourish yourself. Once you regain your strength, I will share everything you wish to know. The bond between women is indeed intricate, within the brief span of a meal. The once wary Esther's relaxed her spirit, evidently placing her trust in Shachel. Now, feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. Shachel leaned against the bar, a cigarette poised between her fingers as she exhaled elegant rings of smoke, proudly declaring, I possess nearly all the news from the sea. Aunt Shachel, did you just mention that the Babylonian kingdom has fallen? How long ago did this occur? After her meal, Esther seemed a bit more composed, her earlier frailty less pronounced. Yet, even as she inquired about her homeland, her expression remained remarkably serene, devoid of any overt signs of distress. It was 15 days ago that your Babylonian kingdom was obliterated by the Big Mom pirate crew. You should prepare yourself. Your father, King Danforth of Babylon, perished while attempting to thwart Big Mom's assault on the capital, White Dragon City. Observing Esther's feigned calm, Shachel felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. She sighed softly, continuing, yet he was indeed a hero, sacrificing himself to save White Dragon City. You should take pride in that. I am not saddened, Esther's replied, her body trembling slightly as she met Shachel's gaze. My father taught me from a young age that only the strong survive. There are no eternal kingdoms or immortal rulers upon the seas. Despite her words, the tension in her tightly clenched fists and the visible veins on her hands betrayed the deep-seated pain she concealed within. Is there news of any other members of the royal family? Your mother, Princess Catherine, was also confirmed dead on the battlefield of Amsterdam, Shachel relayed. Though her heart ached at the harsh reality she had to convey, Esther's shoulders shook violently, her eyes glistening with tears, threatening to spill over. Though she had prepared herself for this moment, hearing of her parents' demise and realizing she was now an orphan shattered the facade of her strength. Shachel left the bar and sat beside her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace, patting her shoulder with compassion. Let your sorrow flow, dear child. At Shachel's touch, Esther's emotional defenses crumbled entirely, unleashing a torrent of grief as tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. There, let it out, Shachel murmured, her maternal instincts surging as she held Esther's tighter, soothing her heartache. After what felt like an eternity, Esther's gradually regained her composure. The deep-sea blue of her eyes slightly reddened, a hint of embarrassment lingering on her face. Yet, this cathartic release deepened her trust in Shachel. Aunt Shachel, do you have any news of my brother? Esther's asked, her fists clenched, her voice tremulous with fear of more ill tidings. Today, I happened upon some information regarding your brother, Shachel said, a flicker of a smile gracing her lips. 5 days ago, whispers in the underworld began circulating that your brother would appear on Naga Island. Pirates, slave traders, assassins, bounty hunters, and other opportunists roaming the Rain Sea have hastily made their way to Naga Island. Those scoundrels. Without waiting for Shachel to finish, Esther sprang to her feet, drawing her sword in preparation to leave. Wait, let me finish. Shachel quickly grasped Esther's arm, adding, however, news from the underworld this morning revealed that the shores of Naga Island have become a harrowing scene of carnage. Nearly all who set foot on the island have perished, leaving only the fiery skeleton flag of the Tulip family behind. What? Is this true? Esteth was overwhelmed with excitement. Reports of survivors stated that your brother, Douglas Satan, led a group of formidable warriors in a gruesome slaughter against the various factions that had landed on the island. Except for a few insignificant figures, all the powerful beings on the island perished. How wonderful! The news of her last remaining relative's survival filled her with uncontainable joy, especially since he had taken up the banner of the Tulip family. Survivors claimed to have seen your brother, Satan, stabbed in the heart on Naga Island yet still alive. Thus, the underground world was already spreading tales of your brother's title as the Undying Marquis. Truly remarkable. He is indeed my excellent brother, unlike me, who is so utterly useless. Silly child, it is a miracle you escaped such calamity. What more could you possibly desire? By the way, how did you end up encased in ice and drifting to the Shambadi archipelago? I was stationed at Heisenberg when I was defeated by the chef of the big MOM pirate crew, long bread, and was thrown into the sea. At that moment, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself aboard a slave ship. Shocky patted Esthetha's shoulder, encouraging her to continue. At that time, I had lost my fighting capacity, so I could only endure and secretly heal my wounds. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the slave ship encountered a storm and was sunk. I had no choice but to encase myself in ice to survive. What a clever young lady! A voice boomed from the doorway as an elderly man entered, holding a bottle of wine. Ah, who are you? Upon seeing the old man, Esteth gasped in astonishment, nearly dropping her eyes out, and exclaimed, "You are Silvers Rayleigh, the right hand of the Pirate King." Ha ha ha, merely a title. Rayleigh chuckled and sat down on the sofa. He is the one who rescued you from the sea. Little Esteth, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Esteth respectfully bowed to Rayleigh, then suddenly said with earnestness, "Can you teach me to become stronger?" "Why do you wish to grow stronger?" Rayleigh casually took a swig of his drink, not regarding Esteth's expression. "To once again raise the banner of the Tulip family. To survive in this world of the strong preying upon the weak. That depends on whether you possess the qualifications." Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Rayleigh, akin to a volcanic eruption, pressing against Esteth. In an instant, she was drenched in cold sweat, feeling her consciousness waver. "Hold on, I must endure." Esteth gritted her teeth in silence, understanding that this was Rayleigh's test for her. With all her might, she clung to Rayleigh's overwhelming presence. For this was her hope of becoming stronger. Only the strong can stand tall in this world. I must become strong. I must become strong. Finally, after what felt like centuries, the pressure that bore down upon her receded like a tide. As Esthetha's spirit momentarily relaxed, she swayed dangerously, nearly fainting. In the haze of her consciousness, a thunderous voice echoed in her ear. "I accept you, my disciple." Upon hearing this voice, Esteth completely loosened her grip and fell into a faint. Chapter 66. Lulu Jia Island as night fell. The island of Lulu Jia in the Grand Line was enveloped in darkness. The dense coconut trees swayed in the wind, producing a haunting sound that resonated amidst the tranquil blackness. This small summer island, measuring merely 10 square kilometers, was a private retreat of the Hussein family and also served as the headquarters of the Lion Kings organization, one of the dark forces in the Grand Line. Chosen as the headquarters by the Lion Kings organization, Lulu Jia Island undoubtedly possessed its unique qualities. Though small, the island was surrounded on 3 sides by treacherous reefs and turbulent currents. Any ill-fated vessel attempting to land here would meet a dire fate. Only the southern side offered a gentle terrain, which the Lion Kings organization utilized as their port, heavily fortified and difficult to attack. Near the port was a small shipyard, harboring over 20 warships and several patrol vessels, responsible for the island's outer defenses. Closer to the shipyard stood 4 lookout towers, each soaring several dozen meters high, manned by vigilant sentries monitoring the sea at all hours. As the lair of a dark force, the island was teeming with guards and skilled fighters, complemented by a stringent security system. Towering coconut trees cast ominous shadows in the darkness, concealing countless hidden sentinels. At the center of the island stood a luxurious winery, publicly known as Sir Hussein's Vacation Retreat. However, beneath this estate lay a vast underground complex, the true heart of the Lion Kings organization. At that moment, in a secret chamber of the underground kingdom, several high-ranking members of the Lion Kings organization were convening for a meeting. Seated at the head of the table was Hussein, the leader of the Lion Kings organization, who controlled nearly 1/3 of the underground market in the Grand Line. Now in his 50s, he bore a congenial smile, resembling a leisurely nobleman. Yet only those who truly understood him could fathom the terror he instilled. He was a cunning character adept at feigning weakness while striking ruthlessly. Those who underestimated him were akin to an old man consuming arsenic, weary of life. Look here. This is the news received today. The whelp of the Douglas family has managed to escape and is starting to stir up trouble, a fool unaware of his own mortality. Hussein tossed a piece of intelligence onto the table before the other members, all of whom were the organization's elite, renowned figures across the seas. To Hussein's left sat a robust middle-aged man, who snatched up the report and scrutinized it closely. He was Hussein's younger brother, Dis Mason, the strategist of the Lion Kings organization. Do not underestimate him, brother. At the tender age of 12, he had the audacity to orchestrate a counterattack against his pursuers. If we allow him to mature, he will become a significant threat. I suggest we eliminate him immediately. Therefore, present me with a plan. I require a solution that leaves no future troubles. No, boss. I hold a differing opinion. A seductive woman interjected, She was one of the 4 senior officials of the Lion King's organization, Hesterwe, known for her beauty yet venomous heart. Adept at ingratiating herself, earning her the title of the Femme Fatale, a favorite of Hussein. Share your thoughts. Hussein welcomed differing opinions from his trusted confidants. This young boy, despite having eliminated nearly all of his would-be assailants and seemingly escaped peril, has made a grave error. Oh, what is it? Hussein leaned forward with interest, laying down his smoking pipe, clearly valuing Hesterwe's insights. He is far too naive, believing that by eliminating a few henchmen, he can intimidate the strong. He is unaware of how many powerful factions he has offended due to this massacre. I believe many significant figures at sea are now enraged, given that there were thousands who perished on Naga Island. Thus, we need only sit back and enjoy the spectacle, as others will inevitably seek out his troubles. Another gaunt man interjected. He was another senior official of the Lion King's organization, Shaoin, cradling a sniper rifle and wearing goggles over his left eye. Known for his calm demeanor as a marksman, that does carry some merit. Hussein lifted his cigarette holder, took a delightful puff, and elegantly exhaled a ring of smoke. He casually tapped it on the table before turning to the last person in the conference room. Doff, what is your perspective? Listen to the boss. I am merely here to execute, Doff replied with a deep, resonant voice. He was a robust man with a muscular build. Leaning against a towering battle axe that exuded an aura of ferocity, he was the last senior officer of the Lion King organization. One of the 4 senior officials of the organization, Nicholas, had already perished at the hands of Satan long before the conflict in Amsterdam began. While the higher-ups of the Lion King organization convened in an underground chamber, a peculiar large white bird soared over the sea, traversing the dock, the port, the coconut groves, and the estate, beginning to circle above Laluja Island, observing everything below. After a prolonged aerial reconnaissance, the bird began its descent toward the sea. And as it swept past a lookout tower near the dock, countless tiny white spiders cascaded from its body, carried by the wind. At the lookout tower, several sentinels remained vigilant, scanning the distant waters for any signs of disturbance. Suddenly, one sentinel felt an itch at his neck, sensing something crawling. Oh no! There's a spider! Another sentinel whispered urgently, pointing at him. The itching sentinel instinctively reached for his neck, attempting to identify the culprit but found nothing. However, upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that several tiny white spiders were perched on the necks of his companions. You have strange spiders on your neck too, he exclaimed. Just as the words escaped his lips, a low, ominous explosion reverberated. The white spiders on the sentinels' necks detonated, instantaneously severing several of their heads, blood splattering everywhere as they fell silently to the ground. The white bird in the sky glided past the other 3 lookout towers, repeating the deadly act by releasing countless small white spiders. Amidst the barely audible explosions, sentinel after sentinel collapsed, drenched in blood, their faces frozen in disbelief. It was unfathomable that someone dared to disrupt the headquarters of the Lion King organization, effortlessly dismantling the outermost layers of security on Laluja Island. Having completed its grim task, the white bird emitted a joyful call and flapped its wings toward the sea. Below, Laluja Island lay in tranquil silence, deeply concealing the darkness and malevolence of the Lion King organization. Utterly unaware of the impending storm of bloodshed, the melody of death poised to commence. Chapter 67. Tactical arrangements on the southern sea of Laluja Island. A sailboat gradually navigated toward the coast, shrouded in the cover of night. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings filled the air, and a large white bird landed on the deck. A youth with golden braids leapt from its back, drawing the attention of everyone aboard. Young master, the mission is accomplished, the golden-haired youth exclaimed eagerly. It was Didera, a member of the Tulip family. In truth, Satan, having avenged himself against a horde of pursuers on Naga Island, remained unsatisfied with such a victory. To proclaim that the Tulip family banner would not falter, he resolved to undertake another significant endeavor before anyone could react, the annihilation of the Lion King organization. Thus, after departing from Naga Island, they hastened to Laluja Island, with Didera initially dispatched to gather intelligence. How's the island's defense? Upon Didera's return, Satan could no longer contain his fervent excitement and urgently inquired. The defenses are formidable. Many guards patrol around the central estate, and numerous sentries lurk within the coconut groves. The docks near the coast are also heavily guarded. If we force a landing, we will be immediately detected. Didera began to explain the island's security measures, a hint of pride evident in his tone. However, I have eliminated all the sentinels without alerting anyone else, so we can still approach the shore stealthily. Well done, Satan, with a satisfied smile. was quite pleased with Daidar's performance, as he had not anticipated that the usually flamboyant character would execute his mission with such meticulous diligence. Master, please do not assign me the task of dealing with mere minions again. I seek a worthy adversary, spoke Kisame Hashigaki, evidently finding the previous assignment of intercepting deserters at sea rather trivial. Rest assured, there are plenty of formidable opponents on the island, said Sinan, preparing everyone for the powerful beings they would encounter, urging them to remain vigilant and not to underestimate their foes. Satan turned to greet Sinan and introduced him to the formidable warriors of the Lion King organization. After all, the 7 deadly sins had previously undertaken the task of monitoring the dynamics of the underground world in the Rin Sea, thus possessing profound insights into the intelligence of the Lion King organization. At the helm of this organization stands Hussein, a powerful figure who made waves at sea 2 decades ago. It is rumored that he possesses a fruit ability, yet detailed information regarding this power remains elusive. Sinan immediately began to speak eloquently. The strategist is Hussein's brother, Desmazen, a master of martial arts renowned for his prowess in boxing. It is said that he has achieved remarkable heights in the cultivation of armament hockey. Leave Desmazen to me, Titan declared, his fist cracking with anticipation, his face alight with the fervor of battle. Satan cast a glance at the steadfast guardian who had nurtured him throughout his growth. Could it be that after mingling with this youthful entourage for so long, even Uncle Titan possessed a fervent side? No matter, continue with your discourse. Indeed, my lord, he replied. Besides these 2, the formidable figures within the Lion King's organization worthy of note are the 4 senior executives. The rest are merely inconsequential. Sinan gazed at Satan with admiration before continuing. Of course, one of the 4 senior executives, Nicholas, has already been dealt with by you, my lord. Among the remaining 3, the alluring serpent, Heather, wields the power of the snake fruit in its serpent form, possessing lethal venom. Leave this enchanting serpent to me. I have developed an immunity to toxins, interjected Chi Dong. Ever since she had been afflicted by the curse mark, her physique had undergone an extraordinary enhancement. In simpler terms, she was now immune to poisons. Warlord Tofu is an axe-wielding warrior with astonishing physical strength. Astonishing strength, you say? Leave him to me. My Blade of the Deep has long yearned for a challenge. Without allowing Sinan to finish, Gue Jiao had already chosen his adversary. His formidable weapon, the Blade of the Deep, was originally a peculiar little fish endowed with the ability to siphon the strength of its opponent, making it incredibly effortless to confront a physically overpowering foe. Lastly, we must remain vigilant regarding the marksman, Xiaoyin. There is no information available about him, save for the fact that he is a supremely skilled sniper. We must stay on guard lest we fall victim to an unforeseen disadvantage. Now that we comprehend the strength of our adversaries, does anyone have a battle strategy to propose? Satan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention towards himself, his eyes suffused with a crimson hue. I have but one demand. On this island, I desire not a single survivor. This is my bottom line. Therefore, we must first obliterate the dock, destroying all their vessels. Otherwise, should they flee to the sea, pursuing them would be exceedingly difficult. The chubby one, true to his lineage from the kingdom of 7 deadly sins, exhibited a remarkably clear tactical mind. Young master, allow me to take on the demolition task. It is my prerogative. It was unnecessary to guess whose voice it was. It was, without a doubt, Daidara's. However, before Daidara could maintain his triumphant expression for even a moment, the malevolent figure perched upon Satan's shoulder suddenly erupted in fury. Fools! You imbeciles! Who granted you permission to blow up the ships? If you leave without collecting, it is tantamount to waste. You have ruined everything. Where shall I acquire my spoils? You must understand, my vault is completely bare. Without gold and berries, how am I to sustain you ruffians? You shall feast on the north wind. The malevolent figure, in a frenzy, gesticulated wildly, his spittle flying, for he had just been appointed the family treasurer, entrusted with managing all spoils due to his ability to share the storage space within Satan. To a miser such as he, that dock full of vessels was not merely ships, but rather gold coins and berries, hence his overwhelming excitement. Hey, malevolent one, do not be so agitated. Satan, with a menacing demeanor, almost devoured Daidar's wicked intentions from the air, offering a reluctant counsel. Sinan quietly retreated a few steps, seeking refuge behind Kimimaro. Fearing the attention of the malevolent figure, this young master was far too formidable to provoke, especially given his control over the treasury. However, fate took an unexpected turn as the evil presence suddenly turned its gaze upon Sinan, a sinister grin spreading across its face. And you, chubby one, what foolish idea have you concocted? Do not think that hiding will erase your existence from my mind. You and Daedara will have no activity funds for next week. Humph. Please, Lord Evil, don't be so cruel. Sinon protested, his dissatisfaction evident as he pouted, while Kimimaro, standing before him, stifled laughter, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Moreover, Kimimaro, you too shall receive no activity funds. Ah, why? Kimimaro, caught off guard by this unexpected consequence, wore a bewildered expression, feeling as if he were unjustly caught in the crossfire. You won't need them anyway. Just leave them with me, the malevolent figure declared with an air of conceit. As if its reasoning were utterly sound, Kimimaro felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Lord Evil, you are crossing the line. Satan, bearing the wings of heretical views, triumphantly brought him back, a smile of barely contained amusement lingering on his face. Thank you, you bunch of rascals. I adore you, my family. I am grateful to you for pulling me from the abyss of suffering and providing me with the motivation to strive forward. Understanding that the heretical views were merely meant to enliven the atmosphere, Satan felt a quiet gratitude within. Chapter 68. The Night Assault. As the night deepened, the docks along Laluja Island became cloaked in darkness, where most of the guards had succumbed to slumber. Only a few sentinels remained vigilant atop the tower by the dock's entrance, clutching their rifles, perhaps due to the biting cold of the night. Several guards occasionally rubbed their hands together, appearing rather distracted. In the underbrush 100 meters from the tower, two figures lay low, their eyes fixed intently on the guards above. They were Junmaru and Akitomi, the most agile operatives of the Tulip family, on a mission of ambush. Cloaked by the veil of night, they advanced stealthily, their bodies gliding like wisps of smoke, silent and undetected. Drawing ever nearer to the tower until they were within 20 meters of it, Akitomi gestured for Junmaru to proceed. With the swiftness of a hunting leopard, he sprang forward, traversing the distance in an instant, landing atop the left side of the tower. To the astonished gaze of the guards, a flurry of crimson light flashed as they fell, one by one, unable to utter a single cry of alarm. After dispatching the guards, Akitomi coldly wiped the blood from his blade and turned to observe the right tower, where Junmaru had also silently eliminated the remaining sentinels. Exchanging a glance, they continued their advance into the docks, moving with the quietude of a deathly sigh. One by one, patrolling guards fell victim to their prowess, and soon, the entire dock was enveloped in a profound silence. When Satan and his companions arrived at the docks, not a single adversary remained to contest them, only the thick scent of blood lingering in the air, a silent testament to the triumphs of Junmaru and Akitomi. Truly reliable, the demon shark exclaimed, extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips in involuntary admiration. Of course, just look at whose companions they are. Heh. I shall now collect the spoils. Observing the fully disarmed warships at the docks, the heretical view likened them to flies drawn to decaying flesh in his eyes. They were treasures indeed. He flitted over to one of the vessels, extending his hand to reveal a swirling void that rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire ship before dissipating into a sphere of green light within his grasp. The warship, once anchored there, vanished without a trace. With a snap of his fingers filled with delight, he darted toward the next ship. Good heavens, how is this possible? Titan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief, instinctively rubbing them as if to confirm he was not imagining things. Haha, do you think that's why the heretical view is so exhilarated? Ever since the life tree within me entered its growth phase, its inherent space can even contain an entire city. Satan explained with a smile, his expression tinged with a sense of pride. Soon, all 20 vessels in the dock fell into the clutches of malevolent intent, effectively severing the escape route of the Lion King mechanism. Finally, it is my turn to make an entrance. I shall ignite the entire island with fervor. With the plan to cut off all retreat successfully executed, Daedara could no longer contain his excitement. With a wave of his hand, a mouth in his palm unleashed a burst of explosive clay, transforming into a magnificent white bird that carried Daedara soaring towards the heart of the island. Let us pay a visit to the island's master. Satan led others toward the estate at the heart of the island. As Daedara soared above the coconut grove, he formed hand seals, and countless explosive clay figures resembling diminutive spiders emerged from his hands, drifting downward. These clay spiders could ascend onto the enemy and detonate, making them exceptionally suited for clearing out hidden sentries during a surprise attack. As the clay spiders descended into the grove, explosions erupted in succession, illuminating the night with flames, interspersed with the anguished cries of the lion-headed sentinels lurking among the trees. Indeed, as Daedara had proclaimed, his initial strike plunged the entire island into chaos. Yet, seemingly dissatisfied with this outcome, He raised his hands once more to form seals. He conjured several gigantic clay dragons, which soared over the coconut grove, intermittently unleashing explosive clay in their assault. Soon, the air was filled with a cacophony of detonations, engulfing the entire island in flames. While Daedara reveled in his aerial dominion, a sudden gunshot rang out from the distant estate, a bullet infused with lethal intent hurtling towards him. Before Daedara could react, the clay bird he rode shuddered violently, erupting in a tremendous explosion. Cursed fate! The progenitor of explosions had been vanquished by another. Enraged, Daedara realized that the clay bird he had crafted was still composed of explosive clay, and the sniper's bullet had ignited it upon impact. It was a bitter irony, akin to being wounded by the very prey he hunted. Grumbling under his breath, he retrieved a handful of explosive clay, chewing it in his palm to create another clay bird, which he used to glide low toward the estate. More gunshots rang out, a volley of bullets aimed at Daedara. However, now on high alert, he maneuvered the clay bird with agility, narrowly avoiding the hail of bullets as if dancing on the edge of death itself. Observing Daedara's approach, the sniper, Shaoyin, discarded his weapon and fled into the jungle, aware that distance was his lifeline. He deftly evaded capture, occasionally turning to fire a shot, inciting Daedara's wrath further. As the earth-shattering explosions continued, every guard in the estate was roused from slumber. Teams of fully armed sentinels surged forth from the subterranean structures, nearly overwhelming the estate. "Who dares disturb us?" roared Hussein, his face darkened with fury as he surveyed the chaotic scene. "Those who will send you to hell." With a thunderous crash, the estate's grand entrance shattered into debris, and figures emerged from the billowing smoke, their presence commanding in the flickering flames. It was the Tulip family, led by Satan, who approached with an air of menace. Satan, hands in pockets, fixed a cold gaze upon Hussein, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. For Hussein was the very instigator who had provoked Big Mom, bringing ruin upon the Babylon kingdom. Hussein's expression stiffened, and a wave of dread surged within him. The adversary he had just been strategizing against had materialized before him. Did this fool not realize he was in the heart of the Lion King Agency's headquarters? Knowing he was a target, he dared to provoke them. Was he truly so reckless? "Young fool, you are but a stray dog. How audacious of you to think you can challenge me here. This is not Naga Island. You are in Laluja Island." Hussein sneered, his eyes narrowing with derision. "Best to keep a low profile, young one." "Low profile? That will come after I claim your head. For now, prepare to meet your demise." Daedara's laughter rang out, a wild sound filled with bravado, as Hussein's white beard quivered with disbelief. "Claim my head? What jest is this? Do you not see the vast chasm of power between us? This island is home to 5,000 elite soldiers of the Lion King Agency, even without my intervention. You will be drowned in a sea of bodies, with no grave to mark your passing." As if in response to Hussein's proclamation, the steady march of countless soldiers filled the air. Fully armed, they surged from the estate's hidden passages, surrounding Satan and his companions in a tightening noose. Their weapons trained upon them, awaiting Hussein's command to unleash a torrent of bullets. No. If you refer to the disparity in numbers, then such a gap does not exist. Satan's lips curled into a sinister smile, his voice resolute and unwavering. He disdainfully glanced at the soldiers surrounding them, shaking his head in contempt. Such rabble could be dealt with in an instant. With a light command from Satan, the ground around him erupted with the rapid growth of countless trees, as if an endless forest was being conjured in a heartbeat. The Lion King's mechanized soldiers, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared by the relentless onslaught of greenery. This was a new ability developed by Satan, harnessing the life force of the Tree of Life as it entered its growth phase, a testament to the advantages of a time traveler from the age of information explosion. With a sufficiently expansive imagination, one could unlock powers of astounding proportions, transforming the tree's catalytic abilities into a form akin to a released ninjutsu from the Naruto universe, rendering it immensely formidable. These trees, seemingly imbued with life, began to entwine, tear, and strike. The soldiers enveloped by this verdant sea suffered grievously, their cries for help and agonized screams echoing in the air. Some quick-witted soldiers attempted to fight back, evading the assaults of the animated branches, yet the trees, birthed from Satan's life force, were unperturbed by damage. Even when cleaved in two or shattered, they swiftly sprouted new branches from the severed ends, continuing their relentless assault. Soon, the soldiers found themselves hopelessly ensnared in an endless ocean of trees. "Ahahaha, Satan, you truly are a genius. This is the true honor of the Tree of Life." The sprite-like demon, with an innate affinity for wood elements, danced excitedly upon Satan's shoulder, exclaiming in delight, "Truly, the young master is remarkable. Sensing the rich scent of blood in the air, Kisame's eyes sparkled with excitement, his reverence for Satan growing ever deeper. This bloody feast cannot do without my presence. Allow me to join in. Summoning his technique, Shark Summoning Jutsu, Kisame rapidly formed hand seals, slapping his palms together as a cloud of smoke billowed forth. Countless ferocious sharks surged forth, racing toward the mangled remains of soldiers and those still resisting within the forest. Under the influence of the bloodlust, these sharks, accustomed to the ocean's depths, savagely tore through the underbrush, devouring the soldiers piece by piece. While this tale may seem lengthy, it all transpired in an instant. Witnessing his estate transform into a bloody battlefield and his elite soldiers, whom he had painstakingly trained, perish in the blink of an eye, Hussein felt his heart bleed. The encroaching forest of trees surged toward Hussein and his companions, rising like a monstrous beast poised to devour its prey. How audacious! What have you done to my beloved subordinates? With a furious roar, the axe warrior, Trav, raised his massive will axe high and swung it forward. At the moment the axe struck the ground, a dazzling blue slash erupted forth, surging forward like a roaring lion, cleaving the earth and carving a deep chasm beneath. As the piercing sound of the earth's fracture echoed, the blue strike collided with the thrumming green sea of trees, unleashing a powerful explosion that shattered the ever-growing branches into disarray, leaves scattering in the wind. Has it been halted? Trav's companion, Dismazen, murmured anxiously, awaiting the outcome of the clash. Fear not, Lord Dismazen, my strike is invincible, Trav replied confidently, resting the colossal axe upon his shoulder. For countless souls had borne witness to its might. Humph, too naive. The birth of the tree realm is no simple matter. From a distance, Satan scoffed, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. His creation, the birth of the tree realm, was a powerful, life-infused attack that instantaneously birthed a vast forest. Each tree within was under Satan's control, and most alarmingly, these trees possessed the ability to absorb life force and grow anew. The birth of the tree realm, already formidable due to its inherent life force, had now consumed the life energies of thousands of foes. Should this accumulated vitality erupt, it could extend the realm's reach across the entire island. Indeed, as Satan's scornful voice resounded, the trees that had seemed to be thwarted by the strike suddenly unleashed a greater potential, growing faster and surging forward like a relentless tide towards Hussein and his companions. Truly useless, behold. The only female high-ranking officer of the Lion King mechanism, Heather, cast a disdainful glance at Trav. Despite being a senior officer, she leveraged her unique connection with Hussein to elevate her own status above the others. However, her peers regarded her with indifference, harboring no respect, which fueled her desire to suppress them. She viewed this opportunity to repel the attack as a chance to diminish Trav's arrogance. As Heather's voice rang out, her form began to transform. A long serpentine tail sprouted from her waist down, while her hair morphed into a multitude of small snakes, writhing and hissing atop her head. A sight that would surely terrify anyone with a phobia of clusters. This was unmistakably the appearance of the legendary Medusa, the Queen of Serpents. Heather was a user of the mythical snake fruit, having consumed its Medusa form. Facing the onslaught of the tree sea, the Medusa incarnation of Heather remained unfazed. With a single utterance, she unleashed streams of purple venom, which cascaded onto the path of the advancing trees. Upon contact, the venom corroded the ground with a sizzling sound, quickly evaporating into a cloud of toxic mist that formed an invisible barrier. As the encroaching branches entered the poisonous fog, they withered and decayed, succumbing to the potent toxins. Their aggressive advance stymied. Such a powerful corrosiveness is truly terrifying, Red-Eye thought, a flicker of horror crossing his gaze. He silently rejoiced, recognizing that while he prided himself on immunity to toxins, this overwhelming corrosiveness was beyond his defense. Thankfully, the young master's grand move had drawn out the enemy's trump card. Had they proceeded with their original strategy, they would have suffered a significant loss. Well done, Heather. As the ever-expanding birth of the tree realm was finally curtailed, Hussein praised her with satisfaction. Regarding the fallen soldiers as mere fodder for future training, he felt no sorrow for their loss. Humph. Did you think that would suffice to halt us? Young master, behold. Kisame, sensing the disdain directed towards them, cursed angrily and began to swiftly form seals. His hands a blur. Water release, great waterfall technique. Upon completing the seals, Kisame shouted, and towering waves surged forth from the dense forest, crashing forward like an unstoppable wall, obliterating everything in their path, with countless sharks lurking beneath, mouths agape, ready to strike. Help, boss, I can't swim. The surging waves instantaneously dispersed the toxic mist, rushing towards the remaining high-ranking officials of the Lion King's organization. Heather's face paled in terror. This was a common vulnerability shared by all who wielded devil fruit powers. While they gained abilities that transcended the ordinary, they were forever cursed by the sea, rendered powerless in its presence. Damn it, I'm a wielder too. Hussein lamented, utterly exasperated. The ability to summon waves at will was indeed a bane for those with powers. He swiftly evaded to higher ground within the estate. What a nuisance. Dismayzone appeared beside Heather in a flash, swiftly pulling her away from the encroaching waves. The water summoned by the great waterfall technique surged forward, leaving behind devastation reminiscent of a tsunami, with only remnants of walls standing. Each act of destruction was a blow to Hussein's painstaking efforts, inciting his fury to its zenith. Witnessing his estate being obliterated before his very eyes, he could no longer maintain his composed, noble facade. Prepare to face my wrath. He stood atop a section of crumbled wall, veins bulging on his forehead, pulsating with intensity as the air around him crackled with unrest, enveloped in swirling mist. Facing the imminent wave, Hussein unleashed a powerful punch, the force of his blow generating a tempest that collided with the water. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Yet, in the next moment, the ferocious gust erupted, boiling the once menacing wave as if it had been thrust into a cauldron. The violent churning released vast plumes of steam, and the sharks submerged within the water were scalded, their bodies torn apart, writhing in agony before vanishing into wisps of smoke. Not only were the summoned beasts of the demon Jiao annihilated, but even the tree realm birthed by Satan was met with utter devastation. In the tumultuous waters, the trees appeared as if they had been cooked, their bark splitting, leaves withering, stripped of vitality and momentum. Soon, amidst the violent boiling, the seawater evaporated almost entirely, leaving the trees lifeless and the assaults from Jiao and Satan utterly extinguished. Yet, the estate had transformed into a vast wasteland, strewn with debris, fallen leaves, and remnants of bodies, shrouded in a dense mist. Truly a masterstroke, one strike resolved it all. Heather, who had narrowly escaped, did not miss the opportunity to commend Hussein, fully aware of his superior strength. However, witnessing his prowess firsthand never ceased to astonish her. Hussein, a devil fruit user who had consumed the boiling fruit, wielded extraordinary power capable of causing anything he touched to boil, with unfathomable destructive capabilities. Do not grow complacent. Being thwarted by a few punks has left you in disarray. It seems you have grown too comfortable. Hussein dismissed Heather's praise, his gaze fixated on the thick mist formed from the evaporating seawater, on high alert for an ambush from Satan and his cohorts. Even as he derided them as mere children, he could not help but regard Satan's strength with trepidation. After all, he had just dispatched thousands of his subordinates with a single blow. Who would have thought this old man was so formidable? Truly worthy of controlling a third of the Grand Line's black market. I underestimated him. Meanwhile, within the mist, Satan felt a surge of anxiety, his vigilance heightened. We underestimated him. Our plan has changed. Listen to me. Yes. The others responded in unison. Hussein's strength exceeded our expectations. No single one of us can confront him alone. Thus we must unite our forces to stand a chance. However, with Dismayzone and the two senior officials by his side, we are unlikely to find an opportunity to strike. The speaker, Sinan, trembled slightly, his voice wavering, reflecting his weakened state. As a devil fruit user, even remaining merely within the mist formed by evaporating water left him feeling intermittently powerless. Among my newly developed techniques, there is one that can temporarily restrain Hussein. At that moment, you must eliminate Dismayzone and the two senior officials as swiftly as possible, and then come to assist me. Satan's expression was slightly grave, however. The enchanting light emanating from his captivated those around him, instilling an irresistible belief in his miraculous abilities, such as the allure of a born leader. Young master, allow me to remain and assist you, just in case, spoke Jun Maru, usually reticent, as he exchanged a glance with Aikido. Both unmistakably aware of the concern mirrored in each other's eyes. They had all witnessed the formidable power of Hussein's earlier assault, and anxiety for Satan's safety was palpable. Given his decision to confront Hussein alone, there is no need for that. Focus your efforts on swiftly vanquishing the other foes. As for Hussein, you can confidently leave that to me. Satan placed a reassuring hand on Camaro's shoulder, his tone leaving no room for dissent. As the head of the family, one must confront the most formidable adversaries. This is both a mark of pride and a weighty responsibility. A subtle smile graced his lips as he surveyed the family around him. The stakes were high. Victory was assured. Indeed, young master. Chapter 71. A clash of titans in the mist-laden estate. Hussein and his subordinates stood on high alert. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently, and dozens of sharp earth spikes erupted, nearly piercing them. Fortunately, all present were skilled warriors, possessing keen senses and swift reflexes. Upon sensing the earth's disturbance, they leaped aside, narrowly evading this surprise assault. It was only then that a voice emerged from the thick fog, heralding Sanin's earth-piercing strike. Although Hussein and his companions evaded Sanin's attack, their distances from one another widened due to the need to dodge the ambush. Would release, all embracing nature, seizing the moment when Hussein's group dispersed. Satan launched his assault immediately following Sanin's strike. The ground beneath Hussein and his companions quickly sprouted countless entwining roots, surging toward them as they struggled to regain their footing. Just as Hussein, Dismason, Heather, and Tofu had narrowly escaped the initial attack, they found themselves ensnared by the overwhelming roots. The resilient tendrils firmly bound their limbs, spreading relentlessly, effectively immobilizing the four. Such trivial skills. How dare you display such a lackluster attack? Hussein scoffed, feeling the roots were not lethal. Yet, as he prepared to muster his strength to extricate himself from the bothersome vines, Satan's figure suddenly burst forth from the fog. Would release. The verdant refuge. Satan halted 20 meters away from Hussein, extending his left hand forward. A seal materialized in his palm, from which several elongated wooden blocks emerged. These colossal wooden blocks swiftly formed a cage, suppressing Hussein, who had just managed to shake off the roots. This technique, drawn from the power of the Tree of Life, echoed the legendary methods of Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, originally designed to subdue tailed beasts by absorbing their power through wood release and subsequently restraining them. Once trapped within the confines of the verdant refuge, escape became exceedingly difficult. Now, repurposed by Satan to subdue the formidable Hussein, it proved exceptionally effective. Caught unawares and suppressed by Satan, Hussein tensed, his muscles bulging as he clenched his fists, channeling his entire strength. The surrounding air rippled under the weight of his formidable aura. He struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the wood release-esque grasp through sheer force. However, the wood, infused with immense vitality by Satan, remained resilient, instantly mending any damage. No matter how hard he fought, it stood steadfast, firmly binding Hussein in place. Though this wood release technique was remarkably effective in restraining the powerful Hussein, it bore its own drawbacks. To ensure that Hussein had no chance of breaking free, Satan had to continuously infuse the wooden structure with life energy, temporarily sacrificing his offensive capabilities. He could only hold Hussein in place, awaiting the moment when his family could dispatch the remaining Lion King's agents before returning to join in the assault. This was their singular opportunity for victory. The actions of Satan seemed to herald an assault, as the formidable members of the Tulip family surged forth from the dense fog one after another. Dismason, freshly liberated from the entangling roots, barely had a moment to catch his breath before he was violently struck by Titan, sent soaring through the air, landing far away. In a flash, Jummaru's figure darted toward the fallen Dismason like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, Hester, transformed into the Medusa Queen, found herself in close quarters with Aikido as she broke free from the roots. Villainous blades, akin to crimson lightning, aimed for her heart. Hester only managed a slight shift to dodge a fatal blow, yet her chest was brutally slashed open, blood gushing forth in torrents. The injured Hester howled in agony, her serpentine tail lashing out like a colossal whip. Her muscular tail struck with a speed tenfold that of her movements, and Aikido, who had landed a successful hit, was caught off guard, sent flying like a ragged cloth nearly 100 meters away before he finally hit the ground. At that moment, Sanin's attack followed swiftly. The earth surrounding Hester erupted, manifesting into several colossal hands that came crashing down upon her. Each mighty palm inflicted tremendous damage. On another front, Trough, having escaped the roots, was not spared either. He was simultaneously assaulted by the ghastly Kisame. Several shark-like water orbs, propelled with immense force, barreled toward him. Trough barely had time to raise his massive axe in defense before being hurled away by the impact. The air was rife with slashing blades and fierce winds, as an array of attacks unleashed chaos upon the estate. While the battle raged within the estate, Didera, who had pursued the sniper Shawan outside, found himself lured into a dense thicket. Cautiously, he tracked through the forest, contemplating the terrain that was more familiar to his adversary, a sniper adept in long-range assault. Thus, he resolved to exercise utmost caution to avoid a disastrous defeat. Perched on a massive tree several hundred meters away, Shawan concealed himself within the thick canopy, the muzzle of his sniper rifle trained on Didera. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot echoed, and a bullet, imbued with overwhelming force, spiraled toward Didera, instantly piercing through his form, the impact nearly reducing him to a puddle of muck. Finally dealt with. What an annoying little pest, Xiaoyin murmured. Observing Didara's transformation into a morass before stowing away his sniper rifle and descending from the tree, preparing to return to the estate. However, unbeknownst to him, Didara, who had seemingly been obliterated, had vanished. At last, I've found you. What a master of evasion. Another Didara emerged from behind a nearby tree, a sly grin adorning his face as he stealthily made his way toward Xiaoyin's route back to the estate. Releasing small white clay spiders from his palms that burrowed into the soil, climbed the trees, and concealed themselves within the trunks, laying a meticulous trap throughout the woodland. Awaiting Xiaoyin's unwitting step into his snare, Didara, meanwhile, concealed himself, fervently admiring the masterpiece he had crafted, eagerly anticipating Xiaoyin's descent into his web. As night deepened, the cool moonlight cast a pale luminescence upon the earth, illuminating the tranquil sea. Yet, the battle at the heart of Lelugia Island intensified. Dismazen, the strategist of the Lion King's mechanism, stood alone against the combined onslaught of Titan and Junmaru, proving to be an equal match. Renowned for his intellect, Dismazen was also a formidable force in his own right, a top-tier powerhouse upon the sea. From the onset of battle, his upper body grotesquely swelled nearly to double its size, muscles rippling with explosive energy, honed in armed hockey, rendering his attacks ferocious. A mere swing of his fist could effortlessly send both Titan and Junmaru reeling. Unlike foes Junmaru had previously encountered, Dismazen's combat style was remarkably straightforward. Relying solely on his formidable physique and profound mastery of hockey, which left Junmaru feeling like a tiger caught in a tree, utterly at a loss. While Junmaru and Titan found themselves stalemated against Dismazen, the clash between the reanimated Kisame and the axe-wielding Trough unfolded differently. Trough, an embodiment of strength, was a fierce combatant. Thriving in direct confrontation, had he faced another opponent, he might have dominated. However, he was unfortunate enough to contend with Kisame, whose shark-like physique possessed the ability to drain the vitality of his foes, feeding it back to its master. Kisame's form was enveloped in tough, iron-like scales, each sharp as a blade, akin to an array of meticulously aligned knives. Trough's great axe whirled like a tempest, his strikes fierce and penetrating. Yet with each clash against Kisame, his stamina was silently siphoned away, reinvigorating his adversary. Thus, it wasn't long before the once superhuman Trough began to gasp for breath. His might as an axe warrior diminished, and defeat became merely a matter of time. Come on, push harder. Let me feel truly exhilarated. As the battle raged on, the ferocity of the formidable Kiba only intensified, his aura of malice growing ever more palpable. His eyes, gleaming with excitement, took on a reddish hue as he taunted his adversary, Dofu, inciting the axe-wielding warrior's fury and escalating his violent assaults. Yet, amidst this chaos, Kiba thrived, deftly countering Dofu's onslaught with an ease reminiscent of a fish in water. His razor-sharp skin sliced through Dofu's flesh, leaving gaping wounds that gushed blood, further igniting Kiba's savagery. Meanwhile, the towering, serpentine Medusa Queen, Heizwei, descended into madness following a series of injuries. Her hair, a mass of snakes, seemed to swell with newfound vigor, as hundreds of serpents lunged at the crimson-eyed figure with frenzied bites. These colossal serpents entwined and attacked, their fangs glistening with deadly purple venom, their hissing tongues creating a cacophony that instilled overwhelming dread. Each strike held devastating power, capable of leaving deep craters in the earth. Determined to swiftly conclude the skirmish and aid Satan, Akane poured all her energy into evasion. Mysterious sigils adorned her body, akin to a specter navigating the underworld. As she nimbly dodged the relentless onslaught, in fleeting moments of reprieve, she counterattacked, severing the heads of some serpents and spilling forth torrents of blood, which only served to fuel Heizwei's wrath further. Damn it! Damn it! Heizwei shrieked, her voice piercing through the air like a dagger. The bodies of the decapitated snakes writhed violently, birthing new serpents that grew at an astonishing rate, joining the fray with renewed ferocity. Come, bring it on. I shall crush you. Heizwei commanded her ever-growing legion of serpents, their toxic fangs and gaping maws converging upon Akane, whose evasion felt like a nightmare unfolding. The sight of countless serpents appeared as an endless sea, causing Akane to feel a chilling dread, for the first time questioning her choice of opponent. Dancing between the serpents, her fragile form resembled a small boat on the verge of capsizing amid tumultuous waves, narrowly escaping each lethal bite. She could almost taste the foul breath of the snakes that grazed past her, their crimson tongues flickering dangerously close, as the serpents bit and spewed venom. The toxic mist enveloped her, tearing at her garments. Even with her immunity to poison, the noxious fumes weighed heavily upon her, dulling her senses and slowing her reflexes. making evasion increasingly arduous. This cannot continue. I must assist my master. The thought of Satan jolted her back to focus, revitalizing her spirit. In a fleeting glance toward Satan, she observed him straining against his Seine, pouring his life force into the wooden technique to subdue his adversary, visibly exhausted, his body trembling, and beads of sweat trickling down his brow, an evident testament to his struggle to buy time for others. Indeed, Satan was fighting for their survival. She could not squander more moments against this minor foe. As Akane continued to evade, a resolve formed within her. Hailing from the realm of red-eyed assassins, her combat experience had been confined to close quarters and silent eliminations. Yet, the formidable opponent before her demanded more than her usual prowess. The enemies of my master will only grow stronger. I refuse to be the one who hinders him. Her scarlet eyes widened, reflecting a fierce determination as her spirit surged to new heights. I too must cultivate a more powerful fighting style to stand beside my master and vanquish even greater foes. Visions of the world's legendary swordsmen filled her mind, their strikes cleaving mountains and parting seas. That was the strength worthy of a true warrior. With a sudden leap, she positioned herself at a distance, pausing momentarily. What is this? Have you given up? Come, be my prey. Hisui mocked, her voice dripping with derision. No, the one who shall surrender is you. Akane lifted her gaze, her crimson pupils nearly consuming her irises, as she raised her weapon, Muramasa, attuning to the currents of the wind. In that instant, the world fell silent, every minute fluctuation around her captured within her consciousness. Fatal strike, crescent burial. In a heartbeat, Akane vanished, weaving through the serpents, leaving behind a trail of illusions. Hisui's pupils reflected only the glint of Akane's blade, as she reappeared behind the writhing mass of serpents, halting with grace as she sheathed her sword. Behind her, a tempest of crimson crescent blades erupted, akin to a storm sweeping through. A whirlwind of lethal energy that shredded the serpents into fragments, showering the ground in a deluge of blood. Master, did you witness that? I did it. Akane stood resolutely, catching her breath as satisfaction surged within her. The first execution of a swordsman's technique was a formidable challenge, yet the fulfillment she felt marked her true breakthrough. Stepping into the ranks of the sword masters, wielding the might to cleave mountains and split seas, her confidence surged as she turned her attention back to Kiba's battlefield, where the undead warrior was nearing the conclusion of his own fight. Dofu, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, struggled to wield his massive axe, each swing a test of his endurance. Although his strikes still held tremendous force, creating deep fissures in the earth and stirring violent gusts, he could no longer land a blow on Kiba, whose evasive maneuvers rendered Dofu's attacks futile. Enough. This ends here. Disinterested in the clumsy attacks of Trav, the ghostly shark licked his lips instinctively, evading Trav's frenzied strikes with a swift movement. Seizing the moment when Trav's axe swung down, he launched his counterattack. The blade of the shark's skin suddenly elongated over 10 meters, curling and twisting like a chain. As Trav's defenses were left wide open, the blade viciously pierced through his chest. The massive blade of shark skin impaled Trav, its sharp scales mercilessly shredding his insides, the tip emerging from his back, adorned with strands of flesh, blood dripping rhythmically from the blade. The blood-soaked shark skin pulsated with the thrill of carnage, and the ghostly shark withdrew the blade, its handle retracting once more, inflicting a second, decisive blow that cleaved Trav's body in two, blood and entrails scattering as it returned to its original form. Watching the triumph of the ghostly shark, Akitomi felt a measure of relief. If only she could deal with this mason, she could then assist her master. She turned her gaze towards Kimamuro's battlefield, entirely oblivious to the ominous movement behind her. Amidst the heaps of serpent corpses lay a grotesque tremor, and a woman, drenched in snake blood, emerged, her eyes filled with fierce malice. It was Hesterway, having shed her serpent form, unbeknownst to Akitomi. The snakes had absorbed most of her earlier assault, leaving her gravely injured yet miraculously alive. As she raised her head from the mutilated serpents, she beheld Trav being severed by the ghostly shark, a chill of despair coursing through her. Realizing the futility of victory in this battle, she contemplated fleeing. However, upon catching sight of Akitomi's silhouette, her pent-up hatred erupted uncontrollably, contorting her face with rage. You wretched creature, how dare you slay my precious pets? Even if I cannot defeat you, I shall make you pay dearly. Hesterway's fury ignited as she fixated on Akitomi's back, and suddenly, she shouted, petrifying light. A fissure appeared on her forehead, akin to the opening of a third eye, glowing a sinister crimson, emanating a thick aura of malevolence. A gray beam shot forth towards the unsuspecting Akitomi. This was the unique ability granted by the Deuce's serpent fruit, the petrifying light, which could only be employed thrice in a lifetime, capable of transmuting enemies into stone, the effect remaining unbreakable unless the user perished or willingly relinquished their power. Clearly, Hesterway's overwhelming hatred for Akitomi had reached a boiling point, compelling her to unleash her final trump card for destruction. Akitomi, beware behind you. The ghostly shark, having just slain Trav, turned in time to witness Hesterway's ambush, but lacking the opportunity to intervene, he could only shout a warning. Startled, Akitomi turned, only to be struck directly by the petrifying light. The beam enveloped her, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Within mere moments, she was rendered immobile, transformed into a stone statue, slowly toppling over. Witnessing her success, Hesterway let out a triumphant shriek and swiftly vanished into the mist. Sane, closest to Akitomi, reacted first, morphing into a cloud of dust to catch her petrified form, preventing the utter misfortune of her shattering. No, Akitomi! Satan, exerting all his strength to suppress his Sane, involuntarily turned at the sound of the ghostly shark's warning. Witnessing the heart-wrenching moment, Akitomi fell. His eyes widened in despair, unleashing a heart-rending roar. Seeing Akitomi turn to stone, Hesterway fled, and Satan's mind raced. All abilities of the devil fruit would dissipate upon the user's demise. To reverse Akitomi's petrification, Hesterway had to be eliminated. Sane, protect Akitomi. Ghostly shark, bring me that wretched woman's head. Despite the torment within, Satan remained clear-headed, issuing his commands with precision. Satan enveloped Akitomi's body in a protective cloud and retreated from the battlefield, vigilant against any residual chaos, while the ghostly shark pursued the fleeing Hesterway. In that critical moment, as Satan's focus wavered due to Akitomi's petrification, the wood-based restraints holding Hussein began to waver, a subtle shift that the seasoned Hussein immediately sensed. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he unleashed an explosive force, his fist striking outwards, creating rippling shockwaves that shattered the wooden bindings confining him, liberating him from Satan's hold. Ha ha ha, well done, Hesterway. Hussein roared in exhilaration, his foot crashing into the ground, sending tremors through the earth, propelling him towards the momentarily stunned Satan, delivering a crushing blow. You insolent brat, pay the price for your ignorance. His fist collided violently with Satan's chest, the explosive force propelling Satan as if struck by a battleship. Forgive me. Forgive me, I've let my family suffer again. It's all my inadequacy. Satan was deeply tormented by guilt, his body trembling in the air as he endured relentless blows, ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, incessantly questioning himself, unable to find solace. Tears, like glistening beads, secretly escaped the corners of his eyes, cascading down like pearls severed from their string. Why is it always you who suffers? Why? I would rather bear all the pain myself, as long as you remain safe and sound. Chapter 74. The curse of the earth. It had been far too long since I last exerted myself. My old bones have grown weary, and I find myself at the mercy of a mere wretch like you. Hussein, having sent Satan flying, felt a sense of relief wash over him, stretching his neck as if to recalibrate his physical state. Let your head atone for your sins. With an air of menace, Hussein advanced toward the fallen Satan, his gaze akin to that of a butcher eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. This venerable figure, who had dominated a third of the great maritime underworld for over 2 decades, had finally grown serious. Young master, not far from them, Jumaru, entangled in combat with this mason, felt a surge of anxiety as he witnessed Hussein's momentary escape from suppression, his expression tightening with alarm. Power, I need greater strength. A silent roar echoed within Jumaru, a sharp pain piercing his heart as memories of the time spent with Satan and the others flooded his mind. Though he struggled to express it, his love for his family weighed heavily upon him. As if attuned to his innermost yearnings, an emotional upheaval surged within Jumaru, causing his heart to flutter, as if a dormant power within him was awakening. This is the curse of the earth is awakening. The curse was crafted from the bodily fluids extracted by Orochimaru from the sage-embodied Yugo, injected into ninjas through a serpent's kiss, granting them formidable strength while inducing unnatural transformations. Although those endowed with the curse could unleash tremendous power, they simultaneously faced the peril of relentless corruption, rendering it a double-edged sword. The longer one remained in the cursed state, the more profound the erosion, ultimately leading to a loss of consciousness until they became mindless fighters, doomed to battle until death. Jumaru's curse of the earth, on par with the curse of the heavens, promised an even greater enhancement of power, albeit at a heightened risk. For the sake of my young master, I would willingly become a demon, Jumaru murmured inwardly. Curse of the earth. State 1. The curse upon Jumaru's chest rapidly expanded into a linear pattern, amplifying his speed and strength manifold. clenching his bony fingers. He unleashed a whirlwind assault upon Dismason, his strikes falling like torrential rain. Dismason had scarcely any opportunity to react before being struck multiple times, blood erupting in crimson bursts. Titan, block him. I will assist the young master. Concerned for Satan's well-being, Jumaro had no time to waste on Dismason. Issuing a quick directive to Titan before charging toward Hussein. Go forth with peace of mind. Seizing the moment, Titan, transformed into a mighty ape, sent Dismason flying with a single punch, his momentum surging. I cannot be underestimated. What does it matter if he goes? Hussein's strength is beyond your imagination. Your struggles are in vain, merely a matter of when you will perish. Dismason rose, brushing off the dust with an air of indifference, disdain dripping from his lips. Despite being pierced in multiple places by Junmaru's bony strikes, he moved with ease, as if unaffected by his injuries. We shall surely emerge victorious. Understanding Dismason's attempt to bolster his own confidence, Titan ignored the taunts and charged once more, his fist glistening ominously, radiating a murderous intent. Leaving no room for Dismason to breathe, the air crackled with the thunderous sound of their fists colliding, slowly rising after being struck by Hussein. Satan tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. He raised a hand to his chest, where the fierce wind from Hussein's punch had scorched his flesh, leaving a gruesome wound, his insides a chaotic mess from the overwhelming force. What say you, little wretch? Any last words to impart? Sensing victory within his grasp, Hussein approached slowly, methodically applying pressure on Satan. He was not in haste to end Satan's life. The delight of tormenting his adversary, watching them descend into despair, was the true essence of retribution. I shall leave you the opportunity to speak your final words. Satan cast a disdainful glare at Hussein, the vitality surging within him as the wound on his chest swiftly healed. In the blink of an eye, he regained his spirited demeanor, a testament to the formidable regenerative power bestowed upon him by the Tree of Life. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you cannot vanquish me in an instant, I shall outlast you. Satan, with a fierce determination in his heart, clenched his fists, prepared to exchange injury for life. Young master, please allow us to fight side by side. At that moment, a figure flashed by, and Junmaru appeared beside Satan. It could not have been better. Satan responded with a fervent intensity, his veins surging with energy as golden dragon-shaped inscriptions emerged from his chest, swiftly cascading towards his face, ultimately enveloping a significant portion of it, imparting an air of both mystery and ferocity. In an instant, he lunged towards Hussein. Passively retaliating was not in his nature. Striking first was the path to supremacy. The Earth's curse mark, State 2, saw the linear inscriptions on Kimimaro rapidly expand across his body, propelling him into a frenzied state. His skin morphed into a deep brown hue, his form contorting as sharp bone spurs erupted from various parts of his body. His right arm transformed into a spiraled, bone-like colossal spear, while a bony tail sprouted behind him, rendering him akin to a monstrous stegosaurus, following closely in Satan's wake as they charged at Hussein. Remarkable indeed, each one resembling a creature of nightmares. Hussein chuckled, mustering every ounce of strength to confront the dual assault of Satan and Kimimaro. He radiated an overwhelming heat, his power boiling so fiercely that the air around him shimmered and distorted. The clash of these three monstrous entities was akin to a tsunami, their formidable forces colliding and erupting, sending shockwaves that ravaged the estate. Outside the estate, the concealed Daedara awaited the sniper, Shaoyin, to ensnare himself. Suddenly, a woman stumbled forth from the direction of the estate, disheveled and bearing numerous wounds, glancing back repeatedly as if pursued by a demon. It was Heather, fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the undead shark, yet in her panic, she unwittingly stepped into a trap set by Daedara for Shaoyin. The young master decreed that no survivors shall remain on this island, which implies this woman is an enemy too. Daedara mused, a wicked grin spreading across his face, soon morphing into frenzied excitement. Art is an explosion. A thunderous shout erupted from the forest, and before Heather could react, a violent explosion consumed her, reducing her to mere fragments amidst blinding light, her expression frozen in shock even in her final moments. Simultaneously, within the estate, Akito regained her form from petrification. With Heather's demise, the powers of the devil fruit were nullified. Chapter 75, All-Out Assault. Inside the estate, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With Akito freed from her stone state, she and Sinan joined the fray against the Hussein brothers, concerned for her brother's safety against overwhelming odds. Dismas broke through Titan's defenses to join Hussein in combat. Consequently, the situation evolved into the Tulip family besieging the Hussein brothers, gradually turning in favor of Satan. Akito seethed with frustration, She had initially intended to assist the young master, but, due to a moment of carelessness, had become a hindrance instead. Now burning with the desire to atone, with a lethal strike, Half Moon Funeral, she unleashed a powerful slash, sending a torrent of crimson crescent-shaped blade energy surging towards the Hussein brothers. Dismas, encased in hardened haki, stood resolutely before Hussein, unflinching against the incoming blade energy. In a decisive moment, he slammed his fist into the ground, causing the earth within dozens of meters to erupt violently, forming a barrier that deflected Akito's lethal attack. In that instant, as Dismas defended against Akito's assault, Satan's attack followed swiftly. Wooden barriers erupted around Dismas, ensnaring him, while Satan leapt into the air, gesturing for colossal diamond-shaped wooden pillars to crash down upon him. These immense wooden structures, weighing over 1,000 pounds, descended with terrifying speed, and should they connect, Dismas would stand no chance of survival. Humph, boiling fist, Hussein scoffed, his anger boiling as he faced multiple attackers. With a mighty punch directed at the sky, a torrent of seething air erupted from his fist, colliding with the descending wooden pillars. The clash sent splinters flying, effectively nullifying Satan's assault. Skeleton Pulse, Early Fern Dance. Kimimaro, synchronized with Satan, understood his intent without prompting. As Satan launched his aerial attack, Kimimaro emerged from underground to ambush. In his second cursed state, he unleashed the Early Fern Dance, a display of overwhelming power as countless bone spikes erupted from the ground, their piercing force striking Dismas, who was ensnared by the wooden barrier. Though Dismas narrowly escaped the catastrophe of the falling timber, he could not evade the sharp bone spikes beneath him, suffering severe injuries instantaneously. Meanwhile, an undeterred Sinan summoned a multitude of sharp earth spikes, relentlessly pursuing Hussein, forcing him to leap and dodge frantically. How infuriating. This seems never-ending, Hussein grunted, desperately evading while carrying the injured Dismas. Yet, the terrain beneath him was littered with sharp bone and earth spikes, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Do you think me a sickly cat just because I refrained from roaring? Hussein distanced himself from the fray, crouching low to the ground, plunging his hands into the earth. Earth boiling, mud wave. As Hussein unleashed his powers, the ground beneath him boiled as if heated to a tempestuous fury, surging forth like tidal waves towards Satan and the others. Is this truly happening? Sinan gasped, activating his abilities to raise towering earthen walls in a desperate attempt to withstand the oncoming deluge. However, the earth waves, propelled by Hussein's might, shattered through the walls with ease, advancing relentlessly. Lethal strike, Full Moon Funeral. After a prolonged build-up, Akito drew her blade, unleashing a crescent-like blade of energy that cleaved through the torrent of earth, splitting it apart and leaving a chasm that could not heal, flowing around Satan and the others like a stream circumventing stones. Water release, shark bullet technique. Just as Hussein, weary from the relentless barrage, prepared to counterattack, a shark-shaped water bullet surged towards him. He had no choice but to once again evade, maneuvering with Dismas to dodge the incoming water projectiles. The undead shark had returned, having pursued Heather. Thank you for your efforts, shark. Apologies, that woman was dealt with by Daedara. My journey was in vain. The shark sheepishly grinned before addressing the young master. Can we find a way to hinder their movements? Daedara is planning for a big explosion. Is he back as well? It's a relief to see you all safe. Satan, sensing a shift in mood, clearly aware of Daedara's capabilities, comprehended his plan and began signaling others to persist in their assault on Hussein. This relentless pressure forced Hussein to continuously evade the fierce attacks, gradually depleting his stamina amid the ceaseless onslaught. It was the opportune moment. As he observed Hussein's excessive fatigue and slowing reactions, Satan decisively acted, summoning a considerable number of red torii gates that descended from the heavens, pinning Hussein down and instantly restricting his movements. Simultaneously, he shouted for a retreat, swiftly withdrawing with Akihito and others, thereby increasing the distance from Hussein. Finally, it's my turn to take the stage, came Daedara's impatient voice from the sky as he soared over Hussein on a clay bird. C3, number 18. Daedara bellowed. A bomb fashioned from explosive clay in the form of a puppet airdropped directly above, its size rapidly enlarging as it plummeted toward the torii gates restraining Hussein. This puppet, infused with Daedara's highest level of chakra, possessed explosive capabilities sufficient to obliterate an entire village. Upon its descent into the torii, it detonated with a violent explosion, the blinding light erupting instantaneously, compelling everyone to instinctively shut their eyes against the searing brilliance. When Satan and the others reopened their eyes, they were met with the sight of an immense crater, everything within it vaporized by the explosion's intense heat, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. That should have taken care of him. Sinan gasped, covering his mouth in disbelief. Is this truly an attack achievable by human means? Indeed. Everyone around the young master is nothing short of a monster. No, he is still alive. Dayara, adjusting the binoculars on his left eye, remarked gravely as he landed nearby. In the moment of the explosion, he used Disma's body as a shield. Although he must have sustained serious injuries, he hasn't perished yet. That bastard. Using his brother's body as a shield. Akihito's eyes brimmed with disdain. All acts of betrayal against family were, in her eyes, utterly unforgivable. Chapter 76, Volcanic Eruption Quite Normal. After all, he survived because of it, didn't he? Kisame, wielding his great sword Samahata, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, unsurprised by Hussein's resilience. As the smoke from the vast crater dissipated, Hussein's figure became visible to all. He appeared battered and torn, his front marred beyond recognition, his face a gruesome mess, rendering his features indiscernible. His hands were empty. The brother he had used as a shield, Disma, had been reduced to ash by the explosion's searing heat. You bastards! I will drag you down to hell. Hussein's anguished roar echoed, his disfigured visage betraying no emotion. Yet Satan perceived the hatred and madness lurking within the depths of his sunken eyes. Even in such a state, do you still wish to fight back? Dayara, dissatisfied that his attack had not conclusively eliminated Hussein, regarded him with disdain. Be cautious. Guard against his desperate retaliation. Satan's heart quivered, and his demeanor grew vigilant. As if sensing the impending arrival of misfortune, victory would be ours once we severed his head, but we must not take this lightly. For I would be pained to see harm come to you. In moments of crisis, the young master proves to be the most dependable ally. Although Satan was issuing a warning to all, a strange blush crept onto Chidong's face, perhaps recalling the moment when her overconfidence led to being petrified by Hei's way. Hussein crouched low, his hands pressed firmly against the ground, as if conjuring a lethal technique. I shall strike to behead him. Guizhu licked his lips, visibly eager, and prepared to eliminate Hussein, who appeared to be on his last legs. No, wait a moment, Guizhu. I sensed that approaching him now could be perilous. Allow me to probe first. Would release. Insertion technique. Satan intercepted the specter, and from his left forearm, a long wooden spike emerged. He withdrew the spike and hurled it with precision towards Hussein. This spike, infused with an immense vitality by Satan, possessed the capability to absorb the life force of any adversary it pierced, allowing for successive piercing assaults. However, before the wooden spike could near Hussein, it inexplicably shattered into several pieces, plummeting from the air as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Indeed, something peculiar was afoot. What exactly was he up to? Satan increasingly sensed a growing unease. Despite seemingly having the upper hand, the enemy exhibited inexplicable behavior that left anyone in such a predicament feeling bewildered. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble inexplicably. What started as a slight quiver soon escalated into violent vibrations, and before long, the entire Laluja island was quaking, with stones rolling and debris flying. Such a commotion, what on earth had that scoundrel done? Dayara, usually so exuberant, adopted a serious demeanor with such a formidable prelude. Once the attack erupted, it was likely the entire island would be affected. I am uncertain. We must remain vigilant and retreat. The expression on Satan's face grew grave, the feeling of dread intensifying within him, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from Hussein. Hurry, flee, Satan. Beneath the ground lies a volcanic crater that is about to erupt. Suddenly, amidst the ruins of the estate, a green light flashed and appeared to be fleeing towards Satan and the others, loudly warning them to escape. It was none other than the mischievous sprite, Xiejian, who had sneaked into the Lion King's underground complex from the onset of the battle to pilfer valuables. Fortuitously, his presence underground allowed him to uncover Hussein's sinister plot ahead of time, granting Satan and the others a precious moment to flee. It turned out that Laluja Island was originally the caldera of a dormant volcano, its soil enriched by layers of solidified volcanic ash, resulting in a lush, spring-like environment year-round. Hussein had chosen this island as the headquarters of the Lion King's organization precisely because he had perfected the ability of the boiling fruit, capable of stirring the magma to cause a catastrophic volcanic eruption that would annihilate the entire island. This was Hussein's trump card, the secret that allowed the Lion King's organization to remain unassailable for over 20 years. Other powerful factions, aware of Hussein's capacity for mutual destruction, tread carefully, refraining from easily attacking Laluja Island. This was the reason the Lion King's organization could maintain its firm grip on one-third of the Grand Line's black market without facing obliteration. A fact well known among the top maritime powers. Only a reckless newcomer like Satan would dare assault Luluja Island. Had Xie not inadvertently discovered the secret of the underground volcano, the burgeoning Tulip family might have met their demise before even rising to prominence. Naturally, the Lion King's organization, having enjoyed relative tranquility for over 2 decades, had become somewhat complacent, which contributed to Satan's ability to breach their headquarters so easily. An unexpected stroke of luck that caught the Lion King's organization off guard. Quickly, we must flee. Upon hearing Xie warning, the members of the Tulip family turned and fled like wild horses, the thought of standing upon a soon-to-erupt volcano instilling a sense of urgency in everyone. Ah, young master. Let us escape on the giant birds. At a critical moment, Daedara proved remarkably dependable, swiftly creating several clay birds to carry everyone away to the sea. To hell with you. Behind them, Hussein's furious roar echoed as the boiling power he had amassed erupted violently, causing the island to tremble fiercely. Rocks tumbled, trees fell, and the ground caved in, revealing an enormous, gaping black maw. The vast chasm glowed with an intense red light, altering the very hue of the sky. Suddenly, as if a long-suppressed force could no longer be contained, torrents of magma erupted violently, soaring thousands of meters into the air, turning the entire sky a deep crimson. The descending fiery volcanic rocks resembled a rain of flaming meteorites, plunging Luluja Island into a cataclysmic spectacle. I have never appreciated your abilities more than at this moment, Daedara. I must concede, you are indeed a masterful artist. Perched upon the clay bird and dodging the sporadic falling volcanic rocks, Kisame, still shaken from the near catastrophe, remarked. Never before had he praised Daedara without feeling discomfort. Ah, I too commend you, brother Daedara. Henceforth, I shall concede my chicken legs to you. Sinon gazed gratefully at Daedara, acknowledging that his prowess had saved them all, rightfully making him the greatest contributor in this grand conflict. Indeed, splendidly executed. A brilliant smile graced Satan's face as he praised. Hiki, who could deny that we are family? Daedara bashfully brushed his golden bangs, revealing a joyful grin. All right, everyone, not even a volcanic eruption can hinder us. What else in this world could possibly stand in our way? Satan's expression suddenly ignited with fervor as he gazed around at his family. Unleashing a mighty roar, this world shall ultimately belong to us. Join me on the path of greatness. The excited responses erupted in unison, resonating with the taste of victory. The malevolent thoughts perched upon Satan's shoulder manifested a hint of glee. This mere joy would pale in comparison to the treasures I have garnered, had you known. You would be driven to madness with delight. Chapter 77. The emergence of the Black Eyes 3 days later. In the town of Sanku on Nepal Island in the Grand Line. Nestled in the midst of the Grand Line, Nepal Island, though merely a small isle, serves as a crucial junction for 2 maritime routes. As a result, numerous merchant vessels and pirate crews opt to dock here, seeking information and resupplying their provisions. The abundant flow of people brings commercial opportunities to Sanku, which, despite its modest population, boasts over 20 taverns, offering fine wines and respite for travelers. Naturally, this locale is also renowned for its rapid dissemination of maritime news. At noon, under the scorching sun and oppressive heat, many sought refuge in taverns to drown their sorrows. A tall mug of cool ale would wash away the sweltering discomfort, making it an ideal place to pass the time. Within the Poplar Tavern near the town's entrance, the atmosphere was charged as patrons clinked their glasses, laughter and cheer filling the air. Big news. There's big news. Suddenly, a flamboyantly dressed ruffian sporting a comical pear-shaped hairstyle burst through the door, brandishing a newspaper while shouting, capturing the attention of the tavern's patrons, who fell silent in an instant. What are you shouting about? Pearhead, you're disturbing my guests, grumbled the tavern owner, evidently familiar with the ruffian, who was leisurely polishing a glass while casting an annoyed glance. Well, one-eyed, if you buy me a drink, I'll share the news. The ruffian was undeterred by the owner's demeanor, leaning against the bar with a cheeky grin, seeking a drink. Very well, what news do you have? The one-eyed owner, with a resigned smile, slid a large mug of ale toward the ruffian. Hey, this is monumental. It concerns the Tulip family, the ruffian exclaimed, gulping down the ale and belching contentedly before lowering his voice conspiratorially. Upon hearing the mention of the Tulip family, a little girl at a nearby table suddenly perked up, intently listening to their exchange. Accompanying her was a burly middle-aged man clad in a light purple bathrobe, draped in a matching cloak. leaning on a saber. He had short black hair, with a small mustache and an X-shaped scar on his forehead. Though his eyes were closed, he seemed to sense the girl's interest. Gently swirling the drink in his cup, subtly pricking his ears to the ruffian's and the one-eyed owner's conversation. If the news you have is about how the Tulip family's heir, Satan, annihilated the Lion King's organization 3 days ago, I regret to inform you that I was already aware of it yesterday, the one-eyed owner interjected, unable to believe that a mere ruffian could have learned such news before him. Impossible. While the news of Satan's decimation of the Lion King's organization is indeed shocking, it pales in comparison to what I am about to reveal, the ruffian retorted confidently. Oh, is that so? The one-eyed owner's interest was piqued. News more astonishing than the destruction of the Lion King's organization warranted attention. Listen up, everyone. The ruffian, invigorated, stood atop his chair, exuberantly waving his arms. The Tulip family, formerly of the fallen Babylon kingdom, has made a significant announcement. The younger brother of the former Babylonian king, demon dragon Douglas Mingjia, launched a surprise attack on the lair of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, on Cake Island last night. What? How could that be? Is he insane enough to invade the lair of one of the 4 emperors? Surely, he will meet his demise. The tavern patrons erupted into a cacophony of disbelief and excitement, questioning the audacity of such an act. The ruffian, reveling in their astonishment, recalled his own initial shock upon first encountering the news, nearly doubting its authenticity. Quick, tell us the aftermath. Was he executed by Big Mom? The one-eyed owner inquired, equally stunned by the revelation. Huh. If he were executed by Big Mom, it wouldn't he be worthy of such grand headlines? Considering how many fools challenge the 4 emperors and meet their end each year, the ruffian scoffed. Plopping down on the bar stool and taking a hearty swig of ale before continuing, the crucial detail is that not only did Big Mom fail to capture Mingjia, but he also devastated nearly half of Cake Island, slaying several of her children and key officers, before departing triumphantly after a fierce battle. What? Not only did he survive, but he also destroyed half of Cake Island? This is madness. There are such powerful beings in this world. The patrons were left in stunned silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances, grappling with the enormity of the news. Please, provide more details, the one-eyed owner implored, regaining some composure. It is said that demon dragon Mingjia possesses the power of the mythical Zoan-type dragon fruit, capable of transforming into a massive black dragon nearly 100 meters long. Upon his arrival at Cake Island, he wreaked havoc, slaying countless of Big Mom's subordinates, accompanied by his wife, the great swordswoman, Moonlight Sword Andrea, the ruffian elaborated, his excitement palpable. As he spoke, a vein pulsed visibly on his forehead, his exhilaration evident even in mere recitation of the tale. By the time Big Mom arrived, Cake Island had sustained devastating losses. The ensuing battle between Mingjia and Big Mom was nearly evenly matched, but they obliterated Cake Island in the process. While Moonlight Sword Andrea seized the opportunity to eliminate several children of the Charlotte family, avenging the Babylon Kingdom's downfall. Indeed, this is news capable of shaking the world. It seems the seas will not know peace for some time, the one-eyed owner mused. With this clash, Big Mom would undoubtedly be perceived as a soft target by countless aspiring pirate crews. Facing an onslaught of emerging powers, her troubles were only beginning. The tavern fell into a contemplative silence as everyone absorbed the staggering news. At that moment, the middle-aged man sitting beside the little girl rose, his cane clattering against the wooden floor with an echoing resonance. The girl promptly stood and followed, clutching a black-sheathed katana. Shall I escort you back to your young master? The middle-aged man inquired, glancing back at the girl, his eyes wide open, yet his face adorned with a tender smile. No need. I am reassured knowing the young master is safe. I shall continue my training with you, master. Once I possess the strength of Uncle Mingjia, I will surely be able to assist the young master. The young girl tightened her grip on the katana, gazing resolutely at the middle-aged man. She was the one who had become separated from Satan on the battlefield of Amsterdam, only to be rescued by Fujitora. Chapter 78. A bounty of 100 million. The sea lay tranquil, devoid of even the slightest ripple, while the sky stretched endlessly, unblemished by clouds. The warm sunlight gently caressed the surface of the water, igniting a dazzling brilliance. A medium-sized triangular sailboat glided steadily, fortunate to encounter the rare favorable weather of the Grand Line. On the deck of the sailboat was a charming little garden, flourishing with fresh blossoms. Surrounding the garden, the deck was adorned with a meticulously maintained lawn, featuring various decorative stone benches and a circle of reclining chairs, indicative of the owner's refined appreciation for leisure. This vessel was one of the spoils acquired by Xie from the island of Leluja. At this moment, Satan reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, basking in the sunlight. The radiant rays illuminated his still youthful visage, casting a soft halo around him. He squinted slightly, a hint of a carefree smile gracing his lips. In the brief span of less than a month, his face had begun to reveal the distinct angles of burgeoning masculinity. Chiton leaned against the railing on the second floor, her gaze fixed intently on Satan, who slept peacefully on the deck like a child. A subtle smile graced her lips as she savored this rare moment of tranquility. The reliability of her young master often made one forget that he was still merely a child. It was only in these moments of slumber that he could relax and unveil a trace of innocent childishness. In the open space not far from Satan, a plethora of treasures and gold lay heaped, as the mischievous sprite, Evil Sight, flitted joyfully among the riches, meticulously organizing them into distinct categories. These were merely a fraction of Evil Sight's acquisitions on Leluja Island, where the Lion King's organization, which commanded a third of the Great Route's black market, had amassed wealth over decades, all of which had fortuitously fallen into the hands of the little sprite. It was no wonder he was in a state of ecstatic delight. After 3 days of sailing, they had finally departed from the Rain Sea, allowing them a moment to catch their breath. With such an abundance of gold, one could indeed purchase a shipload of drumsticks. Sinan sat enviously on the staircase, watching Evil Sight sort through the treasures, his baby fat quivering, nearly drooling at the sight. His eyes seemingly aglow with golden light. Yet, miserly Evil Sight forbade anyone from approaching his bounty. A horse doesn't gain weight without grazing at night. And a person doesn't grow rich without unexpected windfalls. Little Satan, as long as we pull off a few more heists, you will undoubtedly become the wealthiest figure upon the seas. If it weren't for sheer luck this time, I might have lost my life. It would be wise to extinguish such thoughts early. Satan opened his eyes and cast a glance at the wicked sight before him. He sat up and remarked, "What are these treasures compared to the safety of my family?" So you don't care about this either? The wicked figure, with a malicious grin, held up 3 exquisite treasure boxes. "This is the greatest gain of this venture. Truly, such a profound organization possesses 3 devil fruits. Oh, it appears we have new members arriving soon. What timely news. But that's not all," the wicked figure continued, brandishing 2 finely crafted swords towards Satan. "Here are the renowned Rikaido, one of the 50 finest, and the Dakaikedo, one of the 21 finest. These are treasures coveted by every swordsman. Alas, they're of no use to us." "Not so. They are indeed useful." A sudden thought flashed through Satan's mind as he beheld the 2 swords. "I have a plan to execute. With these 2 esteemed blades, we can surely win hearts." "What plan?" The figure interjected, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "I relish the prospect of your grand endeavors." You will find out in due time," Satan replied, casting a glance at the eager figure with a mysterious smile. "Sometimes, you can indeed be quite endearing." At that moment, the sound of chirping filled the air. The newsbird had arrived to deliver the latest tidings. This avian messenger was known for disseminating news, always present during significant global events. It belonged to the World Economic Newspaper, holding the first-hand accounts and public opinions on major happenings. From the lookout atop the mast, Daedara produced 50 berries and tucked them into the newsbird's satchel to receive a newspaper. "Hey, master, there's news about your uncle in the paper," Daedara exclaimed, glancing at the newspaper only to be startled by a shocking headline. He leapt from the lookout, handing the paper to Satan. "Indeed, Uncle Mingjia is truly remarkable." What a relief. After perusing the article, Satan exhaled deeply, astonished by Mingjia's bold actions. Master, you've been put on a bounty." Daedara, rifling through the latest wanted posters he had purchased alongside the newspaper, suddenly gasped, staring in disbelief at one of the notices. "What?" Before Satan could respond, Aikido leapt down from the second-floor railing, snatching the wanted poster from Daedara's grasp. The poster prominently displayed Satan's image against the backdrop of Naga Island's sea of corpses, with traces of blood adorning his face and his heterochromatic eyes radiating a fierce malevolence. The banner of the Tulip family's fiery skull flag billowed behind him. This photograph was likely captured by naval scouts during Satan's counterattack against pursuers on Naga Island, exuding an enigmatic and sinister charm. Undying Marquis Douglas Satan, heir of the Tulip family, orchestrator of the Naga Island massacre, the architect of the destruction of Lulajia Island, a fiend of the highest order, a criminal of unparalleled infamy. What? How can they malign my master in such a manner? These naval fools are utterly incompetent. Aikido read aloud from the wanted poster, expressing his dissatisfaction. Such assessments are commonplace. No matter how justified our actions may seem to us, they have undeniably wrought havoc upon the world. Satan regarded the bounty notice with indifference. What is the reward amount? The bounty is set at 100 million berries, and it stipulates capture alive only. Huh. It's evident that Uncle Mingjia has exerted pressure on the Navy. Satan, dissatisfied, pursed his lips, revealing a mischievous grin, as he plotted yet another scheme. It seems the world government perceives me as a minor threat, which is indeed good news. My future plans can proceed smoothly. Hey, Daedara. Check if there's a bounty notice for us. Satan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Satan, impressed that their first bounty was a staggering 100 million berries. Their ISNT, only you're wanted, Daedara replied, meticulously going through every bounty notice with utmost certainty. Why not? Did the Navy consider us worthless? Not even worth a single berry. Sinan exclaimed in frustration, snatching the notice from Daedara's hands and skeptically flipping through it once more. What is so good about being wanted? Doesn't it mean we'll be hunted? Kisame asked, puzzled by how Satan seemed elated despite being a fugitive. After all, we are about to traverse the seas. Being placed on a wanted list adds to our prestige. Sinan explained, still indignant about the absence of his own bounty notice. Chapter 79. Future course ISNT. It had given that following the young master, we shall find our moment to shine. Once we create a ruckus again, it won't be long before your name resonates across the seas. Kisame appeared unconcerned, yet secretly hoped to make a name for himself. Young master, what are our next plans? Titan inquired respectfully, a flicker of worry in his eyes. You may be disappointed, Satan replied apologetically, glancing at Kisame. We need to find a low-profile place to settle for a while. It seems there won't be any major battles in the coming years. Why? ISNT it better to seize the moment and make a name for ourselves at sea? Daedara asked, although his anticipation was unmistakable. For the idea of having the spirited individual calm down for years was chilling. The timing ISNT right. I am only 12 years old. It is still too soon to establish a foothold at sea, and I am simply not qualified to contend with the various powers. Satan reached back to stroke his head, a smile gracing his lips. The Lion King's machinations have been vanquished by us. The other factions along the Grand Line, eager to seize the newly available benefits, will undoubtedly descend into chaos for a time. We shall seize this opportunity to extricate ourselves from the mire, devote ourselves to diligent training, and enhance our foundation. When we are prepared to return, who in this world shall be able to thwart us? I concur, Titan replied, his previous worries dissipating completely. He had feared that the young master, despite his burgeoning strength, might become reckless and make impulsive decisions. Now that the young master appeared so clear-headed, what was there to be anxious about? What do you all think? We shall heed the young master's wishes. Chihat and Junmaru responded promptly, without a trace of dissent. My duty is to protect the young master, and naturally, all decisions rest with him, though it is unlikely he will require my protection, Sinan said, awkwardly scratching his head. He was more than willing to accompany Satan, as the management of treasures was inextricably linked to the young master. This was indeed a long-term arrangement. We too shall follow the young master's directives. Hyuki and Daedara exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Haha, you two are a pair of insincere rascals. Satan mockingly gestured towards Kisame and Daedara, exclaiming, Do I not comprehend your intentions? Fear not, although I have decided to remain in silence for a while. I shall certainly keep some individuals engaged at sea. Once the new members arrive, I will make the necessary arrangements. Hee. It is evident that the young master understands us best. Daedara bashfully scratched his head, a sheepish grin adorning his face, although Kisame remained silent. The subtle act of licking his lips betrayed his inner thoughts. Where does the young master intend to venture next? The East Blue, Satan replied without hesitation, clearly having made up his mind. After all, having been in the world of One Piece for such a duration, it would be unsatisfactory not to explore the East Blue. The weakest sea, indeed. Sinan lamented, for having been born in the Grand Line, he couldn't help but harbor a degree of disdain for the East Blue. The strength of the Four Seas is undeniably inferior to that of the Grand Line, and the East Blue is particularly noted for being the weakest among them. No. The East Blue is not the weakest sea, it is the Sea of Miracles. Satan retorted, then continued. One must remember that the legendary Pirate King, Gold, Roger, hailed from the East Blue town of Logtown, and the esteemed marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, who has repeatedly cornered the Pirate King, also emerged from the East Blue kingdom of Fuxia. They stand as titans at the pinnacle of their era. Who dares to proclaim the East Blue as the weakest of seas? It is indeed a valid point. However, The bounties of the pirates in the East Blue generally fall short of 20 million berries, with few exceptional individuals to be found. Such an environment is conducive to our development. After all, the truly audacious pirates have ventured forth to brave the Grand Line, leaving behind in the four seas predominantly those who lack the courage to succeed. The speaker is Titan, who evidently has contemplated the prospects for future growth. No, there are indeed promising talents. With proper cultivation, the East Blue shall give rise to a multitude of formidable figures. It appears that the young master holds a particular fondness for the East Blue. Satan remained silent, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The miracle of the East Sea was a secret reserved solely for the traversers. Just as the members of the Tulip family deliberated their future course upon the deck, a pirate ship gradually emerged from the sea surface not far from them. This vessel belonged to a small pirate crew from the North Sea, a fledgling group that had only recently entered the Grand Line for a little over a month. The captain, Batory the Crab Claw, was notorious for his bounty of 30 million berries, having lost his right arm in battle, which he now replaced with a crab claw. They had once been a formidable pirate crew in the North Sea, virtually invincible in their domain. Driven by an insatiable desire for adventure, Batory resolved to lead his crew into the Grand Line to carve out their destiny. However, after just over a month in the Grand Line, the harsh realities delivered Batory a resounding slap of disillusionment. Here, powerful adversaries were abundant, far exceeding the capabilities of his crew. He suffered numerous defeats in naval combat, and the unpredictable climate posed challenges that were beyond their nascent experience. With each setback, unease took root in Batory's heart, prompting thoughts of retreat. "Captain, we are about to strike it rich. The ship ahead is laden with gold." Suddenly, the lookout atop the mast shouted excitedly, his eyes sparkling with greed. "What? Let me see." Upon hearing the lookout's report, the pirates on the deck eagerly snatched up telescopes, their eyes gleaming with the allure of treasure. The sight of Satan's ship, gleaming with gold, shone like a beacon in the darkness. "After this heist, we shall live like nobility," shouted one. "Damn it. My father's son is about to get rich. Let us go." There are only a few children aboard. The atmosphere on the deck was electric, the pirates clamoring with fervor, as if they had stumbled upon a lamb ready for slaughter. "What flag does the ship fly?" Batory, still somewhat composed, realized he must first ascertain whether their target was worth the trouble. "No flag, Captain. They must be novices." "Very well, brothers, prepare to seize our fortune." Just as Batory's crew readied themselves to ambush and plunder, a colossal sea creature, nearly 100 meters long, surged forth from the depths, charging towards Satan's vessel. "Oh no! My gold!" The pirates cried out in despair, lamenting the loss of their anticipated riches. Such misfortune, such wretchedness. They watched intently, bracing for the catastrophic spectacle of a shipwreck. Yet what they witnessed was the emergence of crimson blades of energy from Satan's ship, which swiftly cleaved the massive sea beast into pieces. "Good heavens! Is this the power of humanity?" They gasped in terror. "Help! Mother, it's too frightening. I want to go home." The fledgling pirates wailed in panic. Even Captain Batory stumbled back in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. Thank goodness the sea creature served as a test. Had we charged in, even our whole crew would scarcely withstand a few strikes. "Captain, I've found it." One pirate brandished a wanted poster, nearly wetting himself in fright. His voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Aboard that ship is the undying Marquis, Satan. His bounty is 100 million berries, the demon who has slaughtered 2 islands. 100 million berries? Run for your lives." The entire crew of pirates scrambled in a frenzied panic, hastily steering the ship away, raising the sails in a desperate bid to escape. Satan glanced disdainfully at the distant pirate ship that had turned tail like a jester, letting out a cold snort. He addressed the surrounding members, including the ghostly shark. "This world ultimately belongs to the strong. Family, perceive this world clearly, then conquer it. That is our mission." Chapter 80. The scorpion of crimson sand. Time flows like grains of sand, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has swiftly passed. It is now deep into the night, with the moonlight casting a hazy glow. The renowned tourist destination of the Grand Line, St. Roland Island, is enveloped in tranquility. This island boasts a temperate climate, akin to spring throughout the year, and is dotted with numerous villas, attracting countless affluent residents. On the eastern part of the island stands an expansive independent villa, heavily guarded and bustling with servants, indicating the high status of its owner. Yet, beneath the serene moonlight, several dark figures stealthily infiltrated the villa. Blades flashed, and the once arrogant guards fell one by one, unable to utter a single cry. These assassins were highly skilled and moved with remarkable swiftness, sweeping through the villa like autumn leaves in a gust, leaving behind a scene of carnage and a pungent scent of blood. Targets eliminated, retreat, commanded a small, leader-like assassin as he swiftly exited the villa. It was none other than the notorious Sakura Ghost, who had previously attempted to assassinate Satan on Naga Island. Accompanying him were his inseparable comrades, the Headless Ghost and the Cursed Corpse Ghost. Having been spared by Satan on Naga Island, they had taken on assassination contracts once more. Just as the three ghosts prepared to depart, a soft voice of admiration pierced the air, and a figure abruptly appeared on the rooftop several dozen meters ahead. Who goes there? The quick-witted Sakura Ghost instinctively took a few steps back, his senses heightened, while the three ghosts crouched defensively. Whoever could approach them so silently and dared to intercept them was certainly not an ordinary foe. Looking up, they beheld a youthful figure on the rooftop. With striking red hair, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds and wooden sandals. His body was almost entirely concealed within the voluminous robe, and he gazed coldly at them, exuding an air of mystery under the moonlight. Who are you? Are you from the Tulip family? Sakura Ghost inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. As the leader of the three ghosts, his keen mind quickly connected the dots upon seeing the mysterious individual's distinctive robe, reminiscent of those worn by powerful members of the Tulip family during their time on Naga Island. Smart of you, the red-haired youth replied indifferently. He was none other than the recently arrived powerhouse from the Tulip family, the Scorpion of Crimson Sand. Known for his mastery of puppet techniques and his extraordinary talents in the art of puppetry. Not only had he transformed his own body into something akin to a living corpse, but he also possessed the ability to create puppets from the deceased, retaining their abilities from life. As a superpower capable of commanding countless puppets in battle, he was a force to be reckoned with, sent on a special mission by Satan. I am sent by the Master to assist you, but to truly join the Tulip family, you must earn my recognition. The Scorpion's voice was icy. Let us begin. Show me your skills, for I detest waiting. Upon hearing the Scorpion's words, the three ghosts exchanged glances, none daring to underestimate him due to his youthful appearance, especially after their previous missteps with the seemingly younger Satan on Naga Island. If that's the case, we shall not hold back, Sakura Ghost declared, vanishing from sight. As a superhuman with the cherry blossom fruit ability, he could blend into the air like fluttering cherry blossoms, launching all-encompassing attacks on his foes, complemented by his elusive movements. Facing the hidden threat of Sakura Ghost, the Scorpion remained unfazed. With a mere flick of his hand, he summoned his most frequently utilized puppet, the Scarlet Flowing Jade. This puppet, crafted from a ninja slain by the Scorpion, donned a cloak identical to the Scorpion's, and its mouth could unleash a barrage of toxic needles, while its left hand housed a dual mechanism. A sturdy demon face on its back could extend an iron tail resembling a scorpion, coated with potent poison. Even a slight scratch could lead to death. Scarlet Flowing Jade, Needle Barrage. The Scorpion launched the first strike, directing his puppet to unleash a torrent of high-density poison needles and barbs toward the approaching Headless Ghost and Cursed Corpse Ghost. These needles, propelled by talismans, flew at incredible speeds, catching the two ghosts off guard, who had never encountered a puppet master in combat before. Dual blade style, Blue Tiger. In response to the deluge of incoming poison needles, the Headless Ghost crossed his twin blades and swung fiercely, summoning a fierce blue strike that surged forward like a mountain tiger. In a cacophony of clashing sounds, the poison needles were deflected, leaving the ground pockmarked, with purple poison seeping from the embedded needles, corroding the earth with a hissing sound. Heavens, does this bastard intend to kill us? The Headless Ghost gasped, his pupils constricting in terror as he surveyed the devastation below. A mere touch from that poison could spell our doom. Humph, unless you harbor the intent to kill me, you are not qualified to battle with me. Observing the hesitation in the Headless Ghost, the Scorpion let out a cold snort, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Humph. Do not underestimate us. The Headless Ghost, enraged, exchanged glances with the Cursed Corpse Ghost, and they charged forward in unison, blades gleaming ominously, prepared for a decisive strike. However, the Scorpion merely flicked his fingers, and Scarlet Flowing Jade appeared before the Cursed Corpse Ghost, blocking his strike. The puppet opened its mouth, releasing a cloud of toxic smoke that forced the Cursed Corpse Ghost to retreat. Simultaneously, a long scorpion tail shot out from the demon face on the puppet's back, darting toward the Headless Ghost, who had been poised to attack the Scorpion. He was compelled to parry, the sound of metal clashing echoing as he was pushed back by the sheer force of the Scorpion's tail. Seizing the opportunity created by his comrades, the hidden Sakura Ghost launched a surprise attack. Illusion. Cherry Blossom Surge. With a sharp command, countless pink cherry blossoms scattered through the air, spinning in the radiant moonlight, transforming into countless invisible blades that rained down upon the scorpion. Now this is somewhat interesting. Observing the dazzling onslaught that nearly surrounded him, the scorpion found time to express his admiration. Scroll. Infernal Prison Formation. The scorpion activated a fire scroll from his reserves, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of flames with immense melting power and heat, instantly turning steel and rock into molten liquid, rendering Sakura Ghost's assault futile. Chapter 81. The new organization. The powerful flames swept across the ground, melting everything in their path, and Sakura Ghost's magnificent attack was obliterated in an instant. Moreover, even the almost invisible Sakura Ghost, concealed within the air, suffered severe burns from the scorching heat, struggling to maintain his form as smoke billowed from him, the tantalizing scent of roasting meat wafting through the air. "Boss, are you all right?" The cursed corpse spirit caught the falling Sakura Ghost and urgently inquired. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The Sakura Ghost let out a wretched scream, feeling as though the skin touched by the cursed corpse spirit was pricked by countless needles. His large head twitched, and tears swirled in his eyes. "How could you be so ruthless?" The headless ghost bellowed in fury, swinging his blade with a dramatic arc of energy directed at Scorpion. However, there was no need for Scorpion to intervene. The sturdy shell of the Scarlet Flow Pearl easily absorbed the strike. Seeing the futility of the headless ghost's fierce attack, the cursed corpse spirit's eyes flashed with determination. With one hand, he plunged his sword into the ground, causing a gray circle of light to explode outward, enveloping Scorpion in an instant. This was a rare direct attack spell from the cursed corpse spirit, capable of causing all living beings within its range to decay into skeletons, devious and hard to defend against. Had it not been for the fear of underestimating the strength of the Tulip family, he would never have resorted to such a tactic. Yet, the cursed corpse spirit's confident assault proved to be in vain. The gray circle permeated Scorpion's body like a gentle breeze, rustling his cloak but causing no other effect. This was inevitable, as Scorpion, having completely transformed his body, was no longer a true human. Instead, he had become a powerful puppet, rendering the cursed corpse spirit's decay spell ineffective. "Your strength is commendable, but alas, your attacks are utterly futile against me," Scorpion remarked, observing the three spirits below him, speaking more than usual. "Moreover, you no longer have a chance." As Scorpion's words fell, the Sakura Ghost and his companions were taken aback, suddenly realizing they had lost control over their bodies, lacking even the strength to raise their hands, collapsing weakly to the ground. It turned out that Scorpion's initial purpose in using the Scarlet Flow Pearl to launch poison needles was not for direct assault, but rather to disperse the potent venom throughout the battlefield. As the fight progressed, the poison gradually wafted into the air, and the three spirits unwittingly inhaled the toxic mist, rendering them powerless to resist. With a wave of his hand, Scorpion retracted the Scarlet Flow Pearl and leaped down from the rooftop to stand before the three spirits. "This time, I simply wish to impart to you that the way of the assassin is to eliminate enemies by any means necessary." Bending down to look at them, his handsome face appeared harmless. However, anyone beguiled by his charming exterior would find themselves teetering on the brink of death. "Welcome to the Tulip family," Scorpion declared, lifting the poison from the three spirits and continuing, "By the command of Master Satan, I am forming an assassination organization known as Night Raid, and you shall be its inaugural members. Salute the leader." The three spirits exchanged glances of joy and knelt on one knee in unison before Scorpion, realizing that the previous battle was merely a test of their loyalty, and they were now fully recognized as members of the Tulip family. "Rise. Also, this is a gift from the Master to commemorate our meeting," Scorpion replied, retrieving a sealed scroll from his pocket and extracting two swords from within. "My goodness! The renowned Hanzo of the 50th class and the Thunderblade of the 21st class. These are treasures coveted by every swordsman. The Master has bestowed them upon us," the headless ghost exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement as he held the two legendary blades. "I swear fealty to young Master Satan." "Oh, Scorpion. It seems you are enjoying your time with your new subordinates." Just as the three spirits pledged their loyalty, a voice resonated unexpectedly, and a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds slowly rose from the ground. His collar was shaped like a unique pitcher plant, nearly shrouding his entire head, and his body was mysteriously divided into black and white halves, exuding an air of intrigue. "Allow me to introduce the leader of the family's intelligence organization, Listening, known as Jew. You shall have ample opportunities to collaborate in the future." Scorpion nonchalantly introduced the suddenly emerging figure to the three spirits. Ju was also a recent addition to the Tulip family, appointed by Satan to establish a unique intelligence organization on the Grand Line. His technique, the Mayfly technique, allowed him to merge his body with the earth and vegetation for swift movement. By integrating with the organic networks of plants, roots, and underground water flows, he could traverse great distances while completely suppressing his presence. Additionally, his spore technique enabled him to create several independent clones, ensuring that even if his original form perished, the clones would persist. His transformation technique allowed him to perfectly mimic another's presence, enabling him to infiltrate enemy lines undetected. In essence, Ju could embody thousands, making him the ideal choice to lead the intelligence organization listening. This explained why he had suddenly emerged from the ground. He had observed the conflict between Scorpion and the three spirits from the beginning without anyone noticing. I eagerly anticipate the establishment of your two organizations. Two more figures emerged, revealing it to be Daedara and the undead ghost, Jiao, unwilling to remain idle. They had been dispatched by Satan to eliminate any obstacles in the formation of the new organization, a task they relished. Unbeknownst to Satan, as he dispatched hidden agents and family members to establish new organizations and develop in secrecy, someone on the distant Alpha Island harbored similar intentions. On the free island of Alpha, which fell outside the jurisdiction of any nation, gangs thrived, underground fighting arenas flourished, and even the slave trade and human auctions, prohibited on other islands, proliferated here. It was a paradise for criminals, wanderers, and the fallen, the cradle of the black market, and a notorious lawless zone at sea. At this moment, in a secret chamber of an apartment on Alpha Island, three individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. If Satan were present, he would be utterly astonished, for they were none other than the former tequila princess of the Babylon kingdom, the pride knight of the seven deadly sins, Faxi, and the greed of mammon. They had miraculously survived the war that led to Babylon's downfall and had fled to this place. I saw the news about Brother Mingjia and Little Satan in the newspaper. We must do something for our family, Tequila declared resolutely. We will rebuild the seven deadly sins, unify Alpha Island, infiltrate the black market trade, and gradually expand our influence. Only with sufficient power can we avoid being a burden to Satan. Let us proceed as you suggest. Lucifer gazed fondly at Tequila. Once we establish ourselves, Prince Satan will naturally take notice. Chapter 82. The banquet on board after Scorpion and Ju were secretly dispatched to establish the family's intelligence and assassination organizations. Satan continued to sail eastward with the others. Quick, quick, it's time for the banquet. With a call from Akatsuki, Sainan abruptly dropped his fishing rod and dashed toward the dining hall like the wind. Due to Akatsuki temporarily taking charge of the ship's culinary tasks, he would often consume half the meat before meals under the guise of taste testing, coupled with the fact that the awakened young Master Satan had developed quite an appetite. It became increasingly difficult to secure meat at the dining table, prompting Sainan's anxiousness. Hey, why the rush? The cabin door on the first floor suddenly swung open, revealing a red-haired boy who stepped out curiously. Wow, it's Gara. Hurry, hurry, the banquet is starting, and delicious chicken legs are waiting for me. As Sainan ran, he shouted, his pace unwavering. The youth who had just emerged from the ship's cabin was none other than Gara, the newest member of the Tulip family. Hailing from the world of Naruto, he possessed a mane of crimson hair, a strikingly handsome visage that rivaled that of Scorpion, accentuated by prominent dark circles under his eyes and a conspicuous red tattoo of the character for love emblazoned upon his forehead. His appearance was undeniably cool, and the perpetual air of indifference and subtle weariness that clung to him further enhanced his extraordinary demeanor. However, the most eye-catching feature was the enormous gourd he carried on his back, filled with sand imbued with the will of his mother, Karura, which would instinctively protect him in times of peril. Why the rush for a mere meal? Gara pondered as he slowly made his way to the dining hall, utterly perplexed by Sainan's fervent enthusiasm for food. Yet, upon pushing open the door to the dining room, he was taken aback by the chaotic scene that greeted him, an experience that shattered his preconceived notions. The expansive dining table was heaped with a veritable mountain of various delicacies, while Satan and Sainan engaged in a competitive frenzy, shoving food into their mouths with reckless abandon, the small mountain of food before them dwindling rapidly. Xie Jian, clutching a glass of juice larger than his own body, savored each sip, flapping his wings and creating a ruckus around them. The elegant Qi Tong, despite her poised demeanor, consumed her meal with remarkable speed, her chopsticks dancing in a blur. How vibrant they all are. Jun Malu attempted to pat Gara on the shoulder, only to be thwarted by the protective sand. leaving him to awkwardly offer Gaara a cup of beer instead. Observing the comically messy group, a gentle smile graced Gaara's face. Initially, he too had struggled to adapt, but now he found their exuberance to be the most beautiful sight in the world. This sensation was indeed delightful. However, a competent ninja should always remain vigilant. Should he not abstain from alcohol? A contemplative expression crossed Gaara's face as he sniffed the beverage and inquired with curiosity. The most wondrous aspect of this world is the festivity of banquets. No matter the trials faced, a gathering can instantly uplift the spirits. Junmalu, gazing at the present-day Gaara, was reminded of his own past, sharing a similarly lonely childhood, abandoned and ridiculed, burdened only by the pain of the soul and the confusion of existence. Fortunately, he had encountered Master Satan earlier, joined the Tulip family sooner, and experienced the love of family much earlier. We already have family, Gaara. Family is a group willing to sacrifice, support, and protect one another. In the presence of family, what is there to hold back? Gaara nodded thoughtfully. Ha ha ha. What are you little ones chatting about? Let's get this party started. Boomed Titan as he appeared behind them, his powerful arms enveloping both of their shoulders, ushering them toward the dining table. These folks are truly delightful. It's hard to resist wanting to be part of this. Gaara observed each person gathered around the table with earnest consideration, a warm feeling blossoming within him. Glancing at the beer in his hand, an inexplicable urge surged through him. Gritting his teeth, he raised the glass and took a hearty gulp. Cough, cough. Cough, a sharp spiciness surged down his throat, causing him to cough, his face turning crimson, the cold de fade he had maintained for so long crumbling in an instant. Yet he felt as though he had seamlessly blended into the festive atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Xie Jian laughed uproariously, clutching his stomach and rolling about in midair, while Junmalu could not suppress a smile, gently patting Gaara's back. For this younger brother, whose experiences mirrored his own, he felt a compelling desire to melt away his indifference, to warm his heart, and to allow him to feel the love and warmth of family. Hey, Gaara, cheers. A real man drinks it all. Satan chewed on flesh, his words muffled as he raised his wine glass, grinning provocatively at Gaara. Indeed, Gaara, it is time for you to showcase your true masculinity. The mischievous sprite, ever eager to stir chaos, flitted about, flapping its wings and adding to the commotion. Well, I finished my drink. Now it's your turn, I declared. Even the boisterous Titan joined in the revelry, downing a large mug of ale in one gulp and proudly displaying the empty vessel to the crowd, raising an eyebrow at Gaara with a sense of triumph. Gaara's first encounter with alcohol attracted the attention of Akatsuki, who rested his chin on his hand, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Observing the enthusiastic glimmers in everyone's eyes and their animated expressions, Gaara felt an overwhelming warmth surge through his heart. In their gazes, he saw not disdain or mockery, but an abundance of care and expectation. It was an embrace of warmth and acceptance. Suddenly, Gaara recalled his uncle Yashimaru's words. True love is the willingness to sacrifice for those we cherish most, coupled with a compassionate desire to protect them. He believed his sister loved him dearly, and that the sand instinctively shielded him because of her affection. The grains of sand, he felt, embodied her will. Even in death, she sought to safeguard him. Mother, do you see? Gaara mused, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Now, those who wish to draw near and protect me are not just the grains of sand, but my family as well. His heart, once cold, felt as if it had been completely thawed. Throwing his head back, he allowed the ale to flow down his throat, the invigorating sensation coursing through his body. Ah, splendid! Satan enthusiastically pounded the dining table, exclaiming in delight, prompting others to join in laughter, their eyes brimming with boundless encouragement. Cheers! Long live the Tulip family. Chapter 83. The rising currents. The great route is notorious for its capricious weather. One moment it may be clear and serene, and the next, it could be besieged by torrential downpours. Any ship navigating these treacherous waters faces the peril of irrevocable calamity with the slightest misstep. While Satan and his companions reveled in merriment within the confines of the cabin, their vessel had silently drifted into a perilous maritime zone. The surface of the sea appeared calm and undisturbed, yet beneath the depths, tumultuous currents churned ominously. In the profound abyss, frigid seawater cascaded into cavernous depths, where geothermal activity generated immense steam pressure, leading to explosive formations of tremendous whirlpools. The currents in the deep sea spun with great velocity, gradually extending toward the surface, causing the waters to become increasingly restless. Unbeknownst to Satan and his comrades, their vessel lay ensnared within the confines of a deep-sea vortex. Inside the cabin, the festivities continued unabated. filled with laughter and joy. After their harrowing escape from the battlefield of the Babylon kingdom, a sense of relaxation enveloped the group. Completely oblivious to the impending upheaval, the sprite, Xie Jian, unusually indulged in a bit of alcohol and, slightly intoxicated, swirled in the air, nearly losing control of his form, prompting uproarious laughter from the others. Encouraged by the mirth, Xie Jian became increasingly mischievous, and in a moment of clumsiness, he accidentally splashed a full cup of wine onto the laughing Satan. Hey, that's too much, Xie Jian. Qi Tong chided, shaking his head in disapproval, ready to assist Satan in wiping the wine from his face. No, it was unintentional. Satan seemed to sense an unusual tremor in the ship. He licked the fine wine that had dribbled to his lips. The ship is shaking. Junmulu, could you investigate? Yes, master. Junmulu responded promptly and stepped out of the cabin, only to be stunned by the sight that greeted him. The deep-sea whirlpool had expanded to the surface, forming a colossal vortex spanning dozens of miles, with a bottomless black hole at its center, and their ship was being inexorably drawn toward it by the rapidly swirling currents. Oh no, master, we are in trouble. The ship began to tremble violently. Junmulu extended his bone spikes to anchor himself to the vessel, shouting toward the cabin. This is truly magnificent. Xie Jian was the first to burst from the cabin, nearly rendered speechless by the sight before him. Goodness! Is this what they call joy turning to sorrow? Satan and his companions hurried onto the deck, witnessing the whirlpool's current accelerate with alarming speed. Their vessel was at the mercy of the turbulent waters, drawing ever closer to the vortex's center. Ah! Little chubby Sinan shouted. Boss, are we going to perish? Daedalus, I miss you. Silence, you fool. Titan Uncle retorted, grasping the mast with one hand while wrapping Sinan's head with the other. Woo, I can't swim. Sinan exclaimed, a look of indignation on his face as he attempted to conjure tears for sympathy. As the crew fretted over their unfortunate encounter with the whirlpool, Satan suddenly burst into laughter. My beloved family, we are about to change course. Prepare yourselves for the most exhilarating journey this world has to offer. If my instincts serve me correctly, we have encountered an updraft, and we shall ascend into the skies. Indeed, as Satan's words faded into the air, the ocean's current shifted once more. A powerful updraft emerged from the vortex's center, propelling their vessel skyward, which had just been caught in the whirlpool's embrace. Ah, we're going to die. Sinan shouted in exhilaration. If we fall, there will be no trace left. Quick, unfurl the sails. We must ride the current. Satan's left hand clung tightly to the mast, and under his influence, countless vines sprouted from it, firmly securing all that might be swept away by the fierce winds to the deck. Understood, young master. Junmaru replied, darting across the tumultuous ship, swiftly raising the sails. As the sails ascended, they billowed with the powerful winds stirred by the rising sea currents, propelling the vessel swiftly towards the heavens. The thrill was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Satan, exhilarated, spread his arms wide, shouting into the howling sea breeze, veins pulsating on his forehead, a surge of fervor coursing through his entire being. What a breathtaking spectacle it was. Indeed, this world is captivating. Gara stood coolly with his arms crossed, effortlessly adhering to the deck with his chakra, reveling in the sheer comfort of it all. One must admit, at times, ninjutsu proves to be unexpectedly convenient. However, in the next moment, his entire aura of coolness was shattered by the mischievous presence of Shakugan, who, unable to unfurl his wings against the fierce wind, seized Gara's hair and, dancing with the gusts, exclaimed, I'm about to wet myself. Ah, one cannot deny that Shakugan is indeed a lively character, instantly rendering Gara's demeanor a flurry of exasperation. The rising current surged higher, and the vessels riding the waves ascended ever more, even revealing fluffy white clouds drifting around the ship. Young master, we are soaring. Sinan shouted excitedly while clutching the mast. But have you considered how we will land? Landing? I hadn't thought of that. Let fate decide. Satan replied flippantly, provoking a fresh chorus of wails and lamentations from Sinan. At last, the surging sea currents breached the thick cloud cover, lifting Satan and his companion's vessel high above the clouds. However, having exhausted their upward momentum, they began to plummet downward with a cacophony, leaving Satan's ship anchored amidst the ethereal clouds. Ah, we have finally come to a halt. We are saved. We are saved. The unexpected ascent into the heavens had left everyone tense, but now they collectively exhaled in relief. Collapsing onto the deck in a state of utter relaxation, Satan leaped onto the mast, surveying his surroundings, only to find that they were currently anchored above an endless sea of clouds, where the mist billowed and swirled, resembling a fairyland. Having received a royal education since childhood, Satan was well aware of the myriad secrets of the world and understood that this was the White Sea formed by the accumulation of clouds. Situated 7,000 meters above the ground, captivated by the rolling cloudscape, the chubby boy, Sinan, regained his vigor and approached the ship's railing. Reaching out to grasp the wisps of cloud drifting around the vessel, reveling in the delight of play. Suddenly, the cloud sea churned violently, and a colossal centipede-like creature leapt from the depths of the clouds, lunging directly towards Sinan at the edge of the deck. Good heavens! How could there be monsters in the cloud sea? This centipede-like creature had a flattened body, with venomous fangs glinting ominously, and toxic hooks protruding from its segmented underbelly. Its 2 rows of legs resembled a series of sharp blades, leaving Sinan momentarily stunned with fear. How audacious, this beast! Noticing Sinan's momentary bewilderment, Titan stomped his foot, leaping high into the air and delivering a powerful punch to the creature's head. The force of his blow caused the centipede's exoskeleton to crack and splinter, sending its body hurtling backward like a cannonball. Chapter 84. The Sky Island of Baika. With the assault of the centipede creature, the others aboard the ship quickly became alert, shaking off their previous languor. Though the White Sea appeared breathtakingly beautiful, it was fraught with peril. Young master, are you familiar with the situation here? Chidong inquired. Observing Satan's excitement, he seemed unfazed by the prospect of being swept up to the Sky Island by the ascending currents. To speak candidly, I sensed the favor of fate upon me. Satan composed himself, suppressing the thrill that surged within, and addressed everyone with a solemn expression. Favor? I hardly consider this near-death experience as a form of favor, murmured Sinan, trembling with trepidation. Oh, that is simply because you remain unaware of the true nature of the place we have arrived at. Satan meticulously organized all the information regarding the Sky Islands in his mind and beckoned everyone to gather around. Allow me to enlighten you. For while everyone is aware of the Great Route's mysterious and enigmatic nature, teeming with extraordinary islands, they remain oblivious to the uniqueness of Fishman Island and the Sky Islands. Fishman Island lies directly beneath the Red Earth continent at a depth of 10,000 meters, serving as the dwelling for both fishmen and mermaids. Conversely, at 10,000 meters above sea level, among the clouds, several sky islands exist. The most crucial substance composing these sky islands is cloud, and they are renowned for their diverse and extraordinary shells. The inhabitants of the sky islands rely heavily on these unique clouds and shells for their daily sustenance. Sky islands? Sir, are you suggesting that islands exist in the heavens? Titan exclaimed, astonished. I have never encountered such a rumor. The Sky Islands are situated in the pristine expanse above the White Sea, a realm that is challenging for ordinary folk to reach, resulting in many doubting their existence. To reach the Sky Islands via sea route, only a small portion of the 100 who embark on the journey can hope to survive. Conversely, if we ascend along the ocean currents, we face only 2 possible outcomes: total survival or total demise. How fortunate it is that we may reach our destination safely. Indeed, a blessing of fate. The White Sea beneath our vessel consists of clouds, and should we fall into it, we would plummet 7,000 meters down into the blue sea, which is perilously dangerous. Thus, our immediate priority is to locate a high-speed cloud route leading to the 10,000-meter high expanse of the White Sea. If we fail to find a sky island to dock at, we shall be trapped aboard our ship. Just as Satan was fervently imparting knowledge about the Sky Islands to his crew, a sudden commotion and the sounds of battle echoed from afar. Someone was approaching. A small boat, measuring 3 to 5 meters in length, sped across the sea of clouds, heading directly towards Satan's vessel, pursued by a dozen similar boats, their occupants shouting and clamoring fiercely. The fleeing small boat swiftly approached their larger ship, executing a graceful turn to anchor before them, facing the pursuers. The crew on the deck could clearly see that the small boat was occupied by 2 youthful boys. One was tall and slender, clad in purple attire, sporting an unusual hairstyle resembling spider legs. The other was round and portly, dressed in white, adorned with a yellow hat, with iron-red hair and round, comical glasses that added to his whimsical appearance. Most notably, a pair of feathery wings sprouted from their backs, lending them an endearing charm. As they halted their craft, the chubby boy, resembling a ball, pointed at their pursuers and shouted, "You have fallen into our trap. Our reinforcements have arrived. Surrender at once." He continued to maneuver the boat closer to Satan's larger vessel. "Hey, sir," Sinan remarked, bewildered, pointing at the small boat below. "Those 2 are using us as a guise of intimidation. Let us observe further." Satan gazed thoughtfully at the 2 youths below, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind, as if he had encountered them before. At that moment, a fleet of a dozen small boats arrived, dispersing to encircle Satan's vessel. On board these craft were soldiers clad in identical uniforms, dressed in military attire, adorned with berets, and sporting a pair of small wings on their backs. You dare to assail the sanctum of the divine? You shall be sentenced to the punishment of drifting clouds, bellowed a burly man, resembling an officer, from the foremost boat. Directing his ire towards the youths, he then shifted his gaze towards Satan and his companions aboard the larger ship. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling, lest the divine legion impose retribution upon you. And whom do you intend to punish? The mischievous sprite perched upon Satan's shoulder unleashed a torrent of invective. How dare you show such disrespect to the divine armament brigade within the sacred realm? Seize them all. At the command of the brigade leader, the soldiers of the divine armament surged forward towards Satan's grand vessel. However, the two cunning youths aboard the ship displayed no intent to engage. Instead, they stealthily maneuvered the vessel to the rear, seeking to escape amidst the chaos. The soldiers, equipped with remarkably designed footwear that could emit powerful gusts, glided swiftly across the white sea, rapidly closing in on the grand ship. Alas, I merely wish to witness the spectacle. How vexing this is. Satan muttered a word, and countless resilient vines sprouted upon the deck, instantly ensnaring the dozens of soldiers who had surged forward, binding them tightly so that no amount of struggle could free them. Upon witnessing the annihilation of his entire force, the commander of the divine troops maneuvered the small boat to turn and flee. How audacious it was to strike at the divine legion. Surely, the great deity would exact retribution upon you. However, before he could escape far, a crimson-eyed figure aboard the grand vessel casually swung a blade, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that cleaved the small boat in two, rendering the unfortunate commander a prisoner before he could utter a cry. Meanwhile, the two youths who had been pursued were each seized by a titan and hoisted onto the grand ship. Now speak, who are you? Satan sat in his chair, fixating intently on the two youths before him, his gaze radiating a formidable authority. The individuals before him effortlessly captured the divine soldiers who had relentlessly pursued him, leaving no escape route, demonstrating their undeniable power. The youth clad in purple bit his lip, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet despite his struggle, his face flushed crimson and no sound emerged. Fool, you've bitten your lip, remarked the spherical youth beside him, exasperated. If you wish to speak, refrain from biting your lip. Ah, my apologies, I completely forgot. The boy in purple finally realized, releasing his lip and addressing Satan. I am Nepin, hailing from the sky island of Baika. I am Da, also from the sky island of Baika, the spherical youth added. Baika? Satan pondered momentarily. Was that not the homeland of the future god of thunder, Enel? Indeed, these two individuals were none other than the air guardian, Nepin, and the forest guardian, Dawu, among Enel's four priests. It is no wonder they seemed familiar. They were merely in their youth at present. Chapter 85, The Innate Heretic. Are you subordinates of Enel? Satan, with a hint of temptation in his voice, inquired about any news regarding Enel. Are you acquainted with our boss? Nippon and Dawu exchanged glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. How could these individuals, clearly hailing from Qinghai, possibly know Enel? Well, we might be familiar, they replied. Satan stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, in my past life, I encountered him through an anime. So I suppose one could say I am somewhat acquainted with him. By the way, what could possibly be the reason these individuals are pursuing you? Satan gestured towards the captured soldiers of the divine army, perplexed by the sight before him. It is important to note that Enel, the wielder of the nature-type rumble fruit, is renowned as the god of thunder. If these two individuals were indeed his subordinates, it seemed improbable for them to be pursued by the divine army. 3 months prior, the sky island of Burka had fallen under the dominion of the new ruler, Makarin. In a bid to solidify his reign, he deemed all wingless inhabitants of the sky island as heretics, subjecting them to the death penalty by fire. Enel, born without wings, was branded as a heretic, and Makarin had plans to publicly execute him on the island. Dawu, filled with anticipation, looked expectantly at Satan, believing that regardless of how these individuals perceived their leader Enel, there was a possibility of rescuing him if they chose to act. Despite his rotund appearance resembling a sphere, his intellect was sharp. You say Enel has been captured? Satan displayed an expression of astonishment. Could it be that Enel had not yet consumed the devil fruit? If that were the case, it would indeed be fortuitous news. Our leader has been captured, and we cannot simply acquiesce to this fate. However, we find ourselves incapable of facing the formidable Shimakaran, thus we resolve to stealthily procure the cursed devil fruit enshrined upon the altar of the temple. Although it is imbued with a malediction, we are willing to brave the peril if it means rescuing our leader. Nirvana then elucidated the situation. Yet, our endeavor failed. Not only did we fail to abscond with the devil fruit, but also Shura and Om were apprehended, leaving only Nirvana and myself to escape. Daegu observed Satan's demeanor and, with a hint of despondency, explained the reasons behind their pursuit by the divine warriors. At this juncture, Satan fully comprehended the circumstances. Enel had likely not yet ingested the devil fruit, rendered powerless and captured by Shamakuran. While the celestial knight Shura and the pastoral officer Om had also been taken, the original narrative mentioned that Enel later obliterated his homeland, the Sky Island Burka, which was likely the precursor to these events. You speak of a devil fruit enshrined upon the temple altar? The sprite Xie Jian interjected, fully aware of Satan's fervent desire for the devil fruit, as each fruit symbolizes the accession of a powerful being to the Tulip family. Indeed, since our birth, a devil fruit has been enshrined upon that altar, rumored to possess a power cursed by demons, most fitting for divine offerings. Lead us to the temple altar. And in exchange for that devil fruit, I promise to rescue Enel. Satan was acutely aware that the so-called power cursed by demons, which had been worshipped for many years, was likely the thunder fruit. How dare you harbor thoughts against the divine? The gods will surely punish you. The captain of the divine army, lying on the deck, roared with unrestrained fury. Silence. In a moment of exuberance, Satan waved his hand and rendered him unconscious. What gods? Merely frogs at the bottom of a well, exerting their influence over a single island. Satan leaped onto the bow of the ship and turned to his companions, exclaiming, "Set sail for Baika. Let us meet the new deity, Makaran." The Tulip family's vessel, guided by the leaders Niepan and Daga, navigated towards the sacred altar of Baika Island. At that moment, it was noon, and perhaps due to its proximity to the sun, the sunlight on Baika Island was particularly intense, imparting an inexplicable sense of heat. The air felt somewhat arid, and even the wind was scarce. In the central square of the island, this oppressive heat was even more pronounced. The expansive plaza, capable of accommodating nearly 50,000 people, was teeming with residents, all gathered to witness the execution of heretics, as decreed by the new deity Makaran. The citizens formed a tightly packed crowd around the square, leaving only a narrow pathway leading to the center, flanked by rows of vigilant soldiers tasked with maintaining order. At the heart of the plaza, a large pyre constructed of what awaited its fiery purpose to uphold the deity's majesty. In the prime viewing area, the soldiers of the divine army had erected a lavish seat, where the ruler of Baikar Island, the new deity Makaran, sat motionless, surveying the prostrate populace below. "Look at how obedient these fools are," he thought with a smirk of amusement, reveling in the control he exerted over the masses. "All your greatness shines upon them. And naturally, they bow in reverence," the high priest flattered. "Enough with the flattery. Have the sinners who dared to invade the altar and attempt to steal the divine power been captured?" Makaran demanded, "For squads have already been dispatched. Once we conclude the execution here, good news will await you in the temple." "Useless. Is it so difficult to capture a few insignificant mice? What use are you to me?" Makaran scolded, initially seeking a flawless execution to proclaim the divine will, only to be thwarted by those daring enough to disrupt his temple. "Once those miscreants are apprehended, I shall subject them to the punishment of flowing clouds." "Understood, my lord. Everything will be as you command," the high priest replied respectfully. For none dared to defy the powerful new god, lest they face severe penalties, having recently witnessed a divine servant executed by hanging. As time ticked by, the soldiers of the divine army led 3 prisoners towards the execution site. The 2 trailing behind were companions of Niepan and Dao, Shura and Om. While the foremost was a young boy, around 14 or 15 years old, bare-chested and clad only in oversized pants, his earlobes nearly twice the length of an average person's. Despite being escorted to the execution site, there was no trace of fear on his face, with his head slightly bowed and his defiant brows furrowed. His lifeless eyes scanned the surrounding silent crowd with disdain. He was Enel, the peculiar being from Sky Island, devoid of wings, known in the original tale for the destruction of Baika Island. Such a pity, Enel sighed softly. In the hushed atmosphere of the square, Enel was soon bound atop the pile of wood, awaiting Makaran's command to ignite the flames of execution. The gathered onlookers held their breath, not daring to exhale, as the tension in the air became increasingly oppressive, as if a storm were imminent. The new deity Makaran surveyed the silent crowd with satisfaction. Reveling in the supremacy he wielded, before him, all were compelled to bow. The deity's authority surpassed all else, and any who defied it would face punishment. Feeling the moment was ripe, he rose and commanded, "Burn him alive. Burn him, burn him." With Macaron's voice echoing, the long-suppressed atmosphere erupted. Perhaps they truly despised a wingless heretic, or perhaps they sought to flatter the new god, or merely to vent their pent-up frustrations, for cries of "Burn Enel" filled the air. The soldiers of the divine army raised their torches and approached the towering pyre. Once a torch was thrown into the wood, a roaring flame would ignite. "How I wish to annihilate this pathetic existence." Enel sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the frenzied crowd below, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Just as the execution was about to commence, a thunderous roar drowned out the crowd's fervent cries, and a cloud of dust erupted from the ground at the square's edge, capturing everyone's attention. "Cough, cough, my lord, you truly are a madman. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. I adore this wild adventure." Among the dust, raucous voices emerged. And soon the haze cleared to reveal a battered ship, its hull splintered, with several audacious figures standing on its deck. Satan and his companions, led by Nyapan and Dao, had rushed to the temple altar to seize the devil fruit, arriving just as Macaron had left the temple to commence Enel's execution. The guards left at the temple were no match for the fierce Tulip family, who swiftly dispatched them, easily claiming the devil fruit. However, upon learning that Macaron had begun the execution of Enel, Satan could no longer remain idle. They charged through the swift cloud route, traversing a great distance to arrive just in time. "Scoundrels! Who dares to interrupt my execution? You have committed the sin of defiance." Macaron, reveling in his earlier triumph, was incensed at the interruption of his punishment. "Indeed, there are fools who dare to call themselves gods. How pitiable they are, like frogs at the bottom of a well." In the face of Macaron's fury, Satan merely scoffed, disregarding him entirely, his focus solely on the soon-to-be executed Enel. The boy's long, distinctive earlobes, his perpetually rolling eyes, and his expression of utter contempt were unmistakable. It was the Enel who had once brought tragedy to Satan's previous life, and now he was finally seeing him in the flesh, igniting a deep yearning within his gaze. As Satan scrutinized Enel with intensity, Enel, too, regarded Satan with curiosity, eager to discern who this audacious individual was that dared to challenge the decree of a god. Their eyes met across the vast expanse of the plaza, and it felt as though sparks ignited in the air. "You dare to provoke the divine? Insolence!" Divine soldiers seized them, feeling mocked. Macaron smashed the armrest of his seat and stood, roaring in rage. The soldiers of the divine guard charged towards Satan and his companions aboard the ship, causing the terrified crowd to scatter in chaos. "Leave these small fry to me," Satan declared. Satan greeted and leaped over the ship's railing. Confronted by a multitude of advancing divine soldiers, he astonishingly displayed an endearing smile, causing the baby fat on his face to quiver. Having spent the entire day amidst the peculiar entourage of his young master, he seized the opportunity to showcase his skills on these foes. "Rain of dust arrows," he proclaimed, as the minute particles in the air and the dust from the ground coalesced around him, forming countless diminutive earthen arrows that rained down upon the divine battalion. The rapid barrage made it exceedingly difficult to defend, and many soldiers were instantaneously wounded, collapsing in droves. Yet, some elite soldiers equipped with the unique shells of the Sky Islands countered his onslaught, unleashing fierce winds or scorching flames to intercept some of Sinan's attacks. "Why the rush? Do you wish to hunt alone?" Jiang teased, tapping Sinan's head playfully, with a swift motion of her blade. A tempestuous wave of sword energy surged forth like a tornado, leaving soldiers caught in its path with innumerable shallow lacerations. "Am I not merely alleviating the young master's burdens?" Sinan pouted, striving to appear charming, as he deftly manipulated spikes to erupt from the ground, piercing through the charging adversaries. "One ought to take this seriously." Bone pulse, 10-finger piercing. Junmaru unleashed bone projectiles from his fingertips, striking the divine soldiers as if struck by lightning, rendering them incapable of further combat. As the others commenced their assault, Gara was not to be outdone. Sand began to leak from the gourd upon his back, and under his command, the grains floated menacingly toward the heads of the advancing enemies. Sand shower. Gara clenched his fist, unleashing a torrential downpour of sand, bombarding the unsuspecting divine soldiers above with a relentless barrage. Noticing several soldiers evading the sandstorm, Gara initiated a second wave of assault. Quicksand cascade. With his chakra infusing the ground, the rocks beneath shattered into sand, transforming the surrounding area into a desert. Many soldiers found themselves ensnared in the treacherous terrain, the weight of the sand pressing them inexorably downward. Burial in sand. Under Gara's control, the sand-covered region surged violently, crashing upon the foes like an unending waterfall, pulverizing every creature ensnared within its grasp. In a mere blink, the ferocity of the Sand's onslaught led to the near-total annihilation of the soldiers. Ah, another monster. When will I ever have the chance to shine? Sinan muttered, pouting as he observed Gaara dispatching foes with ease. It seemed that none of the formidable individuals surrounding his young master were ordinary, leaving him, the rare user of a natural fruit ability, feeling suppressed. Chapter 87. The Descent of the Thunder God. How is this possible? Nearly 1,000 divine soldiers defeated by so few? The high priest gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, filled with trepidation. His legs trembled involuntarily as he stealthily retreated, wary of attracting the attention of the distant monsters. Do you truly believe they dare to challenge the might of the divine? The macaron-like voice echoed ominously in his ears, causing the high priest to shudder and collapse to the ground, instinctively flattering, nay, how could they possibly be the foes of the divine? The divine is the supreme being. Victory is assured for you. Humph, you likely do not believe that. The macaron smirked coldly, unabashedly lounging upon his divine throne. What does it matter if I destroy more divine guards? My power is beyond comprehension. Bound to a wooden pillar, Enel watched as the divine guards fell one after another. The Tulip family flourishing as they effortlessly vanquished numerous enemies. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed his eyes. These formidable beings were akin to him. How do you fare? My kin? Suddenly, a voice resonated beside him, jolting Enel from his reverie. He realized that Satan, who had stood at a distance by the ship's railings, had somehow appeared before him. So swift. He was just so far away, Enel thought, feeling a slight halt in his breath, gazing intently at Satan's face, which radiated warmth. He sensed an undercurrent of blood and fire emanating from those uniquely colored eyes. Satan stood silently before him, a smile gracing his lips. Yet the intangible aura of menace that emanated from him seemed to solidify the very air around them. Enel felt a tremor coursing through his entire being, his heart pounding with such intensity that it threatened to leap from his throat. In the presence of Satan, he resembled a fierce wolf confronted by the Wolf King, utterly subdued by the malevolent essence concealed within Satan's form. Tell me, what do you think of my family? Satan inquired, his smile deepening as he observed the somewhat dazed Enel, repeating the question. They are formidable, true monsters. Then, will you join us? Satan's gaze was fixed intently upon Enelu, his eyes brimming with insatiable desire. Undoubtedly, we are of the same kind. Under the piercing gaze of Satan, Enelu felt his heart race uncontrollably, and without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to Satan's invitation. Bingo! Hearing Enelu's affirmative response, Satan joyfully snapped his fingers, effortlessly severing the ropes that bound Enelu, and then procured the thunder fruit. Seized from the altar of the temple, offering it to Enelu. Consume it. Enelu did not hesitate to take a bite, his expression transforming drastically in an instant, his features contorting as he nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit. What on earth is this wretched thing? It tastes utterly dreadful. Ha ha. It is said that one must completely devour a devil fruit to attain its full powers. Satan's lips curled in a malevolent smirk, a mischievous grin revealing his delight in the unfolding chaos. It is said that the devil fruit tastes akin to excrement. And one glance at Enel's expression confirmed the infamous reputation. Enel wore a visage of utter disbelief. How could he be expected to consume such a massive portion? Is there no justice in this world? Resolute, he sighed. Very well, I shall endure. He shut his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and forcefully shoved the remaining portion into his mouth, swallowing the entire devil fruit whole. As the fruit vanished, a transformation began within him. Arcs of electricity flickered across his skin, accompanied by the crackling sounds reverberating from his core. The abilities associated with the thunder fruit seemed instinctively inscribed in his mind. Clenching his fists, Enel reveled in the surge of power coursing through him, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Given your nature, I presume you intend to personally conclude this affair, Satan remarked, pointing at the figure of Macaron seated upon the high platform. Indeed, Enel replied, twisting his neck with a sinister grin. Let me take his head as a greeting gift for my master. Go forth, sever his head, strip him of his divinity, and proclaim the arrival of the thunder god to all. Enel's form transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging towards Macaron on the pedestal. Ah, little Satan. It appears you hold high hopes for him. The wicked specter that emerged from Satan's shoulder inquired curiously. Well, I admire his rebellious spirit, and I firmly believe he has the potential to evolve into a formidable commander. Do you believe it? I do, for your judgment is rarely flawed. On the platform, Macaron unleashed a powerful punch towards Enel, his might capable of shattering mountains. Yet, it proved futile. Having consumed the Logia-type devil fruit, Enel had become a being of lightning, effortlessly rendering all physical attacks impotent through mere elemental transformation. Old man, allow me to demonstrate what true divinity entails. Seizing the moment of Macaron's stunned state, Enel struck him with a mighty blow, sending him hurtling away. Electricity, 1,000,000 volts. A cerulean beam of lightning erupted from Enel's hand, striking the fallen Macaron. The sound of crackling arcs filled the air, accompanied by a faint scent of singed flesh. As the wielder of the thunder fruit, Enel could transmute any part of his body into lightning, enabling him to maneuver at extraordinary speeds through conductors and air, while also launching direct electrical assaults. Cough, cough. Truly an impressive ability, Macaron muttered as he slowly rose, his gaze fixed intently on Enel. As the ruler of the Sky Island Baika, he was no ordinary foe. Despite being momentarily incapacitated by Enel's sudden attack, he had not relinquished his combat capability. Cutting shell, dual guns. Suddenly, he stomped the ground, propelling himself swiftly towards Enel. As he swung his fist, 2 azure slashes emanated from his wrists, aimed directly at Enel. Macaron's wrists were equipped with unique cutting shells from the Sky Island, capable of absorbing and releasing slashes at will, wielding formidable offensive power. Enel, becoming a streak of lightning, deftly evaded the slashes and retaliated with a kick that sent Macaron flying. Do not embarrass yourself with your ant-like perspective. As the Thunder God manifested, Enel's speed was extraordinary. Before Macaron could regain his footing, he landed upon him, radiating brilliant blue lightning, embodying the very essence of a deity commanding thunder. The heat generated from the intense electricity melted all in its path, instantly draining Macaron of vitality. Thus, the new god of the Sky Island Baika fell at the hands of Enel. Well done. Welcome to the Tulip family. Chapter 88. Voyage across the White Sea. Above the expanse of the pristine White Sea, a medium-sized triangular sailboat glided leisurely, laughter echoing across the waves. 2 weeks prior. After rescuing Enel from impending execution in the Sky Island Baika, Satan and his companions wasted no time, swiftly regrouping before embarking on a quest to find the elusive Sky Island Skypea alongside Enel and his 4 priests. In truth, a grand scheme had been conceived in Satan's mind the moment they ascended to the White Sea, initially intending to discreetly develop their influence in the East Blue. Satan realized that the Sky Island would serve as the ideal foundation for the Tulip family's expansion. Positioned 10,000 meters above sea level, it boasted unparalleled geographical advantages, all while remaining under the radar of rival factions. Establishing the family headquarters on a Sky Island would undoubtedly herald their imminent growth. Regrettably, Baika was too small, harboring a mere population of 50,000, and the unique resources of clouds and shells were exceedingly rare. Thus, they were compelled to embark on a journey in search of other Sky Islands. For Satan, the most coveted destination remained the Sky Island Skypea. As depicted in the original tale, a place rich in resources and home to the remnants of the Golden City, Sandora. If they could acquire the vast wealth of gold contained therein, the rise of the Tulip family would be unstoppable. Hey, Master Satan, what occupies your thoughts? As Satan reclined in his chair, pondering the family's future, Enel ambled over, casually munching on an apple. How are you adjusting with everyone? Meh. Nothing feels out of place. It's just that our aimless wandering across this White Sea is dreadfully tedious. Alas, it is unavoidable, for we remain unaware of the locations of other Sky Islands, and must rely on fortune. Satan instinctively scratched his head, after nearly half a month of sailing. Even the notoriously impatient Eneru was feeling somewhat vexed. Lightning Boy, if you're truly bored, how about we have a match? Suddenly shouted Uncle Titan from the side. Absolutely not. Eneru's expression instantly darkened. At first, when he boarded the ship, he had arrogantly believed that his Logia-type powers rendered him nearly invincible and insisted on sparring with everyone. However, apart from an inconclusive match with the younger Logia user, Sign-In, he soon realized he was outmatched by everyone else on board. There was no need to mention Akatsuki. Her formidable slashes and the mastery of armament hockey honed over 6 years on Naga Island would easily allow her to injure Eneru. Had it not been for Eneru's lightning body enabling him to evade with remarkable speed, he would likely have been defeated in an instant. A similar situation unfolded with Kisaragi. Although Gaara's sand was difficult to grasp with Eneru's swift movements, Eneru's strikes could not breach Gaara's absolute defense formed by his sand, which acted autonomously to protect him without expending Gaara's stamina or chakra. Even if Eneru attempted to outlast him, victory was improbable. Yet, the most humiliating experience was his bout with Uncle Titan, whose overwhelming hockey prowess could effortlessly reduce Eneru to a pulp, leaving him entirely powerless to retaliate. Thus, the rare Logia fruit user, rumored to bestow powers surpassing all others upon consumption, found himself the weakest presence aboard the ship alongside Sign-In. It was no wonder that the notoriously ill-tempered Inaru managed to coexist peacefully with the others. After all, he had no desire to be on the receiving end of blows. Haha. Unable to contain his laughter at Inaru's comical predicament, Satan found it amusing that the once mighty thunder god from the original tale possessed such an endearing side. Inaru. It seems that until you sign and master Haki, you must remain humble. I am naturally gifted. A mere mastery of Haki cannot hinder me. Once I develop new techniques, we shall compete again. Inaru, fuming, took a fierce bite from an apple, seemingly venting his displeasure upon the fruit, prompting the surrounding crew to chuckle warmly. Young Master Satan, Boss Inaru, someone approaches from the distance, with a loud shout from Shura, who was on lookout duty. Everyone became excited. In this vast expanse of white sea, encountering another person was exhilarating, for where there were people, surely an island could not be far away. Not far from the ship, they spotted an individual swiftly navigating the white sea on a waiba, a unique mode of transportation exclusive to Sky Islands, which required a keen perception of ocean currents to maneuver successfully. Ordinary individuals would need years of training to master it. Following closely behind, a monstrous fish, measuring over 10 meters in length, intermittently emerged from the clouds, relentlessly pursuing the waiba's driver. Hey, Shura, go save him. As the waiba driver found himself in peril from the monstrous fish's pursuit, Satan immediately commanded Shura to intervene. Shura, a spirited young man clad in a pilot's cap and goggles, was an adept user of heat bay and rope cloud, wielding a spear transformed into a fiery lance with the heat bay's assistance. The reason Satan assigned him this task was primarily due to his pet, the three-zhong bird, which he could ride. The bird was equipped with flame bay in its beak, enabling it to breathe fire. Following Satan's order, Shura soared into the sky astride his bird, thrusting his fiery lance directly at the monstrous fish. The moment the lance struck, flames engulfed the fish, which, sensing the threat, struggled briefly before plunging into the depths of the cloud sea to escape. Thank you for saving me, Hajio. The man whom Shura rescued was a middle-aged gentleman attired in a one-piece outfit adorned with interconnected floral patterns. A pair of feathery wings sprouted from his back, and his hair was styled in two tufted ends. You're too kind. It was merely a trivial task, replied Shura. You must be a visitor from Qinghai, right? You don't seem like a Sky Islander. The gentleman appeared quite talkative. Indeed, sir. We hail from Qinghai. There should be islands nearby, right? We've been traversing this white sea for nearly half a month without sight of a single port. This was the question that concerned Satan most. I am Guya, a waiba repair technician from Angel Island. It is not far from here, and I would be delighted to invite you to visit, the gentleman offered. That would be splendid. Sailing the seas has grown exceedingly dull, Sinan quickly agreed, finding joy in the prospect of ending the monotony of navigating the white sea. Satan, too, found himself in a state of joy, though his elation stemmed from finally reaching his destination. If my memory serves me correctly, the Sky Island of Skypiea is composed of Angel Island and Apiado. Chapter 89, The Lord of the Skies. Under the guidance of Gaia, Satan and his companions made their way to the second island they encountered in the White Sea, known as Angel Island. Throughout their journey, Gaia was exceedingly gracious, not only inviting them to visit his charming neighborhood on Angel Island, but also providing them with an elaborate narrative of the island's rich history and culture. According to him, the divine realm of Skypiea comprises Angel Island and Apiado. For generations, the leaders of Skypiea have been referred to as gods, and currently, it is ruled by the deity Gonfall. Gonfall is a formidable sky knight, accompanied by a unique avian steed known as Pierre, a creature of the animal-type horse fruit with the ability to transform into a celestial steed. Long ago, Skypiea consisted solely of Angel Island. However, for centuries ago, an ascending current brought the divine island of Apiado to the White Sea, which the inhabitants of the sky have since revered as sacred due to its unique soil. In their pursuit of the most precious resource of the White Sea, land, the residents of Angel Island expelled the native Sandians from the divine island, resulting in continuous conflict between the two groups for the past 400 years, often in a state of war. Yet, in recent decades, despite the ongoing strife, both Angel Islanders and Sandians have progressively lost ground in Apiado, as a new sovereign, the Sky Lord Nolan, has emerged. The Sky Lord Nolan, a colossal serpent residing on the divine island, possesses venom that can swiftly wither trees. He is the grandson of the serpent deity Cassie, who was swept onto the Sky Island alongside Apiado 4 centuries ago. After centuries of growth, Nolan has transformed into an immense serpent nearly 1,000 meters long, asserting his dominance over most of Apiado, while the inhabitants of Angel Island and Sandia can only vie for a meager portion of land along its periphery. Well, a serpent over 1,000 meters long. How extraordinary. No wonder it dominates much of Apayado and is regarded as the Sky Lord. Exclaimed Sign-In in astonishment upon hearing Gaia's account. That would be an almost invincible creature. I want it as my pet. Suddenly, Satan's impulsive voice broke in, and as he glanced at his astonished family, he reiterated, I want that great serpent to be my pet. Upon comprehending Satan's declaration, the reactions of the Tulip family members contrasted sharply with that of Gaia. Gaia nearly trembled and fell to the ground in shock, while the Tulip family members wore expressions of acceptance, as if only such a colossal creature would be worthy of being the young master's pet. My heavens, young man, have you lost your mind? Over the years, countless strong warriors from Angel Island and Sandians have attempted to challenge the Sky Lord, and none have escaped his jaws unscathed. You wish to keep it as a pet, has? Gaia stammered, clearly intimidated by Satan's bold aspirations, revealing the profound impression the Sky Lord's formidable presence had left on the minds of all Angel Island residents. Satan revealed a profound smile, casting a glance at his family members, who all wore knowing expressions. The Tulip family aspired to establish their presence in the Sky Island and gain acceptance from its inhabitants. To achieve this, they must demonstrate a formidable power capable of intimidating all, making it entirely appropriate to confront the Sky Sovereign, who renders the residents of Angel Island and the Sandians utterly helpless. After nearly an hour of navigation, a beautiful owl finally emerged before them, radiating an aura of unparalleled sanctity, enveloped in wisps of mist, pristine and immaculate. The winged inhabitants, who had thrived there for generations, rendered the island akin to a celestial paradise. However, upon disembarking, Satan and his companions were halted by the island's police force, the White Beret Unit, tasked with serving the deity gone for. Captain McKinley, a tall and robust figure, exuded strength and authority. Captain McKinley, these visitors hail from Qinghai. They saved my life at sea, and I wish to invite them to my home, explained Gaia, promptly paying the entry fee for Satan and his companions in hopes of securing permission to enter. Given the current state of war, Lord Gonfor has ordered an increase in vigilance to prevent Sandian incursions. I lack the authority to grant you entry, McKinley replied, familiar with Gaia, who usually could vouch for visitors. However, in these tumultuous times, he scratched his head in dilemma. Perhaps I could escort you to the temple, with Lord Gonfor's approval. You may roam freely on the island. Reluctant to provoke conflict with those who held sway over the Sky Island, Satan acquiesced to McKinley's suggestion, eager to behold the current ruler, Lord Gonfor. As they journeyed to the temple, armed patrols were conspicuously stationed at intervals, indicating that the atmosphere of warfare had indeed cast a shadow over the once tranquil Angel Island, instilling apprehension among its residents. Soon, under McKinley's guidance, they arrived at the temple of the current ruler, Lord Gonfor. Contrary to its designation, the temple resembled a typical courtyard, only slightly larger than the dwellings of other Sky Island inhabitants, not dissimilar to the temple of Macaron, the ruler of Baika Island. It was evident that Gonfor was not a deity prone to extravagance. Despite its simplicity, the courtyard was impeccably maintained, with uniformed guards standing at attention, weapons in hand, exuding an air of solemn pride in their duties. Every detail conveyed to Satan that Gonfor was a highly esteemed ruler on Angel Island, a stark contrast to Macaron of Baika Island. McKinley, what brings you here? Just as Satan was absorbed in his observations, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Lord Gonfor, we have guests from Qinghai who saved the residents of our island at sea. They wish to explore Angel Island, and I have brought them to seek your guidance. McKinley stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Welcome, guests from Qinghai, Lord Gonfor exclaimed, arms outstretched in a warm embrace. At that moment, Satan took the opportunity to scrutinize the venerable ruler before him, an elderly gentleman clad in heavy knightly armor, wielding a knight's lance, his face adorned with a gentle and benevolent smile. Behind him trailed his companion, a pink-spotted Pegasus named Pierre. Chapter 90. The vassals promised Lord Gonfor, a kind-hearted elder, graciously invited Satan and his companions into his temple. As distant travelers, is there anything I can assist you with? While McKinley had informed him of their desire to explore Angel Island, the ruler's intuition suggested that these individuals were far from ordinary. Gazing at the amiable elder, Satan pondered for a moment before deciding to be forthright, realizing that transparency might benefit both parties. The environment of Angel Island is breathtaking. Under your rule, the inhabitants lead a serene and harmonious life, akin to a paradise. Satan's voice resonated with a deep timbre, his demeanor earnest as he stated, however, your strength is insufficient to safeguard the sanctity of Angel Island. What do you mean by that? Gonfowl, seemingly catching a glimmer of understanding in Satan's words, felt his gaze sharpen abruptly. He rose with fervor, brandishing his gun towards Satan. What are your intentions concerning Angel Island? I shall not permit anyone to disrupt its tranquility, even at the cost of my life. With Gonfowl's vehement declaration, a throng of divine guards surged through the entrance, weapons drawn, encircling the members of the Tulip family with unwavering resolve. Gonfowl's eyes remained fixated on Satan's expression, despite being ensconced in a tight circle of armed soldiers. He discerned no trace of fear on Satan's visage. The individuals behind Satan appeared remarkably unfazed, some leisurely sipping tea while others indulged in fruit, entirely dismissive of the soldiers surrounding them. Gonfowl's pupils constricted sharply. Those who maintain composure amidst adversaries are either fools or possess an unwavering confidence in their abilities, and the individuals before him undoubtedly belong to the latter. I advise you to instruct them to lower their weapons, he warned. I have little tolerance for those who point arms at me. It can lead to dire consequences. Satan slowly lifted his head, reaching to clear his ears, his eyes flickering with an uncertain light. A chill swept through the crowd, as if a cold wind had blown from the depths of their hearts. Moreover, if I truly wished to destroy Angel Island, you would have long since met your demise at Yama's gates. With Satan's chilling voice resonating, Gonfor felt an involuntary sense of despondency. Although Satan's words were harsh, he could sense the truth in them. The individuals before him, despite their youth, radiated an aura of strength. None were to be underestimated. This invisible pressure compelled him to acknowledge the stark reality. Before the Tulip family, they possessed no means of resistance. Enough, you may leave. Gonfor waved his hand, dismissing all the guards. It was evident that his authority was greatly respected among the Divine Guard. Despite their myriad of questions, they complied with his command, exiting the room in an orderly fashion. As the Divine Guard departed, Gonfor felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing heavily into his seat. What is it that you truly desire? He inquired. I have heard that you and the Sandians have been embroiled in a relentless struggle over the Apaya marginal territories, a conflict that has undoubtedly hampered Angel Island's development. Having gained the upper hand in the discourse, Satan refrained from further intimidation, instead beginning to converse gently, analyzing the situation of Angel Island for Gonfor. This was a necessity. No one relishes war. Each year, countless warriors perish in the battle for land, and the population of Angel Island has stagnated for many years. As if stirred by Satan's words, Gonfor ceased to conceal his thoughts and candidly articulated the current state of Angel Island. Yet land is a resource that must be fought for. Only fertile soil can provide sufficient sustenance to meet Angel Island's demands. The Sandians surely face a similar predicament. We abhor conflict, yet we are compelled to rely on it to resolve our issues. However, to my knowledge, the majority of Apaya's territory belongs to the Sky Lord Nolan. Rather than engaging in protracted warfare, it would be more prudent for you to collaborate in attacking Nolan. If you were to vanquish the Sky Lord, both your clans could acquire ample land resources. The approach you propose has indeed been attempted. We, the Angel Islanders, have previously allied with the Sandians to wage war against the Sky Lord, but alas, we suffered total annihilation. While there may be survivors from battles against the Sandians, attacking the Sky Lord is a certain death sentence. Gonfor's voice grew increasingly somber. Perhaps the weight of Angel Island's stagnation had pressed heavily upon his heart over the years. I see. So the resolution to all conflicts between Angel Island and the Sandians lies in eliminating the Sky Lord Nolan. Indeed. Then, should I eliminate the Sky Lord and liberate you from your war with the Sandians, what recompense might you offer in return? Satan stroked his chin, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Gonfor. What? You claim you can vanquish the Lord of the Skies? Gonfor seemed to be invigorated as if stimulated by a potent elixir, leaping up in excitement, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Satan. Do you truly possess the means to defeat the Lord of the Skies? Do not doubt my power. As long as you can eliminate the Lord of the Skies, providing the residents of Angel Island with sufficient land and resources to thrive, I shall serve you loyally, as your devoted servant for generations to come. Suddenly, Gonfor knelt before Satan, solemnly swearing his allegiance. No, you need not be my servant. However, Angel Island must be placed under the dominion of the Tulip family. Not only Angel Island, but Apayado and the Sandian people as well must become vassals of the Tulip family. Do you dare to agree to this? Satan rose, leaning forward to fixate on Gonfowl, his eyes shimmering with an undeniable intensity. In truth, as long as one can possess a tranquil and harmonious living space, the identity of their ruler matters little to the populace. It is not merely my sentiment. I firmly believe all the inhabitants of Angel Island share this perspective, including the chieftains and residents of Sandia, whom I can assure hold the same conviction. Should you succeed in vanquishing the Lord of the Skies, Nolan, I am willing to pledge, on behalf of all Angel Island residents, to recognize the Tulip family's dominion over Skypiea and to lead all my guardian forces as vassals of the Tulip family, with no intention of rebellion. Gonfal lifted his gaze, meeting Satan's stern stare, and solemnly responded, "Excellent, then let us await our auspicious news." Satan's face revealed a look of satisfaction as he extended his hand to lift Gonfula. The Tulip family aspired to seize control of Sky Island. Yet Satan preferred not to conquer them through brute force. After all, Sky Island was envisioned as the foundation for his family's future endeavors. Should he fail to win the hearts of the people, the growth of his family would be significantly hindered. Securing the promise of the esteemed Gonfula, who held great prestige among the inhabitants of Sky Island, was indeed a most favorable outcome. Chapter 91. The Golden City in the lofty heights of the White Sea. One could find the divine island of Appiato. For ages, the presence of the Sky Lord Nolan rendered the interior of Appiato a forbidden realm for humanity, shrouded in silence. However, at this moment, a group of uninvited guests had breached the human taboo of Appiato, encroaching upon the territory of the Sky Lord Nolan. They were none other than the Tulip family, intent on defeating Nolan to claim dominion over the Sky Island, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of human presence. The deeper one ventured into the jungle of Appiato, the denser it became, with ancient trees intertwining in a flourishing display of vitality. Yet, concealed within this thick foliage was a subtle, purplish mist. The air was toxic. "I can sense the increasingly vibrant yet perilous air around us," Gara remarked, frowning. "It is a miasma born from the long-term dispersal of serpent venom. It seems the Sky Lord possesses a strong territorial instinct, marking his domain," the seasoned Titan uncle analyzed. He then turned to Satan, "Young master, engaging in combat within such a poisonous environment would be detrimental to our cause." Satan nodded. Having previously regarded Nolan with a degree of disdain, believing him to merely be a massive beast. However, it has become evident that such thoughts were overly simplistic. "Let it be so. I shall venture with Akane to the heart of the island in search of the Sky Sovereign Nolan, while you tackle the other formidable monsters that threaten our presence here, for this land shall soon be our domain." After a moment's contemplation, Satan resolved that the most prudent course of action would be to send himself, with the strongest recuperative abilities, alongside Akane, who possesses the greatest resistance to toxins, to hunt Nolan. Thus, the members of the Tulip family divided their forces. Satan and Akane pressed deeper into the heart of Appiato, while the others dispersed across the island to eradicate various airborne creatures that posed a danger to ordinary folk. As they approached the island's center, the toxic miasma in the air thickened, and it became evident that certain plants had succumbed to the corrosive gas, wilting into a sickly yellow. "Master, look," Akane exclaimed, pointing ahead as they rounded a massive tree. Before them lay a swath of forest, its trees felled as if trampled by some colossal beast, creating a broad, clear path that spanned several meters. My heavens, how immense must that creature be? Witnessing the unmistakable remnants of the passage made by the Sky Sovereign Nolan left Satan utterly astounded. It became clear to him why the inhabitants of Angel Island and the Sandians would rather engage in war than provoke Nolan. He was indeed a being beyond the capacity of ordinary mortals to confront. "It seems we are nearing its territory. Be cautious, master." Akane's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance, her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword, poised to draw at a moment's notice. "Do not worry. I shall remain vigilant. When we encounter Nolan, keep your distance. I will take the lead in offense, while you focus on containment." Following the broad path carved by Nolan, Satan and Akane pursued their quarry until they emerged from the dense underbrush. Yet, upon stepping out of the thicket, they were utterly astonished by the sight that greeted them. Before them lay not an open space nor a lair, but a magnificent city. How splendid this city must have been in its prime. Though now rendered desolate by the absence of life, its vast scale and grandiose architecture still spoke volumes of the glory and splendor it once possessed. Satan and the Crimson Eye traversed the desolate town, where every fragment of crumbling wall bore intricate carvings, and the once magnificent houses stood in splendid disrepair. Despite their current dilapidation, a profound sense of historical weight lingered in the air. "Young master, have you noticed? Every pillar is cast from gold." Even the Crimson Eye, who typically held little fascination for treasures, was utterly astonished. How much gold could possibly be concealed within such a vast city? "Mine, all mine. Every ounce of gold belongs to me." The malevolent whispers of Satan perched upon his shoulder have nearly been blinded by the countless glimmers of gold within the city. leaving him in a state of disarray, lost in a daze of murmured soliloquies. If my conjecture holds true, this location should be the ancestral home of the Sandians. The ancient city of Mandora that met its demise 8 centuries ago. The Golden City? Indeed, let us venture towards the direction of the clock tower. Satan nodded and led the way towards the most prominent edifice in the city, the bell tower, whereupon he began to recount the history of Chandora to Chitong. It is widely acknowledged that 8 centuries ago, 20 monarchs established a world government, reigning over the globe for 800 years. However, upon delving into historical records, one discovers that the century preceding the formation of the world government is utterly devoid of documentation. A period referred to by archaeologists as the blank 100 years. This has led to suspicions that the history concealed within that century harbors the secrets of the 20 monarchs' establishment of the world government. What relevance does this have to the city? After listening to Satan's narrative, Chitong remained perplexed. Allow me to elaborate. Although the world government obliterated all historical records pertaining to the blank 100 years, whispers of these secrets have persisted. 8 centuries ago, the renowned stonemason clan, the Keigetsu, dedicated their utmost efforts to crafting several remarkably resilient and indestructible stone tablets, each inscribed with the secrets of history. These tablets are known as the historical canon tablets, dispersed across the globe and guarded by various races. It is said that those who can decode the secrets inscribed upon the historical canon will gain power sufficient to upend the world. Hidden within the bell tower of the Golden City of Chandora lies one such historical canon tablet, and the Shandians are, in fact, the custodians of this history, perpetually waging wars in a bid to once again ring the golden bell and restore the glory of their ancestors. To think that such a monumental secret lies within this city. After absorbing Satan's account, Chitong finally grasped the history of the Golden City of Chandora. However, how did you come to know all of this, my lord? Babylon, after all, was once a magnificent and prosperous kingdom, and I naturally possess knowledge of many secrets unknown to the common folk. Satan frivolously remarked, surely. I cannot divulge to you the visions of my past life as depicted in anime, can I? However, there exists another secret. What secret? The curiosity within Kaitamai was thoroughly piqued by Satan's words, and she began to develop a fascination for this realm. It is said that from ancient times, this world has harbored 3 ancient weapons, each bearing the title of God, capable of annihilating the world: Pluto, the king of the underworld; Poseidon, the god of the sea; and Uranus, the king of the heavens. Satan paused momentarily, allowing Crimson Eye to digest the astonishing revelation before continuing. The historical records of this island reveal the secrets of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Good heavens! Shall we then seize control of it? Crimson Eye exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. If the Tulip family were to wield such a formidable weapon capable of annihilating the world, who could possibly thwart their ascent? No, I am not concerned about this matter. Satan narrowed his eyes slightly, opening his arms to spin around, as if embracing the vastness of the world. What mattered to him was the immense wealth of gold in the city of Sandora, sufficient to allow him to rapidly expand his influence in the lower region of Qinghai. Chapter 92. Fierce Battle with Nolan Before long. Satan and his companion traversed the ruins of the ancient city and arrived at the grandest structure of the Golden City, the clock tower. The entire tower was cast in gold, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays, nearly blinding the eyes of the wicked. His eyes almost transformed into the shape of a bell, and were it not for Satan's intervention, he might have attempted to store the entire clock tower in his spatial pouch. Here, they indeed discovered the historical stone tablet inscribed with the records of the ancient weapon, the Sea King. Although the content was indecipherable, it did not deter Satan from securing it to prevent others from acquiring it. Just as Satan and Chitong were engrossed in examining the clock tower, a rustling sound emerged behind them, sending a chill down Satan's spine. He instinctively pushed Chitong away, propelling her aside just as a colossal serpent's head, resembling a small mountain, barreled towards him. The force sent his body flying like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing into the ruins of the town, raising a cloud of dust. Young master! Chitong gasped in astonishment, her gaze consumed by the enormous creature before her. It was a python stretching 1,000 meters in length, its raised head towering like a hill, with its yellow vertical pupils larger than a human. It hissed, flicking its tongue, revealing a gaping moss-stained crimson, its sharp teeth glinting ominously. The air it exhaled was thick with a foul stench, laden with venom, corroding the atmosphere with a sizzling sound. It was Nolan, the tyrant of Appiato, the lord of the skies. Regaining her composure from the shock of Nolan's appearance, Chitong had no time to assess Satan's injuries. She swiftly drew her blade, launching a crimson strike towards Nolan, who sought to advance. However, with a startling hiss, her formidable strike, capable of cleaving mountains, failed to inflict any damage on Nolan. Its skin was more resilient than steel, boasting astonishing defenses. Not only did Cheetong's attack prove ineffective, but it also incited Nolan's wrath. The creature turned its gaze upon her, its yellow pupils fixated with a menacing aura, as it abandoned its focus on Satan to lunge towards Cheetong with its gaping maw. Understanding the disparity between her frail form and that of her robust master, Cheetong recognized that even a glancing blow from such a massive beast would surely result in grievous injury. Consequently, she opted not to confront it head-on, but instead deftly evaded its bite, narrowly escaping Nolan's jaws as they crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater, even pulverizing the hard stone beneath its teeth. Despite its enormous size, Nolan's movements were anything but sluggish. Missing its target, it quickly lifted its head to pursue, the viscous drool dripping from its jaws corroding the ground beneath with a sizzling sound, exuding an intimidating presence. Cheetong darted like an arrow, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air as she nimbly evaded Nolan's relentless bites. However, preoccupied with evasion, she found herself bereft of opportunities to launch a counterattack, prioritizing her survival over aggression. How intense this is! Satan gradually rose from the debris of the shattered ruins, shaking his somewhat dazed head. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and a buzzing sensation filled his mind, as if his bones were scattered in disarray. He licked the crimson stains from his lips, a green aura enveloping him, and after several cycles of revitalizing energy, he began to feel somewhat restored, allowing him the opportunity to confront the assailant who had just ambushed him. To his astonishment, what he initially perceived as a colossal python was, in fact, a mountain of flesh. Each strike from the serpent's head towards Cheetong bore down like a mountain, conjuring a howling tempest that sent shockwaves crashing against the ground, capable of uprooting the surrounding walls. Cheetong's delicate form teetered precariously under Nolan's ferocious onslaught. How infuriatingly arrogant! Observing Cheetong's desperate attempts to evade Nolan's attacks while intermittently launching slashes to provoke its wrath, Satan understood her fear of Nolan seizing the opportunity to strike him. A surge of fury ignited within him, and with a vehement curse, he charged towards the audacious Nolan. Would release, prison of confinement. As Satan surged forward, unleashing his abilities, the power of would release manifested around Nolan's colossal form, causing a multitude of intertwined wooden pillars to rise abruptly, swiftly forming a formidable cage in an attempt to confine the frenzied attacker. However, Satan underestimated the sheer brute strength of Nolan. That immense body, stretching 1,000 meters, was not merely for show. Trapped within the wooden confines, Nolan gaped wide his fearsome maw, emitting a shrill, hissing cry that reverberated in Satan's ears like thunder. Far removed from the hiss of a serpent, resembling instead the roar of a furious beast. As Nolan's cry echoed, every muscle in his body began to writhe, producing a sound akin to a swarm of locusts buzzing their wings. With a colossal force, his tail swept down like a towering pillar, shattering the wooden cage that ensnared him into a cascade of splintered debris. Truly, a monstrous entity. Satan was taken aback by Nolan's formidable physique. He had never imagined that a being could free itself from the constraints of the wood release solely through sheer physical strength. Of course, this was also partially attributable to Satan's own incomplete mastery of the wood release. Satan danced like a butterfly in a tempest, evading Nolan's relentless assaults. Infuriated by the wooden techniques, Nolan once again directed his primary offensive towards Satan. He relentlessly struck with his jaws and lashed out with his tail, each blow infused with tremendous force, creating a formidable spectacle that stirred up clouds of dust and debris throughout the city, leaving ruins in its wake. Humph. To conquer the strong with the gentle, since wooden pillars cannot bind you, let us see how this fares. As Satan evaded the onslaught, he muttered curses under his breath, ever ready to retaliate. At last, just as he narrowly escaped the gaping maw of Nolan, he launched his second assault. The wood release, forest of all things, was in pursuit of Satan when Nolan suddenly halted. In an instant, countless entwining roots erupted from the earth around him, rapidly growing and sprawling over his entire being. These roots were not only resilient and powerful, but also tenacious, binding Nolan with an unyielding grip despite his desperate thrashing. The more he struggled, the tighter they constricted, ultimately transforming him into an immobile green mound. Satan finally exhaled in relief, genuinely surprised by the formidable nature of the so-called Lord of the Sky, Nolan. However, before Satan could relax even for a moment, Nolan, ensnared by layers of plant roots, emitted a deafening and jarring shriek, causing the air to reverberate. Streams of venom spewed from his mouth, quickly evaporating into a toxic mist. The plant roots entangled around Nolan reacted as if faced with a nemesis, hissing incessantly and wilting in an instant. Struggling fiercely, the imprisoned Nolan shook his body and broke free from his constraints. Chapter 93. Precious land. Near the divine island of Appiato lies a hidden village known as Union Village, the secret abode of the Shandian people. Ever since they were expelled from Appiato by the denizens of Angel Island, the Shandians have settled here, thriving and often forming guerrilla bands to launch attacks on Angel Island. While Satan and Chidong engaged in a fierce battle against the Lord of the Sky in Appiato, the Shandians in Union Village were being rallied by their chief to prepare for a renewed assault on Angel Island. Before rows of valiant Shandian warriors, the chief delivered a final motivational speech. Soon, these youthful warriors would march into battle under his command, facing the possibility of injury or even death. Yet, for the sake of their land, their resources, and their very survival, they had no alternative but war. Warriors, the spirit of the great warrior Kaldra protects us. This time, we shall surely defeat the vile denizens of the Sky Island, reclaim our ancestral land, and ring the bell of gold. The once stalwart chief, now hunched and graying, fervently waved his arms, summoning all his strength to inspire his warriors. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. As the chief's fervor ignited their spirits, the warriors brandished their swords and shouted with fervor, the atmosphere becoming increasingly frenzied, as if triumph were already within reach. Meanwhile, deep within the jungles of Appiato, the members of the Tulip family had dispersed to eliminate the ferocious beast lurking within the thicket. Junmayu navigated the wilderness alone, aware that the rarity of human presence here made the beast particularly abundant, compelling him to remain vigilant against sudden attacks. As he approached a dense area of foliage, he heard a rustling sound. Assuming he had encountered another beast, he perked up his ears and cautiously advanced. Upon rounding a large tree, he was startled by the sight before him. Not a fearsome beast nor a monstrous creature, but a small girl of about 10. Her hair adorned with charming little braids and a pair of delicate white wings, most likely a denizen of the Sky Island. She knelt on the ground, humming a cheerful tune, utterly engrossed and filling a small pouch with handfuls of soil, as if collecting the world's most precious treasures. However, what alarmed Junmayu was not the girl herself, but her precarious situation. Not far behind her, a nearly 3-meter-tall black bear was approaching, jaws agape and paw extended, ready to pounce on the unsuspecting girl. Perhaps Junmayu's presence startled the bear. It suddenly lunged forward, its massive paw brandishing sharp claws, aiming for the girl. Watch out. Get away, Junmayu shouted, propelling himself into action. Just as the bear was about to strike, he kicked it squarely on the jaw, sending the beast crashing into several trees, twitching a few times before falling silent. The girl, startled, let out a shriek before clutching her pouch of soil and fleeing. Hey, it's all right now. Junmayu landed in front of her, gesturing to the defeated bear behind him. Thank you for saving me. The girl hid her pouch behind her back, bowing politely in gratitude. My name is Laki, and I am a Shandian. What is your name, big brother? I am Junmayu, from the Tulip family. You're so impressive. Big brother, you defeated such a large bear. The girl, Laki, gazed up at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. I really envy you. I want to be a strong warrior too, but Brother Weibao says I can never be a warrior. Anyone can become a worthy warrior with effort. Perhaps due to the influence of his family, the gentle side of Junmayu began to surface more prominently. He crouched down and ruffled Laki's hair, encouraging her. By the way, why are you here collecting soil? You know there are many powerful beasts around. It's quite dangerous. He pointed to the pouch, which she tried to hide but failed. Oh no, I've been discovered. Laki's expression turned anxious, and she fumbled to conceal the pouch, growing increasingly flustered. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal the soil. Hey, what are you doing? Junmayu was taken aback by her reaction and quickly grasped her arms. It's just some soil. Why are you reacting so dramatically? Are you not from Angel Island here to capture me? Laki looked up, her voice quivering slightly. In our village of Yunin, there is no soil, but only in the soil can crops and beautiful flowers grow. So you came here alone to dig up soil? Yes. Laki nodded obediently, tears glistening in her eyes, which tugged at Junmayu's heartstrings. Until now, he had never considered that the seemingly ubiquitous soil could be the most precious resource on the Sky Island. I'm not here to capture you, don't worry. He affectionately tapped Laki's nose and stood up, gesturing to the surrounding land with a shy yet radiant smile. There is soil all around. You can take as much as you want. If anyone dares to stop you, I'll take care of them. How does that sound? Really? You're so kind. Big brother. Laki exclaimed joyfully, hugging Junmalu's legs, her excitement palpable. She then skipped ahead, eagerly selecting the richest soil to fill her pouch. Junmalu followed closely behind, protecting the little girl as her joyful demeanor filled him with warmth and light, as if sunbeams had penetrated his heart. Although this was the first time he had made a decision without his master's orders, he believed that his master would have done the same. Junmalu looked up at the bright sun and then turned his gaze toward the depths of the Apiato jungle, aware that in that direction, his master Satan was engaged in battle with the overlord of the island. Please win, master. Countless Shandians and Angel Islanders like Laki are yearning for land, waiting for you to defeat the formidable foe and bring them salvation. Chapter 94, The Battle Demon Weiba Lachi, while gathering soil under the protection of Junmalu, suddenly lifted her head, faintly hearing someone calling her name. It was her companions. Lachi focused and tilted her ear to listen, signaling to Junmalu, who was following behind her. As the voices drew nearer, 4 boys suddenly burst forth from the thicket. The leader, slightly older, around 13 or 14 years of age, was robust, bare-chested, with a fur garment wrapped around his waist. His shoulders bore a red and green totem, and a fiery red crest of hair stood tall atop his head, with a hefty cannon slung over his shoulder. Protect Lachi. The boy, having just emerged from the forest, mistakenly believed Lachi was being held captive by Junmalu. He dashed between them, shielding Lachi, and commanded his companions while pulling the trigger, sending a cannonball hurtling toward Junmalu. Stop, Brother Weiba. He is not a bad person. Lachi exclaimed in a panic, nearly overwhelmed by the boy's swift actions. She could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if this older brother she had just met were to perish from her companion's attack. However, her cry came too late. The cannonball was already fired, soaring directly toward Junmalu, prompting Lachi to shut her eyes in fear. Yet, the gruesome scene she envisioned did not unfold. The ever-vigilant Junmalu effortlessly evaded Weiba's shot, the cannonball exploding far away and igniting a fiery blaze. Hey, kid, you are too reckless. Junmalu scowled in dissatisfaction. Though he understood Weiba's protective instincts, anyone would be displeased by an indiscriminate attack. Ah, brother, I am so relieved you are unharmed. Upon hearing Junmalu's familiar voice, Lachi dared to open her eyes. Seeing Junmalu standing there unscathed, she immediately bypassed Weiba and rushed to check if Junmalu was hurt, her face still displaying traces of fear. Do not worry, I am fine. Junmalu, unable to hold a grudge against a child, gently ruffled Lachi's hair, attempting to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. Hey, Lachi. Are you gathering soil again? Weiba kicked the bag filled with Lachi's collected earth, scattering its contents onto the ground. I told you not to engage in such trivial pursuits. Chief Grandfather has declared war. Once we defeat the Sky Islanders, we will have ample land. What are you doing? Junmalu's anger flared unexpectedly as he swiftly positioned himself before Weiba, gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. Do you not realize how hard she worked to gather this soil? On what grounds do you dismiss another's efforts? Ba, stop pretending to be virtuous. It is you Sky Islanders who have taken our land. Weiba retorted defiantly, refusing to back down. I'm sorry, Brother Weiba didn't mean it. Please let him go. He is just worried about me, Lachi pleaded, shaking Junmalu's arm. Although she was dissatisfied with Weiba's aggression, she understood her companions were only acting recklessly out of concern for her safety. Listening to Lachi's entreaty and observing Weiba's stubborn expression, Junmalu suddenly felt his rage dissipate. Indeed, they were just children, so young, forced to adapt to the relentless wars and scarce resources. It was the wretched war of the Sky Islanders that compelled them to grow up and become vigilant. Even if you defeat the Sky Islanders, what then? Will you be able to seize the territory occupied by the Sky Lord Nolan? Sooner or later, you will still face a shortage of land. Junmalu reluctantly released Weiba. By this time, Weiba realized he had misdirected his aggression but was too proud to apologize, standing stubbornly to the side. But the Sky Lord is too powerful. We have no way to win, a small boy with red sunglasses countered. My companions are challenging the Sky Lord, and you will soon find out. Such boasting. No one dares to challenge the Sky Lord. Another boy in a green coat interjected with indignation. Why not introduce your companions? To break the tension and avoid further disputes with the children, Junmalu turned to Lachi to change the subject. Ah, yes, Brother Junmalu. Lachi complied and began to introduce her companions. The leader, resembling a warrior, is the battle demon Weiba. He is a descendant of the Sandia warrior Calgara, strong in physique. Wielding a combustion cannon and a strike shell as weapons, he is the mightiest of this generation of Sandia. The one with red sunglasses is Manus Kamachili, who wields a combustion sword. The one in the green coat is Bulahamu, armed with a flash gun. And the last chubby one is Iron Cannon Jabeo, who uses iron cannonballs as his weapon. Though they are all just teenagers, they have already been tempered by the crucible of war, becoming capable fighters. You say your companions are challenging the Skylord? Weiba expressed curiosity at this news, but after a long pause without further explanation, he could not resist inquiring of Jun Marlu. Indeed, Jun Marlu replied nonchalantly. In his heart, there was nothing his young master could not accomplish. Humph, then why aren't you going with them, coward? Jun Marlu nearly choked on Weiba's question. What the hell, kid? Are you some sort of punishment sent from above? What? Am I wrong? Anyone who can defeat the Skylord I will respect, but as for you, humph, coward. Seemingly oblivious to Jun Marlu's growing displeasure, Weiba continued to provoke him. At that moment, several sea crocodiles suddenly emerged from the thicket, baring their fangs and lunging at the group. Be careful. Though Weiba's words were sharp, he did not hesitate to position himself in front of everyone when danger arose, unleashing several shots from his combustion cannon. However, he underestimated the creatures of Apayana. Although the incendiary shells ignited fierce flames on the crocodile's armored scales, they relentlessly charged toward their prey, their half-meter-long jaws wide open, rows of sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. Kid, do not overestimate your abilities. Though Jun Marlu did not voice it, he felt a sense of satisfaction toward this obstinate child. He reached out to grab Weiba by the back of his neck and hurled him backward, placing himself in front of everyone. Corpse bone pulse, early fern dance. With a strike, countless sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground within a 100-meter radius, piercing through several sea crocodiles repeatedly, leaving a grisly scene of shattered remains. Well, that is impressive. Humph, let us go. I will escort you home. Await the news of my young master defeating the Skylord. Jun Marlu proudly lifted his head, leading Lachi onward, while the other boys exchanged glances and followed suit. Chapter 95, Subduing Nolan as Jun Marlu escorted the Sandia children back to Cloud Hidden Village. The young master he had high hopes for was fleeing in all directions, pursued relentlessly by Nolan. The sounds of rumbling echoed as houses collapsed and trees splintered. Nolan's colossal form, akin to a mountain, shook the ground with every lash of his tail, unleashing waves of devastation. As Satan fled, he cast a glance back, noticing Nolan relentlessly pursuing him. He took a breath and quickened his pace, taunting Nolan to follow, ultimately luring him out of the radiant city of Mandora. Have you not been arrogant enough? After drawing Nolan away from Mandora, Satan finally ceased his frantic escape. It was not that he was incapable of withstanding Nolan's assaults, rather, he was unwilling to see the remnants of the Golden City laid to waste in the turmoil of their battle. Upon arriving on this island, Satan had regarded everything here as his own treasure, and the thought of allowing such a magnificent city to be destroyed would surely plunge him into despair. More importantly, the insatiable greed and malevolence would incessantly curse him. Although it was a strategic retreat, anyone being relentlessly pursued would feel a surge of anger, especially someone as proud as Satan. His gaze, fixed on Nolan, was ablaze with fury, almost sparking with intensity. Did he truly believe that sheer strength rendered him invincible? As Nolan's tail descended upon him like a mountain, Satan chose not to evade once more. Instead, he opted to confront it head-on, utilizing his would-release abilities. He swiftly conjured a massive wooden shield, shaped like a menacing, fang visage, to protect himself. A thunderous crash echoed as Nolan's tail struck the wooden shield with tremendous force, leaving everyone astonished by the outcome of the collision. Satan's would-release is not as fragile as it appears. Its defensive capabilities are remarkably robust. Although it is marred by numerous cracks from the immense force of Nolan's tail, it remains unshattered, successfully thwarting Nolan's assault and providing Satan with an opportunity for a counterattack. Now it is my turn. Prepare to receive my strike. Would-release, wood-dragon technique. At the very moment Nolan is halted by the wooden shield, Satan conjures a colossal wooden dragon. This imposing creature is nearly equal in size to Nolan, and more crucially, once ensnared by the dragon, one's vitality is drained, resulting in a rapid decline in combat effectiveness. Under Satan's deft control, the wooden dragon swiftly extends, coiling around Nolan's form with astonishing dexterity. Before Nolan can even react, it has already entwined itself around him, firmly binding them together. No matter how he struggles, Nolan finds himself utterly unable to escape the dragon's grasp. In a desperate attempt, Nolan writhes and roars with fury, yet his efforts prove futile, as they do nothing to halt the relentless loss of strength. His struggles diminish in intensity. The moment of victory has arrived. Seeing Nolan finally subdued by his own wooden dragon, Satan clenches his fist in triumph, revealing a gleaming smile. Satisfaction evident upon his face. When faced with a formidable adversary, one must resort to the language of strength. Would release, wooden golem technique. A sinister smile crept across Satan's face as a colossal wooden figure rose from beneath his feet, its size and strength rivaling that of the wooden dragon that had ensnared Nolan. With a single hand, it could easily grasp Nolan's entire form. The wooden giant took a step forward, mounting Nolan, who was desperately struggling against the dragon, and with one hand, it forcefully pinned Nolan's neck, while the other was raised high, clenched into a fist, and brought down with tremendous force upon Nolan's head. Even a titan as formidable as Nolan was rendered dazed by this sudden blow, his mind whirling and his head ringing. However, his nightmare had only just begun. Did you think the wooden giant's assault ended with just one punch? No, 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 how naive. Under Satan's command, the giant's fist fell like rain, relentlessly pounding upon Nolan's skull. Soon, Nolan's elevated serpent head was smashed to the ground, the once impenetrable scales on his crown shattering under the onslaught. Crimson blood flowing from the corners of his mouth like a small river. His body lay limp on the ground, devoid of any will to resist, save for the faint sound of his labored breathing. Stop, Satan, it has surrendered. Just as Satan reveled in his control over the wooden giant, the figure of evil vision suddenly called for a halt. Surrendered? How do you know? Isn't it obvious? It spoke for itself. Evil vision looked at Satan as if he were a fool, casually gesturing towards the subdued Nolan. Satan strained to listen, but all he could hear were Nolan's fragmented, unintelligible cries. You can understand its speech? This revelation left Satan utterly astonished. Isn't that obvious? I am an elf. An elf. Do you comprehend? With an air of arrogance, evil vision circled around Satan, crossing his arms in triumph. Why didn't I know this before? You never asked, did you? Blame yourself. You've won. Realizing the futility of debating with evil vision, Satan ceased his inquiries and commanded the wooden giant to release Nolan. What did it say? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. It declared that the strong are kings, and it is willing to acknowledge you as its master. Such an opportunity exists? A sense of delight filled Satan as he leaned down to observe Nolan, who lay motionless against the ground, his yellow, vertical pupils fixated intently on Satan, undeniably embodying the demeanor of one who willingly submits. Tell it I consent. Satan leapt from the wooden figure's shoulder and landed upon Nolan's head, crouching down to caress Nolan's dark, iron-like skin. A surge of pure vitality flowed from Satan's left hand into Nolan's being, mending the shattered scales that the wooden figure had inflicted. In no time, the once listless Nolan raised his head high once more, emitting a joyful whinny, his voice imbued with an essence of obedience and surrender. Satan stood atop Nolan's head, surveying the surroundings, and was suddenly filled with ambition. Having subdued Nolan signified the successful first step in mastering the Sky Island, indicating that the Tulip family would no longer drift aimlessly like a piece of flotsam, but rather transform into a vigorous force with a solid foundation for development. The day of their resurgence was not far off. Satisfied, Satan nudged Nolan beneath his feet and turned to inquire of evil insight. Can it comprehend my words? Of course, came the reply. After all, it has lived for centuries. Even a pig of such age must possess intelligence comparable to that of a human. Well, that indeed is a treasure found. With Nolan as a pet, future endeavors will undoubtedly become far more convenient. Satan achieved his objective, having vanquished and subdued the Lord of the Sky, Nolan. Yet, unbeknownst to him, while he was embroiled in battle with Nolan, a fresh wave of warfare was unleashed by the Sandians against the Sky Islanders, led by their chieftain. In the outskirts of Appiato. Chapter 96. Stopping the war on the Divine Island. In the outskirts of Appiato, a battleground had emerged. The armies of the Sandians and the Sky Islanders encountered each other unexpectedly, fighting fiercely for land and resources without a hint of retreat. In contrast to the conventional weapons wielded by the Qinghai people, the presence of unique clouds and shells in the sky sea gave rise to a diverse array of combat weapons, intensifying the brutality of the conflict. Some warriors wielded wind shells that could store and release wind, significantly enhancing their speed. Others were armed with fire shells capable of storing and spewing flames, greatly amplifying their offensive power. There were also those equipped with light shells that could instantly release stored light, exhibiting formidable lethality, alongside warriors bearing impact shells that absorbed shockwaves, each strike akin to a cannon blast. A variety of other shells, cloud shells, heat shells, water shells, and slashing shells, were similarly employed as weaponry. The remarkable ingenuity of humanity was magnified by the enchanting resources of the Sky Islands. transforming these natural gifts into instruments of death, easily claiming the vibrant lives of the young on the battlefield. The scene had morphed into a veritable meat grinder, with the air filled with cries of battle and the valiant warriors continuously falling. Fiery explosions erupted all around, with wounded yet living soldiers emitting heart-wrenching screams. Those engulfed in the throes of war seemed to have lost their sanity, becoming increasingly frenzied, mindlessly swinging their weapons. Knowing that only through killing or being killed could they find respite, they found themselves deeply ensnared in this quagmire of conflict. Yet where could salvation be found? Cease this madness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, dousing each fervently battling warrior with a cold chill. Their weapon-wielding motions involuntarily slowed. Oh heavens! It is the Lord of the Sky. Alas, we have angered the Lord of the Sky. We are doomed. A few alert warriors, roused by the sound, turned in its direction, their eyes meeting the colossal figure of Nolan, its head raised high, casting a shadow over half the battlefield. Its yellow vertical pupils glared like massive wheels, instilling terror in every warrior it beheld, some even dropping their weapons and fleeing in panic. After all, Nolan was a figure of tremendous renown among both the Sandians and the Sky Islanders, nearly a manifestation of death itself, a lesson learned through the sacrifices of countless ancestors. Wait, there is someone atop the Lord of the Sky, exclaimed a perceptive warrior. The others held their breath, focusing intently, and indeed, a black-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes had stepped into the most prominent position atop Nolan's head. Impossible! How dare anyone stand atop the Lord of the Sky? Shock and disbelief filled the eyes of every soldier, each blinking rapidly, attempting to discern whether their vision was deceiving them. That was the formidable Nolan, a sovereign who had instilled fear in the Sky Islands for centuries. Who would dare to stand upon its head? He truly achieved it. Indeed, this was the will of heaven. Among all, only the leader of the Sky Islanders, Shun Gonfalu, wore a smile, relieved that he had not misjudged the situation and had avoided conflict with the Tulip family. Indeed, it was Satan, the scion of the Tulip family, who rode upon Nolan as he descended onto the battlefield. Having just subdued the Lord of the Sky, he had yet to regroup with his fellow members when the sounds of battle drew him in, compelling him to hasten to the source of the chaos atop Nolan's back. However, the sight before him nearly drove him to madness. In his heart, the Sandians and the Sky Islanders were already his subjects, yet in this frenzied battlefield, countless vibrant lives were slipping away without meaning, igniting a deep sense of sorrow and anger within him. Satan stood atop Nolan's head, coldly surveying the now silent battlefield. As his gaze swept across the scene, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, spreading like waves in the ocean. The air seemed to solidify under the weight of this formidable presence, time stretching interminably. Many found their breaths becoming labored, weapons slipping from their grasp as their hands relaxed involuntarily. Some, utterly overwhelmed, felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. Even Nolan, standing beneath this immense force, trembled with trepidation. It was the essence of a dragon. The raw lineage coursing through his veins intensified his fear as he experienced Satan's might up close. Once he observed that all had finally quieted, Satan gradually retracted his oceanic aura. With his relaxation, it seemed as though every individual on the battlefield exhaled a collective sigh of relief, only to later feel a chill creep down their spines. Many were drenched in cold sweat. The moment Satan's overwhelming presence had surged and then receded felt like an eternity, a powerful imprint they would carry for life. Their gazes, once filled with fear, now bore traces of reverence directed towards Satan. I hereby declare that Nolan, the Lord of the Skies, has been subdued by the Tulip family and shall henceforth serve as our war beast. The cold, resonant voice of Satan echoed clearly in the ears of all present, and Gonfol realized it was time for him to make his declaration. He stepped forth from the throng of soldiers, approaching the gathered inhabitants of the Sky Island, and bowed before Satan, who loomed above Nolan like a formidable deity. I, Sky Knight Gonfol, hereby lead all the residents of Angel Island to voluntarily pledge our allegiance to the Tulip family, becoming their vassals. And I solemnly vow never to betray them. As Gonfol knelt, one by one, the warriors behind him from the Sky Island followed suit, their voices rising in a chorus of loyalty to the Tulip family. Satan cast his gaze towards the Sandians. Although the chieftain, leader of the Sandians, was somewhat taken aback by Gonfol's sudden allegiance to Satan, he was not foolish. A leader of his stature understood the gravity of the current situation all too well. Satan has successfully subdued the Lord of the Skies, Nolan, and even the inhabitants of the Sky Islands have bowed in submission. Should he fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, it is likely that this expanse of aerial sea will soon become devoid of a living space for the people of Sandia. The chieftain approached all the Sandia people and, with utmost reverence, knelt before them. In the presence of the valiant spirit of the Sandia warrior, Kargra, I, Chieftain Karl, led all Sandia people to voluntarily pledge allegiance to the Tulip family, becoming their vassals, and vow to never betray them. As the chieftain made his declaration, the Sandia warriors behind him knelt one after another, swearing fealty to the Tulip family in honor of their ancestral spirit, Kargra. Witnessing this wise decision from all, Satan felt a sense of relief swell within him as the gentle sunlight illuminated his somewhat youthful visage, casting a mesmerizing halo around him. With arms wide open, his garments billowing in the wind, he proclaimed, "I announce the end of the war. All lands of Appiato shall be divided among your two clans," ushering in the era of Tulip family rule over the Sky Islands. Chapter 97, Ruling the Sky Islands. As Satan's proclamation echoed, all the warriors rose, erupting in fervent cheers. They were unaware and indifferent to other matters, yet they distinctly grasped the part of Satan's words that conveyed the division of Appiato's lands among them. After years of battling for territory, the days of strife had finally vanished. Their exhilaration was palpable, and their hearts, long shrouded in the shadows of war, were finally liberated. Ganfol, resembling a small old man, wept with joy, entirely devoid of divine authority, relieved that he had made the right decision. The Sky Islands were finally on the brink of a bright future. "My people, accept my blessings." Instantly, healing ensued. The divine halo above Nolan radiated fully. His hand pointed skyward as he summoned the immense vitality of the Tree of Life within him. Tiny droplets of green light, akin to gentle raindrops, began to emanate from his being, cascading over the battlefield. Upon contact with the warriors' bodies, these green orbs immediately permeated their wounds, healing the injured at a visible pace, while those unscathed experienced a spiritual rejuvenation as if undergoing a profound cleansing. Thank the divine for these blessings. The soldiers humbly knelt in gratitude, their wounds mended, a true miracle. What had previously been an act of submission to Satan's power had now transformed into a complete allegiance of the heart. Soon, vibrant bonfires ignited, and the once adversarial clans laid down their defenses, reveling together as a family. A grand feast was held outdoors in Appiato, where all indulged in drink and unrestrained joy, celebrating the dawn of a new era for the Sky Islands. While the soldiers and common folk reveled in merriment, the members of the Tulip family gathered closely to deliberate the future of the Sky Islands. Among those participating in this decision were Ganfol, who had just joined the Tulip family, and Chieftain Karl of the Sandia. "Young Master Satan, may I inquire how you intend to shape the future of the Sky Islands?" Chieftain Karl, perhaps due to his first encounter with Satan, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, his tone imbued with deep respect, as if still recovering from the awe inspired by Satan's almost divine presence. Satan did not respond to Chief Karl's inquiry immediately. Instead, he rose and approached him, offering a toast to both him and Ganfol before returning to his seat. He remarked, "It matters not that you were previously unfamiliar with me. Now that you have joined the Tulip family, we are kin. As you are my elders, simply addressing me as Satan will suffice. Familial bonds do not require excessive formalities." "Yes, indeed, young Master Satan," they replied. Despite Satan's words, Chief Karl and Ganfol made their positions clear. Having become subordinates, they were acutely aware of the decorum that must be maintained. Observing the deference displayed by these elder gentlemen, who could easily be his grandfathers, Satan understood their mindset and could only shake his head in resignation. "My youth renders me inexperienced in governance, and given that the family's focus will not remain on the Sky Island, I have decided to entrust its administration to Chief Karl and Sky Knight Ganfol. As I will not be here for an extended period, their seasoned expertise will ensure effective management." Naturally, no objections arose from the Tulip family regarding Satan's decision, as Chief Karl and Ganfol possessed extensive knowledge of the Sky Island, making them the optimal choice for its governance, thereby facilitating its development. The others recognized that their young master's ambitions lay in dominating the seas, and the family's future would undoubtedly pivot towards the vast blue sea. Retaining Chief Karl and Ganfol to jointly oversee the Sky Island would guarantee a stable base of operations, rendering it the best outcome, thus dissuading any competition for the position. Seeing unanimous agreement, Satan continued, "I plan to reconstruct the Golden City of Mandora and establish the headquarters of the Tulip family there. We shall relocate a portion of the residents to Mandora, reviving the glory and prosperity of the ancient city." Chief Karl was even more elated by this announcement than by the prospect of continuing his governance of the Sky Island. Many residents of Angel Island yearn for life on solid ground, and we excel in various forms of architecture. We shall recreate the magnificent buildings of Mandora, crafting a beautiful and serene headquarters for the Tulip family. Gonfol, eager to contribute, quickly affirmed, "Excellent. We shall take charge of the arrangements forthwith." With the assignments made, Chief Carl and Gonfol prudently withdrew, recognizing that the subsequent family matters were beyond their purview. Satisfied with their understanding, Satan knew they would fulfill their tasks flawlessly. He turned to his family with a beaming smile. "Dear family, we finally have our own foundation." Those present, including Chi-Tong and others, understood the hardships Satan had endured since the fall of his nation and the significance of the Sky Island for the family. Thus they raised their glasses in anticipation of their young master's plans. "Uncle Titan, you shall be responsible for selecting capable warriors from both the Sky Islanders and the Shandians, imparting the essence of dominance and physical prowess to train an elite force of 3,000 for our family's core military strength. I understand and shall not disappoint you." Young Master, Titan, the great ape king who had guarded Satan since childhood, was the most suitable choice for training the family's private army. Also, ensure to rigorously train Sinan in physical techniques. Upon hearing this, Sinan's cherubic features fell, and he attempted to appear endearing, yet Satan remained unmoved. "Ah, little chubby, your days of ease are over." Titan grinned maliciously at Sinan, baring his teeth in a joyful smile. "Have mercy, Uncle Titan." To guarantee that Titan could swiftly integrate into the Sky Islanders, Enel temporarily assigned Daku, Shura, Nirvana, and Om to assist Uncle Titan. "Not an issue," Enel replied, nonchalantly munching on an apple. "Gara, I entrust you with overseeing the family headquarters and managing the defenses of Mandora. While I am away, any matters that Chief Carl and Gonfol cannot decide shall fall to you." "Understood." Gara nodded slightly, conveying his commitment without further words. "Kimimaro, your task is crucial. Select exceptionally gifted youths among the Sky Islanders and Shandians to nurture the family's future bloodline. Our family's future necessitates a cadre of loyal leaders. Do you comprehend?" Satan fixed his gaze upon Junmalu's eyes, for he had always held an unwavering trust and confidence in him. "No problem. I happened to encounter several promising individuals earlier." "Young Master, what about me?" After waiting for what felt like an eternity without receiving any instructions, Anira could no longer contain his curiosity. "As for you, I intend to take you and Kaido on a journey to meet someone who will leave an indelible mark on your life." Satan grinned maliciously, baring his teeth. Chapter 98. Journey to the East Sea. 3 months later, East Sea. A small sailboat, measuring over 10 meters in length, glided leisurely across the water. The wind filled the half-set sail, propelling the vessel at a comfortable pace, creating an ambience of tranquility. The gentle sunlight bathed the deck in warmth, casting a brilliant sheen that highlighted the meticulous cleanliness of the surface. On the deck, a small round table was set, beside which a young lad reclined in a chair, blissfully asleep. Occasionally, he would stretch and emit a contented yawn, lost in the embrace of dreams. At that moment, several seabirds flapped their wings and soared past the bow of the boat, leaving behind a trail of bright calls. The boy seemed roused by their cries, lazily arching his back and pouting, yearning to return to his slumber. "Young Master, young Master." A beautiful woman with long black hair emerged from the cabin, gently shaking the boy's arm to awaken him from his comfortable nap. "What is it?" Perhaps still groggy from sleep, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked with mild irritation. "The appearance of seabirds indicates that we are nearing the island. By my calculations, we should soon arrive at Seymour Jichi village, which you are seeking." "Oh, we are finally arriving." Upon comprehending her words, the boy felt more alert, performing a lively stretch and shaking off the remnants of drowsiness. The lad sleeping aboard was none other than Satan, the heir of the Tulip family. After spending over 2 months on the Sky Island, awaiting the establishment of the Tulip family's governance, he had taken a hands-off approach, bringing Chi-Tong and Anilu to the East Sea for what was said to be an important mission. "By the way, young master, you mentioned bringing me to Seymour Jichi village to meet a swordsman of great skill. Now that we are close to the island, will you not reveal the identity of this swordsman?" With her curiosity piqued upon seeing her master more awake, Chi-Tong could no longer hold back her questions. The more battles she encountered and the stronger opponents she faced, the more Chi-Tong felt the inadequacy of her swordsmanship, especially when her strikes had failed to penetrate the defenses of the Sky Sovereign during their encounter on the Sky Island. This was a profound humiliation for her, and realizing the instability of her foundational swordsmanship, she resolved to seek a master to relearn the world's swordsmanship system. when she shared this determination with her master Satan. He confidently proclaimed knowledge of a formidable swordsman in Seymour Jichi village. Yet now, as they neared the island, her master still refused to disclose the identity of this esteemed swordsman, which naturally heightened Qidong's impatience. Huh? Did you say it's time to eat? Satan feigned nonchalance, glancing around with exaggerated casualness, and purposefully chuckled to divert the conversation. It was not that he was unwilling to share with Akane, rather. The matter at hand involved a visit to the enigmatic master of Zaro, the proprietor of the One Heart Dojo, Gung Shiro. In the original tale, Gung Shiro was shrouded in mystery. While many speculated on his prowess, none had witnessed his abilities firsthand. Should he divulge this information to Akane only to later encounter a Gung Shiro far less formidable than anticipated, it would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment. Thus, it was prudent to delay the revelation. "Hey, young master, I see the island," exclaimed Enel from the top of the mast. As his voice resonated, a flash of lightning illuminated the air, and he landed deftly on the deck. After months of honing and mastering his powers, his command over the Rumble fruit had reached an extraordinary level, rendering his strength incomparable to before. "Ah, is that so? Is that so?" Satan cast a grateful glance at Enel, thanking him for liberating him from an awkward predicament. He hastily rushed to the bow of the ship, striking a pose as he gazed out, exuding an air of impatience. "Humph, that arrogant young master, always keeping us in suspense." Chi Tong let out a soft huff of discontent, sulking as she settled into a lounge chair, observing Satan's ostentatious display with irritation. Enel, on the other hand, appeared perplexed, glancing this way and that. Was it really necessary to react so dramatically just because they were about to reach the island? He casually snatched an apple from the table, biting into it with delight. With a newfound purpose, the speed of their vessel seemed to increase, and after more than half an hour, their small boat finally reached the shore. This was a large island. However, the place where they disembarked was far from bustling, featuring only a modest wooden dock with a few small fishing boats moored nearby, likely the possessions of local fishermen. The dock led to a solitary path that wound its way to the village of Seymour Ziji. From this vantage point, wisps of smoke could be faintly seen rising from the distant village, along with the occasional glimpse of children frolicking in playful abandon. "Let us proceed to the village and see what awaits us there." Satan set forth first, and the mere thought of soon encountering the youthful, dashing figure of Zaro from the original narrative stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. "Wait for us," he called out. Akihito had meticulously arranged her attire, holding the ceremonial murakumo with reverence, her admiration for the swordsmanship growing ever more profound. Meanwhile, Enel retained his usual carefree demeanor, lounging with bare arms and idly picking at his ears, embodying the essence of a rebellious youth. The trio made their way along the path towards Shimohashiki village. However, midway through their journey, the clashing sounds of blades echoed from a nearby hillside, hinting at a duel taking place. "Let us investigate," they decided, curiosity piquing their interest. With palpable intrigue, the three ascended the small hill, and before their eyes appeared two children engaged in a spirited exchange of sword techniques. One, a girl with short blue hair, appeared slightly older, around 10 years of age. She wielded her sword with grace and composure, displaying a robust foundation in her swordsmanship through her measured attacks and impenetrable defenses. The other, a younger boy with green hair, was surprisingly a three-sword style practitioner. He held a bamboo sword in each hand and had another clamped between his teeth. At first glance, his appearance seemed somewhat comical. However, upon closer observation, his strikes were as fierce as a tiger, intricate yet controlled, showcasing the advantages of the three-sword style to its fullest extent. Yet perhaps due to his youth, the green-haired swordsman appeared to struggle slightly, his attacks betraying a hint of impatience. "What do you think of them?" Upon their first sighting, Satan instantly recognized these two children as the young Kuna and Zoro. Although Satan has significantly enhanced his combat prowess after enduring numerous battles, he possesses scant knowledge of the swordsmanship. Thus, he inquires of the crimson-eyed girl beside him. The young maiden wields a substantial blade, the Daiku knife, 21 crafts, an unremarkable weapon devoid of distinctive features or renown. Even amidst a collection of inferior swords, its presence would remain undetected, exuding a suppressed and profoundly concealed aura of deadly intent. Satan gazed at Chi-Tong with a perplexed expression, inquiring about their swordsmanship level. Yet she responded by introducing her famed sword. Sensing Satan's confusion, Chi-Tong paused before continuing. Her swordsmanship is akin to the renowned blade she wields, repressed yet potent, unadorned yet capable of delivering a lethal strike upon eruption. She is truly a prodigy on the righteous path of swordsmanship. Subsequently, Chitong fixed her gaze on Satan, articulating each word deliberately. If she is a student at the dojo on this island, then as you have suggested, young master, there must be a formidable swordsman concealed within. Chapter 99. The One Heart Dojo. Upon absorbing Chitong's insights, Satan felt a sense of clarity wash over him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. There exists a dojo in the village known as the One Heart Dojo, led by a master named Gungshiro. Many speculate that he is a master swordsman, yet none have witnessed his prowess. Is that why you refrained from informing me? Chitong huffed indignantly, turning her attention back to the duel between the two children. By the way, what are your thoughts on the other one? Satan's curiosity was piqued regarding the young Zoro's abilities. His swordsmanship appeared rather immature, suggesting he had only recently embarked on his journey with the blade. However, it was evident that he possessed a remarkable talent for swordsmanship, and his three-sword style was indeed a rare approach. Should he refine his skills to their utmost potential, he could undoubtedly become one of the most exceptional swordsmen upon the vast seas. Satan suddenly erupted into laughter. Although he had been in this world for over a decade, it was his first time witnessing Zoro in person and hearing others extol his virtues. He couldn't help but feel a thrill of delight. Meanwhile, as Satan conversed with his companions, Kuina and Zoro's duel approached its climax. Just as Akihitami had anticipated, the seemingly unassuming Kuina suddenly unleashed her full potential, effortlessly sending the three bamboo swords flying from Zoro's grasp and even propelling his body away, thus securing an easy victory. Ah, damn it, I lost to you again, Kuina. I felt I was so close to winning, Zoro exclaimed in frustration as he lay on the ground. However, his cries went unanswered by Kuina, who sat hunched over with her knees drawn to her chest, her expression devoid of the joy that should accompany victory. Hey, what's wrong, Kuina? Aren't you happy after defeating me? Zoro pressed. What does winning matter? Your progress is accelerating rapidly. Sooner or later, you will surpass me. My father said, female swordsmen can never become number one in the world due to physical limitations. What is the point of my efforts now? Kuina replied, her voice thick with sorrow as she clutched her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gifted with extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, she had defeated adults in the dojo by the age of 10, always dreaming of becoming the world's strongest swordsman. Yet, her father's words weighed heavily on her spirit, leading her to feel disheartened. Who told you that female swordsmen cannot become number one in the world? Suddenly, a voice rang out from nearby. It was Akihitami. Seeing Kuina, whose exceptional talent was overshadowed by someone else's negativity, filled her with indignation, especially as she, too, was a female swordsman. With determination, anyone can reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Her words were resolute, imbued with an undeniable force that compelled Kuina to look up, astonishment etched upon her face. At that moment, Akihitami approached Kuina, locking her gaze onto hers as she spoke. True masters of the sword possess unwavering will and a powerful spirit. They believe that all things can be severed, which is why their strikes are unbreakable. If a mere word of doubt can easily shatter your faith, then it reveals the fragility of your swordsmanship. Pulling Kuina to her feet, she continued, if you are dismissed, then double your efforts. When you truly become the world's strongest swordsman, that will be your greatest rebuttal. I understand now. Though tears still lingered in Kuina's eyes, Akihitami's encouragement felt like a ray of light piercing through her heart. Indeed, if a single dismissal could bring her down, wouldn't that signify her weakness? A smile returned to her face, confidence flooding back into her heart. I vow to become the world's strongest swordsman. Hey, then we shall be rivals, Zoro declared, refusing to be outdone. And I, too, shall become the world's strongest swordsman. Meanwhile, in the village of Shimamizuki, within a training room of the Isshin Dojo, a middle-aged man clad in a kimono sat cross-legged in meditation. He appeared gentle and unassuming, wearing round spectacles, with a simple long sword resting on the rack before him. This man was Jinchuru, the head of the Isshin Dojo, Kuina's father, and Zoro's instructor. Jinchuru was engaged in the practice of sword zen, an ancient method of swordsmanship that emphasizes understanding the mind, enhancing one's zen through tranquility, and deepening comprehension of the sword. Just then, a soft knock interrupted his meditation, and one of his disciples entered. Master, they have arrived. Understood, Jinchuru replied calmly, rising with poise, adjusting his attire, and leaving the meditation room with a warm smile. He traversed the long corridor to a secluded area of the dojo and entered. Inside, two men cloaked in capes were seated, sipping tea. Though silent, their formidable presence radiated an aura that was unmistakably that of strong individuals. An ordinary person would find it difficult to breathe in their presence. It has been a while. Your travels must have been arduous, Jinchuru greeted them familiarly. Taking a seat on a stone bench by the table and pouring himself a cup of tea with grace, savoring it leisurely. It's nothing, replied the man in the green cloak, chuckling as he observed Jinchuru's calm demeanor. You remain so unflappable. I truly envy your state of mind. There is nothing to envy. Should you choose to stay and meditate, you too could attain such tranquility in time. Let us not dwell on that. I am naturally one for labor, unable to maintain your routine of unwavering practice for 10 years. The cloaked man laughed heartily before continuing. I must trouble you again. We require some provisions. I know. It is already prepared for you to take at your convenience, Jinchuru said, casually sipping his tea, as though accustomed to such requests. By the way, I have heard your daughter possesses extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, able to best adults in the dojo at such a young age, truly a testament to your lineage. The cloaked man shifted the conversation. That is not necessarily a good thing, Jinchuru responded, seemingly touched by the comment, falling into a contemplative silence before softly sighing. I would prefer she lead a normal life, like any ordinary child, rather than chase the title of the world's strongest. It seems you cannot let her go. Even after all these years, you remain unable to reconcile, the man remarked, observing Jinchuru's unyielding spirit. It appears your mindset still requires growth. If I could let go, I wouldn't have joined you, Jinchuru countered, then added, the strongest sword is one that protects what one cherishes and severs what one wishes to cut. To me, a sword that can sever anything is not a true sword, and I hope my daughter will understand this truth sooner rather than later. Chapter 100. Akihitami becomes a disciple under the guidance of Kuina and Zaro. Satan and his companions soon arrived at the Ishin dojo in Shimamizuki village. From the outside, the dojo appeared quite ordinary, located on the village's periphery with few neighboring homes. It seemed the headmaster had deliberately chosen this location to avoid disturbing the villagers with the sounds of training, evidently a considerate individual. The entrance was modest, marked only by a small wooden plaque inscribed with Ishin dojo, exuding an air of humility that belied the stature of a swordsmanship master, perhaps informed by his students. Jinchuru emerged to greet them as soon as they entered. Welcome, everyone. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting? He asked with a warm smile. His hands clasped gently before him, every movement imbued with an inexplicable sense of zen. Father, this is my newly acquainted sister, Akihitami. She has come to seek guidance in swordsmanship. Before Satan could utter a word, Goena eagerly interjected, perhaps deeply moved by the previous words of Chihong, demonstrating an unusual closeness to her. Fearing her father might dismiss Chihong's inquiry, she took hold of Chihong's arm and initiated the introduction. Yang Shiro observed the radiant expression on his daughter's face, slightly raising an eyebrow. He distinctly recalled that ever since he had intentionally dismissed Guena's aspirations with his words, her mood had been rather low in recent days. How could she suddenly be so uplifted? Had she comprehended the profound essence of swordsmanship on her own? It seemed improbable. Or had someone enlightened her? Could it be this young swordswoman named Chihong? Watching the intimacy between his daughter and Chihong, Yang Shiro began to grasp the situation. Shifting his focus onto Chihong, what initially captured his attention was the katana Murakumo in Chihong's possession. In an instant, all renowned swords flashed through Yang Shiro's mind, yet none matched. The palpable resentment emanating from Murakumo was almost tangible, and for someone of Yang Shiro's exceptional swordsmanship, he could easily discern the sword's extraordinary nature. Although Chihong appeared merely a 14-year-old youth, still in her adolescence, her ability to wield the weighty Murakumo indicated she was anything but ordinary. Though he merely cast a fleeting glance, Yang Shiro's keen insight allowed him to grasp nearly all pertinent information in an instant. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please allow the ladies to serve tea and take a moment to rest, Yang Shiro said with a slight bow. Extending an invitation to the side room without underestimating Satan and his companions due to their youth, he then gestured for Goena and Zoro to freshen up and change their attire before rejoining them. His movements were deliberate yet unhurried, flowing seamlessly like water, epitomizing the demeanor of a distinguished master. Despite the brief interaction, Satan and the others had already discerned that this seemingly delicate man was indeed an extraordinary swordsman. Even the typically unruly Enel dared not act recklessly in the presence of Yang Shiro's calm aura, quietly following behind Satan. Under Yang Shiro's guidance, they soon arrived at the tea room, each taking their seats. A tea attendant served fragrant tea before discreetly exiting and gently closing the door. Now that we are alone, may I inquire about the purpose of the immortal Marquis, who recently stirred waves in the Grand Line? Yang Shiro asked leisurely after taking a sip of tea. as the room was left with only Satan, his companions, and himself. You know me? Satan, who had just lifted his teacup, nearly choked in surprise at Yang Shiro's inquiry. Has my reputation spread so widely? Indeed, 3 months ago, you wreaked havoc upon 2 islands, your initial bounty reaching a staggering 100 million berries, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. I believe your profile is likely cataloged in the intelligence archives of any organization, Yang Shiro replied. So, it appears you are affiliated with some group? Satan scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, whose face was adorned with a beaming smile. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt as though the man's grin resembled that of a cunning old fox. Gung Sailang remained silent, his expression still radiating warmth as he regarded Satan, clearly acquiescing to Satan's conjecture. Indeed, if not for an organization and a specific purpose, who among the powerful would choose to languidly establish a dojo in a quaint village for several years? Now, Prince Satan, might you elucidate your intentions? Frankly, I have no interest in your identity. My primary purpose is to seek a sufficiently reliable swordsmanship teacher for my companion. It appears you are indeed qualified. Oh, how refreshingly candid, Your Highness. Our respective identities do not impede our discourse. Gung Sailang chuckled heartily. He then turned to Akiheim and remarked, You must have helped my daughter untangle her emotional knots. I ought to express my gratitude. I should have anticipated your deeper intentions, Akiheim responded, a flicker of realization crossing her face. Indeed, if it were not for the sake of honing my daughter's mindset, how could a master of the sword employ such seemingly unreliable words to challenge her? She is quite the astute young lady, Gung Sailang gently praised, before turning back to Satan. She has already become a competent swordswoman. Were she an ordinary person, I would have no reservations about accepting her as my disciple. Satan remained silent, fully aware that Gung Sailang undoubtedly had more to say. As expected, Gung Sailang shifted his tone and continued, However, considering your unique status and the potential complications it may bring me, I am willing to accept her as my disciple, but this must be treated as a transaction. At that moment, Satan finally comprehended the cunning strategy of the old fox. No wonder he had so openly revealed Satan's identity from the outset. All those words were merely a means to an end, Satan silently scoffed. Upon hearing Gung Sailang's words, Chi Tong trembled slightly, her demeanor growing tense. She genuinely wished to grow stronger and become the right hand of her master. Thus she was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to apprentice under a master of the sword. Yet, she harbored concerns that Gung Sailang might demand an exorbitant price, placing her master in a difficult position. Understanding Chi Tong's apprehension, Satan offered her a reassuring glance, reaching into his bosom and feigning to retrieve something from his pocket, when in reality he extracted 3 small vials from his storage space and placed them upon the table before him. What are these? Gung Sailang inquired, his curiosity piqued by the 3 vials of liquid before him. Each vial, no larger than a thumb, contained a small amount of crystalline green liquid. Since you are aware that I am referred to as the Undying Marquis, you must also understand the origin of that title. These 3 vials of life water were created through my own abilities. As long as one is not truly dead, consuming them will heal all injuries, effectively equating to 3 lives. Satan, with a grave demeanor, was deftly deceiving. In reality, the contents of the bottle were merely the essence of the tree of life, transformed into a liquid form. This vital elixir had been collected by Satan for his kin, to be utilized in times of need, and now it was indeed proving its worth. However, it was no exaggeration to assert that, when employed judiciously, it could indeed serve as a miraculous remedy for resurrection. Deal, said the Prince of Darkness with assurance, rest assured. I shall devote myself entirely to her instruction. Upon hearing Satan's elucidation, Gung Sailang could hardly remain unaware of the priceless nature of the life water, and he promptly acquiesced. Very well, I shall not linger here any longer. I entrust the care of my family to you. Satan rose to embrace Akatsuki, taking Enel along as they departed. Chapter 101. The Kingdom of Goya. After a brief stop in the village of Seymour Jichi, where Satan found Akatsuki a swordsmanship teacher, he and Enel set sail once more, continuing their journey across the East Sea. Master Satan, where shall we go next? Enel inquired. To the Kingdom of Goya, Satan replied. There, you shall meet the unforgettable person I spoke of. Enel regarded Satan with skepticism, feeling an ominous foreboding about this voyage. Ha, indeed. I have long anticipated that encounter, Satan said, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. TCH, based on my understanding of Satan, the little sprite Yajian fluttered before Enel. Wearing a cunning expression akin to that of a sly fox, "You're in for a rough time, kid." With a crunch, Enel bit into an apple, juice splattering as he casually dug at his ear, dismissing Yajian's ominous warning. "You dare to ignore me, brat? Long ears, your doom is nigh. I shall take vengeance on your behalf on the moon. Who are you calling long ears, you little runt? Long ears, long ears, long ears. I shall call you as such. Dare to bite me, if you can." Suddenly, a sharp crackle of electricity filled the air as Yajian, hovering above, was struck by a slender bolt of lightning. Amidst the flickering blue arcs, Yajian's form was engulfed in smoke, his beautiful locks standing on end. And he plummeted from the sky. "Ah, you've marred my handsome visage. I shall annihilate you. TCH, as if I fear you," Enel retorted, a proud expression on his face. "Satan, Enel is bullying me." Realizing he was at a disadvantage and unable to retaliate, Yajian fluttered before Satan, eyes misty, as he attempted to charm his way out of trouble. "Then return the favor, you fool." Satan gazed at the heretical view with an expression of utter bewilderment, until the latter let out a piercing scream, declaring a fierce challenge. After soaring towards Enel, he discreetly gave a thumbs up behind his back, followed by an uncontrollable fit of laughter. It was indeed a rare occasion to witness the heretical view in distress, as Satan and his companions engaged in a casual conversation. Amidst the bickering and playful squabbles between Enel and the heretical view, their vessel gradually diminished into a mere speck on the horizon, drifting further away from the village of Seymour Ziji, heading towards the distant kingdom of Goya. The kingdom of Goya is a pristine realm, celebrated as the most beautiful nation in the East Sea. However, this splendor is solely reserved for the lofty aristocracy. In addition to the royal palace where the royal family resides, a residential area known as the High Town was constructed at the center of the city exclusively for the nobility, surrounded by towering walls, symbolizing a place of superiority overlooking the common folk. Ordinary citizens are forbidden from entering High Town and are relegated to the central streets, where social hierarchies are rigidly maintained, with no transgressions permitted. In High Town, under the perverse demands of the aristocrats, not a speck of litter is tolerated. It must remain immaculate, exemplifying a nation that has successfully achieved the concept of an isolated society. All refuse generated in High Town and the central streets is meticulously transported daily to a distant site for disposal, resulting in a mountain of waste accumulating over time, referred to as the terminus of uncertainties. Countless impoverished souls and vagrants, exiled from the kingdom, have settled here, scavenging for sustenance amidst the refuse. Conflicts frequently erupt over treasures unearthed from the trash, where the law of the jungle reigns supreme, leading to mysterious deaths that the populace has come to accept as a norm. Adjacent to the terminus of uncertainties lies a bustling marketplace, where nearly all stalls are dedicated to the trade of stolen goods. Occasionally, rare finds from the terminus surface here, exchanged for gold or Bailey, amidst a backdrop of ruffians and rogues, aptly dubbed End Town. As Satan and his companions advanced towards the kingdom of Goya, a figure cloaked in black approached the gates of End Town. Tall and slender, their face concealed beneath a hood, their hands hidden within long sleeves. They dragged a low wooden cart behind them. At first glance, nothing appeared extraordinary, yet a long crocodile tail protruded from a corner of the oilcloth covering the cart, with sporadic drops of blood staining the ground. Clearly, this was a hunter come to peddle their catch. The guards stationed at the entrance of End Town, after a moment of contemplation, accepted the gold coins tossed by the cloaked figure without further inquiry, allowing entry. Although the guards showed little interest in the black-cloaked individual, the idle thugs loitering nearby fixed their gaze upon the newcomer. After all, the figure was alone, dragging a prize that could fetch a handsome price. It would be foolish not to extort from them. In no time, amidst a flurry of pushing and shoving, the cloaked figure found themselves cornered in a narrow alley. "Hey, do you know the rules? To conduct business here, you must first pay our brothers half of the commission fee," declared a thug with a blue ponytail, brandishing a wooden stick threateningly, while his companions laughed in agreement, as if certain of their victory. "And if I refuse?" came a deep, resonant reply from within the cloak. "Refuse? Even if I consent, my weapon shall not," the small thug cackled maniacally, his expression contorting into a menacing grimace as he brandished his club in a show of intimidation. "You dare to refuse? What do you take us for?" The other thugs joined in with malicious laughter, their weapons clashing as they brandished them in the air. "Oh, so you intend to rob us?" The voice from within the cloak suddenly sharpened, akin to that of an irate child. "Indeed, we aim to rob you. Surrender your goods and produce your wealth to avoid a beating." "Ha ha ha, someone actually dares to rob us?" Do they not know we are the ancestors of banditry? The cloak was abruptly thrown aside, revealing not a solitary figure, but rather three small boys stacked atop one another. The boy at the top donned a golden straw hat and a red vest, appearing around 7 years of age, sporting a small scar beneath his right eye. His face alight with an innocent smile. The middle boy, slightly older, about 10, had short yellow hair and was clad in a neat blue gentleman's suit, complete with a gentleman's hat adorned with goggles and a white scarf at his neck. The boy who had initially spoken was the youngest, also around 10. Dressed in a yellow tank top emblazoned with the word violence, his face dotted with freckles. Each of the boys wielded a nearly 2-meter-long steel pipe with a curved handle, charging aggressively towards the would-be robbers. Chapter 102, Dining on the House. Goodness, it's you again? As three boys emerged from beneath the cloak. The leader of the gang let out a gasp of astonishment, clearly recognizing them. The other hoodlums around him gasped in unison, stepping back defensively. They were all too familiar with the trio's notorious reputation. The boy in the straw hat was named Luffy, the one in the top hat was Sabo, and the freckled-faced one was Ace. Despite their age, which did not exceed 10 years, they were undeniably the sovereigns of the uncertain terminus, a place rife with chaos and crime. In this tumultuous realm, they thrived by employing brute force and engaging in underhanded dealings, having robbed nearly everyone in their vicinity. Though merely children, their combat prowess was formidable. It was said that even the infamous Bolsum pirate crew, which operated along the shores of the Goya kingdom, had suffered at their hands, with the fighter Bolshemi being vanquished by them, making them well-known ruffians of the uncertain terminus. The gang members present had all been on the receiving end of their mischief on more than one occasion, which explained their trepidation upon recognizing the boys. Unperturbed by the gang's apprehension, Ace and his companions were solely focused on subduing those who dared to affront them. With a call to action, the trio charged into the gang like tigers descending from the mountains, wielding steel pipes. Ace, the swiftest of the three, moved with remarkable agility, dispatching any thug who dared to confront him in the blink of an eye, leaving them clutching their heads and howling in pain. Sabo demonstrated equally impressive combat instincts, navigating the melee with grace, evading enemy strikes with astonishing angles, and retaliating with blinding speed, effortlessly toppling foes one after another. As for the youngest, Luffy, while he was slightly slower than his companions, he possessed the unique ability granted by the gum-gum fruit, rendering him almost immune to physical attacks. The thug's blows merely pushed him back a few steps without inflicting any real damage. Furthermore, due to his rubbery physique, he could contort his body into any shape, often catching opponents off guard during critical moments. Under the relentless assault of the trio, the gang members fell like dominoes, sprawled across the ground in disarray, while Ace, Luffy, and Sabo strode away triumphantly. Walking down the bustling streets of the town, surrounded by a plethora of vibrant signs and tantalizing dishes, Luffy rubbed his belly, nearly salivating at the sight. At last, he could resist no longer and halted before a ramen shop. "Ace, I want ramen, ramen," Luffy pleaded, his voice trailing off melodiously. With his hands clasped behind his head, he beamed a radiant smile, revealing a row of bright white teeth. "Having just fought, I'm famished." "I concur," Sabo chimed in, flashing a grin that revealed a gap where a tooth once was. "This ramen shop is indeed remarkable. What are we waiting for? Let us eat," Ace declared, nonchalantly flicking a booger from his nose before leading the charge into the ramen shop, with Luffy and Sabo close behind. "Hey, boss. 3 large bowls of ramen," Ace bellowed upon entering. "Apologies, but this establishment only serves nobles. We refuse service to commoners," the rotund ramen shop owner sneered, casting a dismissive glance at the three boys, clearly unimpressed by their appearance. "What?" Ace's eyes narrowed, his freckles twitching with barely contained rage. "Wait, look at this." Sabo grasped Ace's arm to restrain him, producing an exquisite pocket watch from his pocket and waving it in front of the owner. "Oh dear. How could I have been so blind? Welcome. Please, allow me to escort you to the VIP room on the 3rd floor." The owner's expression transformed at the sight of the watch, his demeanor shifting from disdain to obsequiousness as he hurriedly directed the staff to attend to the boys. Soon, guided by a waiter, the 3 young boys settled into the plush VIP room, each savoring a large bowl of ramen with gusto. "Hey, Sabo, how did you come by a noblesse watch?" Ace inquired, chewing heartily, clearly intrigued. He and Sabo had known each other for quite some time, having grown up in the uncertain terminus, where nobility seemed far removed from their reality. "Indeed, Sabo, do tell. It looks quite impressive," Luffy chimed in, lifting his head from his bowl, strands of noodles dangling from his mouth, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sabo's expression shifted slightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in before he answered nonchalantly. I found it in the uncertain terminus. Initially, I intended to use it as a prop to intimidate others, never anticipating it would work so effectively. Ah, I see, Ace replied, returning to his meal. The owner was rather foolish to be so easily deceived by Sabo. Huh, that owner is such a fool, Luffy exclaimed, grinning widely, completely oblivious to the fleeting shadow of melancholy that crossed Sabo's face. Hey, waiter, I want more, Luffy shouted, having quickly finished his first bowl, pounding the table eagerly. Dear guest, as a noble, you are entitled to unlimited servings. Please hold on, the waiter replied politely, bowing deeply as he hurried to fulfill their request. Not enough, not enough, I want more. Luffy's appetite seemed insatiable, his chopsticks flying as he devoured bowl after bowl, continuously demanding more. Indeed, dear guest, please wait a moment, the waiter responded with a deep bow, swiftly returning with more bowls of ramen. The empty dishes began to pile high on the table, yet Luffy continued to eat voraciously. I envy Luffy's appetite, Ace said, belching contentedly while picking his teeth with a toothpick, a carefree demeanor evident. There's no envy to be had. After all, he is a rubber man, Sabo remarked, watching Luffy's belly swell to a round shape with a hint of admiration. Ah, I'm full, finally satisfied, Luffy declared, letting out a triumphant belch as the empty bowls reached precarious heights. Ace, do we have money to pay? Sabo asked sheepishly, scratching his head at the mountain of empty bowls. What are we waiting for? Run. The three exchanged glances, and in an instant, they nodded in unison before bursting through the window, sprinting away, their laughter echoing behind them. Hey, you brats. How dare you dine and dash? Catch them, catch them. Behind him, the portly owner of the ramen shop unleashed a furious roar. However, it proved utterly futile, for Ace and his companions swiftly vanished into the throng. Chapter 103. The Heist of Satan in the Kingdom of Goya, near the uncertain terminus by the coast. A modest sailboat gently rocked as it approached the shore. On board was none other than Satan, who had finally arrived at the Kingdom of Goya after a fortnight at sea. Is this truly the Kingdom of Goya you spoke of, the most beautiful realm of the East Sea? Anairu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Before him lay not a picturesque town but a relentless expanse of refuse, mountains of debris, and among them, haggard and numb-faced vagrants scuttled about in tattered clothing. Indeed, this is the right place, though it is merely an unfortunate landing spot. The most exquisite part of the Kingdom of Goya lies in the high town. This, however, appears to be a haven for the homeless at the uncertain terminus. Satan furrowed his brow and replied. Although he was already aware of such a place within the Kingdom of Goya, the sight of those vagabonds, their expressions vacant and resembling the living dead, stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. As a ship docked nearby, the vagrants displayed covetous glances, their eyes fixated malevolently on the approaching Satan and Enelu, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Such wretched creatures truly unsettled him. Enelu, feeling irked by their scrutiny, clenched his fists, arcs of blue electricity crackling along his arms. Proud by nature, he had never been regarded as prey before. It was no wonder he felt aggrieved, as their gazes clearly betrayed an intent to prey upon them. Shall I teach them a lesson? Enelu turned to inquire of Satan. There is no need, Satan replied. This is inherently a distorted realm, and they are merely pitiable souls, exiled and tormented by the fires of desire, having lost all semblance of rationality. It is truly lamentable. Satan shrugged nonchalantly and continued on his way, showing no interest in these lifeless beings. Hey, you must be newcomers. Hand over your treasures. Satan, wishing to avoid trouble, found himself confronted by it instead. He and Enel were abruptly intercepted by two figures emerging from the shadows, two children wielding iron pipes as weapons. One of the boys, adorned with a straw hat, shouted at Satan, "Who are you?" Satan gazed in astonishment at the beaming boy before him, who boldly proclaimed his intention to rob him. Good heavens, is that not Luffy? Have I truly encountered him? Am I really being robbed by Luffy? The tumult of emotions within Satan felt as though 1,000 wild steeds were galloping through his mind. Ah, I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy replied with an exuberant smile, his hands clasped behind his head, exuding an air of pride, utterly oblivious to the demeanor expected of a robber. Bang! Must you announce yourself every time you meet someone? We haven't even decided on a captain yet. Sabo, who had joined Luffy in confronting Satan, gave Luffy a sharp rap on the head, his face flushed with embarrassment as he shielded his own visage, feigning ignorance of the foolishness beside him. Another hit on my head? Luffy glared at Sabo, covering his skull with his hands while emitting a high-pitched roar of discontent. Hey, are you two actually planning to rob me? Satan, confronted by the antics of these two absurd clowns, felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Be quiet. Can't you see I am occupied? Luffy bellowed at Satan, then spun around to shout at Sabo. You hit my head. Apologize. Sabo, exasperated, thought to himself. I should never have brought you along. How much better it would have been to team up with Ace. Sir, shall I take care of these two brats for you? Enel, already incensed by the disdainful glances from the vagabonds, seemed to have finally found a target for his ire. He nonchalantly dug at his ear, casting a dismissive glance at the two boys before him. Pa, who do you think you can take care of? As soon as Enel's words left his lips, a voice of disdain came from his right. Instinctively turning to identify the source, he was met with an unexpected spray of spit landing squarely on his face. What in the world? Enel, bewildered, wiped the saliva from his face and suddenly grasped the absurdity of the situation, his body trembling with rage, on the verge of exploding. Following his gaze, he spotted Ace, perched atop a heap of rubble, arms crossed, his feet defiantly swinging, casting a scornful glance at Enel. Indeed, it was Ace who had just spat on Enel's face. Satan was startled by the sudden appearance of Ace, and upon observing Enel's face, which was nearly bursting with anger, he couldn't help but cover his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, what have I just witnessed? Ace spat a mouthful of saliva at Enel, and Satan thought, Are you two jesting with me? Indeed, the next moment, Enel vanished from his position. Such prideful arrogance could not endure such humiliation. Without needing Satan's command, his form transformed into a streak of lightning, almost instantaneously appearing before Ace, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his head. Surely, they are the reason you have come to the kingdom of Goya? The one who understood Satan best was the ever-present Evil Thought. Observing Satan's peculiar behavior upon encountering the trio, Evil Thought had already deduced his intentions. Haven't you shared my memories? You should know who they are. Of course, he chuckled. What a splendid performance this is. Perched on Satan's shoulder, Evil Thought watched the clash between Enel and Ace with an air of detached amusement. As Enel's lightning-fast leg swung toward Ace, the latter's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How could he be so fast? I've underestimated him. Such thoughts flashed through his mind. However, Ace was not to be trifled with. Having dominated the uncertain terminus at merely 10 years of age, he possessed extraordinary abilities. His combat instincts surpassed those of most adults, and his physical reactions outpaced his cognitive responses. With a single hand supporting him, he exerted force with his legs, executing a backflip to evade Enel's furious kick. A thunderous explosion echoed as Enel's kick shattered the ground where Ace had just been seated, sending debris flying and smoke billowing. Ace gasped, retreating 2 steps in trepidation, finally grasping the nature of the monstrous adversary he had provoked. His demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he brandished a water pipe before him, legs apart and eyes keenly focused on Enel's movements, clearly adopting a combat-ready stance devoid of any previous arrogance. Pathetic little rodent, let's see how far you can run. Enel's frustration intensified, and he vanished in a flash, launching another assault on Ace. Meanwhile, the previously playful Sabo and Luffy, upon witnessing Ace engage in battle, instinctively tightened their grips on their iron pipes, flanking Enel from different directions. Chapter 104. The Lightning Conqueror. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding resonated as Enel and Ace became entangled in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, one figure was sent flying, crashing into a nearby pile of rubble, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ace. Luffy, arriving just in time, shouted in alarm, realizing it was Ace who had been struck away. It was not that Luffy and Sabo were slow, rather, the speed of the confrontation between Enel and Ace had been astonishing, with victory decided in the blink of an eye. The one who had consumed the rumble fruit, Enel, clearly held the advantage. With the ability to move at lightning speed, Enel maneuvered effortlessly in battle, proving to be far beyond Ace's current capabilities, sending him hurtling away with a kick. Is that all there is to it? Enel scoffed, his irritation subsiding slightly, only to find himself encircled by Sabo and Luffy. This is excessive, you scoundrel. Sabo, incensed by Ace's defeat, leaped high into the air, driving his water pipe down towards Enel's head with all his might. Child's play. Enel, unperturbed, did not even bother to defend. He lazily flicked his ear and sidestepped, effortlessly evading Sabo's attack. At that moment, Luffy's assault followed suit, his pipe swirling with tremendous force aimed at Enel's midsection. Simultaneously, Sabo, using the rebound from his pipe striking the ground, propelled himself upward, swinging his rod towards Enel's head, coordinating a pincer attack. Yet, Despite their combined efforts, Enel remained unfazed. He swiftly extended his right hand, catching Sabo's pipe with lightning speed while simultaneously kicking Luffy's pipe away before it could connect. Sabo, quick to react, spun in midair, kicking Enel's wrist to free his pipe, performing several backflips to distance himself. At that moment, amidst the rubble, a loud crash erupted as Ace emerged, his body marred by sharp debris, blood dripping from multiple wounds. Yet, his gaze was fierce, filled with the spirit of a predator as he resolutely approached Enel. Meanwhile, Luffy and Sabo readied themselves anew, forming a triangular formation around Enel, each brandishing their pipes with grave expressions, prepared for combat. The trio shared an unspoken understanding, a mere exchange of glances conveying their intentions. Unlike their previous assault, this time, Sabo and Ace attacked in unison, the two strongest members of their trio combining their strengths, posing a significant threat to their foe. The pipes whished through the air as Ace and Sabo's strikes came in waves. Yet, Enel's movements were too swift. He flickered like lightning, dodging each of their attacks with ease. However, while Enel appeared to handle the combined onslaught from Ace and Sabo effortlessly, he inadvertently lowered his guard against Luffy, who had yet to engage. Was Luffy truly a liability within their trio? Certainly not. He was their ace. As the other two charged forward, Luffy discarded his pipe, grasping a rock with both hands, retreating as his rubbery physique allowed his arms to stretch farther and farther, like a tightly drawn slingshot. Rubber rocket. Finally, having stretched his arm to its limit, Luffy suddenly relaxed, propelled by the immense elasticity of his rubber arm, launching himself like a rocket toward Enel. Caught off guard while evading Ace's attack, Enel was slammed by Luffy, staggering backward several steps, while Luffy seized the opportunity to wrap his elongated arms around Enel, binding him like a rope. "Quick, Ace, Sabo!" Luffy shouted, restraining Enel's movements, and Ace and Sabo were quick to capitalize on this hard-won opportunity. With all their strength, they swung their pipes toward Enel's head, certain that in the next moment, he would be knocked senseless. However, to their dismay, upon impact, there was no explosion of blood. Instead, Enel transformed into a mass of blue lightning, their pipes passing through him as if they struck nothing but air. Stumbling from the sudden loss of power, Sabo and Ace fell into a heap, while the blue lightning coalesced once more into the unscathed figure of Enel. What just happened? How did he evade that? Ace and the others gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the spectacle before them. Is this sorcery? A living being transforming into lightning? How quaint, to be so easily surprised. As Enel observed the astonished expressions of Ace and his companions, a sense of malicious delight surged within him, and he smugly proclaimed, "I am the wielder of the rumble fruit, a being of lightning. Your attacks are utterly futile against me. How dare you offend the great god of thunder? Prepare to face divine retribution, lightning strike." With his thunderous roar, azure bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, targeting Ace and his comrades directly. The bolts descended like torrential rain. And soon, under the relentless onslaught of electricity, Ace and Sabo were left enveloped in smoke, their hair standing on end, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Remarkably, Luffy, struck by the same bolts, remained unscathed, gazing at Enel with a look of bewilderment. What is happening? Enel was taken aback. How could anyone withstand his lightning? Unwilling to accept this defiance, he directed all the bolts towards Luffy. Yet, to his utter dismay, even as he unleashed his full might, Luffy, bathing in the lightning, emerged unscathed, casually picking his nose and flicking the residue at him, a blatant mockery. "Are you an idiot?" The observer, Satan, could no longer bear Enel's pitiful display and shouted, "He is a paramecia user of the rubber fruit. Rubber is an insulator. Your lightning is ineffective, fool." Enel, with his prideful disposition, found it hard to fathom this reality. He had always believed his lightning abilities to be invincible, a power befitting a deity, a source of his contempt for others. Yet, now, a being capable of countering his lightning had appeared before him, and Enel's heart could scarcely bear it. Chapter 105. Loyalty of Luffy since he is my nemesis. He must be eliminated. A sinister thought flickered through his mind, and a wave of malevolence washed over him as Enel burst into laughter, though the malice etched on his face could not be concealed. "You little brats, consider yourselves unfortunate. You and that insolent brat who dared to spit at me will perish here." With that, Enel advanced menacingly towards Luffy, his intent to kill palpable. Seeing Ace and Sabo collapse under Enel's electric assault instilled a sense of fear in Luffy. The trio had fought side by side for some time, rarely tasting defeat. Yet now, both of his comrades lay vanquished. "I will protect you, Ace, Sabo." Luffy resolutely spread his arms before the fallen duo, shouting words of encouragement to himself. Despite the encroaching menace of Enel, fear coursed through him, his legs trembling violently. He understood the peril, yet refused to retreat. Why not flee? Satan, who had been watching from the sidelines, inquired. Knowing you are outmatched, why not escape? Because if I run away, I will lose my important friends. Luffy shouted defiantly. I refuse to be all alone. The warm sunlight bathed his youthful face, highlighting the tears born of fear, yet his unwavering determination was profoundly moving. After all, he was merely 7 years old, already steadfast in his resolve to protect his comrades. Such was Luffy's charm, inspiring everyone he encountered with his indomitable spirit. Stop this, Enel. Satan, moved in heart, spoke softly. In a flash, he appeared before Luffy, crouching down to meet his gaze. Caring for those dear to you is the very reason for striving with all your might. I have high hopes for you, young one. However, to safeguard those you cherish, the most crucial element is strength. Satan turned to Enelu, who was momentarily stunned by his abrupt halt. A smile reminiscent of a beguiling little fox gracing his face. He then inquired, do you wish to defeat him? Do you desire greater power? I can teach you. With a skeptical gaze, Luffy scrutinized the youth before him, who appeared only slightly older, utterly unconvinced that Satan possessed strength that could surpass Enelu's. Ha ha, Satan. You've been thwarted. He does not believe in your prowess, came a mocking voice from Satan's shoulder. Indeed, it was the mischievous spirit, who thrived on chaos and would seize any opportunity to undermine others. Hey, just watch closely. Satan chuckled softly as he stood up, gently ruffling Luffy's hair. With a tightly clenched right fist, he struck the ground beside him. The thought of showcasing his prowess before Luffy brought an involuntary sense of delight to his heart. Countless illusory golden dragons spiraled in the air, their roars resonating powerfully. The air, struck by Satan's fist, seemed to conjure a tempest, accompanied by the resounding sound of a collapse. Before him, the ground suddenly yielded, forming a vast pit spanning 100 meters, such was the might of his blow. Is this a trick? Luffy's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes sparkling with wonder as he gazed at Satan, as if he had uncovered a remarkable treasure. So, what do you think? Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Satan turned to gaze at Luffy, his face adorned with a sly, fox-like smile. Luffy nodded without hesitation, his head bobbing incessantly like a chick pecking at grain. So, we are allies now. With his objective achieved, Satan beamed with delight. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Douglas Satan. Little did Satan know, as he journeyed across vast distances to find Luffy in the East Blue's Goa Kingdom, that his presence was also being noted in the distant New World. In the New World, on the territory of the Yonko Big Mom, Cake Island had undergone a transformation. After months of reconstruction following the devastation wrought by the invasion of the Dragon King Douglas, the island had regained its former splendor, with flourishing greenery and vibrant life. The island was dotted with exquisite pastry structures, and various homies roamed freely, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of a whimsical dream. Within the grand castle at the heart of Cake Island, the colossal Big Mom was voraciously consuming delicacies, surrounded by an array of homies singing melodious praises. Immersed in the music and the feast, she appeared to be in high spirits. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted her reverie as Katakuri, one of her 3 commanders, entered the room, clutching several photographs. What is it, Katakuri? Big Mom inquired without lifting her gaze, well aware of Katakuri's calm demeanor and formidable strength, which made him her most reliable assistant. His arrival signified that there was something of great importance to report. Mother. Word from the underground world indicates that the youngest son of the Douglas family, whom you instructed me to monitor, has recently surfaced in the East Blue. Oh, the little mouse has finally shown himself. What are we waiting for? Bring me his head. Big Mom bellowed in a sudden fit of rage. Initially, she harbored no deep-seated animosity towards the Douglas family. After all, Satan was merely a minor character who had escaped from the Babylon battlefield. However, her attitude shifted dramatically after the assault on Cake Island by the Dragon King. The Charlotte family suffered significant losses in this act of retribution from the Douglas family, igniting a fierce hatred within Big Mom. Yet, as a high-ranking official of the world government, the Dragon King remained untouchable, and despite her fury, Big Mom dared not attack the world government headquarters. Thus, all her wrath was directed towards Satan, explaining her intense agitation upon receiving news of him. Mother, shall I take matters into my own hands? Katakuri inquired tentatively. Perhaps not, Big Mom replied, tossing a large piece of cake into her mouth and taking a deep breath to stabilize her emotions. It's all because of that scoundrel, the Dragon King. Lately, more and more individuals have foolishly sought to challenge me, leaving the members of our family overwhelmed and unable to manage. You must maintain order here. So, what does that mean, mother? Katakuri pressed. It's merely a little mouse. There is no need for you to intervene. Spread the word. Whoever captures the little mouse's head will earn the right to fly my flag. There will be plenty of people willing to do the work for us. Understood, mother. I will take care of it, Katakuri affirmed before departing. With a single command from the Yonko, the seas would soon be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. In the vicinity of the uncertain terminus near the Corp Mountains of the Goa Kingdom, a campfire blazed brightly. A group of youths encircled the fire, roasting succulent cuts of meat from their recent hunt. The flames crackled and popped as the beastly flesh turned golden brown, releasing an irresistible aroma. These were Satan, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, who had only just met a day prior. Thanks to Satan's life-restoring abilities, Ace and Sabo's injuries had markedly improved. They were soon lively and vibrant once more. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have fought together, and under Satan's benevolent guidance, they had embarked on an outdoor feast. Is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? The youngest of them, Luffy, could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes fixed on the roasting meat, his mouth watering profusely as he clenched his fists, ready to pounce at any moment. Not yet, Luffy. Please be quiet, Ace replied, somewhat annoyed by Luffy's incessant chatter. He held Luffy's head at bay with one hand, gently chiding him. Ace felt a pang of discomfort, while he was indifferent to being defeated. He couldn't shake off his irritation towards Enel, who had always carried himself with an air of superiority. It's just one victory. What is so impressive about that? Consequently, Ace remained somewhat withdrawn, unable to bring himself to communicate with Enel, though he secretly admired the long-eared figure who had bested both him and Sabo. Hey, Luffy. Look at this. Zoro, with a mischievous grin, circled Luffy, brandishing a piece of dried meat unique to Sky Island. Since meeting Ace and his companions, Zoro seemed to have found new entertainment, particularly in teasing the food-obsessed Luffy, who was perpetually tempted by culinary delights. Meat, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he reached out for the dangling morsel. However, the cunning Zoro evaded him effortlessly, flapping his wings and gliding away from Luffy's grasp. Give it to me. Give it to me. Luffy jumped up, shouting incessantly while stretching his arms towards Zoro, his hands moving like phantoms in the air. Can't catch me. Can't catch me. Zoro taunted, effortlessly evading Luffy's attempts to seize the meat, playfully sticking out his tongue and making faces at him. He seemed to thrive on the chaos, relishing the game as Luffy's desperate attempts brought him endless amusement. Zoro flew tantalizingly close, allowing the fragrant aroma of the meat to waft into Luffy's nose, teasing him further. What a fool. Ace grumbled, adjusting the fire so that the flames blazed more brightly, casting a warm glow on his face, accentuating the freckles that danced in the flickering light. But isn't this rather enjoyable? Satan settled beside Ace, echoes of Luffy's frantic shouts and mischievous laughter resonating in his mind, an involuntary warm smile gracing his face. He nudged Ace with his shoulder and inquired, being with Luffy must bring you immense joy, doesn't he? Indeed, Ace replied. Although he often acts foolishly, he is an invaluable companion to us. As memories of their whimsical moments with Luffy flooded back, a smile crept onto Ace's lips. Sabo, seated by the fire's opposite side, nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Ace's sentiments. Humph, just a foolish boy, Enel scoffed disdainfully from his perch on a branch, biting into an apple with a fierce intensity, as though venting his dissatisfaction upon the fruit. He turned his head away, refusing to gaze at the raucous Luffy, who continued to make merry. You. Ace sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Enel. He could no longer tolerate Enel's arrogant demeanor. So what if we lost to you today? We merely underestimated you. Let us have a rematch tomorrow if you dare. Let us do it then, defeated foe. Hey, it's mealtime. Can't we have a moment of peace? Satan tugged at Ace's sleeve, beckoning him to take a seat. Subsequently, he cast a malevolent glance at them, deliberately whispering, only those of a certain persuasion engage in such a tumultuous love-hate relationship. What did you say, Master Satan? I believe I have just heard something quite extraordinary, Enel remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Satan, as if a chilling aura were inexorably emanating from him. Meanwhile, Ace appeared on the verge of succumbing to darkness, with tendrils of shadow seemingly rising from his being. No, you must have misheard. I said nothing at all. Satan chuckled mischievously, shaking his head vehemently in denial. Yet his playful demeanor clearly indicated that he was eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, a shout from Luffy pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention after a prolonged pursuit. He finally had an epiphany regarding the elusive evil vision. With his hands crossed, fingers elongated like the strands of a net, he flung them outwards. This unexpected maneuver struck like a bolt from the blue, ensnaring the taken-aback evil vision in its grasp. "Ha! Caught it!" Luffy exclaimed, clutching the hard-won meat with one hand. Eagerly taking a bite, his face radiating satisfaction. With the other hand, he grasped Evil Vision's wings, lifting him to eye level, their gazes locking. "What are you staring at? Never seen a dashing sprite like me?" True to his nature, Evil Vision remained defiant, even in Luffy's clutches, resembling a stubborn duck cooked to perfection. I really want to take a bite," Luffy said, opening his mouth wide, gesturing to shove Evil Vision into it. "Hey, you can't be serious, can you, buddy?" As Luffy's gaping maw drew nearer, Evil Vision finally panicked, flailing and shouting, "Be cautious. Sprite meat is sour and inedible. Let me go. Help me, Satan. I'm about to be devoured." "Hey, Luffy, the barbecue is ready." Unable to bear the antics of these two troublemakers any longer, Sabo raised the roasted meat in his hand, calling out to Luffy, "I'm coming." Instantly captivated by the roasted meat, Luffy lost interest in Evil Vision, tossing him aside as he dashed towards the fire. I'm going to break your bones, you little brat," came Evil Vision's anguished screams from behind. Chapter 107, Toasting and Brotherhood. Several days later. In the jungles of Corbo Mountain. In the early morning, a gentle mist lingered, barely perceptible, resembling ethereal veils dancing in the breeze. Soft sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the lush foliage, which shimmered in various shades of green. The hillside was carpeted with verdant grass, adorned with clusters of unknown wildflowers basking in the sunlight, their petals glistening with morning dew, reflecting a spectrum of colors. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a sudden tiger's roar. As the roar echoed, the winds picked up, causing the foliage to bow in submission, and a magnificent striped tiger burst forth from the thicket. This was a white tiger, the sovereign of Corbo Mountain, its size towering over that of an ordinary tiger, its body adorned with striking white stripes, and a regal mark on its forehead that commanded respect. With a single roar, the forest fell silent. Yet, in that moment, the tiger appeared somewhat flustered, lacking its usual commanding presence, its paws racing forward as if pursued by a relentless demon. "You cannot escape. Prepare to meet your end." Just as the white tiger fled in panic, a commanding voice rang out from a nearby tree. A boy wielding an iron pipe leapt from the branches, spinning like a whirlwind in midair, and landed a powerful kick squarely on the tiger's forehead. With a dull thud, the white tiger staggered, its massive body quaking under the sudden force, collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash, fracturing the earth beneath it. "Well done. Truly impressive, Ace," Satan exclaimed from a distance, marveling at Ace's prowess. Under Satan's guidance and Enel's challenges, Ace and his companions had rapidly enhanced their skills, and today, they had resolved to hunt the white tiger, the reigning monarch of Corbo Mountain, to test their mettle. "Hardly impressive," Enel remarked with a raised eyebrow, his words dripping with sarcasm. In recent days, Ace and Sabo had persistently challenged Enel, managing to endure longer under his training, even surprising Enel himself with their swift progress. It could be said that if it weren't for his advantage with the rumble fruit, the outcome of their encounters would be far less certain. However, the more they advanced, the more reluctant he was to offer compliments. Only Satan, familiar with him, noticed that Enel's arrogance had notably tempered, and he exhibited a subtle camaraderie with Ace and his companions. Wait, has Ace already subdued it? At that moment, Luffy and Sabo, responsible for driving the tiger out of the jungle, emerged from the foliage. It won't be that simple. After all, it is the ruler of Corbo Mountain. Sure enough, as Sabo's words faded, the downed white tiger wobbled back to its feet, shaking its massive head, its eyes ablaze with fury. Although still somewhat unsteady, it instinctively lashed out at Ace, who was evidently its prime target. The tiger's paw was massive, dwarfing Ace's entire form, and the attack resembled an elephant trampling a mouse, eliciting concern for Ace's safety. Yet, Ace dismissed the tiger's assault with disdain, executing a roll to evade its strike and launching himself upwards. Seizing the moment as the tiger's paw crashed to the ground, he sprinted up its foreleg, rapidly approaching its head. "Begone, beast. Lie down and submit." A smirk of derision graced his face as he positioned himself beneath the tiger's jaw, executing a backward somersault that landed a powerful kick squarely beneath its chin. Astonishingly, the tiger, which was several times Ace's size, was sent soaring into the air by the force of the kick. As the white tiger was propelled upward, Luffy seized Sabo's leg, spinning in place before flinging Sabo toward the oncoming tiger. Now's the moment. The final blow. Sabo soared through the air, spinning with all his might. And as he neared the tiger, he swung the iron pipe down with unyielding force onto its forehead. With a resounding crunch, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the tiger's skull crumpled under the impact, its colossal body crashing to the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Once the dominant force of Corbo Mountain, the white tiger convulsed weakly, its eyes closing in defeat, motionless thereafter. Congratulations, you've defeated a little kitty. A flash of lightning heralded Enel's arrival atop the tiger's head, his tone laced with mockery. Quit boasting, long ears, Ace replied, wiping his nose, proudly gesturing toward Enel. Sooner or later, I will defeat you. Hey, should we not celebrate this victory? Suddenly, Satan emerged from behind Ace and patted him on the shoulder. While I do not regard vanquishing this foe as a feat worthy of celebration, I am nonetheless eager to seize the opportunity for merriment. Right, Luffy? Sabo, who had accompanied Luffy, nudged him playfully. Absolutely, I adore celebrations, especially when there's meat involved. Luffy replied without hesitation, smacking his lips as though saliva was about to escape. Soon, they cleared a spot beside the white tiger, and Xie Jian retrieved various camping utensils from his storage space. It was evident that a delightful picnic was about to commence. Let us forge a brotherhood. Just as everyone was preparing for the feast, Ace suddenly declared. At the sound of his voice, time seemed to stand still. The howling wind around them vanished, leaving only Ace's voice lingering in the air as he raised the bottle in his hand. I pilfered this wine from Dadan. Splendid, splendid. Luffy responded eagerly. I am willing. Sabo beamed with a radiant smile, scratching his head shyly as he replied. This truly is an opportunity one cannot miss. Satan gently touched his nose, the sunlight casting a slanted glow upon his profile, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that danced around him. Before he could await Enel's response, Ace turned to look at him, who had been sitting atop the head of the white tiger. I shall refrain. Enel tilted his head back, declaring, I will follow Master Satan forever. Allow me to be your witness. Under the radiant sun, crystal clear wine was poured into 4 bowls, and Luffy, Sabo, Ace, and Satan each raised their cups. With this drink, we become brothers. Cheers. 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 They downed their drinks in unison, a faint blush gracing their cheeks, their joyous laughter echoing through the serene morning of Corbo Mountain. The wheels of history roll ever forward, yet none could foresee the profound changes that would soon reshape the world. Chapter 108. Hero Carp time flows like water. The sun and moon weaving through the days, and in the blink of an eye, Satan had spent over 2 months at Corbo Mountain in the kingdom of Goa. These months marked the most leisurely days he had experienced since departing the kingdom of Babylon. Each day was spent either teaching Ace, Sabo, and Luffy the art of combat or enjoying their duels against Enel, a life of exquisite contentment. However, unbeknownst to him, this tranquil existence was nearing its end. On the outskirts of the kingdom of Goa lies a small village named Windmill Village. This quaint port town, situated at the far eastern edge of the kingdom, is often graced by gentle easterly breezes and fair weather. Isolated by a garbage mountain and Corbo Mountain, this village has little interaction with the central hub of the nation, resembling a forgotten haven. Yet, this very seclusion lends it a serene tranquility, evoking the essence of a utopian paradise. Due to its mild climate, proximity to the sea, and abundant winds, the villagers lead self-sufficient lives, characterized by simple folk customs and picturesque landscapes, embodying beauty and peace. At this moment, a naval warship was slowly approaching the shores near Windmill Village. This vessel, a high-ranking battleship of the Vice Admiral class, bore a figurehead resembling a dog with a bone in its mouth, exuding an air of formidable authority. Ha ha ha, back to Windmill Village again. I wonder how my beloved grandson is faring? Before the ship had fully docked, a man in his 50s eagerly leapt off the deck and onto the pier. With slightly graying short hair, piercing eyes, and a commanding visage, his muscular frame betrayed no signs of aging. Casually waving to his aide on deck, he strode toward the tranquil village. Should Satan have witnessed this scene, he would surely have been left speechless, hastily retreating from the kingdom of Goa. You may wonder who he is. He is none other than the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, hailed by the world as the legendary Marine. His life is replete with heroic deeds, having cornered the pirate king Gold Roger on numerous occasions and once captured the legendary pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion. Alongside the current fleet Admiral Sengoku, Garp has amassed countless accolades for the Navy, yet has repeatedly declined promotions to Admiral, content to remain a Vice Admiral at Naval Headquarters. standing as a pillar of strength within the Navy and a superpower of his time. Yet all of this had little to do with his visit to the kingdom of Goa. He had come to Windmill Village, his hometown, to see his treasured grandson, Luffy. As Garp entered Windmill Village, he greeted the villagers with ease, a warm smile etched upon his face, making his way toward the distant Corbo Mountain. In the jungle of Corbo Mountain, Ace and Satan had just caught a few crocodiles, relishing a delightful feast of crocodile meat, each of them reclining contentedly on the grass, basking in the afternoon's tranquility. "Hey, little rascals, have you missed me?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed, and Garp appeared beside them. "Who goes there?" Satan and his companions were startled by the sudden sound, quickly rising to their feet with heightened vigilance. Who could it be that approached us so stealthily? Had my guard truly been lowered? "It seems I have grown too complacent in recent days," Satan pondered inwardly, retreating swiftly while casting his gaze upward. However, the moment he laid eyes on Garp, his astonishment was palpable, nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets. "Could it be that I am cursed with such misfortune? Is that not the venerable Garp himself? What a stroke of fate to encounter him here. This could spell disaster." Satan clenched his fists anxiously, beads of cold sweat trickling down as he silently prayed to remain unseen while he cautiously stepped back, attempting to escape the scrutinizing gaze of Garp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now there were two more companions, Luffy. However, fortune favored the mischievous, as Garp chuckled heartily, scratching his head while counting their heads, evidently including Satan and Enel in his tally. "Hey, it's you, Grandpa." Upon seeing Garp, Luffy did not rush into his embrace like an ordinary child, but instinctively covered his head and retreated, for the memories Garp left were too profound. It was said that Garp had once tethered Luffy to a hot air balloon and released him into the sky, tossed him into a valley teeming with ferocious beasts, and even made him spar with monkeys. Such outrageous training had cast a heavy psychological shadow over young Luffy, making one wonder if Garp was truly his blood relative. No wonder Luffy was prepared to flee at the mere sight of him. Stealing a glance, he noticed that aside from the oblivious Enel, who stood there perplexed, Ace and Sabo were also retreating in unison. Clearly, they had all tasted the bitter fruit of Garp's training. "So, after all this training, have you become any stronger? Are you ready to receive Grandpa's loving iron fist?" Garp threatened, shaking his fist and twisting his neck as if preparing to stretch his muscles with them. "No. Run." Upon hearing Garp's words, Luffy seemed to receive a signal, shouting as he turned to flee. The well-informed Satan, Ace, and Sabo also quickly retreated without a shred of dignity. Who would dare test the terrifying power of Garp's fists? "Hey, what happened?" Seeing everyone else run, Enel stood there in confusion, shrugging his shoulders as he gazed at Garp. "Old man, who are you?" True to his character, Enel dared to confront even Garp, earning Satan's silent admiration. "I mourn for you. May you endure a while longer at Garp's hands while I make my escape." Quite the audacious little brat. "Are you ready to become a qualified Marine?" Garp approached Enel, his fist clenched tighter. "What on earth is a Marine? Are you an idiot, old man? This is so boring." Facing the advancing Garp, Enel refused to back down, even raising his chin and digging at his ear, disregarding Garp entirely. "What a character you are, little brat. I shall teach you some manners." No sooner had Garp spoken than he vanished and appeared beside Enel, delivering a powerful punch to the top of his head. "What? So fast?" Since consuming the rumble fruit, Enel had always overpowered others with his speed, never encountering an opponent with Garp's swiftness. Before he could react, Garp's fist was already upon him. "Oh, can't dodge?" Under the immense pressure of Garp's imposing aura, Enel felt his blood freeze. There was no escaping the approaching fist, so he quickly transformed, turning his upper body into a shimmering blue electric form. He thought this would allow him to evade Garp's blow. However, it was futile. Garp's iron fist struck Enel squarely in the face, sending him hurtling like a cannonball, crashing through several large trees. As a being capable of suppressing an era, Garp's mastery of Haki rendered Enel's elemental transformation utterly trivial. Chapter 109. Satan takes a beating. No wonder he is so arrogant. Turns out he is a Logia user. After knocking Enel away, Garp stood his ground, waiting for him to rise. But if one thought being a Logia user made one invincible, they were sorely mistaken. "You old bastard, you've gone too far." Enel grumbled as he picked himself up, rubbing his head, which now bore a prominent bump. "Thunder God, lightning strike. Since your martial arts are formidable, I shall not approach you," Enel muttered, waving his hand as several thick azure lightning bolts shot towards Garp, furious at having his head swollen. Garp remained motionless, allowing the massive lightning strikes to collide with him, the blue energy crackling around him. Yet, to Garp, it seemed to have no effect. He even stretched lazily, cracking his joints as if enjoying a soothing massage. Oh, not bad at all. Very pleasant, lightning boy. Do send a couple more. At my age, my back isn't what it used to be. And your lightning is working wonders. Garp exaggeratedly rubbed his back, his rugged smile still in place. However, to Enel, that smile appeared devilish. Damn it. How can you be so contemptuous? Now I understand what kind of monster this old man is. No wonder Satan and the others flee like mice from a cat. Satan. I hate you. And Ace, Sabo, Luffy, you're all so cowardly. How can you run without me? No matter how much Enel lamented, it was futile. Garp swiftly reappeared beside him. And before Enel could react, Garp unleashed a barrage of punches upon his head. The forest echoed with Enel's anguished cries as bumps formed atop his head. In truth, there was no need for Enel to complain. If Satan and the others thought they could escape without being punished after encountering Garp, they were even more naive. Hearing Enel's cries behind him, Satan shivered, running faster while crossing his chest, hypocritically praying for his brother's well-being. However, the next moment, he found himself devoid of any mirth. For Garp suddenly appeared before him. Hello there, little brat. Why are you running? Come, try Grandpa's loving iron fist. Ah, hello, old man. Satan reluctantly twitched his lips, seemingly intrigued by the notion of testing the might of your beloved iron fist. It appears I have encountered you before. Young imp, how peculiar. Gazing at Satan before him, Garp scratched his head in perplexity. No. You must be mistaken, old man. That's impossible, Garp firmly retorted, endeavoring to recollect. Suddenly, a look of enlightenment washed over his face as he recalled. Ah, it is you, little Satan. I have seen your bounty notice in Sengoku's office. You certainly know how to stir up trouble. No. Cold sweat trickled down Satan's face. Could he really be this unfortunate? If the old man Garp before him entertained the thought of capturing him, then his fate would be sealed today. There would be no escape. Rest assured. I am currently on leave and have no interest in apprehending you. As if sensing Satan's apprehension, Garp voluntarily reassured him of his disinterest in pursuing him. However, on that note, you are the son of Denver, are you not? Garp's expression transformed into an unprecedented seriousness. Speaking of which, your father, Denver, also underwent training in the Navy during his youth and accompanied me on missions. He was an upright and selfless Marine. Later, when he returned to assume the throne, he proved to be a commendable king, fulfilling his vow to protect the people until his last breath. He is a respected figure, and you must not tarnish his legacy. Indeed, I shall not dishonor